Chapter 16. After that interesting morning, Grandpa Benjamin dropped me off at the compound, and I headed into my room to get some more work done. I was still trying to get the electrical system to fit into the altered armored shape, as after I'd done work on setting up the armor, I'd had to redesign some of the electrical systems. And that had meant I needed to redo some of the joint reinforcement points, and that meant, well, it meant I needed to redo the armor again. Refining, refining, slowly eking out the tiny improvements throughout the design, or at least making sure the mech would actually work. I was still just a novice in almost everything that came with a mech. But even if I had to do this for a million years, it was fun. It was really, really fun. I got down to her legs again and realized I'd need to make some adjustments. I'd kept the mostly standard design for now, but I did like the idea of switching to the more knightly armored greaves and boots of the Lancer and Saber designs, but Fran was thicker than either of those by quite a bit, and I needed her to be stable. She had to grip the earth to move, and so I had to sacrifice the image of her dainty legs for some heavier legs. It was the only way to mitigate the weight of all the systems and the very heavy bridal chest, which I'd already submitted to Iron Spirit, and was just waiting for them to implement onto my page. I took a breath and pushed away after a certain point. I need a break. Want to come get some snacks, Corey? Meow? She jumped up from where she'd been laying on the desk near the window, soaking up the sun. She hurried over and with a bit of effort climbed up my body until she was nestled over my shoulder and purring. I headed out and with a bit of wheedling found the best way to get to the shops from the compound. Surprisingly, there was a bus line that ran nearby, so I headed over. After a surprisingly pleasant ride on a hover bus, which was I think a first for past or new Ves, I reached the city's shopping district, which considering it catered to the rich and powerful, was peaceful and beautiful. Water fountains above, flowed water falls from the second floor of the shopping center down into rivers that continued under the clear floors. It was nice. I stopped at a few exotic shops, picking up a few chunks of the stuff Corey seemed interested in, until I had enough, despite her urging for more. Sorry, Corey, this'll last you a while. We'll get more and better stuff soon, okay? Meow. She whined at me, but nuzzled my cheek anyway. And with that, I considered leaving, but there was a game store here. I walked round the shopping district until I came to the store and took in the teenagers around my age wearing different school uniforms as they gathered together to play. I entered and found a seat to watch. Watching Mech's battle was so refreshing. Oh, over there was a 5-star swordsman Mech that was fighting in a massive 50-on-50 battle. I watched for a while until the swordsman got defeated by a group of striker mechs. That was definitely a team of pilots, because 3 flamethrowers focused on one mech absolutely roasted the swordsman alive. The screen blanked as the pilot jumped out, obviously angry. Too bad. I looked at the others, and there were a few 1-star matches. They were the most common to new pilots after all. But unfortunately, no one was piloting my mechs. Oh well, I stayed for a while just regaining some mech energy for the trip back to the compound. The license had gone through. The bridal chest was ready to equip in Iron Spirit. So now I had to finish this up. Once again, I went through the internals, adjusting the energy cables, the power cells, the frame and joints, and then the armor over her again. And then I once more had to go back over her to fix all the problems that caused. But the cycle was getting cleaner, less and less problems each time, and more synergy between all the components. But then I once more had the final problem. The MTTR battery packs. I'd looked into the exact rules for drop-off components on the site. That's where the issue came from. I can add in enough MTTR packs for Fran or the bridal chest, but not really both, I whispered. The tonnage of drop-off components was fairly loose, as a lot of mech components worked like that. Cooling pods, power packs, ammo backpacks for heavier guns that could be thrown off. But there was still a limit in the system. That, and of course the most important thing. Pilots had to repair their mechs after each battle, and that cost coin if the mech burned through tons of repairs costs through pop-off components that was less they were earning. Thankfully, the MTTR packs were fairly cheap, but it was still a lot, so I needed cheap. How to make it look good, but keep it cheap. One of the ways to get around the drop-off components limits was basically having sectional armor. If something was inside a mech, it wasn't counted. After all, drop-off components could be thought of as extra armor plates at that point, and that wasn't what the rules were trying to stop. So I could add extra armor over the MTTR packs and do it that way. No, it was too expensive. The mech was cheaper than the Lancer, but not by much. Mostly because the bridal chest was something I could set the price for as the license holder. So I needed what counts as armor. The thought struck me as I was staring at the rules on the Iron Spirit page. I had an idea. A devious idea that might just give Fran her opening to counterattack. But first, bed. Waking up in the Larkinson compound was a different feel from home. For one, it was noisier. I grumbled as the kids all started stomping around getting ready for school. Not able to sleep anymore, I climbed out of bed, picked up Corey who snuggled onto my neck, and headed out to get breakfast, only to instantly be grabbed by Auntie Loria, my Uncle Ark's wife. Ves, perfect. You're staying here, so help Kelly get ready for school, she said, rather demanding, and well, I nodded, looking at the younger girl that was glaring at everyone and everything. Hair mussed up, and looking completely ready to sneak away and find a place to sleep. Here, I reached up and pulled Corey from my neck and put her into Kelly's arms. The girl glared for a moment tiredly, before holding Corey close as she meowed at her. Okay, let's get you ready. I guided her off towards the bathroom, which was packed. We can use my room, I decided, and spun her around. I helped her clean up her hair and get it brushed out, and with a bit more energy in her, we found an outfit for her day to wear, and I was settling her onto the chairs in the dining room to get some breakfast, when Loria found me. Ves, how is Kelly? Oh good, almost done. Just some breakfast. You're a savior, my aunt said, leaning in and kissing my cheek. I swear, every time we start a new week, the kids all forget half their things. I just chuckled as I took a seat next to Kelly, and we shared a meal as Corey kept Kelly calm as the little gremlin slowly woke up. She was Ark's sixth daughter, or fifth. I can't remember, but that meant she was my first cousin. It was kinda weird to be part of this family, and yet, no point stressing about it. This was my life, and I was Ves. That was all there was to it. Can I take Corey to school? Kelly asked, and I looked over and then patted her on the head. No. After the gremlins were all sent off to school, I was left in a much quieter compound, and considering I had my own work to do, I went and grabbed my computer, and instead of working in my room, I headed outside. The porch swing was empty for now, although I'm sure some auntie or cousin would come by to sit in it, but I claimed it for myself and pulled up my classwork. It only took a few moments to get back to where I left off, and so I got to work. Hopefully I could get novice mathematics soon, because I was getting more and more tempted to just buy the damn thing. I worked for an hour or so, until the rest of the family started appearing, either just waking up or having been doing their own work in the morning. Auntie Laurie stepped out and seemed surprised to see me for a moment, before she noticed what I was doing and gave me a smile and a nod. Then more popped out. The tables on the porch held Neo chessboards half played out and waiting for the older uncles to come finish their game. Neo chess was just chess, but the board was colored a bit differently. Space humans, am I right? So I was soon surrounded in the quiet haze of chatter and familial bonds, and it was actually pretty nice. Then my alarm went off and I grinned. Lunch. I jumped off the swing and put my work computer away to pull up my comm. I wandered away so I wouldn't disturb anyone and called. It took a few moments, but Sam's face popped up as the video call connected. Ves? Yo, miss me? I asked and got a laugh as I heard Sam call out to everyone that I was on the call. Hey Ves, nice to see you, Paul called, and I waved at him as I settled in against a tree. Figured I'd give you a call while we're both on lunch from school. How's things? Oh man, you should have seen it. Paul fought a team that had one of your Saber and Lancer in it. He won, but only barely. She was good. Your little Saber mech is quick. Thanks. Oh, the pilots, the girls. When I mentioned I knew you and you were the mech designer, they really wanted to say thank you for building the mech. Oh, that's really sweet, I whispered, flushing a little. Are you blushing? No. I denied and got into an argument with Sam as he teased me. Oh, speaking of, how's the new mech coming? Almost done. So what is it? Sam demanded, grinning as he once again asked for a sneak peek. Nope, it's not done. But I trailed off leadingly, and Sam and Paul's face both mushed into the screen. What? They demanded, their voice entwining as they yelled at me. I might have completed my first component license, which was added into Iron Spirit. So if you check the Lark Industries page and look for components. What? I check your page every day. I didn't even think to check components. Sam yelled as I heard him fumbling with his comm. Crap, Paul, you pull it up. I don't want to drop the call. Yeah, hold on. I laughed at both boys as I waited until finally Paul pulled up the screen. Hey, look at that. A giant mace? Is that really a component? It is, especially since it's not just a mace. I pointed out, and with a bit of work, he adjusted the screen to show the mace opening up, and the description of what was inside. Whoa, isn't that the same capacitor in your Lancer? Yep, it's an electromagnetic mace, capable of both magnetizing to an enemy mech and discharging the capacitor into them. Ooh, I get it. Yeah, that would work. Most mechs in the 1-star don't really have much protection against that much electricity. It's a rare weapon type, mostly because in the future, mechs are fairly difficult to overload like that naturally. But in 1-star matches. Should be hilarious. It's heavy though. You get another mech license. Nope, I'll give you that much. It's still just the Fantasia. Huh. Okay, you know what? It's crazy enough I'll want to see it. Thanks for the support, Paul, I said dryly, as he pointedly didn't say he was going to buy it. He just smiled at me in turn. Okay, so it's going to be a light axe man, Sam whispered, and I rolled my eyes. Don't tell anyone. I won't. Hey Sam, finish up, Paul called out, and I laughed as Sam gasped as he realized he hadn't been eating. Hey, it was good to see you guys. I'll call you again on your lunch break sometime, okay? Sure, Ves, Paul called as Sam was too busy shoveling. See you later, guys. Comm cut, I rose up. Time to get my own food. After my required hours of schooling, even if I just worked on math the whole time, I switched back to finishing up Fran. The idea had potential, but it was going to take a lot of work. Armor was anything layered between the mech and the outside, and that included goofy stuff sometimes. Not ever armor type was metal after all. So with a bit of work, I layered struts of the Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating between the MTTR batteries that would hook into the energy ports for Fran. By the time I was done, she looked terrible, absolutely covered in battery packs, held together from a few connections along her waist and shoulders, but mostly the packs were all hanging. Then I started layering the cloth. Mech cloth was something I'd gotten fairly used to using. If anything, I think it might even buy my calling card for now. Clothes just looked cool on a mech. And here I made Fran her wedding dress. Well, I mean, I tried. I was no tailor, but thankfully it was fairly simple to layer the cloth around her now expanded chassis. By the time I was done, she was almost completely covered in cloth, even having a hood-like veil. No, the hood was just not settling well. It needed something. A memory, an image of Frankenstein from Fate. She had a horn on her head. Was that just the Japanese obsession with oni women? Probably, but it would work. I quickly added it onto the forehead of the mech, and with that, the veil would rest across the horn and show parts of her faceplate underneath. I stepped back, looking at the clothed mech for a while. Yeah, this is going to take a while, I whispered, looking it over. She looked like a lumpy mess. So I went back to the outer sections, shifting where the MTTR packs rested, and adjusting the struts. After a few hours of tinkering with that, I was at least satisfied she looked okay, even with the wedding dress she was wearing. And with that, she had enough extra energy packs that she could dislodge after the match started to fill up both mech capacitor and weapon. I leaned back, flopping back onto the bed and just staring at the ceiling for a while. She was rough. I'd made a lot of cut corners on her. Unfortunate but necessary. I simply didn't have the skills to properly handle her, which reminded me just how far from the Caesar Augustus I was. If I could barely handle up-jumping a centuries-old mech, how could I handle a previous gen known for being difficult? I shook it off, and with a final check ran her once more through the design tool on the system. I got a complete list of her, but she could move, she could fight, and she'd work. System, I'm done. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2 R. Fran. Design Evaluation, Fantasia 2 R. Fran. Variant Name, Fantasia 2 R. Fran. Base Model, Fantasia 2R. Original Manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight Classification, Medium Light. Recommended Role, Axeman Shieldbreaker. Performance Metrics, Aesthetics, B-. Armor, D+. Carrying Capacity, C. Endurance, C-. Energy Efficiency, F. Firepower, A. Flexibility, F. Integrity, C. Mobility, D+. Spotting, C. X Factor, B-. Result: Deviance 30%, Performance Improvement 18.6%. Evaluation: Converting a light scout mech into a frontline shield breaker, weak armor, and a short activation time leaves the mech at best anemic. But the weapon system gives an overwhelming punch to any mech it can actually reach. A substantial presence of X Factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 1,000 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X Factor. I blinked, staring at the update, because that wasn't right. Sure, I expected a bump for the double-design Spirit Mech, but already, that's way too fast. Was the double-design Spirit synergy that strong? I don't know how this reality worked. Not really, but it made sense to me in a way. A heroic spirit was barely that without their noble phantasm, without their weapon. I reached out unconsciously at the image of Fran on the screen, staring at the wedding-clad dressed mech, at the weapon in her hand that fit her perfectly. For once, I wasn't going to call old Ves an idiot for not doing something like this, creating his own components and upgrading a living mech with extra design spirits, because this was mine. This was something just for me. My version of what his path had laid out before him. Adding in the noble phantasm hadn't just been an additive increase for the mech, it was multiplicative towards its spiritual strength. How many design spirits could work together in a single mech? 2. 3. Could I do that with multiple components? Make them to be the spirits powering parts of a mech while the main spirit connected with the pilot? I got so lost in the haze of what I had just learned, I laid there in my bed for an hour, processing the potential and the paths I would have to go, the experiments to see just how much I could push this new idea. Gee. Oh, that's new, I whispered, staring at my status screen. I'd eventually broken free of my giggles to decide to place my new design points, and with over 1,500 points ready to be used. Well, I had some options. Obviously, I needed electrical engineering still, but no, I did need it, as tempting as it was to try and save for journeyman mechanics or something. Better to bring everything up, and power systems, as I'd just spent the last week learning, were very important. Instantly, I purchased the first upgrade. 500 DP. Electrical Engineering Novice. The surge of information rushed through me and… No, Ves, hold back the bloody tears on how badly you wired your mech, it's okay. She won't short-circuit and explode. Probably. I knew basic electrical stuff, but yeah, it's a really good thing that my mechs were digital, because any length of time in their use would lead to fires, or just the entire mech shorting out. Corey, I'm a dummy. Meow, she responded, looking at me for a few moments as I fake cried as I lay on my bed. No, really, I'm the stupidest person alive. My brain is spaghetti, and just as valet. Corey reached out with her paw and pressed it against my face. Yeah, you're right. I spoke around her paw as I wasn't going to move her. Robot or not, she had toe beans. I should just keep improving, right? Meow. Nodding, I reached up and scratched her jaw as I looked back at the screen. One more purchase, and 1,000 of my DP disappeared. 1,000 DP, Electrical Engineering Apprentice. And once more the surge of knowledge, this time even heavier enough to make me glad I was laying down cause. When I finally managed to blink away the haze, I was boneless. A buffoon, a fool, Corey, I'm the stupidest mech designer ever, I cried out as I realized how badly I'd butchered my babies. Meow. she said flatly, and once more I was shut up with a paw to the face. Chapter 17. So my status screen had a few changes that were drawing my eye. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice, 3D printer proficiency 1. Business, incompetent. Computer science, novice. Electrical engineering, apprentice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Speed tuning. Jury rigging, mum. Metallurgy, novice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Spiritual weapon creation. Physics, novice. Impact mitigation, I. First off, I was no longer a student mech designer. I guess with 3 apprentice skills I counted as novice, which was pretty good. Then, of course, was the most interesting thing. Spiritual weapon creation. That was new, and no doubt meant my noble phantasm to even have a metaphysics sub-skill already. Seriously, had I just figured out a super cheat, or was this more like something no one else had done before? Technically, the whole X Factor was known stuff in some places. Anyone senior and above would definitely know. I think the MTA told Journeyman about it. I don't entirely remember that arc in the book. I shook it off, it didn't matter. I'd just keep learning and going at my pace, and what had happened in a book only mattered so much as foreknowledge on things to avoid. So that was me, the novice mech designer now. Gee-hee-hee-hee. Look, Corey, I'm a novice now. I told my cat, who looked at me like I was an idiot and went back to ignoring me. I pet her just because and then opened up my design. I couldn't submit Fran as she was. Frankly, I was embarrassed I'd submitted my Archer as it was too, even if I'd put less time into that mech. Fran, though, for helping me discover so much, she deserved to be a proper mech. I should move on to another mech. Every mech I finish was potentially 500 more DP if I added in an X factor. But I was 14, and I had all the time in the world. No massive debt or fears for the future. Fran, I'm going to make you beautiful, I decided, staring at her design. Then I opened up her file again and got back to work. Just like before, I peeled her open to look at her insides and grimaced at the utter clusterfuck. Like walking into a house and realizing it was wired up by your cousin Billy Bob. And remembering his own house had burned down in an electrical fire. It was disgusting, offensive. I could save a lot of space by altering the cable management and properly wiring everything together. That, and give her a bit more endurance, less lost power, and less chance of any blow knocking out a system. So I dug back into her. The next few days went about the same. Wake up, help the kids get ready, pull Corey out of one of the gremlins' backpacks as they tried to sneak out with her, and then get some schoolwork down out on the front porch. Every couple days I called the boys at lunch and we chatted, and in the afternoons I worked on Fran. The Mark II was coming along. The reworked wiring did let me compact some of the blobbier parts of her chassis, slimming her down and actually making her stronger because she had less open spaces inside, which I had needed before to lay the cable. Then I crashed with my go the fuck to sleep alarm and woke up. Until finally I was satisfied. I'd completely redone her internals, electronic systems, and I could only hope it was enough. But finally Fran was ready. Okay system, I'm done. For real this time. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Fantasia 2R, Fran Mark II. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R, Fran Mark II. Variant name, Fantasia 2R, Fran Mark II. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kasia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Axeman Shieldbreaker. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, B-. Armor, D+. Carrying capacity, C. Endurance, C-. Energy efficiency, D. Firepower, A. Flexibility, F. Integrity, C+. Mobility, D+. Spotting, C. X Factor, B-. Result. Deviance 30%. Performance improvement 24.6%. Evaluation: converting a light scout mech into a frontline shield breaker, weak armor, and a short activation time leaves the mech at best anemic. But the weapon system gives an overwhelming punch to any mech it can actually reach. A substantial presence of X-Factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 5 design points for modifying a design with a 5% improvement. Huh, just 5 points, huh? That's fine. Thanks, system. I quickly pulled her off the file and threw her into Iron Spirit. Time to put her together. Working up, I used the digital printers to create part after part, slowly putting the first representation of Fran together. The first real version of her. A body as digital as it was still her. The final touches, the veil of cloth surrounding her, hiding what she carried with her, and also the secret weapon that hopefully would give the pilots a slightly increased chance of victory. And then she was done, and I could feel it in the weird metaphysical space, the easing of the drain of energy, as finally she had her own body complete and ready. I was able to post her for cheaper than the Lancer, mostly because the cost of the bridal chest I could set to just paying for its components. And there we go. Posted onto my store, I settled back staring at the digital form of Fran. At the smallest hint of her face under her veil, the body hidden under cloth that would reveal its true form in combat. My comm beeped. Huh? I flipped it on Melinda. Hello? Ves, you posted a new mech. Great job, she cried out as soon as the call connected, and I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you. Did you set up a watch on my store page? Yep, got an alert the moment you posted it. Now tell me everything about your new mech, she demanded, and I grinned as I noticed through her comm that she was in a mech. Mel, are you working right now? Pfft. Hardly, I'm on standby. Come on, stop hesitating and tell me. All right. Fran is... She was my project to learn more about electrical engineering. Oh yeah? Yeah, she has a lot of power systems, and with her weapon, 2 capacitors. Huh, oh I see that. Dang, what do you need that much power for? The hammer is an electromagnet. It can also discharge in a burst. Oh, I see. Okay, so, crap. I have to go. We'll talk later. She cut the comm and I could only laugh. She'd definitely just gotten in trouble. Marie Totez. Fuck, she cursed, throwing the stupid papers across the room. Her life was fucking over. Potentate or no, she'd never get back into a mech academy at this rate. 16 and a complete fucking moron of a pilot. Despite having fairly good aptitude, Marie, as everyone told her, had an attitude problem and didn't spend enough time training. So she sucked at piloting and sucked at sucking up, and so she'd just gotten her 3rd demerit for insubordination. She'd end up having to work with criminals or pirates at this rate, and she'd likely just die. She knew that, but well, she had an anger problem. Everyone said so, and everyone was an asshole for saying it. Fuck. She threw the shitty hollow picture of her mom across the room. It bounced off the walls and landed somewhere. If she was still alive, no, she was fucking 16 and old enough to stop fucking whining about her mother's death. Hey! Fuck off, she hissed, staring at the door where the one man she didn't want to see right now was standing. Here. He tossed something on the bed beside her, some bright credits. Instead of sitting there feeling sorry for yourself, go into town and jump in a mech sim. At least you'll be able to hit something instead of feeling sorry for yourself. He said a bit sternly, even if his face was showing how concerned he was. Fuck him, it wasn't his life she was ruining. Whatever, she grunted, swiping the money and pushing past him, better than sitting here feeling sorry for herself. She hadn't done Iron Spirit in a while, only a little when she was a kid. She was a bitch back then, barely playing, and if she remembered right, she'd used up all her fucking money after losing too many times. Great. She walked into town, towards the stupid little run-down game corner. The best this part of Bentheim had, no rust-sucker like her could get out of this side of the planet without becoming a pilot. And Marie wasn't that. She was a third-rater, in a third rate with third-rate talent. She kicked a rock staring at the shop. She should just walk down the street and find the fuck Red Scorpions and join their gang. Instead, the money burned in her pocket and she headed in. Give me a pod. She grumbled at the shopkeeper, and despite having to wait 10 minutes, she waited and then slipped inside. She ran through the familiar motions, turning on Iron Spirit, activating her account, and the mech inside was crap. The same shitty rifleman that she'd piloted because that was what she was told to use to practice on. She didn't want to shoot something, she wanted to hit them. She looked at her credits. She had almost nothing. A quick consideration and could dump the rest of the money he'd given her and maybe pick up a new mech. She shrugged. She had some time, might as well check around. She flipped to the store and started scrolling. Instantly the pit in her stomach only got bigger. Too expensive. Too expensive. Way too expensive. She'd have to drop to 1-star mechs to afford anything, and even then, it was all dog shit. Groaning at the fact she had to go play 1-star matches if she wanted to get any combat done, she started browsing and hit the new tab. The very top option stopped her. The fuck is this piece of shit? She gasped, half laughing at the doll. It looked like a dress-up doll covered in cloth like a wedding gown. Who the fuck would want to pilot this piece of shit? Was it even a real mech and not some freak's obsession? She looked at the price and scoffed. It was cheap. Much cheaper than most of the other mechs just below it, and half off. No one had bought it. She almost went right by it, but then she noticed the blurb about it. It's actually a combat mech, she whispered, reading the designer's notes. 2 capacitors, a magnetic hammer. Okay, that sounded kinda cool. What the hell was an optical camouflage system? She shook her head and went looking, but 40 mechs later, and a chunk of her time gone, she realized none of the mechs had anything half as cool as a magnetic hammer. I can't believe I'm considering it, she groaned, moving back to the top of the list. If she bought this one, she'd have enough credits left over to pay for more time, so at least she'd get something done. Fuck it, not my money anyway. She grumbled and hit purchase. She quickly loaded up the mech into her bay and then sent herself into a 1v1. Sitting there in the dark as the match searched, her knee bouncing at all the irritation she'd dealt with today. She just wanted to fucking fight someone, anyone, anything to make. She blinked as the screen shifted, a ruined city, and her hands gripped the controls of this mech. She flipped 2 switches, activating the sensor system to full blast for a few moments, and got a return. It was moving fairly quickly, medium mech. She cut the sensor back to normal emissions and started moving, grunting a bit at how sluggish the mech was. Right. The capacitors, it had mentioned that. She quickly found the control and flipped it mentally, and the power level on her HUD shot up quickly. Her mech started glowing beneath the cloth, which she noticed actually hid some of the glow. Good. 1 capacitor filled, and she diverted the rest to the hammer, watching as a second power gauge filled and showed her the weapon's power levels. Then it was done, and this time when she moved, the mech moved with a much faster gait. So the mech used all the extra power. It probably wore down the mech faster. But if it gave her more performance, who cares? She was just getting ready for it when the first attack shot out. She just barely juked, avoiding the laser spray coming through one of the building's windows. The enemy mech was a rifleman, and it was shooting through the buildings, using them as cover. Shit. She moved, getting a different building in between them and holding her mace. Okay, she could do this. She charged around, but by the time she came to where the rifleman should be, it was gone. Fuck. She kept moving cautious, but her mech was wearing a giant fucking dress. She stood out like a massive fucking thumb, and the cloth kept catching on the cars and debris on the ground. Fucking stupid dumbass. Who buys a fucking mech in a dress? The crash of lasers once more sent her scurrying once more, fighting to get into cover with the dress catching on things. Her hands clamped on the controls as she cursed herself for being stupid, for being weak, for not being the person her mother would have wanted. Ah! She screamed, shaking the controls. This wasn't what she wanted. This wasn't the fight she needed to stop feeling so angry at everything. She blinked. Eject bridal gown. The prompt hovered in front of her. She hadn't pushed anything, hadn't requested anything. She could pop the stupid dress. Before she could select it, right behind it, she stared. The rifleman was readying up once again on the other side of a building. She'd put herself into a long street. There was no cover backwards, and even if she turned back the way she'd come and started running, he could shoot her. But The hammer in her hand suddenly felt heavy and it switched on. A promise. All right, she agreed, mentally slamming the button, and instead of trying to run, she charged. In 1 second, the dress stopped moving, locking into place behind her, the fabric tearing off her as she moved forward, a huge weight suddenly off her mech, and everything felt so light. And she felt powerful. Ah! She roared as she brought the mace up to her shoulder, charging. The rifleman started firing. She didn't stop. The entire building stood between her and him. But the hammer in her hands hummed assuringly. She could do it. She swung and the magnetic hammer activated. She didn't stop. The mace simply crushed the building in her path as she smashed through. Rah! She roared as the building didn't stop her, couldn't. Even as she took damage from the rubble, crashing through a building in such a small mech wasn't good. But the thought never entered her mind. The rifleman stumbled, sprawling and desperate to flee as she bashed her way through, and suddenly he had no cover. The bridal chest exploded in time with her heart. She brought the mace down, and in an explosion of lightning, the magnets in the mace activated. The rifleman wasn't just smashed into pieces, but the mace gripped on, crumpling armor until it was more like his mech was wrapped around her weapon. Blackness, you won. She breathed in and out, heavily, her chest heaving. Yeah, that was exactly what Marie needed. She jumped into the next match. Chapter 18. Ves, sit with me. The call of my grandfather was starting to become a routine, it felt like. I moved from the normie table. Thankfully, it wasn't Monday anymore, and the kids getting ready for school mostly had things under control. So instead of putting my plate down, I moved over and sat down in the open chair besides Grandpa Benjamin. A new mech. Tell me about it. He asked, and I felt the rest of the table perk up. So I flushed, a little embarrassed. I was proud of Fran, of all the mechs I'd made, but these were all pilots, or former pilots, members of my family. It was embarrassing. But I couldn't exactly hide it, and so I cleared my throat. Well, I'm still working through the Fantasia license, which is just a 1-star mech in Iron Spirit. She's about 400 years old, so that's what I'm working with at the base. Benjamin urged me on, and so I shrugged. Well, I made the Fantasia 2R Fran Mark II and released her yesterday. Well, I was working on electrical systems, and so I decided to push my knowledge of that. I explained, going over my ideas of creating a fully separate component weapon and then designing the mech, even admitting to remaking it after, as I wasn't satisfied. It's a bit slow for an Axeman mech, no thrusters. I looked up and smiled at one of the older cousins, asking. Then I froze when I realized everyone was either nodding or making a few comments themselves. You all looked it up already, didn't you? I said a bit faintly, and got a round of nods. Even the people in the normie table were nodding. I ran a hand across my face for a moment before taking a breath. Speed is, of course, a major problem with Fran, yeah, but I simply couldn't solve everything. I already had to leave weaknesses in the armor simply to keep her from looking blobby. But the Mark II has much better integrity, so even if something punches through, it's less likely to take her out entirely. And in the end, I'm stuck using equipment and licenses from 400 years ago. There is only so much I can do. Suppose so. He grunted, and then another of my cousins, a woman that piloted the most brutish artillery mechs imaginable, if I remember right, grinned at me. Don't worry, Ves, I like your cute girly mechs. Ugh, I groaned as everyone started chuckling. It's the only license I have, I countered, earning even more chuckles as my denial only increased the teasing. I don't know, I think it snark shows a really focused mind. On something for sure. Another tease, and I really wished I could just smash my head into the plate of food. Soft chuckles from my right, and I turned. You too, Grandpa. Sorry, he said, not sounding sorry as he chuckled, but he reached out and dropped a heavy hand on my shoulder. It's impressive, Ves. Everyone is very proud of you, and looking forward to what comes next. Thanks, I said, turning away, 'cause now I was blushing for an entirely different reason. Stupid ears. They felt hot. I shook it off and started eating. I still needed to finish getting ready, and it was time to get some more math work done. And then I needed to figure out what to do next. Any ideas on what mech type I should make next? I asked, and was instantly inundated with every pilot at the table giving their own suggestions. talking over each other, and 3 fights almost broke out among the older respected generation of the Larkinson clan. The fighting only stopped when they all looked at me half crying as I laughed at how silly they were being. "Bye, V's," Kelly called out, waving as she walked past me on the porch. "Bye, Kelly. Have a good day at school." "I will, if I can take Corey." "Still no." She puffed up at me, and I just grinned. Then I stilled. "Kelly, what kind of mech do you want to pilot?" I asked her, and she stopped. She might only be a kid 6, 7. But I remember being that age as Ves. There was only one thing on any of their minds. "I want to protect everyone, like Dad," she argued, and I took that in. "A night mech, huh? Well, a big shield made me think of only one type." "Thanks, Kelly." "Sure, bye-bye." She skipped off, thankfully forgetting to ask for Corey again, as she'd throw a tantrum if I wasn't careful. A small girl with a big shield. I mean, that could only give one image in my mind. "Okay, Kohai, let's see what I can do." I started tapping on my knee, considering just what it would require. A shield, obviously, a big shield, overweight by an absurd amount of the Fantasia. Could I solve that somehow? Probably not. Better to just figure out a gimmick. Energy shields were impossible, despite being very in theme. Other than a heavy defensive shield, I don't think I could add many defensive additions. In the original generation of mechs, the current one stars, the only thing they really had was armor. You know what? That's not a bad idea. I've done armor systems for my mechs already, but trying to focus that, really hone it down, to make the armor system better than just chunks of metal block attacks. I checked the system, pulling it up and scrolling through as I kicked my feet idly on the porch swing. And there was an option. 200 DP, Lightweight Armor Optimization 1. I had that, and frankly, considering I didn't know how long I was going to be working with the Fantasia, I might as well. But I hesitated. What if I needed something else for the noble phantasm? Right. Calm down. Think of it in sequence. Shield first, then design the mech, but have some idea of both. I blinked as my comm chimed, and I sighed. Right, school. I'll think about it later. "Ves, I was hoping you'd call. New mech." "New mech," I agreed with Sam as the comm connected. "What do you think?" "Weird design, but I watched some battle footage of it. That thing is brutal," Sam said, and I perked up. "Someone already bought it." I started checking my comm to switch to my Iron Spirit store page. Yeah. No one here, unfortunately, but the pilot bought one, and I saw some of her battles. It's crazy. "What's up with the dress?" "Oh, I couldn't fit on enough MTTR batteries on the mech that would discharge at the start of the fight. With 2 capacitors, I hit the Iron Spirit limit for detaching equipment, but since I put it all under the cloth dress, which counts as armor, it's all part of the internal mech. So actually, Fran had plenty of additional equipment I could have added. Damn." I cursed myself. I could have added a few grenades or something. Ugh. Ha. Sam just started laughing as I face-palmed myself. "No, it's fine. She's fine as she is." I groaned. I could have adjusted her optics and gave her some smoke tech. Or just some smoke grenades at least. I even mentioned that her ability to get into the fight wasn't the best cause she was a bit slow. Stupid Ves. Meow. I jolted as Corey leapt up onto the porch swing and stared at me, and I shook my head. "No, I'm good, Corey. Thank you," I assured her, and she meowed and walked over to crawl into my lap. "Ves, nice mech." A second face pushed into frame, nearly knocking Sam over. "Thanks, Paul," I called back, grinning as the 2 boys started flailing at each other. "Okay, but seriously, stop it, Sam. That mace is crazy. I like it," Paul offered seriously, and I smiled, pleased. "I'm going to try and get into a match with one this afternoon. Maybe I can give you some first-hand feedback." "That'd be amazing, Paul, please." "Sure, man. I mean, I might as well run some solo matches. Not like Cloudstep is going anywhere right now." He offered and was pushed out of the way by Sam. "That bad?" "No, it's fine," Sam offered, trying to sound confident, so I just stared at him until he stopped lying. "We picked up some temps for last weekend's bronze tournament. It even allows 10 and 11-year-olds. Like, it's not impressive. We lost. Second round, right after we fought those girls that used your mechs," Paul added. "Ouch." "Yeah, well," Sam slumped. "I'm still trying to find more people to join. We just need someone that can follow orders and won't just instantly run off to die on their own." We have talented pilots, just not enough of them to compete. Every match being a 3 versus 5 isn't working. Yeah, maybe throw up some posters at the game store, maybe offer some try a day or so before. You can test some people in some practice matches and stuff. It's hard to do that. It costs money to put someone in a pod to try them out, and most of them aren't going to want to pay for themselves. We usually just hire outright, at least then they understand they're responsible for their own costs. Out of money. The shirts brought in enough for a while. Sam explained, and I laughed. I nodded, then I shrugged. Let's see, an hour of pod time. Say 10. I opened my com and gathered up the money and sent it. What? Ves? I'm your sponsor, right? That should be enough to pay for some tryouts at least. Go get 'em, guys. Ves, Paul pushed in, his face taking over the screen. I love you. You? Wow, dude, that hurts. Shut up. Sam pushed Paul and his fake pain out of view, sick of being knocked over so Paul could look into the comm. I'll get the posters set up right now. Thanks, Ves. Sure, guys, and don't forget, it's not all that. Have fun, make some friends who want to pilot with you, and don't stress so much. Sure, Mom, Paul replied from the side, and I threw a rude gesture at the screen before hanging up. Jerks. But hopefully they'd find someone they could work with. Paul had done me a solid before, so I didn't mind returning the favor. Finally free of my required daily schooling, I freed myself from comms for now and just took a walk around the compound. The grassy air, free of all the gremlin children, meant it was peaceful and quiet, as I wandered around. A small night mech with a large shield. In fact, the only feasible way to handle it may be to completely sacrifice a weapon. Especially if I wanted to make a shield like I was thinking. Maybe a backup sword. That would be doable, especially if it wasn't expected to be used much. No, if I added a sword, even as a backup weapon, someone would just grab the sword and shield thinking it was meant to be piloted like that. Then complain, limit the scope, shield and mech. Of course, even a night mech needed to do some damage. Missile pods, maybe? Shoulder weapons? No, that didn't quite fit the aesthetic either. I kicked a rock as I moved, pushing it back into the stone section of the grounds. A shield, but also a weapon. Too big to throw it around. The Fantasia simply didn't have the strength for that. Fran's mace was already way beyond what the chassis could really handle, and the shield would be twice as heavy. No, it would be a solid wall of armor to stop any attacks from getting through. So how does the mech work? It can't just be a mobile wall that's stupid. I sighed as I continued walking, basically pacing as I considered what to do. Obviously, the answer was some sort of weapon system. Could always just add guns to the shield, I guess. I considered it. That wasn't an entirely stupid idea. I mean, that was the concept of a lot of weapon systems. Put armor up, and then a gun to shoot back while you aren't getting hit. Simple, but effective. Also, shielder was Camelot, castle murder holes. Yeah, I could do that. Guns around the edge, or shooting through openings. Or just integrate the weapons into the shield itself. Lasers? Powering them would be a bitch. Unless I used a capacitor again. I really liked the capacitor system. What laser weapons do I have the license for? How many could I integrate into another system? And how much power would they need to fire? How long could I keep them firing? I hesitated for a moment, realizing that I was going to need to do some actual math for this, if I could figure out how many shots per weapon, and I could figure out the optimal amount of weapons to integrate into the shield. So I had to do math. Fuck. Okay, so I have a few options. I whispered to myself a list of all the laser weapon licenses I had hovering in front of me. The original Fantasia weapons. Both laser pistol and rifle. They were shit, but cheap. Did I want to just stick with these? Upgrading to something better might be smart, but that would cost more credits. I shook it off. Do the math, check the weapons damage, then decide. Problem was, I was trying really hard to figure out the math, and it just wasn't mathing. Ugh, I was messing it up somewhere. I took a break, falling back as I considered it. More and more, the idea of the shield was coming into focus. A wall of metal, a dozen or so guns integrated into it, and with the pull of the trigger, they would all fire straight forward, giving the night mech a cutting weapon at range. I could probably overcharge the firing system as well if I had enough juice. which would mean more math to figure out. Plus, I don't even know how to do that normally. Electrical engineering meant I knew how to physically add more energy into the laser rifle, but whether that would just explode or not. No idea. I started pulling up the system. I had almost 500 DP, surely there was something I could get. Of course there were, but many of them were expensive or niche. Laser pistol optimization isn't exactly what I need here, I whispered. I needed directed energy weapon optimization. That was 500 DP, half as much as I needed to just upgrade physics anyways. Ugh! Then it hit me. I was building this backwards. If I could create a component first, why couldn't I create a component second? No, that was stupid. What I meant was, if I could create the mace, then build the mech, why couldn't I build the mech and then the mace? It would give me the DP I needed. I looked over at Corey. Should I try something potentially stupid? I could waste a week or more of work if it messes up. Meow. She replied, as always, completely unconcerned with my mere human desires. I walked over and picked her up from where she'd been half napping on my desk, pulling her up to my face. By her armpits, as she stretched out despite being a mechanical cat. You are incredibly useful sometimes, I told her, pointedly not mentioning the times she was the exact opposite. Meow. I know, but moral support is important, even if you don't care. At least telling me to do it would help. Meow. I just stared at her as she stared lazily back. Then I started shaking her around slowly as her legs and tail hung long from my hands. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at me as I treated her like jello for a bit. Meow. Okay, I'll stop, I said as I noticed her claws coming out. I kissed her on top of the head and put her down on the bed and flopped next to her. Okay, fuck it. The worst that happens is my shielder doesn't integrate the shield properly. She'll still have X factor, and she'll still teach me something. Win or lose, I learn, I reminded myself. Okay, put the shield and weapon system aside. I concentrated, the throne of heroes in my imagination. Another branch split off. Shielder. And what a shielder she was. Small and cute, but armored like a knight, and ready to jump in front of her team to save them, no matter the danger to herself. Carrying a massive shield, a weapon onto itself. Shielder, let's get started. Marie Totez, what's got into you? The question was matched by a calm silence. Marie was always angry, had always been angry, but why would that mean she always showed it? I want to go pilot some more. The request was calm, stated simply, and she'd considered exactly what to say before saying it. Something she'd never done before, and yet she'd had to learn. If she raged out in the Fran right away, then she'd just get shot down. Slowly she'd come to realize, keep the rage in and release it only when it was time. School, parents, everyone had always said not to be angry, to calm yourself when you started getting heated up. Breathing exercises or mental bullshit. But they'd never said keep the rage in and then use it when it was time. A simple concept, but something she'd learned from piloting the stupid mech she'd bought a few days ago. But she was out of money, and so to get what she wanted, she had to keep the rage in and unleash it only when it was time. You're actually practicing right, not spending it on something else. The question rankled, but she didn't let it show. Keep the rage in, let it out when it was time. You can fucking check on me if you want. She snapped, despite herself she hadn't considered her words enough. Stupid. He looked at her and sighed. All right. She felt that surge of victory as a handful of credits were passed over. Enough to get a few hours of piloting. Good. Not sure what happened, but you've been calmer. It's good. Go have fun. He offered, she didn't reply. Any word she had for him would have come out angry, so instead she hurried off. It was kinda nice, actually. She'd always felt like screaming at them, raging at anyone that annoyed her, but just not talking to them meant she wasn't constantly tired, constantly fighting everyone, stupid fights that weren't important. If she kept it in for when it was time, she could unleash it all, her anger. She made it to the game store in a rush and slapped the credits down. The man just nodded and set her up. Good, no need to talk. She looked at the board. It would be 20 before she got her turn. Damn. So she waited instead of talking, instead of getting mad at some idiot kid that was ahead of her. She just sat and watched the battles on the screens. Nothing would change if she let her rage show now. She wouldn't get a pod faster. So hold the anger in, and soon she could unleash it all. Her feet didn't tap angrily, wasting energy. She didn't feel the need to scream and rage. She just felt calm. And the angry undercurrent was there, but placed. Her breathing was calm as she waited, and for once she was just okay with that. Okay with the anger, it didn't feel toxic anymore. And being calm in class had meant the teachers had left her alone. She was only one disciplinary infraction away from getting kicked out. And yet, it felt like that wasn't going to be a problem. The end of the week was another piloting test. If she could pass it, she might even be okay. As freaky as that was to say, she might actually pass the class. The time ticked down as she watched the battles, and then it was her turn. She slipped into the pod, into the cockpit of her mech. "All right, Fran, let's do this," she whispered hotly, her voice hard as she threw herself into a battle. The moment the screen changed, she was already working, activating the capacitors, filling her mech. The desert she was in wasn't optimal. Hopefully it wouldn't be a flying mech. That would really piss her off. Still, she did what she could. Charged up, she marched up to the top of a dune and left her surprise. Disengaging the dress, she pulled herself free and then walked away from it, turning back just to see, making sure it had stayed upright on the dunes. The dress and all the mostly empty batteries were hanging there, in a faint image of a mech, or rather in the faint image of what she'd looked like in the dress. A decoy. It was silly, but the batteries and struts holding it together did give off enough heat and energy from the discharge to the capacitors that it had worked. She ducked down, trying to find her opponent, when suddenly smoke started pouring over. The fuck? Shit. She quickly pulled back, moving out of the tail end of the smoke, trying to stay down when her audio suddenly shrieked. She flinched and there was a crunch. She smiled. Her mech's legs suddenly lurched forward full speed, mace raised up. Someone had gone for the decoy. She roared as her bridal chest opened, as the energy flowed her heartbeat in time with the lightning, with the rage she felt shooting from her mech. Rage was their power, and it was time for this little sneak to feel it. She smashed into the mech and the decoy in the smoke, mistaking the distance, and they both went tumbling. Suddenly Marie felt the blade stabbing into her mech. Foolish. "Discharge!" she roared as the bridal chest did just that. Lightning went everywhere as the entire capacitor released itself. She just laughed as the skittery little mech that looked kinda like her Fran, actually. Well, it jumped away, rockets flaring, trying to make distance, but scored and scarred by the lightning. Fran would be too, but who cares? She rose up, checking her systems. The smoke was still here, blinding her, but she had a mostly full capacitor still. Should she transfer power, or keep her Fran running at 110%? The question stuck in her head, but a spark from her mace caught her eye. "Not done yet, huh?" "Okay." She transferred power, and the orb, the capacitor inside the mace, started flaring up, power causing it to glow as the entire weapon reactivated. Just in time. She didn't hear it because suddenly she couldn't hear anything, the sound in the pod screaming at her as she flinched, and then a mech landed on her back, stabbing. She couldn't reach it, couldn't get it off in time. She raised the bridal chest above her and activated the magnet to maximum, even as her mech started taking damage, as Fran's system screamed. She half-dropped the mace, letting it fall behind her, and with a thunk, she felt instead of heard the magnet attached to the mech. "Rah!" she roared as the mace once more discharged, this time while actually connected to the little assassin. There was no jumping away, no escape, as all that energy flowed right into the little mech, meaning she managed to pull it completely off her, swinging the mace. "You win." She was breathing hard and heart-pumping. Huh. Puny mech. Chapter 19. Honestly, Shielder would be easy. The only difficult part was making sure she'd be strong enough to carry a massive shield, but otherwise she had no crazy gimmicks, no vector thrust, nothing like that. I just needed to make a solid mech and everything else would come with the shield. So I set out to work, taking the ideas from Fran to expand her to be stronger, and then shifting to use something closer to Lance's design when it came to the shape of her armor. Once again, I realized I was probably making an absolute mess of the armor, that her internals, despite my new electrical engineering, would be a pigsty. and overall she just wasn't as good as I needed. But that's what learning was for. As long as I improved, then that was okay. I stopped as my late-night alarm once more rang out, and I looked at the mess of assembled mech. In fact, I'd gotten a bit distracted getting the haircut right. The sensor strands cut and shifted into a sort of bob. It felt important. I woke up the next morning to a flurry of activity. I do believe Aunt Loria lied, because while it wasn't Monday, it did feel like half the kids had lost their bags they needed to take with them. Once more running around helping out, as I was a kid that didn't need to get ready, I spent the morning wrangling random bags from random spots after the kids had decided together the night before that if they didn't have their bags, they wouldn't have to go to school. Grandpa Benjamin had been forced to get involved, which had embarrassed many of the parents of the kids, and made all the kids shamefaced. But slowly everyone trickled away and I grabbed my school stuff. Ugh, it was going slow and I was starting to get frustrated. Math wasn't exactly my best subject at the best of times, and trying to learn this enough to be useful was really lame. That's definitely not the look of someone studying. I pulled my wrist away from my eyes to look at Aunt Loria. She was smirking at me as I hung half off the porch swing, my leg dragging on the ground as I just huffed. Math? Ah, that'll do it. It's important though. I know. I agreed. I was actually making amazing progress on the coursework itself. I'd started behind thanks to Ves and his bullshit, but even as far ahead as I was still just working on high school math. Fuck. Come on, what's wrong? She nudged me and I groaned as I sat up. I've been trying to focus on my math work. Before I had the idea for being a mech designer, when I was just, being stupid and angry. I fell behind. So I worked hard, spent all class for the last 2 months, just doing math, catching up, going past it. I'm practically done with the semester, but that's good. But even with everything I've done over the last couple months, I have a math problem, or rather what's basically a math problem while trying to design a mech, and I have no idea how to even start setting it up. Oh, that's not so good. What's the problem? I shrugged and told her, I'm making a night mech with a massive shield. The shield is going to have lasers installed into it as the only real weapon on the mech. That way I can focus entirely on the shield and mech without having to worry about the mech needing to aim like a rifleman or anything. Designing the arm just to carry the heavy shield without worrying about other weapon systems will simplify it. Okay, I'm following. So I have a power source and I have a few weapon licenses that I could break down to their components to make the lasers in the shield. But I need to figure out which is best, how much power they'll need, how many I can add, how many shots they'll have. Ah, I get it. You're trying to figure out what's optimal, and the math is beyond you. Exactly. I don't even really know where to start. Well, while I'm not an engineer or a mech designer, I do know math. I can help. Why don't you pull up the numbers? She offered, pulling out her own comm, and I felt slack-jawed for a moment before I grinned. Yeah, that'd be great, thank you, Aunt Loria. She just laughed as I pulled up my licenses and started showing her numbers, energy requirements per shot, and she started quickly inputting it into, well, it kinda reminded me of Excel. Space Excel. After a while we hammered through the numbers, and finally, there you go, she offered, showing me the result. We probably still missed something. Range and all that was a number we hadn't considered, but the most amount of firepower I could field while still getting a few shots. Laser pistol and increments of 12 was best, for either number of shots or pure amount. I never would have figured that out. Probably would have just picked a random number and went with it. Heh. Well, I guess that makes me an apprentice mech designer now, she said cheerfully, and all I could do was fake bow to Her Majesty. I'll happily take you on as an apprentice anytime, I offered, and she laughed, her voice like a bell, as she reached out and squeezed my cheek. Maybe if you can afford me someday. I'll definitely consider it, thank you. Huh. All right, now while I'm happy to help, I do think you still need to finish your schooling time, right? Yeah, definitely. I grinned, at least the biggest issue was finished, and learning math could return to just being a slow process instead of something I needed right now. Sam Allen Smith. Sam looked at the game store. As usual, it was busy, but they'd purposefully picked a slow day. After they'd put up the sign-up sheets, they'd given it a few days to spread around. Any real push for excellence Cloudstep had was long gone. Bad tournament after bad match had cut out their rep. But Sam wasn't going to give up. Free playtime to come try out might just draw a few that were actually interested. At this point, the team didn't even care if they were younger, as long as they wouldn't immediately tear off and ruin the match for them. Sam felt like he was buzzing. This was his chance as team manager to make a difference, bring in new talent, get them on board, and more importantly, see his friends prove their skills. John came in and Sam relaxed. He'd been worried as the other boy hadn't confirmed he would show up. "John, hey. Sup, Sam. Sorry, had some family stuff," he replied, but he was here, so that was good. "No worries. Just help me measure any melee pilot skills." "Sure." Paul came in next, waving a hand jauntily as he sauntered up. "Anything yet?" "We had it set for 5 minutes from now. You're just in time," Sam said, looking at the paper on the table which, well, might as well. He lifted it up, and since it was already folded in half, it stood up. "Team Cloudstep tryouts. Nice," Paul added, and Sam gave him a smirk, even if Paul was half teasing. "Just gotta let them know we're here," Sam said, and then all three boys took a seat. Sam started looking around, as did the others, and suddenly he realized they were looking around like they were expecting someone to just walk right up. No one did. "Well, this is going great," Paul said a bit bitterly, and Sam slumped in the chair. "Dang it." "Hey, tryouts, right?" A voice picked up, and all three boys looked up. The new boy was younger than them, but Sam smiled brightly. "That's right. I'm Sam, the team manager. This is John, our captain, and Paul, another member. What's your name?" "Zach." "All right, Zach, take a seat. So I get free game time to show off, right?" "That's right. We'll cover you for the time we test you, and you'll get some games out of it." "All right, so let's do that." "We just have some questions first," Sam offered, but the boy looked irritated. "Why bother? Just let me show you how I pilot. That's the only thing that matters." And Sam realized this wasn't going to work. "Next!" John called out without hesitation, causing Paul to start laughing, and Sam couldn't keep a straight face either. "What? No, you need to see me pilot." "No thanks, we aren't taking you," John said without hesitation, and everyone was nodding. "Fuck you then." The little guy dropped his biggest curse word and then stormed out, earning laughter from the group. "Man, you were right, Sam. A few questions first definitely makes this easier." "What can I say? I'm used to dealing with arrogant potentates," Sam replied slyly, and then jerked to the side to avoid Paul swiping at him. "Fuck you." He cursed in the same tone as the little kid, and they all laughed again. But then they looked around. Other than the people playing in the pods, well, it was quiet. "Any word from Vance?" he asked, and John scowled. "Haven't seen him. He's not returning comms either." "Wait, seriously? I thought he was just busy or something," Paul asked, surprised. "No one has gotten in touch with him since the tournament," John said simply, and all three of them frowned. "Are we looking for 3 then?" "We aren't replacing Vance. Something might just be up with him," Paul said, and while Sam wasn't quite as sure, he nodded. He liked Vance and certainly didn't want him gone. "Not saying that, but unless he actually gets back engaged, we might have to do something," John replied. And that was that. "Hey." A new voice, and all three boys jolted up, because it had come from right behind them. All three twitched and looked. Hi. I'm John. Nice to meet you." John replied, trying to sound calm. The girl that was standing in front of them looked at them flatly. "You guys are looking for a new pilot, right? Team Cloudstep?" "That's us, and yes, please, take a seat. We've got some questions." "Yeah, sure," she said with a shrug, and then moved around, entering their line of sight. A girl. That could be huge. "So first off, I'm John, the team captain. I pilot a swordsman mech. I can introduce myself." Paul cut in, then smiled. "Paul, I'm a light skirmisher mech. Nice to meet you." "I'm Sam. I'm just the team manager." "Valerie," she said flatly, and then looked between them. "I pilot a light assassin mech mostly. Don't ask me to be a rifleman, I suck at it." "That's fine. Assassin. That's an interesting description. Well, how about we start by getting your Iron Spirit account ID? We can look you over." "Yeah, sure," she said, and all three boys held back smiles at her name. "I made it when I was a kid. Thinking of changing it." "Sure, we can help cover that if you want." Sam offered, getting side-eyed from the other two. Hey, it was a good thing to have her update her name from something so silly, and if she decided to join because of it, then they had another pilot. Oh, hey, she's one of Ves's. I'm what? She said at Paul's shout, and he looked up and flipped his comm screen. Oh, the Ripper. Hey, nice. The three boys all instantly noticed that all of her last matches had been piloting the Ripper. What does that mean? Is this a joke? No, Ves is the guy that runs Lark Industries. He's our sponsor, Sam explained, waving his hand. We were all there when he put the Ripper in the store. Paul even has one. Yep, I showed it off a bit. Not really my thing. I like faster mechs, but it was an interesting experience. How do you handle the speed problem? Being so small, but acting like a skirmisher mech? I just sneak around, she replied awkwardly at Paul's attempts to strike up a conversation. You know the designer? Yeah, Ves, he's our age, goes to our school. Sid, seriously? Yeah, and he's your sponsor. He's the one that paid for the game time for our tryouts today. Has a Team Cloud Step t-shirt and everything. He's awesome. Ah, but he's on Rittersberg right now. His dad just got pulled into the Mech Corps again, but if you want to meet him, he'll definitely come hang with us again. She looked a bit off at that, but she slowly nodded. Okay, that could be interesting. I'll have to tell him we found another person piloting his mechs. We fought two girls in the last tournament that piloted his Saber and Lancer. Ugh, my sister pilots the Swordsman mech, she said flatly, and that made Sam smile even wider. Ves was getting crazy popular. Well, I think that goes over most of our questions, since we already know your mech fairly well. How about we get into some matches? Yeah, all right. I'll do it, Paul shouted before John could get up. As another skirmisher and someone that's piloted her mech, I can give the best estimation. Besides, John, you need to stay here in case someone else comes, right? Paul offered, practically in one breath, not waiting a second to hear any argument before turning to Valerie and smiling. Sam didn't even hide how he rolled his eyes. Oh well, he was kinda right. John just shook his head. Go on then, take her through it. And don't be stupid, be serious. Always. Sam quickly got up to pay for the time, once more thanking Ves for covering it. Sam retook the seat just in time for another younger kid to walk up and ask. Let's see if this one could actually get through the questions this time. After school, there was just one thing to do. Settle in and continue working on Shielder. Again, she was honestly incredibly simple. Another capacitor system was the only complex adjustment in her entire body. Otherwise, she was a fairly standard mech. Just take the Fantasia and upgrade the entire body from feet to head to handle a much higher weight. Almost the entire project would be stripping out her internals and trying to reinforce her arms, shoulders, chest, and legs to be able to handle carrying around a massive shield. Otherwise, she was just a mech. Well, still Shielder, still the mech that would support her pilot, but just nothing fancy. No weapons, no real advanced systems. Solid, that's what Shielder was. Solid. As I worked, I got a chirp on my comm and took a moment to check it out. Sam, just had a girl show up that pilots your Ripper. She might join the team. I looked at the comment and then laughed. Ves. Awesome. Tell me how she does. Heck, tell her I'd love to hear what she thinks of it. Sam, will do. Huh. That's cool. An assassin mech, huh? Not sure how functional that'll really be in a battle, but it's better than nothing, which is what the team had so far. I returned to my work, wishing them luck as I started forming Mash's armor. Shielder. Dang it. This was Jackie and Ripper all over again. Oh well, either way, I guess. John. Well, that was another bust. 11-year-olds were hard to deal with. Thoughts? Sam asked, and John just sent him a look. He hadn't had to sit in a pod trying to walk a kid through a battle without him just tearing off to go die. Yeah, okay, Sam replied, looking away. Man, this is hard, he whispered. Just one more good pilot. Valerie was a shoo-in. Paul had spoken positively about her, and frankly, even if she was terrible, she was probably in. She listened, and sometimes that was good enough. He once more checked his comm. Nothing but no replies from Vance. He was supposed to be here. How could John vet someone into the team without his team's okay? What if there was a personality issue? What if Sue wanted to come back? No, that was stupid, and he knew that. She was long gone. happily joined an entirely different team. Stupid. Or, I guess that's all we can do today. Sorry, Kitty, a voice called out chippily as a girl came out of a pod showing her empty wallet to another girl. It's okay, Linda. I have, well, not enough for another hour for both of us. I know. It's okay. How about we go do something else instead? Think there's another tournament this weekend? Maybe. The other girl replied, and then John noticed above the pod the screen. He knew those mechs, and more than that, he recognized them. Hey, John called out, and the girls noticed as he looked right at them. Remember me? He asked, and the two looked a little startled, but then one of them pointed. It's you. We fought you last time. We almost had you know. Next time Kitty and I will totally crush you down. I remember. The other girl replied much more calmly, if a bit awkwardly. You were really strong, she told him, and John smiled. Well, now this was a chance. Hey, we're holding tryouts for Cloudstep. You both had a lot of skill. Why don't you come over? I'll pay for an hour of your game time to test you out, so you'll be able to pilot some more. One of the girls almost instantly leaned back like she wanted to refuse, but the other jumped. Perfect. We can battle some more, Kitty. How about it? I don't know. Hey, I noticed that last team you were on fell apart, and well, we're much more stable. Ignore Vance so hard right now, John. So why not give it a try? Besides Ves, the guy who made those mechs you pilot. He's the one sponsoring us today, so technically he's paying for you to pilot the mechs he made. How about it? Both girls perked up at that and looked at each other. Okay. Yes, the other girl cheered at the first's calm acceptance, and John smiled. These two had talent. The swordsman mech girl had nearly beaten Paul after all, and that said something. Come on, we'll go through a few questions and get you in the pods to see how you do. We'll blow you away. Team Kitty Bear never loses. Linda, we lost to them last time. Never loses. Chapter 20. The physical form of the mech I was looking at slowly spun around in the 3D model. Mash, shielder, she was coming along well. Her armor made her look knightly, with a bob cut of sensor hair. Her body was taller and stronger than a normal Fantasia, more like Fran. Armored arms leading into a chest plate with a hint of curves, mostly since she has a capacitor fitted into her chassis, just like most of the mechs at this point. She might have terrible endurance, but for that short time she'd have all the power she needed to fight. And in Iron Spirit, where the battles tended to be fairly quick, that was more valuable than a longer fight time. I'd even given her cloth folds hanging down behind her that would hopefully billow in the wind, catching the eye. But she had no weapons, just a mech as well put together as I could. Okay, system, let's see if I'm right. I spoke. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2 R-mash, just mash for now. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R-mash. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R-mash. Base model, Fantasia 2 R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Scout. Performance metrics, aesthetics, C+, armor, C-, carrying capacity, C+, endurance, C-, energy efficiency, D, firepower, F-, flexibility, F-, integrity, C, mobility, D+, spotting, C, X factor, C, result, deviance, 7.5%, performance improvement, -40%. Evaluation. Converting a light scout mech into a weaponless mech is certainly a choice. Stronger lifting potential and more aesthetic form still leaves this mech powerless. A pure thread of X Factor runs through this mech. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 0 design points for completing an original design with a negative performance improvement. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. Well, that was about what I expected. No weapons means the system registers it as a very negative performing design. But that's okay. With an extra 500 points, I'd made a massive upswing in DP. Okay, now I was very tempted to save until I hit 1,000 and upgrade something like my physics or metallurgy skill, but I shook it off. I already knew what I needed. First, I needed Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 1. The skill would improve all of my lasers, which were practically the most common weapon in the universe. Everyone used lasers, at least somewhat. With that, I would have 466 points left over. So, what else should I get? Well, other than weapons, armor, of course. No, Ves, you'd already realized you needed to do this. Stop hesitating just because you were almost at 500 DP and wanted to buy something bigger. Armor was big. 200 DP. Lightweight Armor Optimization 1. 500 DP. Directed Energy Weapon Optimization 1. I quickly purchased both before I could hesitate. I jolted a bit at the installation of new knowledge, settling back on my bed as I considered what had just filled my mind. The experience of working with light armor systems, the know-how of someone that often had to adjust and optimize the armor, and a laser maniac, someone that knew the ins and outs of laser systems, a mech tech that worked on them every day for years, the designer that had a mech that used them, so had learned a lot. Then I looked at Mash. Ew! I cringed at how badly I'd settled the armor across her body. So many weak points that I'd thought were strong points. So many spots where the armor just merged into each other instead of being solid plates to help reinforce. I'm a fool. Meow. Eee. I grunted from around Corey's paw as she bapped me on the face. She'd been across the room and had totally expected a freak out. I don't know whether that says she's much smarter than she lets on, or I'm a dumbass, because I hadn't even considered it. Thanks, Corey, but I need my face back. Meow. Okay, before anything else, let's go through and optimize Mash's armor. No, I should make the shield, then combine them together. Yeah, that's smarter, just in case the armor needs to be changed anyways, with the heavy shield potentially taking up more weight than expected. Okay, first things first. I once more opened myself to the throne I was creating, to the image of Mash, of Shielder, and started forming the image of her noble phantasm. I had a firm mental image of it, a round shield with a massive cross attached to the front, a tower shield of sorts, a very fate weapon, a shield representing Camelot, a shield made to protect as powerful as a castle wall, and then the spirits connected. The drain once more increased, but it wasn't quite as bad across the network. Fran had been selling okay, and her stronger X factor seemed to be bringing in more power. Good, I once more started working. Shields were thankfully much easier than mechs. The Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating was quickly spread out in the correct shapes, attached and connected. I spent a little time working on the grips where Mash would hold on, but that actually expanded to 2, and then I shrugged and made 3. 1 in the direct center and 2 to the side. Mash could hold it with 2 hands and could either be completely behind it or adjust herself a bit using the extra hold. Then just as I was getting into the flow, as I started thinking up ways to line the grips with energy transfer points, my alarm went off. Just a few more minutes. Ow. Hey Corey, don't jump on me. Okay, I'll go to bed. I'm shutting down. Stop jumping on me. Another gem, huh? I whispered the next morning. It was the weekend, and so I didn't need to run around and manhandle the kids to get ready for school. Instead, I was just relaxing, getting ready for the day when I noticed the little kitty body I'd put down for Corey had something in it. I picked it up and smiled. While these would be super weak currently, everyone could be a slight increase to a real mech I make later on. Who knows, with the right combination of everything, I might end up with a masterwork. Probably better to not, actually. If there is one thing that would get every MTA higher up on my tail, it would be a masterwork mech too soon. Or maybe I should not worry about it. It was a rare thing to accomplish, and unlike Ves from the book, I wasn't planning on marrying Gloriana. That woman was crazy, and not in a good way. Honestly, I think their working together was a negative more than a positive. Her design philosophy was all about making the perfect mech, something I could respect. But it also meant she couldn't handle the truth that you can't always have everything. Sometimes you need to just let something go, a sacrifice for cost, or performance to get something else. Hey, it's fine. I was going to avoid the hexers like the plague, so I'll probably never run into her. The last thing I needed was a yandere chasing after me. No crazy yanderes for us, okay, Corey? I said, kneeling down to scratch Corey. Meow. That's right, 'cause nothing good comes from that sort of relationship. Someone that doesn't respect you is no good. Corey rolled over, and I went from scratching at her cheeks to her belly, only to stop instantly as her claws came out. Meow. Okay, no belly rubs, I understand. I whispered gently, taking my hand away and going back to her cheeks, which had her wiggling happily. Silly cat. Not that I was looking forward to the Friday coalition either. They were certainly better than the Hexers and had sorta won even with all the advantages Ves had given the Hexers over time. So at least if I allied with them, which the Bright Republic should, it would mean I should be fairly good. But Ganso, one of my cousins, had literally kidnapped Ves in the original book at the orders of a bright general. I can't remember the name of. Dang. Either way, the kidnapping had been to deliver Ves to the coalition like a slave, to force him to make mechs for the Friday men. A reminder that the culture here was far more sinister in many ways. I could end up with enemies without even knowing it. Hell, I knew for a fact the Hexers would do the same, kidnap or assassinate me if I got powerful enough and was helping the Friday men. Fuck. For now, though, I just needed to worry about the Vesians and the next war. I was 14, and Ves had gone to Rittersberg University of Technology, which, according to my knowledge, was a 5-year program. He was in his early 20s at the start, probably 23. 22. It depended on when he finished his normal schooling. Either way, I had probably a decade or so until the war started up again. And if I wasn't really doing something amazing by then, I'd be drafted onto some ship in the war. I wasn't a coward, but also I hated that idea. No, I'd have to be good enough that my mechs were catching attention enough to drag me into the backlines to help design mechs for the war. That was definitely a goal. I wanted to build mechs strong enough to protect my family when the war began. All the kids making a bunch of noise outside my room right now as they ran around and played would either just be joining or a bit too young. But if the war lasted long enough, if they were drafted too, yeah, let's hope not. Picking up Corey, I carried her outside into the noise of children enjoying their weekend, running around and causing havoc in the morning despite it being early. I walked out to the porch where I'd started claiming as my spot for the most part and flopped into the porch swing, settling in with Corey on my stomach as I laid down and just relaxing. The Larkinson compound, despite how busy it was, sometimes was nice. I did miss the clouds, though. I pulled up my wrist and looked at my comm. MASH needed to be finished, and I was ready to finish this. The shield pulled up, and I looked it over. I'd started working on the internal energy systems, but it was time to take another step forward, integrating a second capacitor into the shield, and just as I thought that I cursed myself and forgot all about the fiber optic to shift the light of the capacitor around so it wouldn't just light up the weak point. I went back and lined the entire shield and then the internal circular half of the shield as well with the fiber optic, giving the entire shield a bit of a light show when it was active. Okay, so now to start really preparing the weapon systems. The laser pistol the Fantasia came with was exactly what you'd expect for the secondary weapon on a light scout mech. A plinky little thing. But the thing about lasers is, even weak lasers could do serious damage if enough beams hit. 24. It would give the shielder even less endurance, but would definitely do enough damage that even heavier mechs wouldn't want to face it head-on. Which was kind of the point. A part of me wanted to somehow combine all the beams, focus the attacks instead of a light shower turning them all into a doom laser. But I simply wasn't really going to be able to reasonably do that. Someday Shielder MASH would get her doom laser shield upgrade. Her noble phantasm would be feared. But not today. Today we were growing, so each blaster disassembled, removing the outer casing, would be fit into locations integrated into the shield, and would simply fire forward, a mass volley approach. Facing Shielder would be like rushing at a castle's wall, a simple wave of firepower enough to push back any too aggressive. Of course, sight was an issue, but that was what the rather excellent sensor hair on the Fantasia would be for. Hopefully it would be enough when the shield was active and firing. Once I designed the integrated laser blaster, I was able to fairly easily copy and paste what I had done, shifting them into different sections of the shield. 12 on the inner of the shield, and then the other 12 spread out a bit wider. It felt right, The little circles spread around the shield, lasers ready to fight, to protect, wiring the blasters to all flow to the capacitor, and then the capacitor to the grips so Mash could add her own power into the shield if needed for a bit more endurance, took forever. And when I was done, I was once more reminded that despite having a much better electrical engineering knowledge, I still felt far behind. Messy. There were places even just from my own look that if it was damaged would knock out multiple blasters. For a shield that was no good. So I started reworking it, trying to spread the cabling out to ensure that if something did pierce the shield, the weapon could keep working. Then once I was fairly satisfied, despite how the sun was dipping low and only take a few breaks through the day, I turned the shield around. I'd done a fairly good job with the armor while making the shield, but now I knew where the weak points were, and lightweight armor optimization was going to put in work. I needed to reinforce the outside as best I could, ensure that the shield couldn't be pierced so easily. I made good headway before finally stopping to eat dinner with the family. Ves. I looked up as I left the bathroom, having just cleaned my teeth after dinner and was stopped on my way by my little cousins. What is it? Which mech is better? Susie says the big one. I looked at them and then looked at the screen they were watching. Oh, mech cartoon. I moved over and settled on the couch, taking a spot by shifting a few little cousins around. Well? Hold on, let me see, I assured them. Well, to start, it was a cartoon, and the mechs weren't real, so I couldn't comment on that. But that one, that's the hero's mech, so since he's fighting for his friends, and people, that's the better one. Told you. The shouting got a bit loud, but I quieted them down as I watched. Huh. The hero even had a dog companion that was rather well drawn. Wasn't there something about the MTA ensuring Earth animals were well known to humanity, so they'd have better ability piloting animal mechs? Huh. Propaganda. Oh well, I'd watched enough shows made to sell me toys in another life. One made to be obsessed about mechs couldn't do any more damage to me. Okay, last day of the weekend. Let's see if I can get Shielder out. Honestly, not having to do any rocket science had made the design process faster. That and Shielder was a fairly simple mech overall. No need to worry about crashing into mechs like a Lancer. No need to rocket jump like Ripper. Just a strong baseline mech and a weapon. I continued to work on Lord Camelot. The shield was looking nice, with all the armor flowing well into other plates, and the fiber optic merged into the shield. It took most of the morning and into the afternoon before I was finally satisfied with the way the armor was layered. It was the best I could do without spending an exorbitant amount of time trying to eke out a few points more performance. And then I smiled and once more sent off the license to the MTA. Okay, so now to work on MASH and… Oh, I feel like I just threw up in my mouth, I whispered, raising my hand to cover my eyes from staring at the disaster I was looking at. At just how absolutely fucked I'd made her armor, it was a mess. I groaned. This was going to take some time. Every adjustment to her armor would mean an adjustment to other parts, and I'd have to start basically from scratch. That's fine. She was a test bed model right now, a prototype. I was working up to the Mark I shielder, which probably would fit better than what I had done with Fran. The first model would be a prototype, and the completed version joined to the Noble Phantasm would be the Mark I. Yeah. Okay, right? Focus on the armor, Ves, and get to work. It looked fine, aesthetically, but the more I stared at it, the more I could see messed up kludges. So let's strip her down once again and get to work. Time for an upgrade. You've been distracted. Huh. I looked up to see Melkor staring down at me, or at least probably doing that, impossible to tell with his visor. This entire weekend, all I've seen you do is work. You're distracted. Oh well, yeah. I'm trying to finish my next mech, I explained, sitting up, and Corey grumbled at me as she was forced to adjust herself to sitting on the porch swing as I rose up. Sounds fun, he said dryly, and I just grinned. It is. You probably won't get much out of my next mech, Melkor, but I'll do a sniper mech at some point. Huh, don't really play Iron Spirit, Ves, but I appreciate the thought. Why not? It's good practice as a pilot, right? Just not my thing, he admitted as he moved over and sat down. Something up? What, I can't come hang out with one of the only cousins around my age? No, chair's always open for you, I said instead, and he looked at me funny for a second. The only reason I could tell was the way his head tilted and his mouth pulled into a wry smirk. What? You're so weird now. You changed. Everyone changes, I decided to say, simply playing it all off. The fact was, I was different from the original Ves. Even outside of his attitude after failing to be a potentate, I was a very different person. Ves had been greedy, arrogant, a bit of a scoundrel. I don't think I really had the same personality. Yeah, well, you did a lot of changing since the last time I saw you. Everyone is talking about you, you know? Yeah, I said half laughing. Most of them are making fun of the mechs I've made, I bet. I said laughing, but Melkor wasn't. No, they've noticed. The older cousins, and your grandfather too. They are all talking about you. Heard them. Hacked them, you mean? Maybe, he said, smirking, but figured you should know. People have their eye on you. Some of them are making plans. What kind of plans? Mostly asking around to see if a journeyman wants to take you on. I frowned at the idea. Doing apprentice work would be terrible. I wouldn't be making my own mechs, would have to work for someone else. Or would it? Would the work I do count towards DP? Would I be able to help on a design and get the shared credit by the system? I shrugged. Thanks, Melkor. Hopefully they think to run it by me first. But I appreciate the heads up. Sure, he offered, and then stood up and just walked away. What a weirdo. Chapter 21. The next morning I was once again thinking about what I should spend DP on. After the evaluation for the Lord Camelot, I had a bit more points to work with. Design evaluation, Lord Camelot component. Component type, shield system. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient knight mech, heavy shield. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B-. Endurance, D+. Firepower, A. Flexibility, F-. Integrity, B+. X factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a shield designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. A massive shield made for a small mech with an odd weapon system, and yet a pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. The evaluation wasn't anything I wasn't expecting, but it was still good to get another 500 DP for it. Now I just wondered if I would get 1,000 more for joining it with MASH. Let's hope. No answer from the MTA yet, but that was all right. I had way more work to do on MASH's armor than I had expected. But that brought me back to my new surge of DP. 820 DP was enough for more skill systems. No. As much as I wanted to do even more upgrades to MASH, I really needed to get 1,000 DP and upgrade more of my main skills to apprentice. That would be more valuable than a dozen more sub-skills. Probably. No, be strong, resist the urge to splurge, and save for the big upgrades. Okay, right. Back to working on MASH. Her armor was coming together. I'd started at working my way up, and thanks to the better layering I could now do, the armor was taking up less space, which meant I had to rebalance everything. More armor, or strengthen the internals more for better mobility while carrying Lord Camelot. A bit of both, probably. Which was a long job. Once again, I was basically working entirely through MASH, through every inch of her interior, and reinforcing and upgrading as I went. It made me realize just how little I truly knew, how many stupid mistakes I was making every moment, and yet, I loved mechs, bad or good or great or terrible. It didn't matter where my skills landed. This was the greatest thing I'd ever done. And I hadn't even made a real mech yet. A real piece of metal and wrath piloted by a man to fight. Gee-hee-hee-hee-hee. Ves? Huh? I looked up and blushed, realizing I wasn't just alone in my room, but outside on the porch. Sorry, just had an exciting moment. I commented and then quickly stood up and headed inside. I could go hide in the bathroom for a bit before the day really got started. The kids were in school, and my own school time would start soon. The comm alert made me sit up from where I was looking over another math problem, grinding through it, one thing at a time. The MTA approved my second license, I whispered, and then felt nothing but utter glee. The only thing left was just finishing MASH, and Shielder would be complete. That's good news then, boy. I looked up and smiled. Uncle Grennan, an older man that long retired from the Mech Corps, was out playing Neo chess with another uncle, and they both had heard me. Yeah, I'm still reworking the mech, but with the component accepted, she'll be ready soon. Damn good thing to hear. You keep at it, boy, and you'll be a true Larkinson. Don't you give up. Never, I said half laughing, and got proud smiles and nods from both men. The temptation was there to quit the class for the day. I could. It was really just me keeping an eye on it, and it wasn't like old Ves wasn't notorious for doing just that when he was actually in the classroom, but I was allowed this freedom to take classes from home because I'd earned some trust, and it only took one time to ruin that. I sighed and rubbed my face. I need some water. I decided, getting up and heading inside, I'd get a quick snack before returning to my math and, well, I guess I should submit it to Iron Spirit real quick. There that way, I felt like I was both doing some mech stuff while also keeping up with my schooling. Once that was done, I headed back out. It was a nice day. I'm Catherine Wilson. All right, Kitty Breakwright, take down the skirmisher trying to flank. Yes. She agreed and was moving, her heart was pounding. 5 versus 5 matches were an entirely different thing than what she was used to. Even if they were piloting the weakest old mechs, and for the most part everyone was just her age, 5 versus 5 was the peak of what happened at this tier, and it meant despite everything, you were fighting the best of the best. And team fights were so much more nerve-wracking. What if she failed and the entire team lost? What if... Not now, she demanded of herself, focusing. She had a job to do. She skidded around the corner blade first and was right to do so. The skirmish mech, the Kibble Star E, the same skirmisher that Paul piloted. The fastest ground skirmisher in the entire tier. And Kitty was already engaged. She swung her blade, fending the mech off as it darted back, trying to avoid her blade, while sinking its own blades into her mech. But she'd fought plenty of the mech by now. It was fast, but only in one direction, and stopping and going wasn't its best thing. If you needed a mech to cross a battlefield, the fastest, it was what you wanted. But if you wanted a mech in a fight, it was still really strong. That speed also meant it had terrible leaps, but all Kitty had to do was keep her sword in between her and the mech, and any leap would skewer the lightly armored skirmisher. Normally Kibble Star E, pilots would just circle slower mechs, or bound away, leaving them in the dust. But the Saber wasn't slow either. Sure, she couldn't hope to keep up, but all she had to do was keep the pilot on the back foot and keep her blade in between them. And she'd completely stopped the Kibble Star E from doing anything. The crash above her nearly had her flinch, nearly had her jerk her sword to defend against the explosion. But that was just Linda. Fierce Bear God. She'd said she had a plan to take out the enemy Flight Lancer mech, and so Kitty had put the mech out of her mind. Fierce Bear God was always someone Kitty trusted, although that was parts of her mech raining down on them, so it was probably a double KO, and Kitty really had no idea how Fierce Bear God had managed to smash into the flying Lancer, considering the Lancer she piloted couldn't fly. She focused as the Kibble Star E reacted, jerking back, running straight backwards to gain a lot of distance, and then just juking to the side, leaving Kitty alone in the street. Crap. The skirmisher was doing its job. If Kitty was out of position now, the Kibble Star E could just go help harass someone else. She made to follow and turned the corner just to see the mech already disappear around another bend long ways away. That's not fair, she whispered, tired at just the thought of chasing that mech down. Fine, she'll just have to improvise. She couldn't contact John anymore, so go for the back line. She started running, relying on the sensor system to try and locate something to fight. There, not her sensors, but just her eyes. A long laser shooting over the city, an enemy rifleman. He'd be there. She made her move, hurrying to try and find the hiding place of the enemy and cut them down before they gunned her down. She started searching. What had Paul said? Go in circles, keep to cover around where the enemy was firing from. They might move, so don't assume they are there. Go confidently but cautiously, something like that. She was in the general location it had to be. She jerked just in time as her blade came up and tried to skewer the Kibble star E. He had doubled back. Whoa! Hey, it's me, easy! Paul's voice cut in, and Kitty jerked back just before trying to keep attacking. Sorry, Hey, it's cool. You're jumpy. Looking for the sniper? Yeah. And the enemy, there is a Kibble star E. Is there? Crap. Okay, we need to finish up here quick then. I'll circle around fast. Keep an eye out for the sniper. He demanded and then rushed off down the street, his mech's blade-like legs absolutely cutting through the concrete as it raced along. Then a laser shot out and nearly got him. There! She saw it and charged even as lasers kept firing at Paul. Hurry, hurry! And it was above her. How? She couldn't jump that high. She couldn't do anything. She felt worthless. She couldn't reach the enemy, and they could just keep attacking, keep doing whatever they wanted. Her hands clenched the controls, and she felt the saber's grip on the sword. No. No, she was overthinking it. If she felt helpless, then she just wasn't swinging her sword enough. The building it was on. Her heat blade module activated, and she swung, dragging her blade across the side of the building, grinding, and then the entire thing started tipping. She pulled her blade free and ran, just avoiding the building falling over, and she saw it. The sniper activating a thruster module to try and jump away. She charged in, but before she could catch him, Paul was there, leaping up and both blades sinking into the sniper. It dropped as it died. Good job. Hey, that was perfect. All right, Kitty, we're moving. Right, she agreed and followed as quickly as she could. These battles, they sure were intense. As much as I would have liked to have MASH finished quickly, it took another couple days of tinkering until finally I was satisfied. The slight changes that light armor optimization let me perform were enough to fundamentally alter the entire mech from top to bottom. It reminded me of just how complex these things were, and the fact that it wasn't really a scientific reason. Mechs were this weird because of the introduction of exotics, when a tiny pebble in the mech made it 20 pounds lighter than it should be, or made the reactor put out a certain percentage more energy. For no reason, it tended to cause some oddities. And so a mech designer was meant to take in that part, and through, well, science wasn't the right term, but feeling and experience alter the design to better handle the alterations. I was a shit mech designer, but I was able to touch on something almost no one else was with my design spirits. Of course, unlike a certain book character, I wasn't going to throw myself entirely into the spirit side of the mechs. No, I loved mechs, not for what they could give me, or the reputation I could earn, or even the money. So I wanted to treat the mech as important as the spirit. But for now, I simply wasn't that capable. It was done. Shielder stood there in front of me. After completing MASH's internals, I'd added one final addition. All the MTTR packs. But instead of adding them to MASH, I'd added them onto Lord Camelot. They were connected to the front of the shield, and the entire thing was covered in cloth, giving it a sort of strange aesthetic, making it look more like a normal tower shield, more square-like, but even larger. Honestly, I just thought it was best to overload the shield instead of the mech this time. With that, the energy for shield and mech were complete, and it was time. I think that's the best I can do. System, tell me what you think. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Fantasia 2 R Shielder Mark 1. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R Shielder Mark 1. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R Shielder. Mark 1, base model, Fantasia 2 R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, Knight. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, B. Armor, B-. Carrying capacity, B-. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, D+. Firepower, A. Flexibility, D. Integrity, C+. Mobility, F. Spotting, C. X factor, B-. Result. Deviance, 7.5%. Performance improvement, 26%. Evaluation, converting a light scout mech into a night mech with an oversized shield. The strength of the mech is only just capable of performing its role. The image of a small girl standing against all odds adds to the aesthetic sense. A substantial presence of X factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X factor over the original. Only 500 DP. Actually, that sort of made sense. I'd made 1,500 for Fran, 500 for the bridal chest, and then 1,000 for combining them. For Mash and Lord Camelot, I'd made 500 each, and another 500 when I surged to B X Factor. Nice. Very, very nice, I whispered to myself, looking at the completed shielder, and the fact that once again I'd confirmed that I could surge a mech to B X Factor, and that I could do it in any order. Mech first or component. As long as they were joined together, it seemed to work. Before I could get distracted with my DP, I quickly rose up from my bed where I'd been working and moved to the Iron Spirit account. Submitting Shielder only took a few moments, and with a few changes to her cost, once more dropping her to the absolute minimum for maximum sales. I posted her. And done, I whispered to myself, flopping back. My head hurt from staring at mech internals for the last. The sun was down. Crap. I rubbed my face, decided to get up. I should take a shower and let my brain stop working for a while. Okay, let's be honest. It wasn't like I was going to stop thinking about mechs even in the shower. Huh. Brian Williams. No, no, no. He scrolled through the mechs on the Iron Spirit page. His dad was still telling him he needed to find a mech type to specialize in, but he just hadn't found anything that felt right. Skirmishers were too weak, swordsmen were too finicky, riflemen were boring, artillery mechs were hilarious, but so slow and tedious to pilot. He'd bought at least one type of every mech and had piloted it for a while to give it a try. Nothing had ever properly stood out to him. He stopped. A new mech. Lark Industries. Oh, he'd heard about that one. The mechs were becoming kinda popular. He'd seen the... Fran? Yeah, that was it, the crazy thing with the giant mace. It had been hilarious when it came rushing at him in an artillery mech. He'd ended up just stepping on the small axeman, and that had been that. But it had caused a lot of damage before he'd won. A night mech? He looked at the image, a massive tower shield, and then as he turned the image, a tiny little scout mech in knightly armor behind it. Puffed. What is this? He couldn't even see any weapons on the thing, but he checked the designer notes. 24 lasers? That was actually a lot. How would you even power something like that, or not overheat? Ah, it was all in the shield. Then how did you power it? Capacitor system? All right, so it might actually work. He looked at it. It was currently half off. Not like he had credit troubles, but his dad had been getting on his case about his mech spending, especially since he hadn't actually found a mech type. He shrugged. Purchase confirmed. The little pop-up appeared and he nodded. All right, well, he got up and headed for the gaming room. The VR pod was set up there, and he slipped inside. Iron Spirit booted up instantly. It wasn't like anyone else used the thing. His dad had it installed when he became a potentate, so he could get as much training time as he could. He loaded up the Shielder Mark I and just put himself in queue for a match. He waited a few moments, but then it started. His vision was completely blocked by the massive shield. He grabbed it by the handles, and instantly he could almost hear the mech's limbs groaning as he tried to shift it. Slowly he managed to sort of scoot it along. Well, this is stupid. His energy system started beeping. Right the capacitors. He mentally flicked the switch, and he could almost see the energy start flowing into his mech through its arms as the lights on the shield started glowing, even through the weird cloth wrap it had on it. His mech started glowing too, as the capacitor started charging. Okay, fine, that was kinda cool. 2 points for that at least. -10 for being too weak to actually lift the shield. Charge complete. The system chirped and he nodded. His mech felt stronger, energy flowing through it. And then something hit him, or rather hit his shield. He rocked back as an explosion hit the shield, but that was about it. Missile? Yeah, missile lock confirmed. Someone was blind firing missiles, but he was in a night mech. He held the shield tightly and adjusted it, and another missile and another struck the shield. Well, he couldn't move, but he seemed okay even so. Where exactly were the 24 lasers again? He wasn't seeing any firing trigger. Stupid thing. The missiles stopped after that and he peeked out. The front of the shield was a mess. The cloth that had been layered on the front was burned off, and all that was left was weird broken masses. It looked ugly. No wonder he'd put cloth over the front. His sensor chirped. Around the corner came a mech. Missile racks along its shoulders, and in its arm a laser. It looked at him. He looked at it. Then it brought up the gun and fired, and he dipped back behind the shield. Fuck, this was stupid. Come on, fire the lasers. Nothing. He couldn't even get the firing system to activate. Okay, stupid mech, how do you fire? He quickly pulled up the designer notes. If he ever met this designer, he was going to punch him in the nose. There. After charging, disengage MTTR batteries to activate combat mode. Finally, he found the battery disengage system and popped it, and instantly the cloth around the shield was ripped away as a loud thunking noise echoed off the front of the shield. He peeked around. The rifleman mech was staring, and he looked from it to the front of the shield. Oh, it looked like an actual shield now, and his targeting system was active. Also, the shield was suddenly way lighter. He lifted it up, and the targeting system activated. Firing, he called, pulling the trigger. And a hail of lasers reached out. The rifleman, watching, no doubt confused at what the hell was going on, seemed to stumble and then rush back for cover as the entire area he had been in was suddenly splattered with attacks. The accuracy wasn't the best, but Brian had to laugh. It was like an entire team of riflemen suddenly firing. Sure, the accuracy sucked, but no one wanted to face that many blasters. Okay, this mech was still dumb, but at least that was kind of funny. He picked up the shield and started charging. It was still slow, but yeah, the mech could pick up the shield, awkwardly as it was. He made it to the buildings, then peeked the corner, only to shift the shield as another missile was fired towards him. The missile crashed against the shield, and he felt one of his blasters go offline. Well, that sucked. Whatever. Thinking quickly, he just shifted and tilted the shield out from behind the cover, then fired, filling the street with spray as he adjusted himself back behind the shield and once more started chasing the fleeing rifleman. Okay, that was really funny. Watching the poor idiot run away constantly as he just slowly chased him down was actually amusing. That's right, idiot. No one cares about your stupid missiles. Run away. He roared out as he continued chasing. Then he came around another corner, only the rifleman wasn't there. Huh? He just barely saw it. His sensors caught it just as he looked up, and the rifleman came down, having somehow gotten on top of a building and then leaping down. He tried to shift the shield, but it was out of place, and he went down in a crash, Mech screaming. The rifleman brought up his gun to bear as Brian realized he'd been knocked completely prone. Which is when the shield came down and the rifleman realized. The weak mech, with its finicky arms made for very precise movements, reached up to stop the shield, but instantly its arm gave way, and Brian imagined he could hear the yelp as the shield just kept moving. Crushing both of them, Brian was stuck under a rifleman mech, and his shield... I can't move. He whispered aloud and then face-palmed. At least the rifleman was also completely pinned. This would be a tie. Not unheard of. What a stupid mech. He grumbled as he waited for the game to realize both mechs were out of action. Chapter 22. It's certainly interesting. The cloth comes off when you pop the batteries, revealing the actual shield underneath, I said flatly. Not the first time I've had to explain this to nosy family members. Oh, is that so? Grandpa Benjamin asked. He'd stopped out on the porch the next morning before he left for the day and took a seat next to me to chat. Yeah, here, I'll pull it up. I quickly pulled up the original Lord Camelot design document and showed it to him. He paused to look it over before nodding slowly. Well, that certainly makes more sense. The cloth is used so the batteries all count as internal items, which bypasses the detachable equipment loadout rules. I explained, and he sent me a look that had me smirking a bit. They'll probably update the rules at some point. Maybe, but if they do, then I'll make another change or something. Either way, I'm still practicing and learning a ton. Shielder. I made multiple complex remodels of her interior space, as well as her armor and systems. She's barely a Fantasia at all on the inside. That's impressive. You're learning a lot. Tons. I'll be doing a study on either metallurgy or physics next, depending on the mech I build. Depending on the type of mech, I assume. What's on your mind? Ah, well, metallurgy is obviously better armor, and I did just do a lot of armor advancements with Shielder. Physics is obviously weapon systems and thrusters and, well, lots of stuff. So the decision is either a mech that uses a lot of weapons, I think, or something tough. Well, your rifleman wasn't very good. You mentioned it was done in a rush. Yeah, I suppose I could design a new weapon and actually try and remake it. Riflemen are one of the most common mech types, so I should make sure I know what I'm doing. It would likely be a wise decision, but I don't know. Maybe something slightly different. When I made Shielder, I had to just integrate a bunch of laser pistols into the shield, but I did want to try and combine them to make the attacks much more powerful. Maybe a mech with a powerful laser weapon system I design. That? Well, I would say I'd like to see that too. I looked at my grandfather, who I realized wasn't really pushing me any way or another, just sort of happy to talk to me about my interest. I grinned. I think the rifleman will have to wait. I need to do a lot of research into laser tech to properly handle that sort of thing. I think I'll make something more like an artillery mech. You'll have to create a much larger mech for that. Not necessarily. I still only have the Fantasia, but if I just make the weapon system large but still capable of being wielded, it'll be more like a heavy rifleman than the normal soldier type or sniper type. Ah, I know what you mean, more like a mortar mech. Oh yeah, that would be it. I look forward to your work. I have reached out again, but Marcus was quite firm. He couldn't use you without you finishing the test. What? Oh right, I forgot. I said, Marcus Grine, the head of Grine Mech Works, was a family friend. He'd made my uncle Ark's mechs before Ark had become an expert pilot and had advanced beyond the guy. Still, getting some hands-on experience at a mech workshop could be really fun. I did still need to learn assembly skills to make sure I could properly put together a mech in the real world when I made one. Well, that, and even in the game, I still had to actually assemble my mechs in Iron Spirit, which was always a bit of a mess. I shook it off. I'll take a look at the test and see where I am now. I've learned so much since I got started. Heh. Well, it's no rush, Ves. I just thought I would mention, unfortunately, I haven't managed to find you a good teacher for it. Have you thought about university? No, actually. I admit, laughing at his look. I think my goal is to find out if I can be a mech designer before I even get to college. If I can make a real mech before I would start college. That's my goal. All right, he said simply, although I could tell he didn't quite like the idea of me not going. Let's set that as your goal. But think about the universities as well. You could learn a lot in one. Thanks, Grandpa. I said, not agreeing or disagreeing, but just thanking him for looking out for me. Good. I have to get going. I look forward to hearing how your new mech does when I get home. I'm sure everyone will have seen a few battles it took part in. I just laughed at that. Yeah, there were already a few purchases so far, so I'm sure I could check Iron Spirit to see if there were any recorded. Would be interesting to see how Shielder did. I took the afternoon off. Instead of focusing on starting the next mech, I did exactly like I had said I would. I jumped on Iron Spirit and with some digging started finding recordings of my mechs in action. Not just Shielder, but Fran, Lancer, Saber. I even found a few matches with the Archer, although, yeah, that wasn't as good. Either way, it let me decompress a bit. As much fun as it was to make mech after mech, sometimes I really did need to just sit back and enjoy the fruits of my labor. And watch some awesome mech battles. Iron Spirit was realistic enough that I could barely tell that I was looking at a game system and not real life as the mechs clashed. And that meant I was seeing my mechs actually perform on a battlefield. Well, the battlefield of 400 years ago, so more like watching some medieval reenactors, but with mechs, which was actually a fucking awesome thought anyways, so yeah, cool. I watched some matches. Lancer, Artoria Lancer to be specific, had become a bit of a wild draw in the Lancer pilot community. Not everyone liked her, as the most favored Lancer type was actually aerial mechs, and the fact she was so small meant her charges weren't as powerful. But the pilots that ended up trying tended to talk positively about her. That, and there was one pilot that had over 100 matches with the Lancer. Apparently she'd smashed so many other pilots, she'd gotten a bit of a reputation for the little mech, which meant Lancer was one of the most purchased of my mech designs, which was nice. But Shielder was interesting. As a knight mech, obviously it was less effective in 1v1 matches, and the users who bought it and took it into those kinds of matches did less than great. Yet, 2 versus 2s, there wasn't anything bigger yet, but it was like Shielder became a different mech. I watched a match where Shielder and a rifleman fought off another team, working together. Shielder always there, shield thrust into the way to block attacks as the two worked together. Shielder, mash, she was there protecting her senpai. That's all I could see. I really wish there was some way to reach out to pilots as a mech designer to ask them their thoughts. Well, I guess technically I could just message them through Iron Spirit. Considering it for a moment, I shook it off. No, it had only been a day. Let the mech pilots experience it for a while, but those 2 versus 2 matches had gone much better, and Shielder was a fairly effective defense platform like that. That was how knight mechs were meant to act, though. So maybe it was just efficiency actually playing a part. Either way, I flicked my hands and flipped to my system page. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice. 3D printer proficiency 1. Business, incompetent. Computer science, novice. Electrical engineering, apprentice. Mathematics, incompetent. Mechanics, apprentice. Speed tuning, I. Jury rigging, I. Metallurgy, novice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Spiritual weapon creation, physics, novice. Impact mitigation 1. Lightweight armor optimization 1. Directed energy weapon optimization 1. Evaluation, has no right to be called a mech designer. Yet perhaps a glimmer of possibility. 1,386 points. I shook it off. I knew what I needed to get. 1,000 DP. Physics apprentice. I hesitated, my fingers hovering over it, before just pushing down. The knowledge was intense, and I lay there for a while just contemplating what I had just learned, what I'd just stuffed into my brain. Was it enough? Could I make a caster like this? Maybe. Crap. The ability to synchronize so many laser systems into a single larger attack. I don't know. I scratched at my hair in a frenzy for a moment. Calm down, brain. Just think. Could I build the mech capable of holding the weapon? Did I have a proper idea for them both? No. I kinda wanted a mech with a larger weapon, what Lord Camelot could have been, but I wasn't sure that it really fit for a caster. Man, I wish I could make funnels. Caster Medea running around with hovering blasters would have been just perfect. But I don't even know where to start with that. Funnels and that sort of drone weapons did exist, but they were rare. Too easy to get hacked into, although I suppose in a game like Iron Spirit, it was less of a big deal. Still, maybe I should upgrade Archer. Even if I did, that would be maybe 1,000 points for the weapon and bringing it up to a BX factor. No, better to stick to something new. The idea of a mech with a large laser cannon, I liked that idea. But it wasn't really caster, was it? That was more an archer. Or a rider. Would that count? Riders were known for their incredibly powerful noble phantasm, but lower other abilities. Doable. But it sort of missed the point of rider in my mind. A rider should ride. No, I'll make a new archer instead. It couldn't be a Maya, but was there another archer I could think of that was the type to just fire all out? Ishtar, maybe. She did have her constant massive beam attacks. Fuck it. Ishtar it was, and I'd make her but the weak no. Stop being stupid, Ves. I chuckled to myself at the idea anyways. Okay, Archer Ishtar with her mambo-jumbo weapon. I hesitated for a moment before pulling up the comm and actually looking up history on Ishtar, which surprisingly I did find. Now what was her noble phantasm called? It was the giant bow thing she had. All I remember was it had to do with her destroying a mountain. Okay, nope, can't find anything accurate enough. Mountain breaker it is, I decided. First the weapon. A weapon, like a ballista, but concentrating all the energy it could into a single thunderous attack. I focused, gathered that image in my head, then converted it into what I knew. Lasers. It couldn't just be two floating pieces. No, it would have to be a solid weapon, but I could still be inspired by it. Ishtar and her mountain breaker. And with that, the ideas were set, the spirits were created, hooked up to the throne of heroes. Now I just needed to figure out if I could even make what I was thinking of making. First off, I went through the store to check on similar weapons. Large laser cannons weren't unknown, of course, but they were expensive, far more than I was willing to spend on a component license, so I was truly on my own to figure out how to get this to work. Thankfully, I had two things going for me: enhanced physics and directed energy weapon optimization. I broke down the problem instantly. I wanted to design a laser that was much more powerful than the piddly rifle that I had from the Fantasia, which was going to be more than just making the internals of that weapon larger. That wouldn't work. But I could start from there. I broke down one of the laser rifles, looking at the internals of the weapon. Battery system, to laser propagator, to focusing lens. That was basically all it was at its core. So the idea was to try and not make this incredibly expensive, so how many laser propagators could I have going into the focusing lens without it exploding? Luckily, the system's design tool was fairly accurate, so I ran a quick experiment. I cobbled the shit together to create a simple laser array, and then a system behind it to have two propagators firing into the lens. They were shooting at an angle, which according to my knowledge would widen the beam considerably unless I designed another focusing lens to hone it back down. But for now, I fired it in the simulator, and it exploded. Welp, this was going to take some work. Valerie. "Hey, killers here," John the team captain called out, and Valerie just rolled her eyes, as she lazily brought up her own hand and walked over. Most of the team was here, already surrounding a table in the game store. "Val, yes, tell John he's being silly," Linda called out, and Valerie scoffed. "If John is telling you something, it's probably important. What's up?" "I'm trying to get Linda to stop hyper-focusing," he replied, and Valerie just raised an eyebrow. "Seriously? She's one of the most effective members of the team." "Yes, and she could be even better. She locks in on one target and that's that. She doesn't shift when a better opportunity comes up. Remember that game yesterday where she chased the skirmisher around the entire match?" "Ah yeah, the squirrel." Linda deflated, and Valerie felt bad for the younger girl. Unlike herself, Linda had talent. "Relax, Linda Bear. We're all trying to cover up our weaknesses." "Oh!" Linda cheered up instantly, smiling brightly at Valerie's words. "Cute." "Shut up." She wanted to kick John for making a joke when she was trying to help him with Linda. Ugh, being the oldest girl was such a pain. John was a good captain, but terrible with dealing with the girls, and so Valerie had ended up pseudo-assistant captain, which she was awkward about since Paul had been a pilot a lot longer, and he was better than she was. And they both piloted light skirmishers, even if they were effectively different according to their tactics. "Okay, fine. So, what do I do?" "Just, okay, so you see an enemy in front of you and you charge at them, right?" John explained, and Valerie leaned back, sipping at her drink she'd brought, letting him try and explain tactics to an 11-year-old. "Yeah?" "But as you're charging, you see to your left a swordsman mech about to attack. Valerie. Valerie kills him, and I just charge at my first target." Linda replied instantly, and Valerie nearly choked on her drink as she started laughing. "Okay, sure, but Valerie is already fighting someone and they are surviving." "Okay, so I shift to strike the guy sneaking up on Valerie." "Exactly, but what if you can't see Valerie? But you still saw the swordsman sneaking up. You can choose to keep chasing the mech you first saw, that's running away and it'll take time, or you could shift and sneak up on the swordsman while he's sneaking up." "Okay, so I strike the swordsman." "Right, but what you've been doing is just sticking to your first target. We need to work on your situational awareness if you see enemies in locations that can attack an ally." John. Valerie cut him off as she had just watched Linda's eyes glaze over. Maybe we stick to one idea at a time. He laughed and nodded. Right. Okay, so from now on, you see another target. It's okay to switch around. Okay, I can do that, Linda replied, and Valerie smiled at her, showing she had done well, which caused Linda to blow up in a wide smile. So when do we go fight? Linda asked, practically bouncing in her chair. Seriously, a ball of energy, that one. Made Valerie tired just looking at her, but she was sweet, although not quite as sweet as the speak of the devil. Kitty, Linda cried out loudly, standing up on her chair and waving an arm into the air as the quiet other half walked in. Where Linda went, Kitty was there in her shadow. But they worked together. Kitty was the better tactical mind, but she was also more likely to fall into the back and just stay quiet. Linda helped her speak up, and Kitty helped Linda see the bigger picture. And then Paul was the last one. Team Cloud Step, something Valerie had never been sure about, and it had felt weird joining a team in the first place. Ripper didn't really need team assistance. It was an assassination mech, meant to surprise enemies, which arguably was easier in team fights, but it wasn't like Valerie didn't have fun fighting alone. But she'd seen the offer, and, well, part of her wanted to prove her sister wrong. Valerie could fight in a team, could contribute, and could do well. She wasn't weak like Sarah said. She could do this. Hello, everyone. Linda, I brought this for you, Kitty offered, pulling out a scarf and offering it to her friend. Everyone eyed it up, and Valerie fought off the smiles as she saw the little bears on the scarf. Wow, it's amazing. Bears, I love bears. Linda screeched, and Valerie winced back, but Kitty just had that little smile on her face when Linda was being Linda. Those two were literally sugar-sweet together. It was almost sickening. Here, Paul called out, skidding into the store, and much like his favorite mech, he nearly slipped and slammed into some of the junk around the entrance before catching himself and hurrying over. Finally, you're late, John said, and Paul just shrugged. I got stopped by Vance, he said, and John went utterly silent as the two boys looked at each other. Then Paul shrugged. He's on another team. Apparently didn't want to actually tell us and just expected us to figure it out when we saw him battling. Pfah! John started, then stopped and coughed into his fist, hiding the curse word from the two kids. Forget him. We got an ace team here. Well, we got a team. We're still a bit heavily tilted towards light mechs. Valerie pointed out and John nodded. We are, but that's fine. At our rank, the pilot matters more, and we have the best pilots. Come on, let's get some more practice in. Yes, I'll crush them all, Linda cried out, and Kitty giggled as she got up, following after her friend. Well, the team was cute at least, even with the kids. Chapter 23. I watched as the simulator ran the test, which then exploded. Again. Progress, I called out. It had exploded, sure, but not in the same way, and in the same spot. I'd managed to angle the altered lens, which I'd only known thanks to my directed energy weapon optimization, to take in both propagators, but it was causing overheating issues, which I also sort of knew how to handle, altering the barrel where the energy was focused, different angles, different width of the material, and slowly the barrel was actually coming together. But while a lot of my attempts were just throwing stuff in the simulator and hoping it would work, I was also solidifying some of the knowledge I had, and hopefully learning enough when it was time to add in more propagators. Just two. Not nearly enough damage for what I was looking for. Actually, couldn't the gun also fire only one propagator at a time, even after the alterations? I might be able to do a sort of minigun-style alternate fire mode. That could be useful. Probably. Super death lasers were the focus, though. Okay, a few more adjustments to the way the lens honed the blast, and it should stop tearing through the barrel. Unless I wanted to do some sort of wild firing laser. No, while that would certainly have a look, it would enter in a variance on accuracy that would just piss pilots off. It would certainly piss me off to fire a gun and have it miss, because the beam shot in the wrong direction. So the barrel still needed to be honed, but thanks to my skills I actually kinda knew how to do that. I knew the theory on how anyways. Mostly, I rubbed my nose. My brain wasn't very good, honestly. Stupid brain, if you were better you could do this easily. So I focused back up, start from the beginning, the propagators, and then move forward. Lens, then control barrel, and then the final lens. I could do this, I just needed to actually math it out, to actually figure out all the complex technical aspects of lens and light disbursements. Rocket science was honestly easier. At least with that I could just guess, and if it was good enough, it was good enough. It's fine, just keep hammering at the problem. Brian Williams. Well, hurry up. I'm coming. Brian grumbled, ask him to play, and then demand he play a certain mech type. What a jerk. Saul was lucky that Brian was known as the kid that had every type of mech, and that he didn't have a lot of friends and was willing to play with these dweebs. He looked between his mechs and frowned. He only had 2 night mechs. It wasn't an easy class to play solo. Most night mechs have basically 0 combat power, just enough to fend something off, unless they attacked from behind. But he could use the Keelar Firestorm, a stupid name. It turned out because the flamethrower was neither fiery nor a storm, but anemic. Or the stupid Lark Industries Shielder. He sighed and clicked the Firestorm. All right, let's go. He called over the comms as he readied up, and soon the battle began. He wobbled forward, shield up and flamethrower in the other hand as he moved to guard the backline. But as usual, the Firestorm proved to be kinda shit. He flamed the swordsman that charged around the corner at him, but even using the shield as a wall and the flamethrower full blast, the swordsman smashed into him. With a swipe, his flamethrower exploded, and Brian had a few moments of his mech alarms blaring before he got the death screen. Crap. He waited listening to comms, although he was muted until the match ended in their defeat. That was crap, Saul grumbled, and the sound of him punching the pod echoed out. So much for the kid with 100 mechs. It's not that many. He countered, grumbling himself. It wasn't his fault they lost. What a crappy night mech. Seriously, did you kill yourself in that match? The flamethrower sucks. The shield and armor are still good, though. Sure. Don't you have something better? No. You don't have another night mech? I do, but... Then switch to that. Come on. Stop wasting time. I want to actually win today. Brian grumbled as slammed the buttons and switched to the shielder. They better not say anything about it being a girl mech. Then the countdown started once again, and Brian gripped the controls. He knew what to do. Just don't forget the stupid batteries this time. The match began, and he charged the capacitors, feeling his mech charging up, seeing the light spread across his shield, and then once it was done, he flipped another switch and the shield popped, the batters falling as the cloth cover fluttered away, revealing his real shield. What mech is that? Hey, clear comms. The shout was instant, and Brian was thankful he didn't have to explain. The map was a forest this time, which was less great. A city would have been better. He shifted, rushing to join the backline. His job was to hold off any assault and protect his team. His heart was pounding in his ears as he took his position, and he felt himself scanning the tree line. He was on edge, surprisingly, but in a good way. He felt a flash of light, and he was there, shield in the way, as the round rang out, echoing as it deflected off his shield. Hey, good cover, the sniper mentioned as he shifted behind Brian and took up a position using him and the shield as cover. A dozen more rounds suddenly rang out, and his shield thudded, but it held. Only one laser went offline from a lucky hit. I can't get a good shot. Trees are in the way. Let me see if I can clear it then. Brian called out and pulled the trigger. The shield exploded out, lasers shooting into the forests, blowing up trees and cutting through foliage, and the rifleman that was hiding in the woods jolted and fled, running for cover. A moment later, Brian's teammate fired, and the rifleman jolted but kept going. He's damaged bad. He won't try that again. Good job. Thanks, he commented, and then shifted again as a skirmisher burst from the woods in another direction. That was the direction of his team. Did they get taken out? He fired again, and the skirmisher juked, managing to circle around faster than Brian could traverse. So he stopped firing. His shield was low on power now anyways, and instead he just focused on keeping the shield in between the skirmisher and his teammate. You won't hurt them, he growled even as the mech prowled around. His sniper was scurrying to keep behind him as well. The sniper rifle wasn't optimal at this range, but he was actually pretty good. Instead of trying to aim his clunky rifle, he pulled out a small holdout pistol and started firing, taking pot shots from behind the shield. It was all they needed, though. The skirmisher had to start dodging, and Brian smirked. Fire! he roared out, pulling the trigger, and where the rifleman had been far enough away to get away with a scorching, the skirmisher was too close. 23 laser beams shot out, like rain washing over the mech, and his little skirmisher started getting torn apart. But he felt the negatives. His mech was getting more sluggish. Okay, stick to just blocking now, Brian. You don't have the power for any more crazy attacks. His will felt firm. Nothing would get past him to hurt his team. You okay? Fine, I said, looking up and then smiling. Janzi, sup? Sup? She asked, then shook her head. The girl was a year or two younger than me, one of my cousins, and would be an important character in the book. A future expert pilot. But for now she was a cute little pre-teen. It means what's up, so what's up? I don't know. I saw you laying out here on the grass, face down. Oh yeah, I'm just brooding. It's the cool thing to do, I assured her. Totally not lying badly. I was totally not brooding. I was crying into the earth because my tears into the grass was the only thing I was good for. A buffoon, a lumox, a stooge, incapable of the most basic things. You sure? Oh yeah, totally. I sat up and brushed myself off. Corey was off somewhere or another. I think she'd gotten catnapped by some of the kids while coming to stop me from crying like a bitch. Come for a visit? Yeah, Mom wants me to ask my uncles some piloting questions. She admitted quietly, a bit awkwardly. Still struggling. I've been practicing with a swordsman mech, but I don't know. It doesn't feel right. Yeah, I imagine it can be hard to figure out your specialization. Come on, let's head inside. I stood up and waved at her to follow, and she did. Janzi was a sweet girl, and I suppose I knew at least partially the answer. What else have you tried so far? Oh, a rifleman, everyone starts with that. A skirmisher, 'cause Dad used one, but that wasn't for me. Right, then a swordsman? No, I practiced with a lancer after that. Ooh, lancers are fun, I said, although I didn't really know that. It wasn't like I could pilot. She gave a shy little smile. It was okay. But I wasn't very good. Okay, so maybe something slower. What about a night mech? I asked quietly, and she frowned a little. It's slow, but very strong. Everyone needs night mech pilots to hold the line, to protect the team. Maybe, she said, not sounding very interested, and I just laughed. She'd either go for it or maybe not. Maybe Janzi would pilot rifleman mechs this time instead. Who knows? I dropped a hand onto her head. You'll figure it out, and whatever you finally get comfortable with, you'll do great. I know it. She shuffled a bit awkwardly for a moment. There you are. A woman I recognized as Janzi's mother came popping out of the house. Honestly, Jan, I look away for a second and you disappear. I talk to your uncle, come on. Right. Bye, Ves. Have fun, I called out as she rushed off to catch up with her mother. I just sighed once she was gone. Ugh, all this time, and it felt like I'd gotten nowhere with the laser system. It was complicated, and honestly, I think I needed a better math skill. There was number crunching I needed to do to figure out light waves and crap, and I just had no idea I was going to have to level up math. It was just a simple fact. Fortunately, I was making DP, and I was fairly close. So maybe a couple more days if the sales of Shielder keep up, and maybe I'd buy it. Stupid 500 DP, stupid math. I'd been actively working on it for months. I guess I shouldn't expect such massive improvements in just a month of semi-daily work, but it still irritated me. Fine, I looked around for a bit and found Corey glaring at everything as one of the little cousins had a tea party with her. Wouldn't be so bad if Corey wasn't completely covered in ribbons, and the tea, which was just water, kept getting splashed on her. There you are, Corey. Sorry, Liz, I need Corey. Oh. I know, I'm sure she had a lot of fun with you, but it's time to end the tea party. Want to help me take the ribbons off? They make her cuter. They do, but Corey will destroy them if we don't take them off now. Okay, she grumbled, and Corey sent me a look. I quickly picked her up once she was free and took her out of the room. After giving her a towel she rubbed herself against to dry off, Corey was less pissed, but still all offended cat with her tail up. Sorry, Corey, thank you for putting up with it. Meow. Ugh, I dropped onto the bed. I'm stuck currently. I told her, and she looked at me for a while before wandering over and flopping on my chest and starting to purr. I smiled at her as I slowly scratched her cheeks. I'm going to have to wait until I can level up maths and hope that helps solve the problem. I definitely don't like feeling stuck like this, but I guess I can't really complain, can I? I've been doing a lot of work without too much trouble recently. Meow. Yeah, I think I'll see what I can get started on with Ishtar herself. Get the mech started, even with the noble phantasm not completed. I'll still probably have to completely redo her anyways, but at least the internals I can mostly sort out. Meow. Yeah, it feels dumb to be frustrated considering how much of a gift I currently have, you know? I whispered and looked at my comm. Hey system, I don't know how sentient you are, but it's at least a little. So I just wanted to say, in case I don't show it much, but I'm really thankful that we met. That we got to do this. I know you want things, so I just want you to know, I'll do my best to help you out too. I didn't get a response, but I flopped back and just breathed for a bit. It felt nice to say that, to actually convey how much the system meant, how much a second life meant, especially one full of mechs. Gee hee 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 hee, I laughed to myself as I stared up at the ceiling. I might be a little stuck, but only so much. I could do this, finish the noble phantasm, finish Ishtar, and go on to even more interesting designs. I would make amazing machines and find them the partners that needed them. Let's work on Ishtar, I decided, pulling up the system. I'd done enough laying about today to feel re-energized. The main difference between an Ishtar and a Fantasia was going to be the high-energy systems. Just like most of the most recent mechs, I'd really fallen in love with the capacitor system as a lightweight, high-energy system. It solved a lot of the problems I'd have with the one-star mechs. Ishtar, though, she was going to need even more power. Shielder could still function once it used up all of its juice as a wall. It wasn't an amazing effectiveness, but it was still a mech. Ishtar, a ranged high-damage mech without power, was just useless. So, more power? Maybe. The gun itself would have a lot of power to start. I could up the amount of power cells inside the mech, but it still ran into the issue of power per shot. And once again, I wasn't going to be able to math out an answer about how much energy I really needed. So I was just focusing on other things. I opened her up and started working, adjusting the internal cabling to better handle the energy transfer from mech to large weapon. Both hands. Both hands should be able to supply power just in case of any damage, which should help Ishtar survive against any hits. Or I could do more. Maybe a third connection point. I could do a rear cable, make enemies think she had a weak point that was actually completely pointless. Heh. Gee hee 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 hee. I was going to give her a weak point in the rear. Okay, so a third cable connection, from her back to the rear of the blaster cannon, and that would give 3 energy transfer points from mech to large gun. Ishtar. Ishtar, the goddess, with a mountain-breaking attack. Yeah, she was coming together. I grinned as I looked at the much cleaner network of cables running through the chassis. Of course, I'm going to have to readjust all of them again, because I didn't actually check how heavy the cannon was going to be, and I forgot to adjust her lift capacity. I'm a fool. Meow. Thanks, Corey. It took 3 days, which was way less than I was expecting, to wake up the next morning and check my system to see I'd achieved what I needed. Okay, I'm totally going to bitch out and just buy math now, instead of trying to do it myself, because it was holding me back like crazy, and I really wasn't good at math to start with. 500 DP. Mathematics novice. Goodbye, 500 DP. I knew thee well. I pushed the button, and math flooded my brain. Not just numbers, but of course the knowledge of how to use them. The fundamental systems that set up how the numbers interacted. I knew how to actually math out whether I needed to use the laser rifles or laser pistols for the shielder now. I could just do it. It might take some time. I'd still need to actually do the work. It wasn't just magical answers in my head, but I had the way to form the questions to get the answers. I looked at Ishtar, at the starting work on the mountain breaker. Yeah, I should have gotten math sooner. Shit, I had a lot of things I can increase the efficiency of by just knowing the actual questions to even ask. But hey, after that, only metaphysics and business was still an incompetent skill. That was pretty good. I was truly a novice mech designer now, ready to learn and take on the galaxy. Well, maybe the world, or maybe a regional mech tournament. Yeah, let's stick to that. Chapter 24. One benefit of finally getting my math upgraded to novice. Man, this class is so much easier now, I whispered as I continued to hammer through the equations. Sure, I still had to stop and double-check all the math. I was just human and I made mistakes, but I wasn't just dealing with my normal skill with math anymore. It was like I'd spent years practicing. Even just the casual way I could double-check the equations I had to do to verify I got the right answer was instinctive. I might actually get through this class fairly quickly at this rate. That would be nice. Sure, it meant I'd probably have to switch to another subject, but honestly, the goal was to complete my schooling quickly anyways, so I could focus on what I actually wanted. Mechs. 14 might be a little early to get out of schooling, but I was basically a genius thanks to the system. Or rather, my skills were representative of years of hard study and experience that made me basically be a genius in act, if not fact. I finished another section of the math class, literally zooming through the problems, and stopped to stretch. Doing okay there, Ves? Actually, yeah, I'm getting pretty good at math. I explained chippily, how could I be upset? Sure, it was kinda boring going over it like this, but at least it wasn't hard, and removing the difficulty made it much easier to just grind through something. Good lad, the older man called out and turned back to his chess game. Ah, I see. He'd used the time to ask me about that to get some extra time to decide his move. Sneaky old man. I got up and headed inside. I'd done more than enough to get a break today. Something to eat wouldn't go amiss. As I grabbed some of the food that was always prepared in the compound, I considered the future a bit. While my skills were growing, I hadn't entirely outgrown the fantasia as this whole issue sort of represents. But I was close. By the time I reached journeyman in a skill, I'd be well beyond the skills used in these old mechs. The Caesar Augustus still called to me not like a siren, but a threat. The thing was an absolute mess, and I wasn't ready yet. I needed more electrical engineering just to start, and probably some sub-skills. I think there was one about cabling and internal pathing that I would need. I'll have to look that up later. And yet, I was getting closer to modern mechs, and the moment I made a CA1, or a variant, or anything, I wouldn't be the funny teenager playing with mech design, but a serious surprise. I'd be on everyone's radar, and they would all want to know where I would go and what I could do for them. Not even touching on the fact I'd already pushed the X factor so far. A BX factor in a physical mech gave an aura. Ves had called them glows, which was dumb, but they had an aura that could be felt by people just passing them by. I wouldn't be able to hide it. Things would change, but I would still be me. I wouldn't let myself become some monster. So, I would just have to deal with whatever trouble pops up and keep making fun mechs, which is all I wanted to do. But it was important to be ready for it. I wonder if I should apply to join one of those design competitions. The Young Tigers was fairly famous, a sort of brighter holiday, as it let the pilots show off in all sorts of circumstances. But it was also about mech design, making sure no designer slipped through the Republic's fingers. Each of them was valuable after all. But no, that was only open to people having completed college, or just about to. They'd probably laugh if I applied for it, if I even could. Well, maybe I'll keep an eye out and try to apply anyway. It could be funny, plus first place was like 1,000,000 credits. More than enough to really solve a lot of my money issues. Although not enough to completely remove them. A mech printer alone would cost me something like 30 million bright credits. If not more. That would be my eventual goal. Get a printer to let me actually make real mechs. But I had time, and I wouldn't be able to use one right now, even if I did get it. I finished eating and headed back outside time to finish class time. A few days of actual real focused work after class and frying my brain a few times on just how much math I did, I finally figured out how to properly place the lens in the mountain breaker to hone multiple propagators into a coherent beam. I'd actually mathed it out and then double-checked, and then had to do it all again as I'd made a mistake somewhere. But this time I was sure. I fitted it into the system, and this time when I fired the two propagators, the laser didn't explode or overheat the barrel, and it shot off in a clear beam of energy. It wasn't quite twice as powerful, but it was more powerful than just one. and that's all that mattered. I'd also done the math on how many I could add into a cycle before the materials simply couldn't survive. 6. 6 of the laser rifles. I was tempted to change the number just because the fucking hexers were obsessed with 6. No, I wouldn't let crazies alter how I did things or weaken my mech. But with that done, the research was finally done. So I settled in to really get started, only to have my nighttime alarm go off. Corey, one day I'll be an adult, and I'll be able to just work through the entire night if I want to. It's just very annoying that it's not this day. Meow. I looked over and she was laying on my pillow, already curled up and nestled in. Fine. I guess if even Corey was ready for sleep, it was time. I saved my work and got up, a quick stop in the bathroom, and hey, Corey dropped another cat gem. I put it in the little bag I'd stored the others in and then slipped under the covers. Good night, Corey. Meow. Days passed as I slowly tinkered away. Mountain Breaker came together bit by bit. 6 of the laser rifles, their internal components ripped apart and fitted into a hexagram, then focused entirely on a single point. The lens was correctly lined and ready. Yet that was the internals. The external cannon itself was different. Deciding on rectangle shape, it ran back to a large semicircle stock which was a bit larger than it had to be, but it reminded me of Ishtar's weapon from Fate, which was 2 massive bow-like floating things that would work together to create her crazy energy attack. The bottom of the semicircle also had the extra cord that would connect to the back of Ishtar, keeping it out of the way. Forward from that, the cannon had a sort of bow-like front end. Honestly, it looked kinda like a ballista, but I'd done it for 2 reasons. One, the cannon was going to be heavy and having a built-in bipod, as the end of each spoke standing out split slightly. Also, it was lightly armored along the front, giving a sort of shield as well. It wouldn't stand up to any focused fire, but hopefully a few glancing hits wouldn't just outright destroy the weapon. With that, the barrel ended in a stubbed barrel just past the arms of the bow. It was a gun. A big gun, much larger than most mechs of the time would have. Definitely not the most powerful, though. I'd bet a lot of money stronger laser systems existed on some heavy mechs, and definitely on some artillery mechs. But for mobility on a small mech and the amount of firepower a tiny mech like the Ishtar would be able to put out, it would be impressive. Frankly, this was definitely moving past the entire point of what the Fantasia could do, or should do. A larger mech would let the heat bleed off, or support more energy. This was definitely a gimmick mech, but I'd learned a lot, and that was the entire point of what I was doing here. With a capacitor built into the butt of the gun and the fiber optics letting the bow-like arms glow when the gun was charged. A bit of blue and gold paint, I'd made it look as fancy as I could. It was a mess of a design, a kludged-together weapon system that definitely had better, more efficient and more powerful weapons out there. But it was mine, and it was the Mountain Breaker, the bow of Ishtar. I looked it over once more. It was as good as I could get. It would fire, at least according to the simulations, and boy did it fire a furious laser that could be kept firing for a long time that should eat through most mechs in the tier. For a while until it runs out of power, of course. Okay, system, tell me what you think, okay? Design evaluation, Mountain Breaker. Component type, laser cannon. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, heavy laser cannon. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B, endurance, C-. Firepower, B+. Flexibility, F-. Integrity, B+. X factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation. A cannon designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. A massive cannon made for a small mech. Constructed mostly of multiple weaker weapon systems, instead of by design, this adds some versatility to the platform. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. I breathed a sigh of relief. It was done. Running a hand over my face, I got up and stretched, feeling my muscles loosen up from the days of focused work. I need a break. Want to go visit a game store or something, Corey? Meow. Her meow was lazy as she was sitting up on the desk in my room, tail flicking lazily. We can stop and get some exotics as a treat. Meow. She instantly climbed to her feet and raced down to curl around my legs, rubbing herself against me. Ha 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 ha. I guess that's a yes, huh? I said, reaching down and stroking her cheeks. I headed out, taking the bus and then getting dropped off in town. I stopped to get the exotics first, finding something Corey definitely wanted, as otherwise she would maul me while I did my thing first. Watching her trot along after me, a chunk of half-glowing rock in her jaws, her tail raised up high like a flag, and oh so very content, was a nice feeling. The game store in the city was as busy as all these sorts of places tended to be. I took a seat and even noticed a Larkinson or two with groups of friends, but I just settled in to watch some battles. Many mechs were displayed across the screens, even a 5-star battle, which definitely drew the eye, but I tried to look at all of them. None were piloting my mechs, but that was good too. Sometimes you needed to remember what everyone else was doing, or had done, to be more accurate. These were the original human mechs when the concept of mechs began 400 years ago. The ideas that people had at the time shaped many things about what a mech could be. So I looked them over, and as I did, I reminded myself that for all that I had learned, I was still just a baby. Some of the mechs were excellent, designed by masters with insane focuses. I was reminded of Paul's little skirmisher mech, the Star E. It was incredibly fast for its time, a mech designed to outpace anything else that had been made in the era. Specialization was key in this era. Every mech had to do it. There wasn't enough wiggle room to do more than one thing well. Speed, strength, accuracy, stealth. It was always a trade-off on what gimmick the mech was designed for, but for all that we were a third-rate state and our mechs were cheap, I needed to remind myself that the same didn't exactly hold true for 5-star mechs. I couldn't get away with a generic mech like Shielder. With a specialized weapon and be satisfied, the mech had to have more than that. It was a good reminder, even if I couldn't properly use the information yet. Or maybe I was just making up excuses for why I was wasting the afternoon watching mech matches on big screens instead of working. So the new teammates are working out. Well, there are rough edges, friction and everything, but yeah, actually, the two kids are working hard, and frankly, they have a lot of talent. Same explained, and I had to give him a look. Calling the two younger girls kids when Sam was 14 himself was laughable. Valerie is niche. Her mech type is a bit of a... Well, it causes some issues, but when her assassin pops out and cuts down a swordsman or rifleman or something, well, no one is complaining. The Ripper knows what it's made for. I agreed, nodding sagely, and Sam just laughed. Yeah, play up the fact half the team uses your mechs. And John and Paul are working hard. Good. Sounds like everything is working out all right. Well, there is one thing. I was thinking. Uh-oh. I said, acting scared, and Sam just laughed through the calm. Well, we're going to have our first tournament soon, and we've joked about you being our sponsor before. Oh. Well, we can add some sponsors' names into our match, part of the team name and stuff. So you want us to? Or rather, are you okay with it? I blinked, kinda expecting a request to come with it, but no, Sam wasn't asking for money or something. Just if I wanted to get some free advertising, I guess. That was sweet of him. Sure, I don't mind, it would be doing me a favor. Even if we lose. I don't care. I waved it off. I'm not sure what I can do in return. No, you don't have to do that. Well, I can't really do much, but I'll think about it. We joked about custom mechs before, so maybe something like that. Well, I don't know if John or Paul would accept, and the girls already use your mechs. Sure, but I've been improving. I could probably make a custom variant with a bit more power or change some things to be more suitable for the pilot or the team. Like Ripper has optics that can see through the smoke it uses. I could update the other mechs with the optics as well. Maybe add some grenades on them as well, just as some support. Whoa, that'd be awesome. But maybe we should ask them. Pilots get finicky about their mechs. Ah, yeah, of course, and I'd have to figure out some way to pay for that. I mumbled, if I made a new custom variant, I'd still have to make the first one, and that meant I'd have to pay out of pocket for it, and I wouldn't get reimbursed. But it would be a great excuse to build noble phantasms for the older mechs. Anyways, I'll send you a recording of the matches, yeah? Definitely. I wish I could be there to cheer you on. I told Sam honestly as he smiled brightly. I'll tell the others you're cheering for them, and I'll add Lark Industries into our sponsor slot. We won't let you down. I know. Tell them I'll try to figure out something as a reward if they win. I offered off the cuff, and Sam grinned and nodded. Okay, Ishtar, let's see what we got. With my improved math skill and the actual energy requirements mapped out, I knew exactly how many MTTR batteries I would need for her to function properly, which let me know the exact amount of energy I would need to transfer through her chassis at any time, which meant I could actually reduce the amount of cables flowing through her, which meant I could reinforce some of the internal space and make her a bit denser, which altered her weight and then altered everything else. Such was the job of a mech designer, but I did start setting up some of her additional features. While I couldn't really vastly up her performance, her armor would still be light, her ability in melee would be non-existent. I could do what I could. Sam had given me the idea. I couldn't fit in the full-on smoke generator that Ripper had, but as a mech that would be slow and incapable of properly readjusting, there was space for some additional utility items. A smoke grenade was doable. The question was whether or not to update her optics to be able to see through the chaff. In the end, I realized as I worked on other systems before updating it or not, that it wouldn't matter. Ishtar was going to need all that power to go into another system instead. Sensors. The hair-like sensor system that the Fantasia was known for. I was going to push it to the limit. Massive amounts of hair, Ishtar would have a vastly improved sensor profile at the cost of a bit more energy in the system, but it would be negligible for the benefit. Shooting a mech through cover with the powerful mountain breaker would be vastly more useful than just hoping to fire at a rifleman or other ranged mech first. With that, I decided against the smoke grenade, even if the desire in me to maximize all mech stats I could, but cost was a problem, and the smoke would actually diminish her lasers. So, no consumables. Not this time. I'd do it for the custom variants I make for Team Cloud Step, but not for just the standard version. It would be too expensive otherwise. Those grenades were kinda pricey. Okay, so back to putting Ishtar together. With a bit of work, I designed her armor structure, smoothing it out in a way that most of my mechs didn't get. Instead of a night pattern, she almost looked more like flesh. My family was going to mention it. My family was totally going to mention it. Crap. Just ignore it and pretend they won't notice, Ves. You're a teenage boy, and this is a normal teenage boy thing. Probably. The week passed fairly quickly until the weekend as I continued on putting Ishtar together, going through a few iterations to solve issues that popped up. And as expected, a few days after submitting the MTA came through and cleared the component. So far, it has been a painless process after the first time. I'll take it. And then on a Saturday morning, as I took a slight break from iterating on Ishtar's design, I got the message from Sam. Sam, tournament is starting soon. Wish us luck. Ves. Luck, I know they can do well. And then I watched as no further message came through. Good luck, guys. I'd moved to the porch swing like usual, mostly because I just kinda liked the fresh air here on Rittersberg. I should do some work, but honestly, I was anxious. I hope they did well. Chapter 25. Linda caught. Linda's foot was tapping. And for this round we have Team Cloud Step, a returning team with 3 new members. Again, the fierce Komodo Dragons. This team has won their last tournament, and today they are once again aiming for the top. The announcer called out, and Linda just breathed. There was no enemy in front of her yet. But there would be. Her lance was ready. The match will be in arboreal forest, in a temperate zone, during evening, so watch that night vision. Now, match begin. The call set her into her mech in a forest clearing. Valerie, break right, kitty. You're with me, Paul, search and destroy. Linda, do what you do best. Yes, she called out, her mech already shifting as the capacitor started charging up. It was like her heartbeat picking up as energy flowed into her, as her mech came alive under her. Her lance was ready to strike. It was annoying that the map was a forest. She wasn't a flying lancer, and smashing into a tree was just as bad as smashing into a rock. I'm charged and entering stealth mode, Valerie called out. She charged her mech on the go, but the Artoria was a big unwieldy with the wings until she finished charging. It was always the worst part, the fact she couldn't charge right away. Although John told her it was actually for the best, it let the battle unveil itself before she went off charging and so could assist where needed. Or something like that. She honestly hadn't been listening very well. There had been a song that Kitty showed her for Lancer pilots. Pierce the enemy, do-do-do. Charge the enemy, do-do-do. She sang along, bouncing back and forth, until finally Lancer beeped at her. Disengage wings! She cried out, smashing the button, and she was free. Now, charge! She cried out, laughing, as she started moving. Slowly. It was still a forest, and she still didn't want to use up all her energy charging just to get to the enemy. She needed to charge into the enemy. She'd learned that. She went straight, following after Paul. That was always a good idea. His mech was super fast, but sometimes he got into trouble and needed a rescue. Crush the enemy, do-do-do. She continued the song and then belted out her favorite part. The Lancer to the rescue, do-do-do. You know you're still transmitting, right? John called out, and she flinched a bit, then just laughed. It's a good song, she argued, and there was a few smattering of laughter, one more statusy than the others. Comms were going down already. Interference, or just the forest, or maybe Valerie's smoky smoke. It tended to mess with sensors. Then her comm lit up. Under fire. Same. Paul and John. Oh no. She started moving a bit faster if she could get visual. There was suddenly an explosion to her right. Was that Valerie? She hoped not. Someone had used some kind of bomb, though. Finally, she broke through enough of the trees she could see something. Paul was getting smooshed. His leg was gone and a night mech was smashing him with their shield. Thrusters active. Lance ready. Go! She screamed as her charge thundered out. The night mech tried to turn around, but he had his shield completely out of position. Her lance struck first, unable to be stopped by the night mech's twisting body to try and bring the shield over. She jerked at the last moment with her mech's thrusters while jerking the opposite way with her lance, which she activated the thrusters. And a lancer always strikes. Do-do-do! She cried out cheerfully as her lance swerved around his attempt and smashed through his chest as she juked around the mech instead of just smashing face first into it. She spun around him, bleeding off momentum, as the night mech flailed, and then she finally stopped. She yanked, pulling her lance free. Paul, you okay? No response, and she sighed. Too slow. She flinched back just in time as a line of fire stitched up where she was. She ducked and hid behind the night mech that easily blocked the fire. She poked her head out. A rifleman with a big rifle, automatic. The bullets were thunking big holes in the night mech too. Not good. What would super expert Lancer Diana do? She thought back to her new favorite mech show where expert pilot Diana used the strength of her will to strike down bad guys like pirates and aliens. What would she do? Well, she'd just activate her will and charge. Fierce Bear God hadn't developed will yet. She wasn't an expert pilot yet. Oh no, no wait. If I don't know what to do, I just charge, and if that isn't enough, I charge more. She reminded herself of Diana's line. She gripped her lance, re-securing it, and then once more activated her thrusters. Her energy was getting lower, but she had enough still. She burst out sideways instead of going straight, and the bullets traced behind her, only one managing to strike her left arm, damaging it. But that wasn't her lance arm anyways. Then as the rifle ran out of ammo, she shifted forward. Charge! She roared, heading straight for him. Then blinked as instead of reloading the mech brought up his rifle again. He'd tricked her. Her mech registered how many rounds he fired at her, and he kept some in reserve in case she was paying attention. It doesn't matter. Her lance was aimed and she was charging. Stop this if you can, she roared out, smiling wide as the bullets smashed into her mech. But even the rifleman realized his mistake as he jolted and tried to run. Too slow. She used her lance to adjust as he leapt to the side, hoping she couldn't turn, but her lancer was special. It was kinda wobbly, it was hard to control, but Linda's lance never missed. She smashed into the rifleman in a tumble, her lance aiming down, which she had to jerk to the side at the last moment to not spear herself on the handle. But it smashed him into the earth and she went flying over the mech, rolling and twisting. She couldn't really feel it, but she knew it would have hurt. And poor Lancer was beeping at her about damage. "Ha! We got him, though," she reminded her mech, and the beeping stopped. She managed to fight her mech into standing up. Her left arm was broken, the shot from earlier, and it had damaged at the elbow so the arm wasn't working. But she got herself up. She still had a good arm, and some power. She was still a lank. Her leg was broken. Crap. She forced herself up a bit and managed to half-crawl to the rifleman. He was dead, her lance having pierced right through the chest. Good. Now to retrieve her weapon. She rose up on one leg as she struggled to pull the lance free. It was stuck in the dirt. "Let go, this is mine," she demanded, but there must have been some tough rock underneath. Her lance didn't want to come out. Crap. Then an explosion rocked over her and she looked up. "Kitty!" Saber was looking bad, only one arm, the other was completely missing from the shoulder, and no sword. Not good. "Linda, I mean Linda, look out!" Kitty cried out as she brought her mech up and tried to dodge, and another explosion washed over her. Ow! When her screen cleared, oh, that was a big mech. That was an artillery mech, 4 legs, massive chunky armor that moved forward crushing the trees, and more importantly really big cannons. Was that even allowed? Kitty? Alive. The voice reassured Linda, and she once more tried to get her lance out. Stuck. "I can't get my lance out," she called out, and Kitty jerked up and then nodded. The artillery mech hadn't noticed Kitty yet, she just had to get her weapon. She tugged as Kitty dodged around, but the artillery mech... "Huh! Lancer Linda is here to save the day!" she cried out as she throttled up her engines to absolute max. She tugged the lance, but it still refused to tug, and so she abandoned it, letting it go as she started hopping along her foot, barely touching the ground as her thrusters pushed her forward. It looked awkward because it was, but Linda had to save Kitty, so she'd charge, and nothing would stop her. "Lancer Puyanj," she roared as the massive artillery mech turned to face her, cannons far too big to properly aim, and she slammed into the mech. It rocked back even without a lance, she was moving fast, and she felt herself come apart, splattering across the mech's armored form. But it was a distraction, and it worked. Her vision rolled and tumbled until finally she landed. Lancer was on its side, still active, but she was out of the match, so she watched. Kitty had used the time she'd given her, looking for a weapon. She tried to pick up the rifleman's rifle that Linda had broken, but no ammo. So she dropped it, even as the artillery mech shifted, its massive bulk looking for its target. And Linda grinned as Kitty grabbed the lance. "You can do it, Kitty," she whispered, leaning forward as Saber struggled, and after a moment the lance came out of the mech, earth and stone beneath it, revealing its torn cloth as Kitty shifted it around, putting it under her arm and aimed. Linda couldn't do much, the lance drew power from her mech, and there was no connection. Good luck, Kitty. Kitty charged, as amazing as any lancer, as the artillery mech shifted to look at her, the massive mech's 4 legs stomping down as it aimed its cannons. But Kitty was too close, so smaller machine guns started firing, tearing up the earth all around her. But Kitty kept charging, uncaring of even more damage, and her lance. Kitty was so cool, it slammed into the artillery mech, the lance buckling armor, and then Kitty's mech stopped. It hadn't pierced through. The lance had buckled the armor, but failed to penetrate. It snapped under the pressure and the repeated blows. The weapon, Linda's lance, just wasn't strong enough. And a moment later, Saber was bashed away. The large cannons used as blunt instruments to wipe her away, and then one of those large legs came down. Ah, well. Linda was grinning anyway. What a charge. She was going to have to tell Kitty she saw the whole thing. Maybe Kitty should get a Lancer mech too. Ha 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 ha. She giggled the whole while, even as the artillery mech wandered over and crushed her. Match over? Ah, well. "So yeah, we didn't win," Sam explained, and I just shrugged. "Hey, it happens. You did pretty good, 2nd place. Yeah, we definitely had better synergy this time. We just couldn't overcome the artillery mech. Seriously, what were the judges thinking? That thing was a super heavy. Don't tournaments usually have restrictions against that sort of thing?" "Yeah, but it was just a store tournament and not like a big one. They made up their own rules and forgot to restrict some mech types. The other team were the only ones to notice the loophole. It was dumb." "Well, I'd say doing so well is pretty good anyways. I'll have to watch the battles." "You should. Everyone did really well," Sam argued earnestly, and I nodded. It sounded like quite the battle. I definitely wanted to see what had happened. So how's your new mech coming? Ha, no sneak peeks. Oh, come on. I won't tell anyone. Even John and Paul. I'll act all surprised. Sorry, Sam. I laughed at his whispered offer. I just don't tell anyone unless they're part of the design team. I said, thinking about Lauria's help, which had been an exception. Tisk. Well, it's fine. I'll wait, I guess. All right, I got to go. You know how mech pilots get after a loss. I need to go perk everyone up. They're all being quiet and grumbly. Do that. I'll watch the matches and send you what I think. Tell them they did good for me. I will, Ves. See ya. The call ended and I relaxed back. A real 5 versus 5 with actual teams, fighting each other and 3 of my mechs involved. I definitely wanted to see that. I looked from my Ishtar on the screen displayed by my comm and the file that had just been sent over. Ooh, it was so hard to choose. Awesome mech battle, or just as awesome constructing a mech with my own hands. What do you think, Corey? Meow. That sounded more like you didn't care than an opinion. I told her, and she opened her eyes, looked at me, then just closed her eyes. Yeah, I thought so too. I agreed with her despite her not saying anything, and then, fuck it. I can take an evening off to watch some mech battles. The file would have the perspectives of all the mech pilots so I could watch it from multiple different views and see how everyone had done. The battles went well, honestly. John was a good leader, now that people seemed to actually listen to him. And while I mostly focused on my 3 mechs, Paul did well, and John's swordsman mech was a brutal monster. More than capable of dueling with the best, while also smashing weaker mechs apart. I understood why it was one of the more popular ones. Going from his battles to the battles of Saber, I felt bad. She wasn't as strong. Her armor wasn't as good. Her integrity wasn't there in comparison. The difference between a truly well-put-together mech made by at least a journeyman or maybe a master, even if it was 400 years ago, and me today making a mech mostly by gut. The Saber. She deserved better, and so did the pilot. I watched on. The Lancer fought well, but her weak endurance meant she often ended up attacking twice, maybe 3 times, before simply being out of the fight. Not a bad trade-off to be fair, as she had a lot of power in those strikes, but her weapon was kinda weak. It broke. The lance I'd bought, well, it was okay, but still just an off-the-shelf lance component. I would have to do better. I'd need melee weapon optimization and probably something further with metallurgy. Or I should just relax. The heat blade module, if it had been active, would have helped along with the thrusters. I still knew I could do better now, though, and with a few more DP, even better still. But that would be for another day, when I wasn't working on getting Ishtar moving. System after system, cable after cable, adjusting the internal spaces of Ishtar over and over. And slowly the mech came together. A svelte outline, with smooth armor giving her an even more skin-like texture, cloth spread across her chest, and something a bit more than just a pair of panties around her waist. I added a sort of hip skirt, colored the same gold and blue. Ishtar did have the same issue as Fran, and Shielder I needed to build up a detachable battery section to power everything, and so I ended up creating a sort of carry pack on the Mountain Breaker. At the start of the match, the ballista-like cannon had a bunch of MTTR batteries along the bottom of the gun, making it basically drag along the ground until the charge was complete. The transfer should be fairly quick, as Ishtar had 3 energy transfer points, both hands and the tail-like cord that would connect to her gun. I very pointedly designed it so it looked more like a tail and not going up her butt. The butt was her weak point joke, was funny, but I didn't want people to ask me any questions about exactly why she had a butt plug. I already knew I was going to get so much shit for her, either way. Over the next few days, all the little problems were wiped away, at least as best as I could handle. And then, in the evening, half a week later, I stared at her. My hands still itched to do more work, to try and enhance something, either her armor or her energy systems or something. But I think she's done, I whispered, at least as much as I could do without spending another 2 or more weeks trying to eke out a few more percentages in her systems. I looked her over, from her spiky crown sticking out of her mass of hair that made her look almost wild, the blank faceplate that gave her eyes a certain regal stare, Down her chest, which I'd done my best not to add any sort of cleavage, but held a hint of femininity. Down to her legs that ended in pseudo-heels. She was Ishtar as best as I could manage at this point. OK system, hit me. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2 R-Ishtar. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R-Ishtar. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R-Ishtar. Base model, Fantasia 2 R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, mortar mech. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, B. Armor, B-. Carrying capacity, C. Endurance, D+. Energy efficiency, F+. Firepower, A. Flexibility, D-. Integrity, C. Mobility, D+. Spotting, B-. X factor, B-. Result. Deviance, 16%. Performance improvement, 24.6%. Evaluation, converting a light scout mech into a light mortar mech leaves this mech without the proper mobility to handle its giant weapon, or the power to sustain a constant barrage, but with advanced sensors and a powerful piercing beam cannon, its ambush ability is there. A substantial presence of X-Factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 1,000 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X-Factor. I looked her over. With the mountain breaker in its battery mode, it looked a bit silly, a weird box-like thing resting beside the mech, but she was there. I would have to build her and enter her into Iron Spirit, and she was done, and now I had 1,706 DP to play around with, which meant a big boost to what I could do. Chapter 26. Surely if everything was dark, if I covered my head it would all go away. A hand clapped onto my shoulder. Nice mech, Ves. The joyful words of one of my older male cousins said it all. My ears were definitely red. All right, let's leave the boy alone, Grandpa Benjamin called out, and the laughter didn't die down, but shifted into quiet chuckles. Ah. I sat up. OK, internal screaming over. Everyone was smiling, eyes squinting as they held back laughter. The Ishtar is a perfectly fine mech, I said as solidly as I could. I just got more laughter and giggles. I knew Ishtar was going to cause me problems when I decided to keep the theme, but this still sucked. I like the gun. I looked over at one of my younger cousins and nodded. Thanks, it took a lot of work. Why is she naked, though? I twisted away to cough and hide the feeling of being gut-punched, which of course caused more laughter. She's not naked, I whispered, and she looked from the comm she was using to me and back to the mech. She's naked, she said again, and I just sighed, rubbing my face. Yeah, okay, so I should have just given her more clothes. Note to self, this was totally not worth keeping the design concept. Personally, as a leg man, I think you did a good job, a voice called out from across the room, and that caused even more laughter. I just hung my head. My family were evil, yet despite the teasing, it was good-hearted. Everyone was happy for me finishing the mech. They were just absolutely going to poke me into a mess. Thankfully, Benjamin's eyes ran over the crowd, and everyone went back to eating, reminded that he'd said to cut it out. I quickly finished my meal and fled, hiding in my room and then sighing. Meow. I did this to myself so I can handle the response. I told her, and she rolled over, showing her belly at me, so I walked over and scratched her cheeks. Not her belly, never her belly. Her claws were no joke, and the fact she could do like energy claws wasn't something I wanted to play with. I got a lot of DP out of it, though, so it was worth it, I told her, and she purred happily at my touch. 1,706 DP was enough to pick out some nice upgrades. I already knew what I'd be spending a majority of it on. Metallurgy, that should let me make armor better in almost every respect. Stronger, harder, and better places to handle impacts and blows, and throughout the internals as well. Although, Structural Pathway Configuration 1, 1000 DP was also tempting. It would let me reinforce the mech's internals that way. When strikes did make it through the mech's internals would have some actual damage control. But, as always, it was a case of having too many options, not enough points. The real answer to all of this was, what do I build next? The next mech I build, was it going to need better armor, better damage control, or something else entirely? Considering that the main skills were simply more powerful than the sub-skills, I sighed. Okay, let's cut out 1000 for the metallurgy. What next? I could do 2 smaller sub-skills, or 1 more powerful one. What should I build next? A new mech. I did need to update Archer to actually be a real mech instead of a sort of mess. Or I could do another fast build, just to get some more DP. I did kinda want to try a Centaur mech, and that would mean completely rebuilding the bottom half of the Fantasia. Could I? It seemed more a funny idea than anything, but it was also true. It would teach me the process of designing a mech from scratch at the very least. Ugh, I ran a hand over my face. Meow? Oh, sorry, Corey. I reached down and continued scratching at her cheeks as she wiggled on the bed. Seriously, maybe a whole new mech from scratch. I know I didn't have the proper skills for it, but the idea was tempting. It would be a mess, probably completely useless, but I purchased Apprentice Metallurgy, shivering a bit at just how much better I understood my mechs. How easy it would be with some basic adjustments to make a joint stronger, or a piece of armor better at deflecting a round, or better at absorbing the heat of a laser. I could harden parts of the internal structure that would need to be harder to absorb impacts, while making the rest of the chassis more flexible. Better to move with the press of impact. I think impact mitigation was also helping with that. What a nice combination of knowledge. But still I shook it off. I knew this was a bad idea. It was. It was a terrible idea that I wasn't really ready for, but sometimes you have to run before you walk. I said I needed to know what I didn't know, if that made sense. So I pulled up a new design on the system design tool, and with a deep breath, I needed a spirit that was artificial. No, but I'd do a hero mech, not because it'd be easier, but sort of the opposite, and it would teach me how to handle the Caesar Augustus as well, but more importantly, Mordred, today I'll create for you a body not worthy of you, but grow stronger, and someday you'll have your fitting body. My image of her was strong, like Saber, but more wild, more boisterous, more ready to charge into a fight, and always eager to lead. The future of being king on a goal she desired with all her heart. My eyes opened, staring at the empty screen, no Fantasia to start off with, no outline, just empty space. So I started. I grabbed the Fantasia's reactor and engine and placed them in the design image, slowly working on hooking them together, as I knew they needed to be, but I'd so rarely needed to properly modify the setup. Step 1, then step 2, then step 3. That was how I'd make Mordred. But she wouldn't be a light mech. No, she'd be a medium hero mech. Robert. Puffed, it looks like a naked girl. Yeah, kinda. It does. All 3 boys were hanging out on their lunch break from school. The 3 friends were mech-obsessed and were looking through Iron Spirit for new updates or rarely new mechs. It's a Fantasia variant. Oh, I've seen some of them recently. Someone has been making a bunch of variants. The big electro hammer mech? I fought one last week. Not just that, a bunch more. Yeah, Robert said, looking at the mech. What a weird mech. He'd never try a mech like that. No way, it was a girl mech. You should get it, for your whole review thing. He looked up at the crooked, teasing smile and scoffed. No way. I like laser cannons, but I'm not buying that. It's a girly mech. Do it, dude. It's awesome. You're just saying that because of how it looks, he said dryly. Yes, but it also has a new laser cannon. Robert, you know what you say about laser cannons. Don't you want to know about every one of them? I don't know. It looks kinda simple. I doubt it's any good, he muttered, looking at the weird-looking laser cannon. What was with the shape? And it was kinda big. Dude, you've gotten like every mech in the tier that uses large laser weapons. It's totally your thing. Get it. You just want to see me pilot it and make a fool of myself. Hell yeah, I do, his buddy laughed, the other giggling as Robert rolled his eyes. I'm not getting it, He decided then and there. Lame dude. Yeah, whatever. Robert, so he bought the stupid mech. Not that he was going to tell his buddies that. He just had to see what kind of laser cannon it used. As the official laser cannon aficionado of Bentheim, he couldn't let such a thing go. Besides, he bought it half off, so he might as well. That afternoon, after class, he slipped into his pod and booted up the mech into a test arena. Heavy, he muttered as he tugged on the cannon, seriously super heavy. He could barely even move the dang thing. Shrugging, he pulled the trigger and then nothing happened. He could see his mech's energy gauge vanish, but it wasn't even enough to properly fire the gun. What the heck? He was going to request a refund if this mech didn't work. He started checking the power systems when he noticed the batteries. The heck? Why does it have so many batteries? Ugh. He finally stopped and checked the store page and the design notes. He'd worked with annoying laser systems before, but he was getting pissed. Charge capacitors, with the batteries, both Mech and Mountain Breaker have their own capacitors for sustained fire. Battery charges give short activation time, blah blah blah. This guy talks too much, so he grabbed the cannon's handles. The energy pathways connected, and then activated the battery charge system. Instantly, his mech and cannon started glowing, and he waited a little until with a beep, the charge was complete. He jettisoned the batteries a moment later like it had said. Okay, the cannon looks a bit better now, and at least it's light enough to move around a bit. He grumbled as his mech hauled up the cannon out of the mess of littered batteries as he stalked away, getting a feel for it. But then he put the cannon back down, using the large arms, and adjusted his aim towards one of the moving mechs wandering around. The pull of the trigger thankfully fired instantly, no charge time like some cannons, and the beam lashed out, burning into the wandering mech in seconds as the wide beam boiled armor and quickly took off an entire arm. Not bad, not the strongest he'd seen. Some of the artillery mechs he had could instantly melt through a mech's chest plate. But not bad. Ugh, he might actually have to do a real review of this mech. As the official laser cannon mech aficionado of Bentheim Telbert High, he had an obligation. He'd just have to tell everyone it was purely because it needed to be done. He sighed, the things he did for his reviews. Oh well, at least it was cheap, unlike some of the large artillery mechs he'd piloted. He continued to run it through a few tests. How long could the laser fire? How much damage did it do to different armors? And he even found the alternate fire mode, which was actually a nice feature. Pulling the trigger, Robert watched as the weapon flashed laser after laser. In a stream, it was far weaker than the full blast, but when trying to find a target, it was a good way to save power. The moment he started hitting the mech, he could just switch to a full power shot. Then he put the cannon down and disengaged the connections from mech to cannon. Okay, so how is the mech on its own? He pulled up a command that basically created a mirror so he could see what he was doing, and just kinda watched as he did the normal pilot prep motions, checking arms and legs. Okay, it wasn't that bad. It had a certain look to it. The armor shaped more like flesh than what was the norm, but actually moving showed that it wasn't just a sexy mech or something silly. It was a real mech made for combat, not just a joke. He shifted around, checking out the mech in the mirror. She was certainly well put together, though. He got a bit lost looking at the mech in the mirror. I rubbed my face, staring at the mech in the window. Mordred was... This is a lot harder than I thought. I'd started on her energy system, fixed up the engine and reactor, and even added a bit more power through some hooked-in power cells. That had all gone well, until I started forming the chassis around her. I'd come up with a design, and then worked to fit the system. Then I'd started trying to add more, and every time I realized I'd forgotten something, or had to make more changes to fit more energy systems, or just to try and add some armor. Making a mech from scratch wasn't even close to easy. But I was right. It was teaching me things that I really needed to know. Implementing knowledge in a new way. I still had the feeling in my chest that no matter how much I tried here, she wasn't going to be very good. But I shook it off. Even if it meant her spirit was only growing slightly while I learned more and got better, it would still be worth it. Mordred the Saber, but more fitting for a hero mech than Artoria. Strengthening her spirit now wasn't a bad choice, even if the mech never ended up working out. I shook it off and got back to work. Her arms were going to be a problem. Like most hero mechs, she needed to control a sword and usually a ranged weapon in the other. But that meant completely different internal systems for the arms, as the very accurate control that a rifleman mech needed for aiming was completely different from the powerful wrist movements of a swordsman. Luckily, I'd made both of those mechs, and the Fantasia as a scout had been fairly average at both to start with. I was deep in the groove, slowly expanding Mordred out, inch by inch, working hard to keep the power systems that moved through her simple, giving her as many damage control points as possible since she'd be an aggressive hero mech. When I got a call, "Hey Sam, what's up?" "Ves, saw your new mech," Sam said, and then his smile shifted and I felt my ears start to go red. "So Ves." "I'll hang up, don't think I won't. The Fantasia 2R Ishtar is quite the mech." Hanging up. Hey, come on. I'm joking, just joking. It is an interesting design. The canon is neat. Never seen that component before. I made it. I explained, taking a moment to save my work on Mordred so I could focus on Sam. It's a custom weapon. Seriously? Mech variants and components? Dude, you're really becoming a real mech designer. Now if only we could get you to stop making nudie mechs. She's not nude. She has a skirt and fuck you. Ha 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 ha. Sam just laughed as I felt myself flush. Jerk. Then I couldn't help it and just started laughing too. She looks good though, right? She does. I haven't seen any combat footage yet, but I'll keep an eye out for you. I'll save it and send it when I can. I appreciate that. So large laser cannon, that's cool. She also has a really strong sensor system. She should be able to see through some terrain and just shoot through it. Oh, that's the gimmick, he said as if it made sense, and I shot him a look. What? You tend to have some gimmick with your mechs. Big laser cannon was kind of flat as the basic idea, so I was wondering. Well, the laser cannon can also rapid fire more like a laser rifle in case you want to save energy. I added a bit flatly, and then Sam laughed. Yeah, that sounds about right. So what? No hints. You'll find out when I'm done, I said, and he laughed with a shrug. Well, whatever you make is fine. Oh, I know we lost our match, but I wanted to talk to you about potentially making custom mechs. Oh yeah, I'm still interested. I kinda want to figure out some things. But Saber, Lancer, and Ripper, I made them a while ago, and I've already learned so much. I want to make better versions. Heck yeah, I'll tell the girls. You, mind talking to them about it? Of course, I can't make a custom mech without the customer's wants in mind, I said, and Sam smiled. Perfect. Yeah, but give me like a couple weeks. I'm already starting another project, but maybe after. At least I want to talk to the girls first and find out what they want and how they feel about the mechs. Sure, I'll make sure they're thinking about it until then. This is going to be awesome. Team Cloud Step with custom mechs. Well, 3 custom mechs. I doubt John or Paul will switch out. They will if you make mechs for them. Fast light skirmisher and, well, maybe a custom saber. Let's just stick to the girls for now, and maybe I'll think about it. I decided, half laughing at Sam's exuberance. The call ended after a bit more small talk, and I once more looked at Mordred. I felt completely out of my depth, but you know what? This was a mech 400 years out of date. For a game played by children, I was going to make a bitching original mech, and even if it sucked, it was going to be mine. It would have my style, and I'd make it as powerful as I could. Taking a breath, looking over the design, most of the internals of her chest were complete, and I was working on her shoulders. More needed to be done, slowly growing the mech piece by piece. The temptation to buy better components to up-jump her system was there, but I put it aside. Someday I'd be able to spend millions on high-end components to make the best mech ever. For now, just do with what I had. And the entire time I focused on what Mordred needed. That sense of needing to push herself, to one day be king under the judging eye of her father. Chapter 27. The benefit of upgrading my math skill was noticeable as I was working through another day of schoolwork. I was, I admit, getting more and more ready to just finish the schooling entirely to focus on mechs full-time, but I sighed. Dad and Grandpa Benjamin were putting their trust in me to do what I was supposed to, and until I really built and sold my first mech, I had no real excuse to just do things my own way. Someday I'd finish the Caesar Augustus and sell it for millions, and then just quit school that moment. But that moment wasn't today. At least the math class was easier. I was also not entirely giving it my all. I would do a certain amount of work, and then spend half an hour on Mordred's math, figuring out exactly how much power I'd be pushing out, and how much I'd need, and then how much I could add with a capacitor and more. The energy systems were coming together as I was putting her body together, but it was hard. Even a simple adjustment in the arms to try and better fit the musculature of the mech could massively alter the entire area. Making a mech from scratch definitely reminded me that even the smallest changes can have drastic alterations to the final product. It was a constant fight of adding more to the mech and fixing the million issues that popped up with every new addition, but it was coming together. I was working on her legs for now, and the more I worked, the more I was coming to a truth. She was going to need more power. She was much larger than a Fantasia, fully in the medium mech bracket. And so every muscle added, every inch of height, every ton of armor that hadn't even been added yet was going to drain more and more power. Power cells were already going to be a requirement just to fuel the hungry beast. The reactor I had was anemic, but buying a new reactor for the Mordred would set me back 50,000 bright credits just for that one component. I sighed, no way I was going to afford that. So instead, the Mordred would be all about shocking short-term power, which is exactly how a hero mech should be. Overwhelming. Mordred certainly had that sort of feeling about her, but I kept working, forming her piece by piece. I need something. I realized as I was working on her arms again, I already had what I needed to complete her left arm, her arm all about ranged combat. But her right arm, the melee weapon, her sword. I nodded without hesitating and opened up the system store. 500 DP. Melee weapon optimization 1. The surge of knowledge was exactly what I needed. I knew how to make an arm capable of wielding a sword already, of course, but knowing how to do it and being good at it was a long distance between 2 points. I stood up from my bed and paced around, letting the knowledge flow through as I considered what I had learned. One armed Mordred would always be weaker than a swordsman mech, which would be able to hold a sword in 2 hands and thus have more power. I could upgrade the arm massively, pump it up into a bulky thing that would crush most lesser mechs. But that was all power, and removing even more precision. I'd seen enough mech matches by now to know that the more skilled swordsman could often cut down the more powerful mech. I wanted both, power and skill. But that was impossible. Mordred would have a ranged weapon in her left hand, which meant I only had the one arm. There was no way to get around this. It was a simple fact. One was weaker than 2. I sighed, deflating as my brain simply couldn't come up with a solution right now. I'm taking a break. Want to go watch some shows with me or stay in here? I asked Corey, who meowed and wiggled a bit, going into a cute kitty stretch before following me out into the living area, where the kids were watching shows after school. What are we watching? I asked as I plopped onto the couch. Mecha Rangers, Kelly screamed out as she was definitely the most excited. Good enough for me. You okay there, Ves? I looked up from where I was laying on the porch swing as Auntie Lauria walked out. I'm feeling a bit stuck is all, I explained as I flopped back down. Well, that's not unusual. You can't run full tilt forever. Some days you have to stop and just relax. I guess. I agreed without really doing so. I just wanted to mech. But Mordred, I was feeling stuck with her. What's wrong? More math issues? Not this time. You know anything about hero mechs? No, I'm not a pilot, she said, chuckling, and then tapped at her chin. You should talk to Orion. He used to pilot a hero mech. Uncle Orion? Yep, he's probably still in his room. I bet he'd enjoy talking to you about mechs, though. She explained, and I considered it. Thanks, Auntie. Sure, just don't forget your schoolwork later. I won't, I lied as I sat up and sped past her back into the compound. While there was, of course, the main building where we all ate and a big living room where the kids could watch TV, this was a compound meant for the entire clan in case something happens. So I moved through the building into the private rooms, meant for older members, usually those injured during a war and unable to really keep going on. Uncle Orion had fought not in the last war, but the one before that. I knew the man only faintly. He was hurt pretty badly fighting the Visians and had never recovered. I knocked on his door, and a moment later the door opened, revealing the scarred face of Ves Larkinson. The man was missing his left arm and had old burns across the left side of his body, but despite being in his 60s, he looked fit, with the cropped hair of a man still ready for war. Yes, Ves. What is it, boy? I was hoping to ask you some questions. About hero mechs. I revealed, and he blinked, before the burned skin around the left side of his mouth stretched into a grin. Well, you certainly came to the right, Larkinson. Come on in. He waved me over, and into his little home I went. While the rooms weren't the largest, they were still family homes. He had a dining table, a kitchenette, and a TV showing the morning news, and of course a room to his bedroom and private bathroom. Sit down, lad. You working on a hero mech, is that what I'm getting? That's right. Well, I have my own image for her, but I need to know more about combat in a hero mech. How do you mitigate the weakness of only using one arm for melee? Is there something I should focus on with the wrists and joints, strikes, thrusts? Okay. He chuckled warmly as he waved me over to sit as he took his own chair. I took the only other one around the little table. Let's go with one question at a time. You hit the nail on the head, as you know. A hero mech only has the one arm to fight with, only one arm to aim the gun, and only one arm to sweep through enemies with a sword, he said almost nostalgically. I rested back into the chair as I realized he was thinking. Piloting a hero mech is unlike any other. It's not about being the best swordsman or the most accurate sniper. It's about being such a wild force that you lead both sides of a regiment right into the enemy. You charge into the fray firing, keeping the riflemen going, keep them from flinching, while your swordsmen are right beside you, leading them in. I nodded along. That made sense. The hero mech was called that for a reason after all. All right. Your question, though, how did I handle melee in a hero mech against a swordsman? Shock and awe, usually binding them up with a powerful swing and then blasting them. He said, making a motion with his right arm and then moving his stump as if she was shooting into the mech's chest. I nodded. Okay, so a long barrel weapon wouldn't be good if you weren't able to shoot into melee. So a downward swing is a big focus, to force the enemy swordsman to block and cinch them. Yeah, I suppose it is. Can't forget the wrist thing. You got to be able to sweep through the front ranks when you get there. He swung his arm around once across, a sweep and a chop. I could do that. Pulling up the system, I made some notes on the movements, since I had the literal pilot right in front of me. That it? He asked, and I hesitated before spinning the screen around and showing him the beginnings of Mordred. Huh. Yep, I can't tell a thing. He said, then laughed, and I chuckled along with him. A hero mech, huh? That's good. It's a difficult mech type to get right. Hopefully you'll do it. Well, with those answers, I have a better chance of it. A smaller gun, so it can be used in melee, an arm that can chop and sweep. Uncle Orion, the reason I got stuck. I was trying to figure out how to equalize the performance between a swordsman and the hero mech. In your experience, is it better to just go full out with power on the right arm, or try and keep it more flexible? Well, it needs both. A hero mech that is limited in its swings is just going to get cut down by a skilled pilot. He offered, and I slumped. But with only one arm, it can't match a swordsman without more power. True, he said and shrugged. That's just the way of it. Your hero mech, how was it designed? Or did you have a hero mech you thought did it best? Now that's a question. Honestly, I had a tendency to throw my gun away. He admitted, and I blinked. Really? Oh yeah, used to piss off the techs something fierce, especially in space combat. You ever seen a mech tech realize that your last laser rifle is currently halfway to the sun because you chucked it at some dipshit Vezian's head mid-combat? That was it right there, he said, looking up to the sky with a smile on his face. Your evil uncle. Ha ha ha. He burst into guffaws at my words, because I was more of a mech tech than a pilot, and that would be annoying. Stupid pilots piloting the mechs and ruining them. Mechs would be perfect without these dang pilots fighting wars with them. So you throw the gun away to help your sword work? Yeah, it didn't really do much, but it let me at least get a bit more energy into my blows. What do you mean? Oh, that's right. You're not a swordsman. Well, unfortunately, I can't show you much of that. Go find one of the kids and have them show you one-handed swings and then swings with both if you want to get an idea. I'll do that. Good. Any other questions, lad? No. Well, yes. No? I blinked. I had some, but my brain wasn't working. Thankfully, Orion just laughed and waved me off. Come around again if you got more, and maybe I'll tell you some more stories about me tormenting the poor mech techs. Evil, I whispered to him as I stood up and then smiled. Thanks, Uncle. Okay, so that gave me some answers, but not really the answer I wanted. Like this? Sure, if that's how you swing a sword, I confirmed as I watched. Sure, Ves had some sword training as a kid, mostly to prep for his future as a potentate, before it had turned out he hadn't been able to. But that was years ago even for those memories, and I wanted to see a real pilot's movements. No point in copying some kids playing or something. Janzi nodded as she held the practice sword and made the motions. I circled around her, looking at her wrist, and most importantly looking at how she swung with just one hand. Do a sweep. Sure. She muttered, repositioning herself and then doing the motion. And with both hands. She did, and I noticed a difference instantly, the pivot point with a second point on control, even if the left hand wasn't holding overly strongly, just enough to twist the blade, was a lot. Yeah. I don't think I could reasonably make a hero mech catch up to a swordsman with its handful, which meant throwing away the rifle? Okay, that's not a terrible idea, but the problem is, that's a pilot decision, not a mech design decision. Thanks, Janzi, that really helped. Oh, did it? Yeah, I'm a bit stuck on my next mech, so I had to really see it, I guess. Great, I'm glad I could help Ves, she said, looking chipper at my honest words, and I smiled in turn. You ever pilot a hero mech in training? A few times. I was no good with it. I didn't like trying to keep track of everything. When you got into melee with it, what did you do? Make a fool of myself mostly, she admitted, and I just laughed. Okay, fair enough. Sorry. No, you're fine. Thanks, Janzi. I had some answers, but I would need to find my solutions. It came to me in the middle of the night, laying in bed, Corey purring next to my ear to help ease me into sleep. I was considering looking at other hero mechs to see how they had solved the problem when it struck me. I had a hero mech to look at. The Caesar Augustus, the white whale of a mech that was absolutely a mess, but it was a hero mech, and an odd one. I reached over, trying not to push Corey away, as I searched for my comband and finally found it. Putting it on, I turned on the screen, flinching at the light before putting it on night mode. A moment later, I flipped to the system, and the fact I had the CA1's license meant I could pull it up. It was a weird hero mech, a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, not the usual for hero mechs. On the shoulders were missile pods, but it was the laser mounts in the wrists that actually earned it the role of a hero mech. No gun to drop, instead the laser was just part of the arm itself. Orion's comments whispered into my head. Just cinch them with the sword and blast them with the gun, I whispered. Wouldn't a weapon that you couldn't lose be worth much more than one you could? Instead of using the rifle from the Fantasia, which had been the plan, I could just integrate it into the arm, keep the wrist and hand flexible enough to use like a swordsman mech liked, while retaining the ability to shoot at range. It was perfect. I can do that. I have the energy weapon optimization skill. I can totally do a... Meow. I looked over where Corey was glaring at me, her paw fully planted into my cheek and pushing at my face. Ah, yeah, it is late. You're right. Meow. Thank you for reminding me, I said as I closed the comm down and put it away before slipping back to sleep. Corey purred at me as she curled up. The next few days was a furious reaction to the time spent trying to figure out where to go with the mech next. I worked on her arms as I finally had the idea in my head. The right would be an arm trying to eke out as much power as I could without impacting the control it would need, while her left arm would have the integrated laser rifle built into the armored gauntlet and a reinforced wrist needed for melee combat. Of course, it would still be weaker than her right arm. The laser rifle took up a lot of space, and if I wasn't careful, heat build-up from the laser would damage the more delicate wrist components. But metallurgy should help me with that. I looked at the start I had done so far. The armored gauntlet shifted into an armored forearm guard, wider than the arm itself to fit the laser into, and to act as a bit of extra armor. The right arm would be just as wide, but it would actually have less armor overall. The extra musculature needed to swing a blade with as much power as Mordred would need meant it just wouldn't fit. I could make it a slightly lopsided mech. The right arm with larger shoulders and arms in general, like it was some armored gladiator. The idea wasn't one I disliked. It would be a good aesthetic change to try and remove some weakness in the limb. But then she'd be even heavier, and it would take more power to swing. Trade-offs. Always sacrificing something for something else. And yet, it was satisfying. Making something new, something utterly mine. The choices I made were my choices, my trade-offs. If I wanted more armor, I'd choose more armor and adjust the mech to handle the change. But, I whispered, realizing I was making a bit of a mistake. It wasn't just me. Mordred, what do you want? I whispered. This spirit I created, it would have its own will and choices, and yet it wasn't strong enough to properly form opinions like that. I breathed in and out. Someday it would, and it was important to have all of the disparate choices come together. Pilot, mech, and spirit all had choices. A mech not suited for a pilot was useless, and a spirit not suited for a mech was equally useless. A synergy needed to be born. I shook it off and continued to work. A hero mech, with a thunderous sword and a blazing weapon, capable of crashing into the front lines of any battle and swinging victory. Mordred. You were never king, but on the battlefield you could be. Chapter 28. Simulate the walk. I muttered as the system took over, using the design, and slowly it moved. No, I needed some more work on the balance. I went back and started adjusting the weight load. Slight tweaks to armor could alter the center of balance fairly wildly. I'd mostly finished the mech as a whole. One arm armored with an internal laser rifle, the same laser I'd gotten so much time tinkering with Ishtar. The gauntlet-style arm almost looked more like Saber in how it was set up than what Mordred normally looked like, but well, it worked. The other a powerful limb, more than capable of doing most of the sword motions it would. Probably, I wasn't a swordsman. Those limbs ramped up into large pauldrons, mostly to help carry additional power cells for the mech. The weak engine meant I needed to draw power from somewhere else, but they were also more of a fallback. The mech, of course, had a capacitor. If there was any piece of equipment I would say matched my style so far, it would be that. That would be the main power source, giving Mordred enough power to activate all out for a while before shifting into a diminished mode. Nothing I could do to stop that, but while the rest of her body would slow down, her arms would be just as powerful because of the power cells in their shoulders. It wasn't quite the curse that guaranteed she would cut down Artoria, but it was kinda like it. A mech could pierce her engine, and she'd still probably be able to make a last attack or two. From those shoulders it shifted into her chest, heavily armored, armor thicker than anything the Fantasia could have hoped for, shaped and adjusted into the absolute best I could handle. Unfortunately, while my lightweight armor optimization was still in play, as I hadn't gone on to buy better medium-weight or heavyweight armor, it was less efficient than on the Fantasia. Not that it wasn't still better. One benefit of the Mirin 21 ultralight armor plating that Mordred was wearing was just how comparatively light it was. A similar thickness in medium-weight armors would be more resistant, of course, but it would also be twice or more in tonnage. And that wasn't all. Since I already had it, the Imperial System's Unbreakable Armor Mark I license wasn't going to be ignored. The armor I'd used for the Lancer was more than capable of being overlaid in some places to give Mordred the kind of defense against crashing into something a hero would need. I'd spent almost a week just balancing out the armor once everything else was done to try and make her as armored as I could. It had been a slow week, to be fair, with school, and the kids had started dragging me into show night. So I got started later than usual, but still. The heavy chest plate dropped down into a narrower waist, and then into folds. Like usual, I used cloth to give her a bit of personality. The long fold skirt would help, as there were actual armor plates hidden under the cloth, and then her legs, ending in armored boots, similar to most of my nightly mechs. Red highlighted in the metallic-colored Mirin armor to give her a bit more personality, and then in her back stood her capacitor. Her helmet even had horns, although more pointed forward than the straight sideways bull horns of Mordred's noble phantasm. No, this was a helmet meant to signify exactly what she was meant for. Charging straight in. I'd even added one additional trick. At this point, it might be overboard. It almost definitely was, but sometimes you just want to see what you can do. A single Fortes Axel mech booster stuck out of Mordred's back. It wouldn't move her like it would on the Lancer, of course. Lancer was lighter and had half a dozen of the boosters to give her the thunderous charge. But sometimes a boost from behind could be the difference between victory and defeat. And honestly, it wasn't that heavy, so if it never got used or ended up just interfering, then whatever. It was still cool. I once more finished adjusting her armor, shifting the weight around her hips a bit more, and this time when I activated the simulation, 49.98% balance. Considering there was one piece of equipment I hadn't mentioned so far, yeah, that was pretty good. Mordred, you're almost done. I could spend another month tweaking you, but this is all right for the original. After all, you haven't even gotten the Mark I upgrade yet. I told her, staring at the screen as I imagined the one thing missing. A sword. It's why I needed melee weapon optimization. Not just for getting her limb right, but for making a weapon that would fit perfectly into that hand. I breathed in and out, then added a generic sword into her hand. System, tell me what you think. I asked, holding up my comband, and watched as the system processed, then spit out the usual request. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? HS-S-Mordred, I said. Heroic spirit, saber, Mordred. The best name convention I could come up with. Design evaluation, HS-S-Mordred. Model name, HS-S-Mordred. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight classification, medium. Recommended role, hero. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A-. Armor, C+. Carrying capacity, D. Cost efficiency, B. Endurance, E. Energy efficiency, F. Firepower, B-. Flexibility, B. Integrity, C-. Mobility, D+. Spotting, D-. X factor, C+. Status, project involvement, 100%. Original component composition, 8%. Evaluation. An ancient mech built in the modern age. With an incredibly short runtime and a lack of firepower, the mech stands at an odd place. A versatile mixed armor and flexible melee ability gives it an acceptable flexibility in its role. A pure thread of X-Factor runs through this mech. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 1,000 design points for completing an original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X-Factor. I sank into the bed and just stared at the icon swimming around. Lacking a proper engine, proper armor for its size, a weapon to suit her. And yet, I'd built a mech from scratch, no alterations, no copycatting. Just a mech where all the problems were my problems to solve. Was it good? No, probably not. I laughed at my own self-deprecation. Yeah, she was a bit of a mess. Yet all I could do was grin as I looked at her. She wasn't complete yet. She was still missing her noble phantasm, and then maybe even more. It had been weeks of building her. In those weeks, Ishtar had been purchased, Fran had been purchased, Shielder had been purchased. I didn't exactly keep an eye on the sales, but the DP, 2,000, enough. Enough to buy a journeyman's skill. I licked my lips as I stared at Mordred. We aren't done yet, Mordred. Oh no, we aren't anywhere close to being done. Then my stomach rumbled, and I blinked, realizing that while it was the weekend, I think I'd been in my room the entire day. Meow. I looked over at Corey, who was glaring at me. Okay, to be fair, you did keep jumping on me while I was working. I explained apologetically as I wandered over and started undoing the bundle of blankets I'd wrapped Corey in when she kept trying to disturb me as I was hitting the end of Mordred. Meow. I'm sorry, I told her honestly as I freed her and she hissed at me. Really, I am. I have no good explanation. I should have listened to you and I was being stubborn. How about some nice exotics as a treat and apology? Meow, she said, head arching. Right, Those are already yours. How could I forget? How about we take a break? Tomorrow, I said, looking out the window, the sun, already gone. And we can go buy something just for you at the market. Meow. Meow. She seemed to accept, and I reached out and hugged her, half surprising her, I think, as she twitched a bit. I'm really sorry. Thank you for not tearing my blankets apart. That would have caused me a lot of trouble. I told her, and she blinked lazily up at me, where I hugged her to my chest, her tail swaying. I think she knew that. What a good kitty. My stomach rumbled again, and I groaned. Okay, I need to eat. I rose up a bit woozily as my legs were a bit asleep. It took a bit to get myself walking properly, and as I headed out, I could smell food in the air. My stomach gurgled at me angrily as I headed straight for the dining room. Most of the family was there, eating and talking, and I got a lot of looks when I came stumbling in. Ves, I looked over at Grandpa Benjamin as he gave me a look. You all right there, son? Yeah. Why? I asked, and he gave me a look. What? In the end, I continued walking over to the normie table and flopped down in an empty spot, instantly grabbing some food and filling my plate. I was so hungry. You eat anything today, Ves? Nope, I said at Auntie Lauria's question as she was here along with Kelly and her other kids. Uncle Ark had 6 kids and they were all sitting around the table, although most were too cool to talk or hang out with me. Mostly because most of them were potentates and I wasn't. It was fine. They weren't rude, just kinda like that. Auntie Lauria continued to look at me for a while before sighing and reaching out and patting at my hair. Oh, it was probably sticking up every which way, huh? Oops. Either way, I was too hungry to care about looks right now. I started eating, getting plenty of looks at my piled high plate. There was a temptation to talk about Mordred. She was technically done, but no, not until she was more than just done, but complete. I smiled, already thinking about those 2,000 DP points waiting for me. What do I upgrade first? Physics? Mechanics? With 2,000 points, I had the whole world open to me. I spent the night getting some real sleep, and after helping out the next morning with getting the kids moving, for another Monday. Then I settled in and hammered out more of the math course. At this point I was probably only a week or so away from completing the entire course. Having no trouble even as the course was coming to its end of math coursework, I'd have to either get out of classes or pick another class to work on during the weekdays. Either way, the day passed until finally I was ready. It was time to make a sword fit for a king. Clarent, the sword meant to go to King Arthur's heir, stolen by Mordred when she took over Camelot. Once again, I wasn't going to be able to give it proper respect. But someday I'd make a modern mech, and this early noble phantasm would empower that creation. I took a breath and released it, and made my decision I had been sitting on all day. 2000 DP, Mechanics Journeyman, my first journeyman skill. Where apprentice was the skill of someone just leaving a mech college. A journeyman skill level in the system was years of actual work, the experience that an apprentice could never match. And mechanics was the core of it all. Was there a skill more integral to building a mech than mechanics? I don't think there was. Having tinkered with Mordred, I had to admit that the mechanical knowledge was vital. Nothing mattered more. And as I pushed the button accepting the data dump, I flopped into my bed and just stared at nothing as my brain was filled. Years of working on mechs, as if I'd done it myself. Finding out the tricks of the trade, the sort of thing only someone building mechs day in and out would know. The minor and the major issues. And I had it all now. Perfect, I whispered, unable to do anything else as I lay there bonelessly. My brain was mush. The next day, after letting everything sink in, okay, I probably should have taken journeyman metallurgy, I know, but as much as I want Clarent to be amazing, getting Mordred up to spec is more important than a slightly better sword. Meow. I know, the decision is made and I should stop dwelling on it, but I'm a dweller. Meow. You think so? Meow, she said flatly, finally turning away from where she'd been looking out a window to glare at me. Sorry, Corey, I said, having used her meows to play along, but it was nice to talk to someone and not just to myself. I looked at the design tool and took a deep breath. I knew what Clarent looked like, and I even had the idea for what it could do. An opening hilt allowing either lasers or maybe a flamethrower. No, I didn't want to spend credits on buying a flamethrower license. Besides, Mordred would already run hot. No, lasers in the hilt of the sword. Power would be difficult. I could wire the grip into the mech's hand like I did with Ishtar to let Mordred power the attack. But that would be another drain on an already dry power system. Or I could add a power cell into the hilt, good enough for one good blast. At that point, it was probably rather a moot point, but fuck it. Doing something cool just because it was cool was a human tradition. The blaster pistol could be broken down and fit into the hilt of the blade fairly well. It would reduce the structure of the hilt though, but was a one-off gimmick worth that? I shook it off. Rule of cool Ves. Even if it wasn't perfectly efficient, I wasn't that kind of mech designer. Sometimes shooting for pure efficiency ended up with a boring mech that no one wanted to use. I wish I could do like a lens along the blade, making it like an energy blade for a few seconds or something. It would probably be fairly middling, but it sure would look cool, but power, and more importantly components, stopped that flat. There were no crystals or laser reflecting, or better to say interacting materials I could just get a license from. Where had Ves gotten the alien laser crystal from again? Something about a skull or something. Whatever, I wasn't worried about it. But a laser on each side of the hilt for a bit more damage, or just aiming the sword at someone during a charge and shooting them. Yeah, good enough. The real purpose was the soul of the blade. Clarent, Mordred's blade. With the idea mostly solid, I just had to start forming it. Luckily, I had some acceptable blade materials from the sword I bought for Saber, so I could just do some work on it. It was doubly fitting that Clarent would be made from the same blade I sourced Saber's blade from. And honestly, in the future, I would probably make an Excalibur Noble Phantasm for Saber anyways. With Mechanics Journeyman, I felt far more capable of upgrading my early mechs into true custom beasts, ready to support their pilot. And if I finished Clarent and then updated Mordred, I'll get even more DP ready for the custom mechs. I really had kept Cloudstep waiting. Shaking it off, I went to work. Modeling the sword, using metallurgy to harden the edge as best I could with the capabilities of the 3D printer of the time, and soften the internals so it would bend and not just snap like a brittle blade. A wide broadsword. Not quite as long as it probably should be to properly be Clarent, but I was dealing with materials 400 years out of date, and not modern exotics and metallurgy. Someday, either way, it was as fine a blade as I could make, as strong as I could make it, and it had the hidden blasters to give a bit of extra punch. After finishing it, I went back through carefully, and of course found issues. This was a noble phantasm, not a dreary blade ready to be thrown away. It deserved all the time it needed to get it right. It was the least I could do for Mordred and Clarent both. "How is everything coming along?" Grandpa Benjamin asked me one afternoon a few days into my work with Clarent. Everything's going great. Why? The older man made a motion, and I made room on the porch swing as he slipped on with a sigh of relief. Then he smiled, looking out over the large yard and all the mess the kids had made yesterday. Fairly common issue when you have over a dozen kids running around any day. I suppose I got used to your releasing mechs so quickly. I hadn't noticed any new components as well. It's been a while. Ah well, I'm almost done, I whispered to him, cutting my mouth to hide it from the other old-timers that were sitting out on the porch that were all now snooping. Grandpa Benjamin played along, nodding without saying anything, and we were both getting looks, and soon grumbles. Then I cracked and started chuckling, and Grandpa Benjamin did as well. That's good. Then I didn't want to think you had given up, but... Ah, I said, drawing out the tone, then shook my head. No, the opposite, I told him, then firmed myself and took a deep breath in and out, giving him a look that showed him I wasn't joking. I'm making my first original mech. That, of course, had everyone's head turned to me, no longer even pretending not to snoop. Truly? Yes, she's almost done. A medium hero mech. Not a variant. I made her from the tips of her toes to her head. I'm going to do another pass over on her. I've been really hammering at her sword, making sure it was right. That's going to be an original component, I explained, and Grandpa Benjamin's smile spread proudly as he looked at me. Well now, that is good news. Good news indeed. Thank you, I said, a bit flushed and proud at the tone of his voice. Ves. He dropped a hand on my shoulder, smiling. "You're making me proud, grandson. Keep working hard. I hope to someday see our family piloting your mechs." "I'd like that too," I said proudly, and he nodded. "Well, as much as I'd like to sit here and find out more details." "Oh, come on." The crowd of old-timers groaned as they realized Grandpa Benjamin wasn't going to pull any more secret details out of me. I just laughed. Soon it would be done. Chapter 29. My hands were firm as I hit the button. "Okay, let me have it." Design evaluation, Clarent component. Component type, mech sword. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech sword. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, A, endurance, F, firepower, C+. Flexibility, C, integrity, A, X factor, C, status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a mech sword designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. A fairly ordinary mech blade, with a few gimmicks to set it apart. Yet it retains exactly what a sword needs to contain. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. I exhaled, about what I expected. No amazing score on anything, but it was a solid blade that would do what it needed to do, and of course, just because the physical was ordinary didn't mean the rest was. Clarent, the red of the blade painted to add some color to an otherwise ordinary blade. It was done. Step 2. Now it was time to combine them both together, to properly make the Mordred Mark I. I brought the component over and added it to Mordred's appearance, almost wincing, as with just a glance I could pick up on parts of her mechanical construction that would need to be completely redone. Plus, I now have over 1,000 DP to pick out some further upgrades. What did Mordred need? What subskill or multiple subskills could turn her from an acceptable mech into something extraordinary? Probably nothing, but I still wanted to make something better. I could upgrade medium-weight armor optimization. Heck, I could buy it to Tier 2, but no, I don't think it would even properly carry over considering I was using light mech armor. It probably would give me a boost, but would it be enough of a boost? Melee weapon optimization too. That would be 1,000 DP, so just within the budget, and it would carry over to the custom mechs I needed to make. Or I could save and try to get another 1,000 DP to get a second journeyman skill after. Honestly, it was tempting considering just how much better I was with just that one skill. If an apprentice skill was all the knowledge a student would get at a school, then journeyman was years of on-the-job, actual work. A vast difference, as anyone that has done a job for a few years can attest. No, I wanted the Mordred to be better, even if it wasn't optimal. She was my first mech, my baby. She deserved to have every inch of her given as much attention as I could. Then I looked at the major skills once again. I did have a few missing, including one that... propulsion. I whispered, looking at the skill. Considering I had a Lancer coming up, and I'd had so much issue with Ripper, it would be smart to have it, and I could use it to maybe fix Mordred's rear thruster to make sure that it would actually work. It was cheap to get an incompetent score, and novice as well. I could jump to novice for 700 DP, which would probably add a lot to my ability and open up to getting apprentice for Lancer. 300 DP definitely narrowed things down a bit, if I wanted to go this way. 300 DP for medium-weight armor optimization. It would be useless for the custom mechs, but the Caesar Augustus was a medium mech too. Before I could overthink it, I clicked it. 300 DP, medium-weight armor optimization 1. The information flowed, and just like how mechanics showed me how many mistakes I had made on Mordred's construction, I now could look at her armor with clear eyes. Shivering a bit as I absorbed the information and just stared at my mech's image, letting the knowledge naturally bring me to where I had made mistakes, where I could improve. It was instinct, the difference between scribbling a picture as a kid and looking at it after becoming an artist as an adult. A value difference in what I could notice. I resisted the urge to get started, instead taking a breath and buying the next primary skill. 200 DP, propulsion incompetent. I blinked and then kinda just sat there. It felt weird because I didn't really change much. It was less knowledge exactly, and more an understanding, a sympathetic interest. The upload felt weird, but it was less direct knowledge than I had expected. I could name off the most common thrusters in use by brighter mechs, and what their benefits and drawbacks were. Bit of a weird knowledge upload. I pushed the final upgrade, 500 DP, Propulsion Novice. I jolted because that was better. It was like I'd been studying propulsion systems on my own, trying to figure out how they worked and what they could do. It was, yeah, okay. It was worth it, but not quite as helpful as I had hoped. Looking over Mordred, there weren't a lot of upgrades I was going to be able to do on her thruster system, but I could clean it up and maybe do a bit of streamlining on her armor to make sure she could move a bit faster. I also had a slightly better understanding of how to get a mech to run faster. That was part of that upgrade. A hero mech needed to be quick, and Mordred already was, so if I could get her moving even just a bit faster, that would be useful. Probably not worth the 700 points right now, but it was something I would have had to buy eventually, so better to just do it. Probably. I brought my hands up and slapped my cheeks a bit. My brain felt full, but I still had work to do. Mordred, okay, break down what I needed. Complete internal rework for the mechanics. I'd fumbled a few places, armor rework, and mess with her thruster to see if I could get some real performance out of it. So, I had to basically remake the entire mech almost from scratch. That's what I just said, wasn't it? I sighed. It's a good thing I fucking love this shit, I whispered, and then got to work. 10%, I whispered, wanting to whistle but not wanting to disturb Corey. I managed to get an extra 10% strength out of the right arm, with just better mechanical construction. A better placed musculature, a variance in the internal sections that were needed for all the internal junk, and a slightly tweaked elbow allowed the arm 10% more power. I rubbed my face in awe at the change, so tiny a thing, and yet, Gloriana, I kinda get it. Seeking that extra percentages, slowly steadily altering the mech until you get the absolute pinnacle of what you can do, eking out more and more performance. Not that you still aren't a crazy yandere, but I get it. I shook it off and then remembered I should be more careful about speaking names of people aloud that I had never met. That would be a stupid way to get someone's attention because I stupidly thought aloud. Right back to Mordred. 10% was a lot. Like a lot. And while I'd have to make some sacrifices, as it had made the arm a bit heavier, yeah, it was way worth it. This was what improved skills could do. Massive upgrades, breaking it down into numbers. I went from a 10 power to 11. Might not seem like much when I put it like that, especially since I'd already been able to get to 11, but if I could bring that percentage across the entire mech. Meow. I looked up and then looked at Corey confused at why she'd interrupted when a second later my alarm went off. Ah, thanks, Corey, I offered, laughing a bit at her alerting me even before the alarm. She must want to sleep. Silly girl, I saved my work and shut everything down as I crawled into bed. Honestly, I stayed focused over the next few weeks. Despite constant badgering about my mech from my family, I didn't let anything else slip and just spent all my spare time working on Mordred. After going through the mech rivet by rivet, joint by joint, updating everything I could, I moved on to her thruster. Again, at best, it would be a small surge in power, and it wasn't exactly energy efficient, but it didn't matter. I did a few updates, including altering the joint where the thruster met the mech to allow for more accurate alterations to where the booster was aimed. It wasn't quite able to shift sideways, but if the pilot needed to jump or just push forward, it would be able to aim where the pilot needed. No locked-in one-directional thrust for Mordred, and then it was time to work on the armor. I was right, medium armor optimization did give me some things, but mostly it was only slight upgrades over metallurgy and lightweight armor optimization. It was still worth it though. And then when I was satisfied going over every inch of her, I had to start from the beginning and double-check the joints and internals to rebalance the updated armor, which meant more changes after. It was a cycle I went through multiple times, finding mistakes and weak points each time and updating them. And yet, I was out on the porch swinging in the evening sunlight. I could keep doing this forever, trying to mitigate the changes after each cycle. Sure, maybe in another month, the changes would be so unimportant it would be almost pointless. But I didn't have a month. Well, I mean, I did, but that was too much. Okay, she's done, I whispered, looking at the armored knight, at her helm, two eye sockets glowing red, the same optics that Ripper had. They were the best I could install and would help give her a bit better sensor system. Mordred didn't have the Fantasia's hair sensors after all. Down her powerful arms, her left not quite as strong, but the integrated laser would give it a bunch regardless. Down her slim armored chest, despite having a slim outline, the armor was 4 or 5 layers thick, ensuring she could crash through most light attacks. Her hips were covered in cloth, hiding armor, to ensure anyone foolish enough to aim for her legs wouldn't manage to disable her before she reached them. She held Clarent in one hand, the blade glowing as the thermal blade module in the sword was active in the simulator. Her blade glowing red, showing the anger Mordred would have for her foes. And finally, of course, the power supply. MTTR packs, hidden beneath a cloak. Honestly, it was more Saber in a raincoat than Mordred, but still, the cloak was kept in position with the packs as the skeleton giving it a better look than just a piece of cloth. Her horns sticking out of the front of the cloak honestly was fairly inspired. That's the best I can do, I whispered. And finally, Mordred and Clarent, the design spirit and noble phantasm came together. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? HS-S, Mordred Mark 1, I said, simply watching as the system processed. Design evaluation, HS-S-Mordred MK.1. Model name, HSS Mordred MK1. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Weight classification, medium. Recommended role, hero. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Armor, B-. Carrying capacity, D+. Cost efficiency, B-. Endurance, E. Energy efficiency, F. Firepower, B. Flexibility, B. Integrity, C+. Mobility, C-. Spotting, D. X factor, B. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Performance improvement, 10.8%. Original component composition, 14%. Evaluation, an ancient mech built in the modern age. With an incredibly short runtime and a lack of firepower, the mech stands at an odd place. A versatile mixed armor and flexible melee ability gives it an acceptable flexibility in its role. A substantial presence of X-Factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X-Factor. I stared at the screen, making note of the changes, the improvements. I'd managed to eke out 10% more performance. That alone was a huge deal, and she was done. The first Lark Industries mech, the first Ves mech, the first my mech. You're beautiful, I whispered, unable to help myself from gushing. She looked so fucking cool. I wanted to make her. I wanted to make a real version of her and jump into her cockpit and fight and fight. But that wasn't my role. Mordred was meant for another, and I was okay with that. It wouldn't be me, but someone would slip into her cockpit and together. Well, hopefully they'd show what they could do. Together. Pilot, mech, and noble phantasm. Together, a trinity of purpose. And with that, Mordred was complete. I sat there on the swing outside for a while, just looking at it, not feeling any urge to send it in or worry about making her. She was already real. Everything after was just filler. But filler or not, it needed to be done. I took the design and saved it, and then sent her in to the same messaging service with the MTA I'd used for the components. Clarent was in there as well. Honestly, I wasn't sure how the MTA would react. They weren't exactly the gaming service, but this was still entirely within their remit. I got up and headed inside, taking a while to just enjoy the feeling of relief from completing a great task. Slipping into the Larkinson compound house, I heard the sound of laughter and checked into the living room. There, in front of the TV, the kids were watching some show. It wasn't a cartoon this time, but some sort of drama about mech pilots, at least as far as I could see as I walked in. Never saw this one before. Ves hadn't watched mech media after the whole failure to become a potentate. So I slipped in and took a seat, watching the show despite obviously missing a lot of the context. The show was good. It was actually a brighter show, so it was all fairly familiar. Huh, Ves, what are you doing here? Melkor asked as he looked up and seemed to notice I was sitting across from him on the couch, having wiggled into a spot. Watching the show, I said, pointing, and I could almost see his eyes narrow. You've been distracted for weeks making a mech. Why are you here watching a show instead of designing? Oh, I finished, I explained, already knowing what was going to happen next. V's. I was tackled by all the little kids who demanded to see my mech, demanded to be able to pilot. The younger ones even demanded I build the mech for them. I can't, it's just an Iron Spirit mech, and no reveals yet. I need to get it passed through the MTA and then I'll reveal it. But V's. I ignored Kelly's whine and reached out to drop a hand on her head and fluff her head, which she batted at and pouted. Seriously, it's done. Yeah, why? Honestly, I didn't expect you to manage it. That's kinda rude, but thanks for the vote of confidence, Melkor, I said flatly, and he just shrugged. Is it going to be naked again? I twitched and had to react to that. I picked Kelly up as she squealed and started spinning her around. Ishtar wasn't naked, you little brat. Hey, hey, hey. She giggled and squealed as I spin her around and around. I hadn't expected a response so quickly. It usually took a little for the MTA to get back to me about components, but even as we were eating dinner, I got the message. Reading through it, even as I was getting a few nasty looks from my older relatives who had a rule about comms at the table, I ignored them and then felt myself frown. That was not good. Reading it, and then rereading it, I took a breath. Okay, I knew what I needed to do. Getting up, I walked over to Grandpa Benjamin, who noticed me and waved me over at my approach, okaying my interrupting. Ves? I got a message from the MTA. I explained, and his face turned serious as I flipped my comm panel over and let him read it. I see. Respond back that we will arrive tomorrow morning. I'll take you there, he assured me, and I felt my shoulders relax. Thanks, Grandpa. Nothing to thank me for. Besides, this is different from before. Yeah, I honestly am not sure what to expect from this. It's a bit weird, you know? Oh, believe me, I am well aware of how weird it is. Then again, we have never had a mech designer in the family, so perhaps it is just the norm. Maybe. But they want me to build a version of Mordred. At least they confirmed it would be a digital variant, but I have to do it at the MTA office. It seems you have their attention, grandson. Yeah. Now I just have to wonder if that is a good or bad thing. Both, Benjamin said straightforwardly, and I couldn't help but smirk at his response. Tomorrow I would visit the MTA and build Mordred. Chapter 30. Despite the anxiousness of having to go to the MTA and build a mech in front of them. Well, I hit the bed, and with Corey purring up against my ear, I passed out nearly instantly. The next morning was a rush as usual. Rushing around getting the kids ready for school and finally taking some time for myself after. Cleaning up, making sure my hair was combed, and I actually looked ordered instead of a mess like usual. I took a moment to grab my comband and looked it over. I'd had a night to sleep on it, and I knew what I had to do. There was a part of mech design, or mech building I should say, that I only partially prepared myself for. Up to this point, I'd done my best with putting the mechs together, but I was only so capable, only so able to handle the task. But today, in front of the MTA or not, I wouldn't build a substandard Mordred. The problem I knew was that I wasn't going to take my comm with me. Better to leave it behind with Corey, safe and away from any MTA scanners. I'd done the same thing last time we had gone there, but this time I needed something. 200 DP, Assembler Proficiency 1. 400 DP, Assembler Proficiency 2. It was almost all my DP again, but frankly starting at 0 wasn't that big a deal anymore. Mordred had to come out right, no even more important. I needed to impress. A young genius was understandable, if rare, but a young genius utterly terrible at putting their own mech together. Honestly, there was no way for me to know what was more believable, that I was this terrible about something this important, or that I was a genius at it as well. And frankly, better to have everyone overestimate me. With the system, I would just keep getting better and better. I activated the purchase, shivering as my brain was flooded with knowledge on assembling a mech. The fact I was building a mech 400 years out of date should mean the modern practices vastly overperformed. So there I was, clutching the comband with and simply processing, trying to absorb the knowledge and prepare myself. Then a knock on my door. "Ves, you ready?" "I am," I called out, standing up and looking over. Corey knew the score, and I slipped the band around her neck like a collar. She was a super assassin cat when she needed to be. The system was safer around her neck than it honestly was with me. Then I got up and headed out. Benjamin was waiting for me just outside, and he looked me over before nodding, pleased. "All right, young man, let's go show the MTAA Larkinson, won't we?" "We will," I said confidently, grinning as I followed after him. We climbed into his hovercar and soon we were off. The government-issued vehicle was very comfortable, and once more I looked out the window, just taking in the sight of all the compounds below us, most of them with security systems that could knock the vehicle out of the air if they needed. But we should be safe. I just had to remind myself to avoid Bentheim as much as I could. Stupid Bentheim liberation movement. I had sympathy in some ways, Bentheim having taken on huge debts to build up over a century ago that they were still paying off, meant that the people of the planet were poorer than Rittersberg, despite Bentheim being the most industrial planet in the Bright Republic. What I couldn't condone was terror plots to try and gain independence so those debts would disappear. I would avoid the planet if I could. Either way, Rittersberg was the capital, and thus much safer from that sort of attack. But it was also the main hotbed of politics. So it was very much worse for that. It made me miss Cloudy Curtain. Not that the original Ves hadn't been attacked by pirates there. Ugh, stupid, dangerous Xiangjia world, just give me a safe place to build mechs already. "We're here," Benjamin reminded me, and I shook my head, focusing on the present. The MTA office was as looming as before, perhaps more so since as we landed, and then walked in. I knew I would be here for a while. A receptionist opened quickly to us, and we walked across the large room up to them as the girl smiled at us. "Ves Larkinson and guest. Benjamin Larkinson, welcome. Your guide will be with you shortly. Please hold." She offered her smile, never shifting, until suddenly a door opened beside her, one I hadn't even realized was there. "Follow me," a stern-faced man offered. The youth he showed was probably a lie, as on one hand he looked young, but on the other he had a maturity and hints of being older. I followed him, and Benjamin followed his hand on my shoulder, firming my resolve. We walked through the back of the reception area and into an office of sorts, although to call it an office was a bit of a misnomer. It was a massive virtual room. I blinked as I walked in and was literally looking at the Iron Spirit hangar in a 3D environment. The journeyman, or maybe senior. I kinda doubt he was a master, turned once inside, and then offered a single hand towards the holograms. "Please verify you were the designer of the Mech HS-S Mordred Mark I. "I am." "And no one assisted you with its design?" "No, Then you will construct the mech. Here in this virtual environment, I will supervise." "Is there a reason for this?" Grandpa Benjamin asked. Despite facing a member of the MTA, he acted as if he was still a peer, and not an ant. "There is. Despite the age of the mech components used, a teenager designing a mech is something the MTA keeps an eye on. Despite what you might think, even a third-rate state like the Bright Republic is not left without our overwatch for new mech designers. We are giving your grandson a stage to prove himself in an undeniable way. If he succeeds or fails, the MTA will know, and he will have our attention." "Ah, I get it. Whether I did it or not, either way I'd have their attention. A thread hidden behind a reward, sort of. The MTA's attention wasn't a reward. In fact, it could be quite the opposite. I didn't care, though. I was already examining the digital equipment. It was the same thing as Iron Spirit. Literally one-to-one, only I was literally standing next to it. What a ridiculously powerful holographic room. Of course, I also noticed it wasn't just Iron Spirit, but my Iron Spirit. My account, my Bright credits and Iron Spirit credits. I kept myself from making any mention of it, it didn't matter. Instead, I got to work, purchasing everything I would need for more Dread. Assembler proficiency, too, ensured my hands were confident as I selected what I would need and started running them through the holographic 3D printer. But this time I was going all out. Iron Spirit was a mimicry of the real thing, but it could get incredibly detailed, but it wasn't perfect. When I started on the frame of Mordred, I printed it piece by piece. Every bolt was printed out, and then the assembler system was used to connect it all together. The engine, the reactor, instead of printing them out in chunks. I took it slow and did every piece. Every part of the Fantasia's engine was manufactured piece by piece, and I deftly shifted the holographic component up and into the hole, controlling the entire thing like I had done it 100 times before. Constructing mechs was usually more of a slapdash thing, but not anymore. I printed each part like a pro, or rather like an apprentice that had been doing this for a while. Not the best, but capable. Routine. This wasn't something I was taking shortcuts with. No easy paths. Every single component, no matter how small, came out separately, and I slowly put it all together. It took a while, probably longer than Grandpa Benjamin had expected, and yet, despite checking his own comm from time to time, he only stepped out once or twice to make a call and not to disturb me, before coming back in. A chair was provided at some point, and both the mech designer and Benjamin were sitting as they watched. And yet, this wasn't real life. Even if I wanted to do as in-depth as I could, this was still a holographic system, and as such it went faster. Much faster. What could take days to build by hand, the assembler and holographic system acted like I had perfect telekinesis, able to adjust parts as if they were weightless as I fit each part together one by one. Like a giant Lego set, only better and only half as overpriced. And then I stopped, just staring up at the mech, clarent in hand, her helmet hiding most of her face, but her expressive eyes still glared out. "You are not complete." "I know," I said, looking over my shoulder, and then with a wave the part I was working on attached to her. The cloak hid all the work I'd done, only her red eyes still glowing from the depths of the shadowed hood. "Mordred," I whispered, looking up at the life-sized version of the mech in all her holographic glory. "Beautiful." I blinked. That hadn't been me. I looked behind me at the man that had been watching all along. "You are certainly a talent, Mr. Larkinson. I do believe I will look forward to your career with great interest. The MTA approves the design, and the HS-S Mordred has been added to the Iron Spirit system. This build is complete." I nodded slowly, coming down from the focus of putting something so finicky together. I was really glad I'd taken assembler proficiency. That had been a lot harder than I expected. My grandson is quite the genius. "He has excellent potential," the designer countered with a smile. "You should consider finding a master. Mr. Larkinson's potential will soar with a guiding hand. But that is all that the MTA requires for today." "Then we will be on our way," Benjamin offered as he rose up with a light groan. I followed quietly, not because I didn't have something to say, but I kept looking back. Mordred, she was there, standing there in all her height and glory. The door behind me shut, finally cutting me off from staring at her, and I looked forward. Well, that had been an experience. We were both quiet as we left the building, and I flinched a bit, realizing the sun was gone. "What time is it?" "Late," Benjamin replied, half grinning, but he showed me his comm, the time making me wince. "Sorry." "Don't be. The Department of Defense will live without me for a day, especially when I tell them I was at the MTA watching my grandson put together his first mech." I chuckled as I looked over at him. His face was forward, but despite the entire day gone, he did look proud. We climbed into his car and soon were off, heading back home. "I'll have to put her up for sale when I get home," I whispered, not really wanting to in some ways. She was just a digital copy, and yet she was my first actual mech. No, like I said, she was meant to go out there and find her pilot. I just hoped her powerful X-factor would be a help to someone. We landed, and the entire compound was already quiet, the children already sleeping for the night. I waved goodbye to Grandpa Benjamin and headed for my room. Corey? The room was empty, and I realized that could only mean one terrible thing. I headed out and headed down the hall. Thankfully, before I had to start searching doors, Auntie Loria was there, greeting Grandpa Benjamin. Oh, and Ves too. Did it go well? Exemplary, Benjamin offered, smiling at me, and I grinned back before focusing on my goal. Auntie, have you seen Corey? She wasn't in my room. Ah, I repeated, and she looked a bit embarrassed. She's in my room. The kids wanted to give her a bath. I had to put her somewhere they couldn't get. Yeah, that would have been bad, I whispered, dreading the mood Corey was going to be in. Good night, Grandpa Benjamin added, half smirking as he turned and continued on, and I could only chuff. He was washing his hands of the family silliness. Following Loria, we headed deeper into the house and to her and Uncle Ark's room when he was here anyways. It was in the nicest parts of the house. Ark, being an expert pilot of course, had the best rooms for his family, and as she opened the door, there was Corey. You had a rough day, huh? Meow! She cried out, tail up, waving angrily. She was covered in ribbons and things, and was obviously not a happy camper. Come on then, I'll take you to the room. And try to find a lock for the door so they can't get you. How does that sound? Meow. She snarked but jumped off the top of the cupboard she'd gotten up onto, probably to doubly make sure the kids couldn't get her. I picked her up when she got close and held her tight. The comm was still around her neck. Good kitty, I told her, even as she gave me a baleful eye. Congratulations, Ves, Auntie Loria said as I was turning to leave, and I stopped to give her a bright smile. Thank you. But it was late. I headed out. My room was quiet, although messy, I noticed. I was definitely going to have to get a lock or do something to give Corey some relief if I left her home. Not that I wanted to do that very often. Either way, I sat down and took a few minutes to clear off the ribbons and random bits and bobs they'd wrapped poor Corey in. Meow. She grumbled once she was finally free, kicking her rear leg free of a ribbon and then shaking a bit as I reached out and pulled the comm off her neck. Thank Corey, you really saved me. Meow. I did it though, Mordred is done. I told her and she just sort of ignored me, looking stately as she fake cleaned her paws after her ordeal. I pulled up the comm and loaded up Iron Spirit. There it was. Mordred standing tall and gallant despite being hidden under a cloak. Taking a breath, I acted, no hesitation this time. I put her up for sale, changing her price to at cost like I always did. Then, because I couldn't stand the idea of staring at the screen, hoping and dreading both whether someone would or wouldn't buy her, I laid down, turned off the lights, and Corey curled up. One way or another today had changed. Everything and nothing. What? I grunted, blinking sleep out of my eyes as I glared at my comm chirping. Reaching over, I flipped it on and glared at the chipper smile of my cousin. Melinda, what do you want? Oh, oops, it's still super early over there, isn't it? My bad. But I had to call and wish my baby cousin congratulations. She chirped far too brightly for this time of day. Sure, her time zone had her a few hours ahead, but this was still illegal. Blurgle, I told her sternly, and then reached to turn the comm off. Hey, hold up. I know it's early, but come on. I called to tell you someone picked up your mech. I was going to buy the first one, you know, to celebrate my baby cousin's first ever mech design. But well, someone beat me to it. That's great. Bye, ye. I yawned and she finally sighed. Sleep well, Ves. I'll talk to you later, she called out as I hung up. The sun wasn't even up yet. I pointedly stared at my comm for a minute and then turned it off and put it back. The fact the message icon was glowing faintly told me I had gotten a lot of comm messages, basically emails. It was too early to wonder what people wanted to talk to me about. The food might slowly come up to my mouth, and I might swallow, but I wasn't tasting any of it. Instead, my focus was entirely taken over by my comm. And yes, my family was once again glaring at me for using a comm at the table, but I didn't care. I'd gotten about half a dozen messages, and they were kinda big. Invitations to Rittersberg University of Technology for a campus tour, which was cool. 2 flyers from mech design workshops, one was fairly big. Bosworth's, one of the biggest mech production companies in the Komodo system. And a message from the Republic's Department of Defense, the Mech Designer Division. It was all propaganda, but offered me a number to call if I was interested in joining once I finished college. I glanced at Grandpa Benjamin as he was eating his own breakfast. He was literally the president of the Department of Defense. Thanks for the nepotism, Grandpa, but I think I'll pass on that one. At least for now, I don't want to go to a university. Although I might visit Rutty just to see the mech labs and stuff. Although the university wasn't well respected in mech design, so maybe not. Either way, it was a tension that hadn't been on me yesterday. Well, oh well. I shrugged and put my comm down and started eating. None of it really changed anything. I was going to build mechs, and that was all that was important. Honestly, the most difficult issue I currently had was trying to get my hands on a 3D printer so I could actually build a real mech. Money, or rather access to a printer, was going to be a bitch. Yet, as always, there was just one path forward for me. Build mechs, get good enough at it, and somehow I'd end up with a printer and build a real mech. Once I built one, that would pay for the next, and then the next. Ves, nice mech. Thank you, I called out, turning around towards the pilot table and waving as Melkor had called out. I'd been getting my back slapped, or calls of congratulations all morning. Sure, it wasn't as cool as piloting a mech to the Larkinsons, but we were all mech-obsessed regardless. Either way, somewhere out there, someone was piloting my Mordred, was taking her into battle and deciding for themselves if they liked her or not. I was excited. There should be some posts about it soon, some video of battles or something for me to sit down and watch. And so I finished my breakfast and got up to prepare for my day. Even if I had finally finished the math course, I still had to do something with my school time. And despite it just completing a mech, I was already itching to work on my next project. Chapter 31. Julie Bell. Fine. She just kept herself from snapping as she stood up and left the dining room. Julie hated this. Up until she was 10, she was father's heir. The eldest child, her gender didn't matter. She was going to lead the company in the future and had been trained heavily in business and the entire company. Until she just so happened to have the gene to be a potentate. Something from mother's side of the family, as father would say with an angry hiss. For most families, being able to pilot a mech would be a good thing. A well-paying job, respect and admiration. But not for the Bells. Having a pilot meant that if a war started, she'd be drafted, and as father had said. How are we supposed to compete when our CEO is on the front lines, or dead? So just like that, she had been passed over for her younger brother and lost it all. The ironic part was that she didn't even like piloting. She wasn't very good. And now that was a problem too. She headed deeper into the house, into the newly installed pod room. Training for her, something father had gifted to her, although to be more accurate, he had it installed so she would stop embarrassing him with her poor piloting. She entered the room, wanting to just slam the door, but her decorum lessons would never let her. She had been the perfect heir. She'd done everything right, and just because of a small problem with her birth. Genetics alone, she had lost her place. She fought off the want, the raw need for him to just pick her up like he used to and call her his little CEO. That's all she had wanted, to make him proud. She took a breath and tried to push it all away. She'd been ordered to go train after dinner, so that is what she would do. She slipped into her pod and relaxed as the system booted, throwing her into her hangar. A dozen or so mechs lined the walls, different types and choices she had made, trying to find something that worked for her. A night mech, a rifleman, a swordsman. None had matched her well. She was too eager to actually do something to pilot a night mech. Riflemen were plodding slow planners, and her accuracy wasn't that good. Swordsmen were better, but hadn't been right either. She flipped to the shop, maybe a new mech, another attempt, and another no-doubt failure. She tisked at herself for her weak thinking. Father would be doubly disappointed in her for thinking like that. Thinking you were going to succeed was the first step in becoming a winner. And she was a Belle of the Republic. Winning is what a Belle did. She sighed, barely able to keep that train of thought going considering how miserable she was. The store page, as always, had lists of old mechs. She wished she could get out of the Bronze League and actually pilot current, or last-gen mechs. At least she could feel like she was doing something instead of playing with ancient toys. The store held nothing she wanted to see, staring at lists of mechs she'd seen before. Every once in a while, a new variant would be added, usually for some rich kid that had paid for an apprentice designer, or sometimes more rarely, a team's custom mech. Although that was rare down in the 1 stars, not that there weren't pilots that came down and seal-clubbed the pre-teens. She hit the store search and went to the newest mechs. No, no, no. She ran down the list, already bored of the list. She had more than enough allowance to buy whatever mechs she wanted, but none of them stood out. These were ancient machines, nothing like the modern mechs with powerful weapons. These things were trash, and she hated piloting them. And yet she wasn't good enough to move on, or able to quit. She flopped back, having gone through the list and finding nothing. She reached up and cancelled her page, intending on going back, but she missed the button. Instead, she refreshed the page, and as she was reaching to close it, a new mech? She realized the top new mech was something different now. A cloaked, horned medium mech. Red and silver the main colors, but its eyes glowed in the shadowed hood. Edgy, she mumbled, and yet she clicked the store page anyways. A hero mech, she whispered to herself. She knew what a hero mech was. A mech that had an odd position in the hierarchy. Not a rifleman, not a swordsman, and not a linebreaker. And yet all of the above, and none. It was a mech usually designed to throw itself into combat and inspire allies. This one looked more like a monster in a cloak. Yet it wasn't plain like some of the mechs. A cloak, a sword painted and practically glowing with red highlights. Lark Industries, first original mech? She blinked and checked the Lark Industries page. She recognized a few of the mechs. She'd seen them, and yeah, those were all variants. This was an original. Huh. She shrugged and purchased the mech, noting that it was half off, but that hardly mattered to her. She paid in bright credits, and soon the mech was added to her hangar. She looked at it for a moment, and it had a certain fierceness to it, like a wild lion or tiger just barely holding itself back. And she couldn't even properly see it with that cloak. She jumped into practice, and the mech materialized around her. Taking a moment to try and remove the cloak to see the mech with a mirror. But the cloak was some sort of mechanical system. She pulled up the user manual as her instructor always told her to check when slipping into a new mech and started reading. Capacitor systems, cloak battery, sword alternate modes, wrist laser. And there, at the bottom, Mordred wanted to be king. Together will you achieve this goal. She read the little addition at the bottom of the manual and wondered what the designer was thinking. She shook it off and did a reset. Her mech was fresh, and she activated the energy transfer system, draining the batteries, and her mech began glowing red underneath the cloak, preparing for combat. Once it was done, the mechanical lock around the clock disengaged, and she reached up with the left hand and pulled the cloak free. Oh, she blinked as she looked at the mech across from her. It was just a mech-sized mirror showing her mech. Silver and red, heavily armored, but slim enough to look fast, sword in one hand and horned helm. Humph. It was an impressive look, but anyone could design a mech that looks pretty. The performance was what mattered. She shrugged, did a few test swings with the sword, checked to make sure she knew how to activate the thermal module and activate the blaster mode of the blade. Watching as its hilt opened and it fired lasers a few times, she fired her wrist laser and shrugged. Adequate. She put herself into a match, and then it came. She closed her eyes during the transition and opened them once more. Once more she had the cloak on, and so she started the energy transfer. A forest. Quiet and a light fog. Not exactly the best format for her. She started moving, her mech slowly starting to glow as she kept her eyes open and hoped the mech's sensors would work. Thankfully, she didn't have to worry about that long. The enemy was a swordsman mech, charging straight forward, hoping to rely on getting into melee and crushing anything it ran into. She caught him slightly early and raised her left arm. She fired, the laser was well off, and she realized there was a crosshair that popped up, so she adjusted and fired again. The swordsman was already moving, so she missed again. Growling, she raised her blade and charged in, still firing, and finally finding some purchase, the laser boiling away a bit of armor on the mech's shoulder as they met each other. She transitioned to her swordsman training and brought the sword down, smashing into the other mech's blade. A little surprised she held her own, even with one hand. She wasn't instantly batted away. Which was perfect. as she started firing into the mech's chest as she backpedaled as it finally pushed her back. Okay, she could do this. The swordsman charged in, and she swung, her sword instantly getting pushed away as the parry was much better than what she could do, and she had to scramble, her cloak getting in the way as she avoided the swinging sword. Damn it, she grabbed the cloak and tore it off, having forgotten to remove it, and threw it forward. The heavy batteries and cloth swung up, and the swordsman reacted, backing off and swinging through it. Finally, the weight gone, she surged forward, right arm swinging down and crashing into the blocking blade. She felt a surge in her chest. As she swung and swung, pushing back the enemy, her mech felt absurdly full of energy. But then, as she tried to keep up the rhythm, the swordsman simply took the blow, parried it, and the screech of the sword smashed into her armor. She barely managed to stumble backwards, damaged, but not out as he pushed in. Her laser flared as she fired, her sword heated up, she had to do something. But the swordsman was the worst thing possible against her, skilled. Her flailing blows weren't enough, and her aggression was matched by a calmness that meant she was probably facing an older potentate. No way a preteen was this calm and measured. And then a blow slammed through, crushing through her chest. Her reactor was gone. She knew it. She could feel the entire mech go sluggish. And then her arm roared out almost without her even thinking about it and battered back the swordsman. Its armor crumpled and sheared, and it stumbled back, a good chunk of its shoulder gone. And then her system shut down. You lose. Her hands clenched the controls as she wanted to just let it out, the anger, the frustration of losing, but when she had made that final blow, she hadn't felt anything of the sort. There had been none of the anger. When her final blow reached out, it hadn't been anger. She let it go, exhaling and leaning back. She'd been sent back into the testing area, her mech standing there as pristine as ever, and she just leaned back in her pod, a bitter smirk on her lips. Was this just her fate? To only be able to just damage her enemy as she died? She didn't want to be a pilot. She just wanted Father to be proud of her. She felt her bitterness surge up, but instead of overflowing, she breathed and started laughing. What a mess. What a complete mess. All she needed, all she wanted was out of her reach, unless she took it all. The idea came out of nowhere, but it was there. She wanted Father to look at her, to retake her place. There was a path towards that future. She'd take it. If she became an expert pilot, if she reached the apex of piloting, then Father wouldn't be able to refuse her. A normal mech pilot as CEO was just a risk. But an expert, that meant respect. It meant power. She could claim her place, and none could argue with her. The idea made her scoff. At that point, could she even do the job? She'd have to dedicate her life to piloting. She'd never be able to do both, unless she simply did. The dream was tempting, standing at the top as her father begged her to become CEO. As her stupid little brother, who wasn't that bad, handed her the title. As she earned what should have been hers from birth. Father wanted her to train as a pilot. Fine. Fine, I'll become the pilot you want, Father, she screamed, hitting the next match button. I kicked my feet. After everything, I took another day off school, just relaxing and kicking my feet as I took the day off to sort of calm down. Completing Mordred had been an insane amount of work. It was fun, but even if it was fun, sometimes you just needed a break. So I found myself the next afternoon just kicking my feet. Processing. I'd made an original mech, and it had sold about a dozen copies so far. Apparently it was getting some attention as other pilots of my mechs wanted to try it out. I'd read a few of the early comments and had to laugh at the one basically calling it the girl mech for medium pilots. Not all the comments were good though. A hero mech was always a bit of a difficult workhorse, not quite having the performance of either a rifleman or swordsman mech. But it didn't really matter. It was the best mech I've ever made, and it had helped me learn and improve even more. Another step up. For now I was thinking about what to do. Should I accept a tour of the RUT, or should I try and do something else? I just didn't know. No, I shook myself. I knew what I needed to do next. I checked the time, almost there. Lunch would be starting in about 2 or so minutes. So give them 5 before I made the call. The wonderful thing about living in a mech-obsessed world, there were always more mechs to build, more battles to watch, or things to learn. I waited, already thinking about what was coming next. despite my own decision to take the day off. Ha, I really was obsessed. Giant stompy machines of war. I loved them, and I could make them more than just a machine, but a partner. Support for their pilots. We had about a decade before the Vesian War. Could I build enough mechs that would support enough pilots to create even a few more expert pilots? Wouldn't that be a sight to see? Vesians getting their ass kicked, because Brighters suddenly had more expert pilots than expected, which would hopefully only snowball during the war itself. I could already see it, an image of modern current-gen mechs built with my design spirits in mind, their bodies strong enough to keep up, but their will even stronger, supporting their pilots. I just had to keep advancing, keep making better mechs. Well, that and somehow make some money. I shook myself as I realized it was time. Ves! Hey Sam, New mech. A hero mech. Mordred? Weird name, but all right. The cloak is too much, though, Ves, it hides the mech underneath. No one is going to want to buy a mech they can't see. I got a few pictures from a pilot that took off the cloak, though, and it looks amazing. Sam, hey, thank you. The cloak is kinda needed, unfortunately, but it's fine. She's making decent sales. How's things? Going great. We've been doing a lot of team matches to hone our teamwork. Good. Hey, if you could, can you get me in touch with the 3 that pilot my mechs? With Mordred done, I got time to do some custom variants. Whoa, really? We didn't win the tournament, Ves. That was hardly what mattered. I kinda want to update the designs anyways. I've learned a lot after all, but getting some idea of what the pilots want would be extremely valuable. All right, I'll talk to them. Do you want me to just give you their number, or them yours? Well, no, it's fine. Give them my number, just tell them I just want to ask them about their mechs and their experience piloting them. Nothing serious. I said I didn't really like the idea of giving my comm number out to random people, but these were members of Cloud Step. It was probably fine. Probably. Okay, I can do that. So back to the important stuff. Ves, you made a mech. Not a variant, but an actual mech. I know. It's awesome. Thanks, Sam. Okay, I have so many questions. Why only one thruster on the back? And why the integrated laser instead of just a more powerful rifle or something? And, okay, hold on, one question at a time. Mostly space and energy reasons. I started to explain happily talking mechs for Sam's entire lunch break. I smiled as the comm call went through. Hello, I greeted, smiling at the 6 teenagers all sitting around in front of me. I was just resting on the porch swing, but they were all sitting a bit awkwardly in a half circle in what looked like someone's living room. Ves. Hey, Ves. Sam, John, hey, Paul. And hello to you 3. Linda, Valerie, and Catherine, right? Just call her Kitty, we all do. Linda, the little girl, called out cheerfully, and while Catherine flushed a little, she nodded at me. Kitty, then. As you all know, I'm Ves Larkinson, and we're here to talk about your mechs. You're going to make a custom Ripper for me, Valerie confirmed, and I nodded at the eldest girl. That's right. I'm here to learn about you and figure out what you want, and what you need for your mech. Then I'll do what I can to make them suit your needs. Don't stress, I'm honestly happy to meet you all face to face like this a bit more freely. I'm happy my friends found some new teammates that are merging so well. So when you say what we want and need, what does that look like? Valerie asked, and I smiled. So I did, of course, originally make the variants you are piloting, so I have a fairly good idea of what they can do and how you would normally use them, but I'm not a pilot. I can only guess as to what really works, so you can just be honest with me about the problems you have with your mech, and we can see what I can do. Well, Ripper's jump is shit, Valerie said instantly, and I smiled, urging her to go on. The, thrusters don't work all that well, and they're loud, which you know. But I mean, I have to be pretty close to jump or above another mech to really reach them. I also tend to take damage when I land. Okay, I've been working hard on propulsion systems. I'm confident I can upgrade the jump system to get you much further. Do you prefer a longer flight time or a faster leap? What do you mean? She asked a bit curiously, so I smiled. Well, do you want a massive initial boost of speed, enough to launch you into the sky, or thrusters that can make you hover so you can find your perfect chance and drop on the enemy? Oh, the first one, it'd probably blow the smoke away, which means I'd just get shot anyways. Okay, I made a note of it. Any other alterations? Weapons? Anything wrong with the support equipment? I can probably make the armor better as well if you want. Or I could keep the protection about the same, but lighten the armor to move faster. Oh, definitely that. If I got shot at, I'm already dead. Speed is more important. I grinned as Valerie was getting into it and also showing the other two girls what I meant. Time to gather some data. Chapter 32. I had a ton of information on each of the girls. It had taken a bit to get to the real information that I would need, but it was worth it. And they were funny anyways. It was cool to meet the pilots that used my mechs. I certainly wasn't complaining to get the chance to talk to someone about mechs for an hour or two. But I really did end up needing a break, and so I took it. Just a little relaxing, no massive engineering projects, and I accepted a certain offer. Grandpa Benjamin couldn't go along with me. He was busy at work, but Uncle Miller was happy enough to take to Rittersberg University of Technology. I don't know what I expected, but honestly, it kind of wasn't this. Apparently, the university's mech department was a bit more lacking than I expected. The department head was a journeyman, and he was the highest-ranking mech designer in the university. A journeyman? I mean, didn't Ansel have like 6 seniors? And this is our training department for mech design. He showed us around the building that made up the Rut's mech design department, and I wasn't that impressed. I mean, sure, the equipment they had was cool, it was mech design stuff. But the printer was old, and he informed us we'd mostly be training on holographic systems, the real thing only used a few times during the course of the program. So basically it was all holographic training, which I could just do myself in Iron Spirit. Does the program have us build a mech? Ha ha ha, I wish, but that would be rather cost prohibitive. You will put together some parts during the course of your final, he explained, and I just looked at him trying not to show how put off I was. Yeah. No wonder Original Ves's best skill coming out of this university wasn't mechanics or physics, but business. I let him keep showing me around for a bit, but quickly took an exit when the opportunity presented itself. Didn't look like you were happy, Uncle Miller commented as we climbed into his air car. I knew Rut had a reputation, but that was pretty bad. If that is what their course and equipment looks like, I can probably do fine on my own. Not interested in the research that he mentioned? No. As much as I need to get my hands on a 3D printer eventually to produce a mech, doing it there would just ruin anything I'm trying to do. RUT did lease out their printers at times for research, which was just a way of saying if you needed one, you could rent theirs. But the price wasn't even the problem. They get to slap their name on anything produced inside as well. I wasn't business savvy, but even I knew that was a terrible idea. It was interesting, but I won't be going to the Rut, that's for sure. After a few days of break, I finally flopped onto the bed and looked at my first project. Saber. Despite cringing looking at my older work, I couldn't deny a feeling of fondness for her. But it was time to take her design and bring it up to a new standard. After this, hopefully she wouldn't just be a silly one-star mech, but a true contender in the lineup. Of course, first, as always, didn't come King Artoria. No, first was the sword. Of course, the question was what sword it should be, Caliburn or Excalibur. In the end, the decision was simple. Excalibur, as much as I would have liked to slowly develop the differences, I planned on keeping the noble phantasm spirit along towards future mechs. And I couldn't do that if they were different spirits. But to just keep the upgrade path clean. Thankfully, I'd just finished a sword for Mordred, so Excalibur was easy to design. Other than the specific shape, made of the best hardened materials I could, I formed the shape of the blade, installed the heat blade module into the hilt integrated away to ensure the sword kept a clean look, and that was basically that. I'd offered to add in the hilt blaster system for Kitty, but the girl had admitted she wasn't very good at shooting anyways, and she'd prefer to keep the hilt as strong as possible as she needed it to parry away blows. So Excalibur was put together in shape and system fairly quickly. I gilded the fuck out of it, the golden sword of victory, and put my all to make it just that. But in the end, I was no great swordsmith. Kitty would have to refine the legend of the sword herself. It only took a weekend to properly finish the blade, until I was satisfied, and once I was done. Give me what you think. System. Design evaluation, Excalibur component. Component type, mech sword. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech sword. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A, endurance, C, firepower, C+. Flexibility, D, integrity, A+. X factor, C, status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a mech sword designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. A fairly ordinary mech blade, yet it retains exactly what a sword needs to contain. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. Looking it over, I was fairly proud, but one day I'd truly be able to make an Excalibur deserving of the name. But until then, the spirit in the sword would keep growing, feeding off its users and growing stronger. Now to the more difficult part, Saber herself. I sent off Excalibur to the MTA and moved on. So what you're working on, Ves? Melkor, how's things? I asked, looking up from my schoolwork. I was surprised to see him home at this time, but then again he was a bit of a troublemaker. Things are fine, Ves. What are you working on? History work currently, I admitted. The other classes weren't that important, and frankly the entire Bright history was only 4 centuries old, so it wasn't that hard to get through, and it was all about mech wars and stuff, so it wasn't too bad. You know what I mean, he said, nudging me over a bit. All right, fine. If you won't take a hint, I'm working on some custom upgrades for an Iron Spirit team at the moment. Seriously, 3 of the 5 pilot my mechs. The other 2 were friends of mine from school, so I offered to make custom variants for them. I'd been meaning to upgrade the designs anyways, so it was a good excuse, and I got to ask them about what they needed. It was fun. Huh, not a new mech again, huh? No rifleman? I technically have a rifleman mech. Ves, come on, that thing is a piece of shit. Rude, but not wrong. I do plan on redoing Archer, they deserve a bit better. I was sort of testing a few things when making them, and well. Cool, so you'll make a rifleman mech. You don't even play 1 star, don't you do 4 or 5 star with Melinda? He shrugged, looking smug as I sent him a look, not backing down. Yeah, but unlike Melinda, I don't like to always push myself against the best. I have a second account I use to fight in 1 star matches. Jerk, that's so mean. Huh, it's fun to go clubbing the pre-teens sometimes, Ves. They're so arrogant, sometimes you need to remind them they ain't shit. And the fact you use a second account means when you sometimes die, no one knows, right? You got it, he laughed, but then turned serious. But I don't lose to pre-teens, Ves. That would be embarrassing. Uh-huh, I said, side-eyeing him. He totally lost to pre-teens sometimes. So custom works, huh? Moving up in the world. I mean, even if it's a small-time amateur team, that's something. Sarcasm? Mostly. He admitted, so I reached over and punched him, which was a mistake as he punched me back. Ow, I hissed, rubbing my shoulder. Don't start fights you can't win. I'll tell Melinda. I also shouldn't start fights I can't win, he said instantly, and we both started laughing. The internals of Saber were a mess. Not that the externals were all that better, but the mech was a disaster. I'm shocked it actually worked. I mean, that was a bit overblown. The mech would function, but any damage would wreck the mech. Its arms were a mess, and if this was anything besides a digital mech, it would never work. The amount of maintenance alone would be obscene. Yet that wasn't what I was here to focus on fixing. If the maintenance cycle was long, who cared? What mattered was power, grace, and the ability to express the pilot's skill. Each arm needed to be completely honed for wielding a sword, which was awkward as I'd put in thrusters into the braces to let it mana burst, so to speak. Yikes, propulsion even at a novice level was telling me how badly I'd kludged that together. Could I do better? Yes. Could I do enough to make the system more than just a gimmick? Probably not without Propulsion Apprentice. I sighed. I needed to focus and once more upgrade, but do what I could do. Did I want the perfect saber? Of course, was that possible right now? No, so do what I could. I could clean up the internal lines, add more damage control points, and ensure the arms could function even if they were damaged. But first, I needed to clean up the entire power system. Saber. Saber didn't have a capacitor, and for once I wasn't going to upgrade her for it. I'd offered, but Kitty wanted more endurance and didn't want to have to deal with the mech's strength disappearing if the battle lasted too long. So I would give her what she wanted. I needed to refine the power flow from reactor to engine and ensure the motive system was as tuned as I could give it. Speed tuning helped, and I'd be able to massively alter her armor to get more out of it, hopefully enough to mitigate the lack of explosive short-term power. All of this work went on the docket as I dug into the mech. While the next week went by in a blur of work, I took note of a few things. My family was very supportive of my first mech, and some of the younger potentates even went out and got it, which was a bit embarrassing. I don't really like the laser, it's not strong enough. Melissa explained to me as she'd confronted me one afternoon while I was working on Saber. Oh yeah? Yeah, it's too weak to do anything besides send skirmishers scattering. Riflemen just ignore my fire and keep shooting me. You should have made it stronger. Sorry, I was more focused on keeping the arm strong for sword work. I like lasers more, she told me with the airy annoyance of a 12-year-old. I don't think a rifleman variant will do much. How about my rifleman Fantasia? They looked bad. I didn't buy it. Well, that's okay. I'll make a new version of it soon. That should be better. That sound better. Maybe. I'd rather just pilot something cooler. All right, I did what Mama said and told you what I thought. Bye. She jumped off the porch swing and headed inside to her mother, who I noticed was face-palming. I just laughed and waved at her before returning to work. Kids were just kinda like that. So the laser on the Mordred just wasn't performing. Makes sense, it was the Fantasia's original rifle broken down into an internal weapon, and the Fantasia was a scout, not a fighter. Unfortunately, I hadn't really had anything better, and syncing multiple of them together was a bit too much for Mordred. Maybe for a future upgrade, but hey. Mordred was good for now, just like Saber was coming along well. Her entire frame was strengthened, but I specifically didn't increase her height. Her arms could pump out a lot more power than before after optimizing the musculature and the internal framework. Altering her joints to be a better design meant they had more resistance to shocks when blocking a blow. And more importantly, I'd altered her eyes, the same eyes I'd used on the Ripper to let her see through smoke and chaff. The extra power drain was a problem, but that's fine. I'd also come up with an excellent system to assist Ripper, but more importantly, a way to express another feature of Saber. Smoke grenades would be integrated into the inside of her skirt, their weight mostly ignorable, and more importantly, she could see through the smoke now. Basically, she could fight someone that would have trouble seeing her. The invisible air system was easy to activate by the pilot. No need to even throw a grenade, just hit a button and the grenades would activate, bathing her in smoke. Kitty had seemed to like the idea, but hopefully Artoria wouldn't mind as such. I'd considered adding in some kind of shield, but Kitty had refused. She felt more comfortable with focusing on just her sword work. So no Avalon shield or anything. Either way, it was enough for now, and honestly, Saber was a very simple design. Her only complexity had been trying to get the arm thrusters more functional. I looked them over again and was at least confident they'd put out more force, and the system to direct the thrust was actually implemented, instead of only shooting force in one direction. And Kitty would have to get used to that change, but she should be able to add a few more moves into using Mana Burst. And so, I processed the changes, simulated performance, made more adjustments, and finally, I kicked my feet on the porch swing as the sun slowly dropped down. I'm done, I whispered confidently. Tell me what you think. I whispered to the system as I submitted it. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Fantasia 2 R Saber Mark II. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R Saber Mark II. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R Saber Mark II. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, swordsman. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A+. Armor, B-. Carrying capacity, C. Endurance, C+. Energy efficiency, C-. Firepower, B. Flexibility, D+. Integrity, B-. Mobility, B. Spotting, B+. X factor, B-. Result, deviance, 18.7%. Performance improvement, 14.1%. Evaluation, a design that condemns the idea of a small mech being weaker in close combat. Removing unnecessary functions, such as range combat, turns this mech into a pure melee combatant. Whether that was a smart choice or not is going to be determined. A substantial presence of X factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X factor. It was a big jump, the integrity alone. I smiled to myself, really hoping Kitty would like it. I'd spoken to the shy girl for a while, trying to pry out what she wanted from a custom mech. But she was young, not sure herself. Hopefully the view of Saber holding her new blade would be enough. I went ahead and transferred it over to Iron Spirit, and hitting a few selections that meant only specific people could buy the mech when I completed the build. But I didn't build it yet. Kitty would get her mech when her friends did. For now, I had a purchase to make, something that couldn't be forgotten. A Lancer needed speed. A Lancer needed the ability to handle that speed on the battlefield. 1000 DP. Propulsion Apprentice. There with that. I truly went beyond playing with rockets and propulsion systems like an excited amateur and had actual education on the topic. I pulled up the design for Lancer, looking at her hodgepodge armor made for looks, her lance that was a mess, at her rear thrusters that were definitely not placed correctly. Oh boy. Chapter 33. Julie Bell. She didn't know what had drawn her into this. Maybe it was just the surging decision that she wasn't going to lose her destiny, even if she had to take it with both hands and grab it herself. A 5 versus 5 mech match. She'd never done a 5 versus 5 before. She barely had bothered with 1 versus 1s. And yet, a group of unknown pilots had been matched together, and Julie felt her heart ache as the match began. They spread out, communication kicking up instantly. "I'll go right, check the tower up there," a sniper mech called out. "I'll back you up and help," a skirmisher mech responded. Julie hesitated. No. It wasn't time to power up yet. She strode forward, cape sweeping behind her, and for a moment it actually felt kind of fun. "I'll go down the middle and fight them," she stated, and of course her serious tone earned a few scoffs from the rest of the team. "Try not to instantly die, okay?" "Well, at least she'll be a distraction," the sniper pilot called out. Julie ignored their mockery. She was here to learn how to fight, and this was how she'd do it. By pushing herself, she'd spent days in this weird little mech. She'd considered switching again, finding something else, but the mech had ranged and melee, so it was fine. It was the perfect mech to learn in, and so she strode forward, pushing around artificial hills with little holes in them. She wasn't sure what was up with the little hill homes, but whatever. She stomped over them as she went straight for the enemy. Spotted. Got 2 inbound Mordred. She glanced up at her chat relay. That was the sniper. He was making good time. She started charging. Her capacitor started building up power and heat, and she gripped the controls hard. 2 on 1. That was a crazy fight. She couldn't even handle one mech usually. Yet she didn't turn around, didn't call for backup. It would either come or not, and she didn't stop moving forward. She crested the hill just as 2 mechs did across from her, a melee swordsman mech and a knight. The knight was already shifting, blocking the right side as the sniper rifleman had fired the moment they crested. She felt hesitant. 2 on 1. Then her left arm came up, the charge was done, and without a thought she grabbed the cloak and threw it away. Right, this was a battle, so just battle. Win or lose. She charged forward, surging over the hill into a valley made up of little farms and gardens, crashing through the loose surface as she charged. The swordsman didn't, though. No, he stayed on the hill, the knight mech still blocking the sniper's rounds, and Julie realized the problem. She'd have to climb the hill to get to them. "Fine," she roared as she moved full tilt. She was no great swordswoman, but she could definitely run in a mech. That was something her tutor had hammered into her over and over. Not combat skills, as she had never decided on a type, so why bother learning skills she might not use? No, it had been movement, running, dodging, even rolling in massive machines. She had even been put in an actual tester mech designed to let a young pilot run around and feel the actual G-forces involved when you need to dive or somersault in a mech. Julie didn't feel any of it now, but that just meant she could stay focused, her blade flaring as she swung it down, the thermal module activating, turning the blade a crimson red, her left arm held in front of her as she started firing, causing the night mech to hesitate for a second, trying to decide on what to block. As the swordsman flinched, but the weak attack ended up being blocked by a small shield on its arm. But Julie didn't stop, and as she raced forward, the night mech shifted, ready to double-team her, even as its shield stayed up blocking the ranged attacks. She couldn't fight them one-on-one. So don't. She decided right then and there what to do, and screamed as she reached the bottom of their hill. It was a steep climb, and it would slow her down. But Julie raced anyway, uncaring about how much it slowed her down, because halfway up, she kicked the thruster. Her mech sped up, suddenly rushing forward. It would be better if it was stronger, but this was enough to reach her target, and as the swordsman braced himself, Julie just kept moving, screaming as she brought her sword up to block the blow coming, but she didn't stop. Didn't hesitate in slamming her mech full bore into the other swordsman. The shock of the collision sent her mech screaming, but where she bounced backwards, only steadied by her thruster, the enemy was completely knocked off his feet, sent back more than far enough that his legs failed to properly catch on the loose hill loam. And down he went. As she steadied, her sword lashed out, just parrying a blow by the night mech as it shifted to try and kill her. She'd done it. She roared as she started simply swiping with her blade. The heated blade chunked into the night mech's shield as she sliced and sliced, her left hand shifting up, and firing down the hill towards the stumbling swordsman who had only just managed to get himself to stop rolling. Mostly her accuracy was off, but instead of a clear climb back up, the swordsman was flinching and adjusting under fire. But that was only half her attention. The rest was on her sword slicing out, smashing into the night mech that had been forced to completely shift its shield to defend against her sword blows, which let the sniper behind it start placing shots. The worst part was, her flailing sword was actually being defended against perfectly by the knight. After the initial shock, the pilot adjusted and started parrying and pushing her back. A night mech pilot was more skilled with a sword. That feeling of embarrassment flushed through her and she stumbled back as she almost got stabbed for her moment of weakness. She couldn't fight the night mech like this. She was quickly on the back foot, even switching to using both hands for her sword. While enough to batter the mech, wasn't enough to stop him from shield blocking and trying to stab her down. She was failing. No. She cursed, and instead of standing there and dying, she was supposed to be disrupting the enemy. So she turned, and with a flare of her thrusters, she jumped. The swordsman mech was still making his way up, and it must have been quite the shock that she jumped straight at him as the mech flinched and made to try and roll away. But it was already struggling back up the hill. "Surprise!" she screamed as she slammed feet first into the swordsman, sending them both crashing back, and she ended up rolling over the top of him, slamming into dirt and sending up a mess of black dirt and mud as they went tumbling down the hill, leaving the night mech along on top of the hill without anything to protect. She rolled and rolled enough to get dizzy as the screen she was looking through spun crazily, but eventually she stopped and ripped herself back to her feet. Mordred was beat up, but she still had her sword. Clarent wouldn't be dropped so carelessly. Another bit of training her tutor had given her. Better to take more damage than lose her weapon without a weapon. A mech was just a big useless slug of metal anyways. The swordsman hadn't been so lucky, she realized as she spotted him about the same time as he spotted her. She had no idea where his sword was, but wasn't going to go looking for it. She was going to kill him instead. He must have spotted it as he jolted to go for it, but she charged him straight down. Clarent was already heating up again, despite the dirt and mud covering it, as she lashed out with her left-hand lasers, firing practically blind just to do something. And then they crashed into each other again. She didn't know if one swing would be enough to disable the mech, and if he got his sword she would lose. So she just engaged her thrusters and tackled the swordsman. Down they went in a tumble, her mech screaming at her about internal damage. She didn't care. Instead, she brought her sword up and down. More like a hammer, she slammed it into the enemy over and over. Even as the swordsman grabbed at her arms trying to stop her, she just jerked and used her left arm to shoot him in the face until he stopped and then slammed the sword down. Again and again. Until it died. She was breathing heavily as she realized. She'd done it. She'd killed a swordsman. She just rose up when something slammed into her mech. She jerked, feeling more than reading the report of massive damage to her rear. She turned. A rifleman, the enemy's. It was firing a constant stream of lasers, the sort that tore up the ground where it hit and melted right through her when it struck her. She raised her arm and fired back, not quite managing anything close to an accurate shot when her mech simply stopped working. Shut down. She died. She sat there breathing hard from the adrenaline spike as she wanted to just curse herself. She'd lost. Again. Sitting there in the semi-dark as the board showed her active team versus the enemy team. She just closed the game. She'd throw herself into another game to make up for the loss. You win. Damn, that was a hell of a round. Hey, hero mech pilot Mordred. That was a crazy charge at the start. You completely messed up the enemy's entire battle plan with that stunt. Wait, she's already gone. Ugh, didn't even wait till the end. Whatever then. Fantasia 2R Lancer, I whispered, looking her over. Linda had been a fun pilot to talk to. The girl was so exuberant, but she'd also been the most difficult of the three in her own way. She liked the motion of the Lancer, which I had no idea what she was talking about until I'd watched some vids. At first I'd thought it had been something I'd done, but it was actually just how Linda piloted. She used the thrusters on the lance to help direct herself, which gave the entire mech rocketing around a sort of bouncing motion. It seemed to work for her, and if anything made it a bit harder to actually hit the mech, which could be a strong advantage, and Linda seemed to make it work, which meant there was only one option available to me. I needed to make Rongo Miniad even more powerful, as that was sort of how she was controlling her charge. Thankfully, I did actually know how to do that, which was such a thrilling thing, so I got to work. Rongo Miniad was already envisioned as a fairly thick lance, so it gave me a lot of room to play with, and instead of just hooking thrusters onto it and powering them through the mech system, I could actually do some work here. First, I started with the core of the lance, the handle, how it connected to the mech, and how efficiently it would send power through it. The long handle would hook and mechanically lock into the lancer's hand. Linda had mentioned she didn't really throw the lance much, so having the lance more secure in her grip would be more valuable. Fair enough, the idea of throwing the lance had been a silly idea. I modified the material as well, making it harder and the lance handle better at absorbing high impacts, so it would do less damage to the lancer's arm when it struck. Then I filled it out. 6 thrusters on the lance would make it a bit heavier, but I was confident I could mitigate that with stronger mechanical building in Lancer's body, and more importantly, it would give Linda more points of thrust and let her just go faster if she needed. As usual, I configured a heat module into the lance itself, securing it so the module wouldn't get damaged after an impact. More importantly, the lance would be coated in a more thermal conductive material, letting it heat up faster and easier. It might get sheared off after a charge or two, but while it was there, it should increase the penetrative capability of the lance. And that was then covered in the cloth wrap. I had to do the whole thing again, creating the sort of weaved look, but it was required for Rongo Miniad. Besides, the flailing edges at the back of the lance looked amazing, simulating the thrusters over and over as I tweaked their performance. I worked hard to bring their energy requirements down while keeping the performance as high as I could, and in the end, just like always, the choice had to be made. "All right, how is it?" I asked as I stopped hammering the simulation button over and over again as I made minor adjustments. Design evaluation, Rongo Miniad component. Component type, Mech Lance. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, Ancient Mech Lance. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Endurance, C. Firepower, A. Flexibility, D. Integrity, B+. X factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a mech lance designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. An odd lance, instead of relying on the mech's own thrust, it creates its own. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. Okay, so that was good. Now for Lancer herself. I kept expecting something to come up, but as I worked, the family gave me a lot of space and a lot of support. I think Melkor had tattled about what I was doing, and if there was one thing a group of mech-obsessed pilots enjoyed, it was custom mechs. I shook it off and focused on what Linda had wanted for Lancer. Similar to Kitty, Linda had really only wanted to enhance what made her mech hers. But there was one exception. I need to be able to take out more than 1 or 2 mechs with a charge. The more enemies I can destroy before they take me out, the better it is for my friends. Linda needed endurance and defense, or at least of a sort. At first, I'd considered what she'd asked for, armor and longer activation time. But was that the right answer? I stopped as I looked at Lancer, going back to my original idea for her. I'd thought armor was the focus then too. I'd done so much to try and enhance her defensiveness, but after watching a few matches of Linda's that Sam had sent over, and then generally seeing Lancers perform in matches elsewhere, yes, I wanted to increase her integrity, but I think armoring up the mech, it was the bomber problem, wasn't it? Armor was good, but not getting hit was better. It was a concept in modern warfare from Earth way back. A plane covered in armor would be slow, and so it would take more damage than a plane that simply didn't get hit. At first, it had been speed, but eventually it had shifted to stealth, to be impossible to see until the enemy already took you out. I couldn't go into stealth tech for Linda. Stealth mechs were rare for more than just being difficult to make. The MTA made sure that the technology was discouraged. It wasn't the path that they wanted mech pilots to go down. So that meant speed. Obviously, I was going to redo the entire thrust system, but there was only so much thrust I could generate with the system in place. Armoring the mech to make it stronger would make it slower. Speed was a problem, as I only had so many licenses. I mean, even the Fantasia was just... I looked at my list and then slowly felt my eyes narrow. That was stupid. The kind of stupid that could work. I mean, if the problem was thrust and power, it would take some serious work, way more than just Saber, maybe even more than Mordred. But fuck if it wasn't workable. Fuck it. I bought propulsion for a reason, and I was going to use it. Heck, Linda had mentioned she liked the original Fantasia 2 R-L. We're making a callback, I guess. All the while I was looking at the license. Gemini Twin Rear Ejection Energy Booster. We were going to Gundam Unicorn Full Armor, or Armored Core White Glint this shit. If the problem was energy from the capacitor, then just don't use thrusters that use the mech's reactor at all. The Gemini used its own fuel system, separate from a mech's reactor and engine, because if you were punching out, you were probably already mission killed. Linda had mentioned getting into combat taking so long was part of her problem. Instantly the idea connected. I would need to disengage the thrusters after they were used up, and so I could have it disconnect with some explosives, and more importantly, smoke grenades. It can lay smoke grenades across the entire battlefield. I whispered, sitting up in the porch swing. The more I thought about it, the better it worked. The thrust would be a bitch to handle, but the Lancer was already designed to be pushed forward. Okay, we need to start from the base again. Fantasia would need a full redesign from the bottom up. That was already expected, but the Lancer had just gone from custom to massive redesign. Although that was expected, considering Lancer was the last one of the 3 I had made. I already knew what I would be spending the points for these 2 on. Heck, I even knew what I'd spend on my Archer rework that would come last. I needed structural pathway configuration if I was ever going to hop to tinker with the Caesar Augustus. And honestly, thinking about the amount of energy systems I'd need to wire through Lancer, I might need at least level 1 for her too. I stepped back. I was already days into working on Lancer with her weapon alone taking some time. I need to switch mechs. I realized it was the only answer. I needed to finish Ripper first. With the DP earned from Jackie's upgrade, I could get structural pathway configuration, and that should make Lancer's integrity reach the levels she honestly needed. I closed Lancer and opened up Ripper, looking at my assassin mech. For you, should I make your noble phantasm a weapon? Or something else? Chapter 34. Ves working hard, son? Yep, I chirped but looked up at Grandpa Benjamin. How about you? Department of Defense running well? Hardly, he said half-jokingly as he took a seat on the porch chair, seeming to relax a little as he looked over the crowd of kids playing in the yard. Well, I'm sure they need you up there. They always do after all. What'd a brighter do without the Larkinsons, I said, and he grinned at the oft-quoted comment from our family. Bow to the Vesians, he answered, a common saying amongst the family. In this case, I do my best, but there are limits. He replied tiredly, and I frowned. Trouble? Always, but nothing you have to worry about. The Vesians are saber-rattling. I give it a decade, I said simply, and he looked at me and nodded. That's as accurate as any prediction at this point. Analysts are watching. They're building up, but they are always building up. The next mech generation will be about the same time too, I mentioned, and he made a little humming noise. Indeed, it should throw things into disarray. Thankfully, it won't be missile weapons, I commented, and Benjamin half smirked and half grimaced. We can only hope. I wanted to just blurt out the answer, but he wouldn't really believe it either way. Better not to worry about it. At least it would suit us more than the Vesians. Not that it would really matter. The Vesians just had more than us. More people, more mechs, a more militaristic culture. The only reason the Bright Republic survived was because on the attack Vesians had to move into our defenses. It was the same thing that caused the Hexers to lose against the Friday Man in the original timeline. They'd thought they could break the Friday Man with a few tricks, and ended up overextending themselves. In the game of full stellar mech warfare, defense tended to be better than offense, I guess. At least over the entire battle zone. For all that the Hexers had done their best to stack the field, super tech, surprise attacks, even using original Ves's glow mechs, it had been attrition and overextending their battle lines that caused them to collapse. The Vesians basically did the same thing, aggressively pushing in because of their whole military structure. The nobility trying to claim victories to lord them over their peers, and because of it, their strike deteriorated into a shotgun approach of different lords trying to earn credit. At least the Republic didn't have that problem, we were just too weak to properly attack. We'll beat them again, I said, not confidently but threateningly. I'm sure we will, Benjamin agreed, smiling at me. I had almost a decade to keep learning and improving to set up some kind of business. Mechs capable of fighting against the best of the Vesian nobility. If I could do that, I could help stem the tide even if I wouldn't be in a cockpit. Honestly, I just hoped they didn't put me with the Vandals and send me across the damn star sector chasing nonsense like the original Ves. Being stuck in a battle wasn't where I wanted to be after all. Well, enough about that. How is your mech design coming? Pretty good. I'm working on my skirmisher mech right now, I explained, and we soon fell into a conversation about mechs. Fantasia 2-JR Assassin. I was looking at her blueprint as I considered what to do. A noble phantasm was more than just a weapon, but I was limited on what I could truly design. A weapon was frankly easy. Simple. I considered her for a while, and in the end, decided to push the bounds of what I had done so far. The first step was easy. Design a pair of knives, integrated heat module, but with a low thermal conductive metal over most of the blade to hide the glow from enemies. Of course, that wasn't enough. These were meant to be noble phantasms, and so I had to go one step further. Fran gave me the idea: electrical discharge. The knives would have enough internal power in the hilts to release a single electric shock each. Hopefully, it would be used once stabbed into the enemy, so it should give the Ripper a bit more oomph. The entire thing didn't take long at all. Melee weapons were something I'd done multiple times at this point. A few passes through a simulation to check integrity, making sure it wouldn't just snap somewhere when stabbed against strong armor, and it was done. Tell me what you think. Design evaluation, jackknife component. Component type, mech knife. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech knife. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, A. Endurance. D. Firepower. C. Flexibility. C. Integrity. B. X factor. C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation. A mech knife designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. A pair of daggers made to dig through armor and stun pilot and mech, a formidable weapon, if it's capable of piercing a mech's armor. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor, an acceptable weapon upgrade. Hopefully the stun function would give Valerie a bit more versatility. She'd mentioned sometimes her blades not being enough to finish a mech. And that was enough to get another upgrade. As tempted as I was to get something for these mechs, I knew what I needed. Structural Pathway Configuration 1. 1000 DP. Structural Pathway Configuration 1. I purchased it instantly, and a wide range of realizations hit me. A mech's internals were a spaghetti of rise and muscles, all competing for space and energy, and it was one of the largest variances between mechs. Even just altering how a wire moves from the reactor to the arm could drastically change a mech's performance. And sometimes the straight path wasn't the correct one. I sat there for a long while, just processing what had just struck me. Okay, I can work with this. And I was right. Lancer would be actually doable now. I should be able to increase her integrity even higher now by partitioning certain parts in specific ways to reduce impact. I shook it off. Focus on the now. Ripper needed some work. She needed a second noble phantasm. It was the test of just how far I could push my burgeoning design philosophy. If one noble phantasm was amazing, what would two do? Was it possible to push a spirit upwards by just heaping on noble phantasms? I mean, some Fate characters certainly felt that way. I would try it now and also test another thing. A noble phantasm that wasn't a weapon itself. While the glows, as Ves called them, or the aura that spirits give off was noticeable in real life, it was diminished in the game. So would trying to use that even work in the game? Honestly, probably not. But I was willing to try it anyway. Even if the functionality didn't carry over, it might still boost the X factor, or at least it will answer some more questions. So I looked at the smoke machine. What a kludged-together mess. I had to almost laugh at myself for how I had made it. Basically, it was just a container with 8 smoke grenades hooked together. It would release a lot more smoke. And thicker at that, but it was primitive. I could do better. Sitting there, I waffled a bit on what to do, how to best implement the start of the idea, but it was the scream of some of the kids that made me realize what I could do. Quickly pulling up the sonic grenade as well, I adjusted the minor electrical systems in the grenade and integrated it into a new case. Then, well, I had some perfectly good kids right here. Hey, who wants to help me make a mech weapon? I called out, and that got all the kids surging over. Ves. Okay, I can understand why you are a little upset, but it's over now. Job done. Won't happen again. Ves, getting all the kids to scream like they are being murdered. It's for a mech. That doesn't actually make me feel any better, Auntie Loria said plainly, and I hung my head. Sorry, I should have passed around a bit about what I was doing. Won't happen again. Good. Now you get to explain to the younger ones why screaming isn't a fun game. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay, Screamer Smoke Grenade was basically done. An integrated system which would let Valerie basically cause more noise. Inside the dense fog, all the enemy would hear would be children screaming. Well and laughing, but that actually kinda made it worse. With that, I looked at the component and shrugged. System? I read over the rating for the component and nodded at the 5 DP I gained for it. Yeah, that was about right. Moving on to the real focus here, the lantern. Unlike with Excalibur or Clarent or Rongomyniad, I had to do a bit more heavy lifting. A lantern that made fog, and within the fog the screams of the dying and murderous children, the spirits of the dead that came for the living. It was basically the idea. Not exactly the nicest concept, but it was kinda accurate. Concentrating hard, I plugged the idea into a new spirit, connecting it just below Jackie and next to her jackknife. and slowly she started sucking power from the rest of the system. The idea worked. Two noble phantasms were possible. Now I just had to see where it took me. The device itself was simple. It didn't need to be very complicated to do its job. A evil green-tinged light inside what looked like an antique lantern. On the insides, the entire thing would be filled with the chaff-smoke combination material, which would burn up and shoot it into the air around it. It would have about 4 times the amount of material as the 8 grenades, which should help keep Valerie hidden even if it was windy. But the main change would be the noise generator. It should be quite loud when used, and it, in synergy with the grenades, should fill the smoke fairly consistently with screaming children. And of course, the smoke itself might just spread a bit of the aura of Jackie and the noble phantasm through it. If it caused even a minor sense of unease, it would be worth it. Okay, maybe it might be better not to make a weapon like this that was destined to fight against preteens, but I looked around as if someone was judging me and shrugged. Too late, can't go back. Mental war crimes against preteens was a bit much, but hopefully it wouldn't be that strong. Okay, system, what do you think? Design evaluation, jack-lantern component. Component type, mech smoke generator. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech smoke generator. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, A. Endurance, D. Firepower, F-. Flexibility, F. Integrity, D. X factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a smoke generator designed for ancient battlefields with no use in modern combat. An odd shape and concept, but functional for what it is. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. With that, I was ready to go over Jackie for real. Pulling her up and looking at her cloak-clad figure, I just smiled. Despite how terrible she was put together, despite the fact I could see issues between her thrusters and armor, weak points from just mangling parts together, she had been a fun concept. I was proud of how I had overcome the design issues, but she deserved a fresh once-over to be cleaned up properly. But, okay, it's bedtime. I agreed as Corey was gnawing on my shirt, glaring at me, as if telling me if I didn't sleep now she was going to start biting. Once more I fell into a frantic design haze, only interrupted with necessities and school. While I was still going through history, at least the classes were sometimes useful. But I worked, and Jackie changed. Restructuring her core skeleton to better handle leaps, she still couldn't jump super far on her one, but her length strength would easily double just from how much more force the artificial muscles could actually contract against the stronger skeleton and better, smarter designed connection points. While working, I had the utter realization that I could do even more. There was a skill in the system that I looked up. 200 DP, Artificial Muscle Enhancement. The temptation was definitely there, but I resisted. If I fell into the trap of realizing there was always one more skill I could add to get even more out of a mech, then I'd never finish. These were 1-star mechs. I'd probably find this harder to resist on a more modern original design. But for now, I let it go. Either way, I did what I could with my improved mechanics to increase the mech's power. Despite it being a bit more compact, the better muscle locations and enhanced connections would mean more power. With that from the tips of her toes, so to speak, to her head, I redid the entire power system. Cabling ran through every inch of a mech, but with SPC upgraded, suddenly I knew dozens of ways to get more performance out of a mech. Altering the shape of internal spaces to better compress, shifting how the cabling was laid out, so if one cable was damaged in an attack, others could make up for it. In the end, the internal space of the mech was both smaller and hardier. It was a massive increase in the hits she could take and keep moving, and that was important for a light skirmisher mech. The thrusters came next. There, most of the work was just fixing problems and cleaning up the installation. With better electrical engineering, I set up the thrusters to have more power from the reactor. Less chance of the system getting knocked out, and faster immediate thrust. It was slow work simulating the changes on the mech, ensuring that the thrust profile worked together to keep her stable in motion. It was only trial and error. The old thrusters didn't rip the mech apart or send her somersaulting off in a random direction. With that, she was honestly much easier to work on from then. Same optics, same sensor systems, just with better electrical connections. Then armor. Lighter than ever before, and yet with fewer weak points, no cracks. She'd be faster, as she would weigh less, but could move more. Just as Valerie had asked, her armor was mostly frivolous anyways. Any solid strike was enough to crater the mech, so better to just give her more chances to avoid and slip away. Not that I didn't do good work anyways. Working the ultra-light armor into the best configuration I could would ensure at least the best defense against glancing or shrapnel. Then starting from the beginning, again making changes to the internals, electrical systems, thrusters, after the armor changes. Then I started again, simulating performance, making the changes and cleaning up the work. Once I was done, Jackie got her final touches. The painting of her chassis to give her the signature look, her cloak, which was more than just a cloak now. Inside were straps, and the straps carried even more of the new smoke screamers. Over a dozen of them lined the cloth. Valerie would have plenty of components to toss around at the start of a match. Over a week of work, and finally I leaned back, rubbing my eyes as let the final simulation run, showing the mech performing all the actions it would need. Run, jump, rocket jump, and more. She was done. Give me the answer system. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Fantasia 2R, Assassin Mark II. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2, R Assassin Mark II. Variant name, Fantasia 2. R Assassin Mark II. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Casia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, light skirmisher. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Armor, D. Carrying capacity, C. Endurance, D. Energy efficiency, D+. Firepower, C. Flexibility, C. Integrity, B. Mobility, A. Spotting, A+. X factor, B. Result, deviance, 12.49%. Performance, improvement, 16.4%. Evaluation, a mech entirely designed around setting up an assassination. The small mech would have been ineffective if not for its additional equipment. A sinister designed mech meant to abruptly murder those it comes across. A very substantial presence of X factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X factor. And that was confirmation and successful experiment. I'd only reached a normal B-rank X factor with Mordred, and she'd been completely my own design without any other factor muddying the waters. 2 noble phantasms could enhance a mech's X factor. 2. I looked at Lancer. Sure, I had structural pathway configuration, and that would definitely help improve her ability to resist tearing herself apart when in charge, but 500 points, and I could buy level 2. I grinned. I already was planning on building the enhanced rocket system, and what kind of knight would she be without a steed? What was the name of King Arthur's horse again? It took a bit of looking up, but Lamray, the mare that Artoria would ride into battle, the Lamray system. It was going to take some work, but I was confident I could get something functional. Chapter 35. I was at the home stretch, and it was time to finish this up. Lamray was a very simple concept. Take the Gemini heavy mech ejection boosters and configure it into a detachable additional rocket pod. I already had the image in mind. A second back attachment that would connect just like the wings Lancer had, that were just MTTR packs. So charge your mech, activate Lamray to get launched far into the sky, and release additional smoke bombs as it went, which Lancer could see through and then go to town. But the first problem, if you could call it that, came up fairly quickly. The Gemini wasn't strong enough for what I had in mind, and as I dived into upgrading them, doubling, then tripling the fuel, "This is supposed to be an initial boost, not a full battle-length support pack," I muttered. The two rockets were long enough I just stuffed them full of fuel, and now they could keep Lancer up there for a while. That wasn't a terrible idea at the start, but then how would Linda even control the thrust? These weren't going to be the mech's main thrusters, but basically solid fuel rockets for a mech instead of a space shuttle. I could probably... No. I shook it off. Get the mech in the air, that was the point. Linda could figure something out, or not once it was up there. That's for her to decide. The setup was easy, two rockets attached to the back of Lancer. I'd angle them so they would force the mech up into the sky, and that was just that. White glint into the battlefield, like a blur, destroy the enemy's ability to see each other, and then start taking out enemies. Even if Linda ended up knocked out, her smoke would support Valerie and Kitty. Poor Paul and John were just going to have to deal, though. They'd agreed to the upgrades knowing how much of an advantage it would be to the team. Besides, even if they couldn't see shit, neither could the enemy. Plus, neither piloted ranged mechs. Shaking it off, I focused on the lamray, the steed. Her spirit was already growing right next to Rongomyniad, ready to be born. Honestly, the system wasn't very complex. Tear apart the Gemini, use its solid fuel and rockets, create a new set of fuel containers attached to the rockets, and then use 4 of the Gemini's thrusters on the end of each rocket, angled down and connected to a solid rigging. Then I just went through and placed points for the grenades in release systems. I used the same activation system the Gemini came with to set off the grenades, and then just set them on a timer. Once the rockets ignited, the grenades would be dropped out. It was all fairly simple design work. Slowly creating the fuel and thrusters, it was going to be a bit pricey, but Linda had mentioned she'd made a ton of credits in-game, so she should be able to afford it. If not, I could always help her buy the dang thing. It was made for her, and I kinda wanted to see her use it. The only connection Lamray needed to Lancer was the electronic connections to activate the boosters, and that was kinda it. I was literally just strapping 2 rockets to Linda and, well, she seemed to have a knack for that. I stopped staring at the monstrous-looking thing I'd just made. It'll do. Now let's start simulating its performance, and it blew up. Back to the drawing board. Okay, figuring out the pressure issue with the solid rocket fuel and fixing that, along with a dozen other problems that popped up, and a few early nights forced at claw point. I was done. System, let me see what you think. Design evaluation, Lamray ejectable rocket booster component. Component type, mech solid fuel rocket. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech thruster. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B+. Endurance, F-. Firepower, F-. Flexibility, F-. Integrity, D-. X-factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a solid fuel rocket strapped onto the back of a mech. Only good for ancient battlegrounds, it will definitely get the user to where they are going. Perhaps in one piece, a pure thread of X-factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X-factor. I couldn't help but snort at the comment. It'll work, I argued. Sure, it was a bit simple, but simple was good. Linda would get her overhead view at the start of the match and be able to disrupt the enemy right away without needing to take so long or so much energy to get into the battle. But regardless, it was done, and with another bunch of DP. Oh, the temptation was there to boost another skill to Journeyman. That might even be smarter, but I also knew what was coming next, and what I would need. To work on the Caesar Augustus. Ooh. I cringed as I opened up the system and scrolled over assembly, physics, and electrical engineering journeyman, which would all help in different ways. And instead purchased what I knew I would need. 2000 DP, Structural Pathway Configuration 2. I pushed purchase before I could argue with myself anymore, and shivered as the knowledge flowed. There was so much nuisance on the internal spaces on a mech, and I slowly shivered as I gained over a decade of experience figuring out tricks and tips to doing it right. Doing it right. If I did this right, then the internal integrity of Lancer would mean only direct hits would even jostle the components. This wasn't some unique thing, it was basically just standard for Lancer mechs. A mech that damaged itself while attacking wasn't a mech that many people wanted to use. Barring Linda, of course, she was exuberant enough she didn't care. Okay, I can do this, but I need a break, I whispered, looking around at me room, at Corey as usual watching me from some high position. I hadn't gone out, had barely talked to anyone in weeks. I ran a hand over my face as I rose up. A quiet walk, and maybe a visit to the market to get Corey some more exotics was probably in order. I hadn't really had to dip into my mech funds for it, as Rincole's father had still been sending me allowance. Guy was stuck in the military and I was safe at the family compound, and he was still supporting me. Someday I was going to build a mech that was capable of supporting him towards an expert pilot. Just for that, if nothing else. He deserved a good son. Shaking off that thought, I rose up and stretched. Come on, Corey, let's go find some treats, okay? Meow. The teardown of the Lancer began. I'd taken some time to go over her and all the changes I had made, good and bad. I did my best to remember the good ones and made some notes on the bad. This was a project. A Lancer mech was just inherently a pain, and I'd certainly given myself a project this time. But I think I was ready. If I finished Lancer Artoria and her integrity wasn't at least B+, then she'd get another pass. I wouldn't accept anything less this time, with that concept in mind. I got to the real work, stripping off her equipment, armor, components, all the way down to her skeleton, and then I tore that apart too. In a lot of ways, she'd be a fairly hefty remodel, but she'd still just be a variant, just how mech designer licenses worked. That's fine though. She would be the signal to the world that I could build actually functional mechs, even if Mordred already had that honor and was my special girl. Her skeleton was reinforced, the structure of it altered to better handle high G impacts, and I did my best to adjust the pressure points, making some points softer, more flexible, and some more rigid. It was 2 days of work, and I honestly wasn't sure how well I had done. My brain felt like melting out of my head, and I simply was struggling with the adjustments after every change. I could only do the best I could, double-check everything, and hope I'd gotten it as right as I could for when I started the rest of the internals. That came next, muscles attached to flex points. Not as powerful as Mordred or Assassin. Ripper needed muscles that could push her around, but Lancer didn't really need that. Her main focus was reinforcing the internals and making sure she wouldn't lose her lance. Her elbows and shoulders were double and then triple reinforced, to make sure she could ride the thrust of the lance into her target, just like Linda had requested. The work continued in between some light babysitting and a rather boring description of the 8th Brighter Vesian War, which ended in a stalemate like all the previous ones. I continued to work. With the musculature of the mech completed, I started wiring her up, cables strewn across the body like a circulatory system, but each cable was carefully prepared to be protected by shock-absorbing internals, made to minimize the vibration and keep the power systems safe. The compressing and shifting skeleton and internal spaces should reduce any impact damage. From there, it was simulation after simulation of force on the internal components and, well, a lot more work. Then the armor, fine plating, made up of multiple different armor types, which was going to be a bitch to assemble, but while Mirren light armor was good, it wasn't the best. I used all the armor types I had licenses for to adjust the form of the armor to best contract or shift during impact. The glorious form of Artoria slowly formed from the sweeping curves and harsh lines. Her armor looked like a jousting suit, made to deflect attacks from the front, which is exactly what Linda would be facing more than anything else. Everyone screamed like a girl and shot the charging lancer as it aimed at them. Everyone. Then the MTTR wings, which would detach alongside Lamray and fitting Rongominiad into her right hand. She looked glorious for a moment, a rocket-propelled knight ready to take on anyone. But she wasn't done. New eyes, glowing blue, the enhanced vision modes to let her see through her smoke, and then simulation after simulation. How would she fare against any impact she might face? The simulations ran over and over as I tweaked her internals constantly, shifting and adjusting to better handle what would be her future task. An entire week of just adjusting Lancer after the 2 weeks of actual design work. Even I was getting burned out, which is when I realized I needed to stop. I came out of my room on, I think it was a weekend. I hope it was, because I certainly hadn't done my classes today. I think. Blearily, I walked into the dining room, grabbed some food that was out and started eating. "Nephew, you look terrible." "Blarugal," I informed Auntie Loria as I looked up from my plate at her. She sent me an unamused look. So I finished chewing and swallowed. "Sorry, I've been working like crazy. I lost track of the day, and the time, and everything. Without Corey making me sleep, I'd probably be really in trouble." "Well, you look terrible, Ves. Get some rest and maybe a shower, okay?" Yeah, that sounds good. I think I'm done anyways," I muttered, and she hummed, interested, but I just went back to eating, and she chuffed as she patted me on the shoulder as I focused on eating. "Lancer Artoria, let's see you ride into battle." I took a few days off from everything again, just hanging out around the compound like a lump, although I'd been forced into playing games with the kids by Auntie Loria, which I only realized after was to get me some exercise after spending days doing nothing but design work. Sneaky woman. And then with a much clearer head, I sat down and ran a simulation on Lancer Artoria. It was good. There were problems, but I'd be spot-fixing errors causing others. I would need even more technical knowledge or better stats to be able to properly look at the entire mech as a whole and make the adjustments to perfect it. Perfect was the enemy of good enough. "Okay," I whispered, shifting from looking at the old Lancer stats. "Actually, system, when you evaluate the design, can you compare it to the old evaluation?" I didn't get a direct response, as the system started the same process as before. "Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to rename your design? Fantasia 2 R Artoria Lancer, Mark II. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2 R Artoria Lancer, Mark II. Variant name, Fantasia 2 R Artoria Lancer, Mark II. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, light-heavy system. Recommended role, light lancer. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, A equals A. Armor, C implies B. Carrying capacity, F dash equals D. Endurance, F to D. Energy efficiency, F implies D plus. Firepower, B plus to A. Flexibility, F to D. Integrity, D plus implies B plus. Mobility, B to A plus. Spotting, C plus to B. X factor, C plus implies B. Result, deviance, 16.12%. Performance improvement, 24.3%. Evaluation, a Lancer mech designed for ancient battlefields. Components shooting this mech into heavy weight class, a detachable system designed to get the Lancer into the battlefield quickly. A thunderous charge on such a small mech. A very substantial presence of X-Factor flows through this mech, showing a unique synergy, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a performance improvement of over 10%. You have received 500 design points for designing a mech with a substantial presence of X-Factor. I breathed a sigh of relief at seeing what I'd accomplished. She was a different beast entirely now. Ancient mech she might be, but Lancer Artoria was showing just how far I'd come. All the time spent bug fixing had been worth it. Weeks of just tweaking the smallest pieces of her internals over and over had given her a B+ integrity. For a Lancer mech, that might just be enough. I rubbed my face. Honestly, if it wasn't, then there was nothing more I could do without vastly improving my skills. Or my brain. Ugh, I was really feeling the crunch on this one. I wish the brain candies weren't so expensive. It's not like I could just go buy a brain implant either, not in the Bright Republic. Someday I'd get one, but not today. Thanks, system, I whispered, looking at the image of the Artoria for a while. She looked awesome, regal. I wanted a model of her on my desk, and like the mech nerd I was, giant rockets on the back of a mech is so fucking cool. After that, I looked at Assassin and Saber, all three of them needed to be made. Ugh. I sighed and pulled up Saber. One fix, just one. I could make her mana burst system far more functional now, but that was it. Sure, I was tempted to go back through her body and try to raise her integrity even more with some of the new SPC stuff I'd learned. No, no, enough. I could do this literally forever, and I wasn't going to be like that one-star designer that only ever made one mech line his entire life. I loved Saber, but she was fine. Going through and redoing her arm thrusters took another 2 days, as I had to adjust quite a few things. But there. That was enough. I looked at her new update and didn't see any changes, and so moved on. Time to build some mechs. Actually, I had enough points, I could upgrade 3D printing, or do I wait and try to get assembly up to journeyman? I wanted both honestly, but yeah. I should focus on trying to get my assembly skill up. I was hoping to get some real work done soon, and I'd need the skills when I was working on actual mechs. So I settled in, and starting with Saber, started building the mech in Iron Spirit. For the first time since I came to the Larkinson compound, I didn't do my schoolwork over the next few days, instead telling Grandpa Benjamin that I was working on something I couldn't easily put down and needed to finish. It had already been a long time. The team would need their mechs soon. Sam, he stared balefully at the screen. Math work. He didn't know how Ves had done it. The boy had just done math all day, every day for months. Sam wanted to give up, but he was going to be a businessman, and he needed to be good at math. Ugh! He dropped his head. Everything hurt. And this, his comm beeped. Popping it open, he saw the message from Ves and blinked. It took a second, but then he saw what it was about. Holy shit! He gasped and then stood up. He needed to get to the others and give them the purchase code. Fuck class. This was more important. Oh wait, they were in class too. Shit. He ignored the looks as he walked back to his desk and sat down. Fine, just gotta finish this day with the knowledge that the mechs were done. Fuck. Mr. Harris, that is a demerit. The teacher called out, and he groaned louder. Chapter 36. Linda caught. Wait, seriously? Linda jumped up, her face shifting into delight as Sam finally revealed what had brought them all together. Yep, Ves sent me the details today. All 3 mechs are complete and ready to be purchased in Iron Spirit. He did mention that. Linda wasn't listening as she leapt to her feet and grabbed Kitty, who was also looking excited as she spun her around. We got new mechs, she cheered, and Kitty smiled right alongside her as she jumped around. All right, girls, calm down, Valerie called out, but Linda wasn't going to listen to her. She was excited too. She raced over, and before Valerie could deny her, she grabbed her hands and jumped up and down until the girl at least gave a half-hearted bounce. Happy? Yes. She cheered at Valerie's deadpan response. Linda was very excited. She had never really cared before. If she was being honest with herself, she still liked even the old Fantasia L. That silly little mech was fun in its own way, but she had to admit that Lancer was… Yeah, she liked Lancer even more. And now? A real Lancer mech based off her favorite mech, and it should be even better. So do you want the codes? Sam said, half-heartedly, and Linda's eyes instantly shot to him. Hey, no need to go crazy, just here, take them, he said quickly, trying to avoid being attacked. Good. Fierce Bear God will not allow any to stand in her way. Mwaha, she chortled, and Sam flinched. I would like my code, thank you, Sam. Kitty offered calmly, walking up and quickly copying it from the boy with her comm. Sneak. Don't allow yourself to get distracted if there is something you want. Kitty replied with a posh little sniff, and Linda laughed in delight. Kitty was so much more fun when she was willing to joke around. Thanks, Sam. Valerie offered, smirking as she got the code next. Ah! Linda charged, and Sam yelped as she nearly slammed into him. Gimme! Okay, geez, I want to see it too. Ves didn't tell me anything. Okay, once you get it, throw it up on the big monitor, okay? John called out, and all 3 of them nodded. They were at John's house for their super-secret meeting. And Linda understood now. She couldn't let the evil enemy pirate mech pilots see her secret weapon. Ha 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 ha. She settled into the comfy chair and crossed her legs as she opened up Iron Spirit and inputted the code. And her game switched to a store page, and Linda felt her heart skip a beat, and she stopped breathing. Oh wow, Kitty gasped, looking at her mech. John, Paul, and Sam were scurrying around trying to see what the other two had, and Linda was… She covered her screen for a moment. She kinda wanted to keep it to herself. It was stupid. She was going to go into a match with them, but… Linda, Kitty asked, and Linda realized she was grinning like a fool. Mech good, she told her friend, and Kitty blinked before fighting back a laugh. Linda watched as Kitty brought a hand up to her mouth to titter cutely. Linda, what's the mech look like? Mech good, she repeated, and Sam frowned at her. She sighed. She should share it. Okay, come look. She decided, even if she had to fight the desire to hide her mech from sight. Everyone had seen Valerie's and Kitty's already, so as they squeezed in behind here, there was a lot of gasps. I'm going to crush everyone, she decided, and there was silence that was only broken by John a while later. I think Ves might be a bit kooky. Yeah, for real. What even is that? Big rockets, Linda replied confidently, and Sam sighed. Sure, but what is that even supposed to do? How does it work? Don't care, big rockets. We'll need to test it. We can all hit some private pods and do some practice matches. Can everyone afford it? Yes, Kitty replied with confident surety, and Valerie just waved John off. Linda looked at her mech. Barely. It was expensive, though. Yeah. All right, well, they're custom mechs, so let's see what they can do. Linda could only nod as she stared at her new mech. The Fantasia Lancer Artoria. She was wonderful. Valerie. She wasn't sure what she had expected, a new paint scheme, maybe some tacky logo on the side. She'd obviously never gotten a custom mech before, but this? Fantasia 2 R Assassin. Mark II. Valerie was no mech designer. She wasn't even really a mech fan in the way most potentates were. She just knew she needed to pilot to be good enough, and that was about all she expected. But this? There was something special about this mech. She clicked the button, and it spawned her into the testing environment, and she took a moment to just feel the difference. No mech had ever felt like the assassin. Everything else had just been… nothing. But this mech had a feel to it. A strong feel, like assassin, but more. It was familiar, like standing close to an old friend. Whoa! The shriek jolted Valerie as she looked over at the source. Linda had joined the practice arena and was sort of slowly twisting around, looking at the massive rockets sticking out from her back. Seriously, would that even work? It looked dangerous. Linda, please don't scream, Kitty called out as her own mech materialized, the new saber. It didn't look much different, although as she drew her sword, showing off that same sheath at her side, something Valerie always thought was kind of funny. The movement was smooth, and already Kitty was falling into swordsman poses, the standard sword training they all did as kids mimicked by the machine. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. So watch me, okay? Watch me, I'm gonna do it. Linda shrieked out, her mech wiggling, sending the rockets sliding left and right a bit. Were they tails now? Linda, calm down, we are watching. Kitty scolded, but then assured her friend, and Linda did just that. Those two were so adorable, the shy, serious Kitty and the exuberant, silly Linda. Valerie watched as the mech started glowing, the capacitor turning on, and then as the thrusters on the back flared lightly, the rockets engaged. Instantly the thrust kicked up, and Valerie could just see a few small plumes from her mech's back, as suddenly she was seen flying off, mostly towards the sky, although Valerie wondered if she was… Tree. Okay, I got it this time. I tried to counter the thrust a bit. My bad, Linda called out as she reappeared after smashing through the digital trees and disappearing in a haze of flames. The team's future was in the hands of this girl. They were all doomed. Shaking it off, she focused on her own mech. She looked over the documentation Ves had left for her, still shocked that the mech designer was her age and that he had done this all for her. She read through it. Improved daggers with a stun feature. Improved custom grenades which would help unsettle enemies. How would that work? The thrusters should be much more powerful. She bent her knees and kicked off. The thrusters activated, sending her flying into the sky, or at least it felt like that to her. She landed in a tree, reset, and looking around to make sure Kitty and Linda hadn't seen that, she got back to reading. Improved smoke lantern and more. She decided to just test the most basic things. Breaking into a run, she put the mech at full tilt and instantly felt the difference. Where before she would have reached max speed, she just kept accelerating. She was no star E, but she felt nimble and smooth. None of the awkward motions she sometimes had to make. Another thrust test, and this time she controlled her descent, landing right where she wanted. The push was substantially more powerful, just like she had asked for. Yeah, she could work with this. She looked over at the other two. Heh. If this works out, they might just secure the next tournament win. They'd been getting close, but there were a few teams of real talents they had to break through. Catherine Wilson. As Valerie had recommended, they had all gone through their new mechs documentation to make sure they understood all the new systems. She hadn't even noticed the smoke grenades attached to her skirt until she read about them, so she was happy she had listened. No telling if Linda had, but Linda seemed to have her mech under control. All right, so it's been a few days of you testing around. We're going to go through some real combat against an actual team to start preparing for the tournament. I thought we were staying quiet until this weekend, Valerie asked, and Kitty felt her hands clench her hilt. It had been awkward to not go into any open matches with her new mech. She'd wanted to very much. We are, but we need real practice. We're doing a match against some people I know. Another mech team, they won't be in the tournament, and they'll keep their mouth shut. John explained, and Kitty nodded, pleased. Valerie was not so pleased. And if they do squeal, 'cause I'd bet money that they will. They won't. But even if they do, one person talking about a mech isn't going to give our tournament opponents enough time to figure out anything about it. We'll be fighting them in a few days anyways. Once we hit the tournament, everyone will see. Fine, but I'll tell you I told you so when it happens. Understood. Then we can fight now. Yes, Linda, we... Fierce bear god? John sighed and Kitty wanted to giggle but kept it in. Linda was being serious with her call sign. Despite being a bit silly, she took her mech piloting seriously in odd ways. Linda was going to be a great pilot for the mech corps in a few years. All right, they just came online. Just follow the plan. What plan? Paul asked, confused, and then John spoke. Exactly. We're just here to practice, so don't worry so much. The call ended as the match timer came up, and all of them disappeared into blackness before slowly the match around them appeared. A desert, but not the usual one. The pillars of reddish stone covered the entire battleground. Almost mushroom-shaped, they gave the space in between them an almost shady look despite the heat haze. Oh, this is perfect, I'm off, Linda cried out as Kitty heard the rockets ignite. Really, Linda, at least charge your mech all the way first. But as Kitty watched, Linda took off, her mech's thrusters flaring upwards, causing the two rockets to start pushing her more vertical. But Kitty flinched as Linda flew between two of the pillars before arcing up and up into the sky. I can see everything from up here. Oh, I see them. Ha 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 ha. Launching, she cried out as the sky exploded. Kitty flinched as smoke plumed out crazy, and dozens of little smoking pieces of metal fell from the sky. Some landed on the mushroom rocks, some in between, but either way the entire place was soon covered in smoke, and Kitty couldn't see where Linda had gone. Linda caught. Now this was a Lancer. She'd been right. Disengaging the rockets early still sent her absolutely flying, but without all the thrust from her own mech, it should be harder for anyone to notice. Especially with the rockets exploding into smoke and fire behind her. But it sends Linda perfectly on her attack vector. That was something expert pilot Diana would say. Linda grinned as she flew through the air, bleeding momentum. Charge complete. Then let's go, she roared, her thrusters engaging. The Lancer Artoria wasn't made for flying, not really. It was actually the most dangerous part of her match. She'd hit a whole lot of ground, even if it was flat figuring out how to do this. But she was Fierce Bear God, expert Diana's #1 disciple, self-proclaimed. She shifted her grip on her lance and all of her thrusters ignited. Using her lance to guide her, she nearly flipped herself entirely upside down to bleed off the momentum. Until she nearly hit the ground, spinning around, she landed in a crouch. It wasn't good for Lance's knees, but she would be okay. Charge! Linda was now behind where the enemy had spawned, so either they turn and face her or they get hit from behind by Paul, who would be racing to catch up. And he still thought he was the fastest mech on the team. Her thrusters ignited and she started galloping, using the lance to keep her from smashing into the ground as he raced forward. Smoke was already starting to flow over the entire area, but her eyes could see right through it. Right at the enemy, they were obviously acting, trying to respond to the weirdness they were seeing. Two of their backline, a lancer mech, a flyer in fact, and a rifleman. She didn't hesitate. Her lance was aimed, and even as the flying lancer turned to see her, the smoke blown away by the lancer's flight system, Linda was already engaging all of her thrust. Charge! She laughed as the lancer pilot barely had a moment to respond, being attacked from behind. Linda smashed through them, even as they tried to juke down to avoid her charge. Foolish. Charging upwards would have been better. Doesn't this lancer know Super Lancer expert Diana's discussion on fighting in atmosphere? It was harder to generate lift, so going up was harder, but against a mech that wasn't as good at flying, that's where you should go. Or maybe she thought Lancer was a... It doesn't matter. It was already over. The Lancer was skewered through her amazing lance. Wrong, Ringo, Ron Miney? It was a long name. Her lance skewered the flying Lancer, destroying its flight system, and even if it survived, it was no Lancer anymore. Then Linda shifted, curving her charge, her lance tucked almost sideways as it dragged her into a wide turn. The other rifleman mech was already shooting, lasers smashing into her armor and tearing metal away. But it wasn't fast enough, and Linda managed to completely shift into another attack vector. A lancer always charges the enemy, she sing-songed as her thrusters ignited behind her. The poor rifleman tried to run. Catherine Wilson. She had charged forward after Valerie as soon as Linda had exploded in the sky. The smoke soon built up, and Kitty had to admit, without her upgraded vision, she'd be completely blind. Hopefully the boys were prepared. She raced ahead, sword already out of its sheath, and stopped as she caught sight of Paul. Paul? She calmed to no response. The boy's mech was sort of slowly wandering the smoke. Ah, he was lost. She hurried over, coming over and over until she got close enough the chaff didn't block her. Paul? Kitty. He egoed low steinth is. I see that. Here, follow me, I'll lead you, she said, coming up right next to him, close enough no matter what he'd see her. Thanks, Kitty, geez, I knew this smoke was going to be a thing. We've worked with it with Valerie, but this is crazy. Linda is definitely altering the battlefield. Yeah, tell me about it. This was a good idea. We definitely need to do some more practice. Too bad Ves can't upgrade my mech. He's your friend, right? I'm sure he would. Nah, my boy is a different license. Ves doesn't have the credits for something like that. It's fine, I'll D ahead. He called out, and Kitty frowned. Two mechs had turned the corner, and the fact Paul could see them meant the smoke was lighter here. A knight and a sniper. Come on, Shane and Vance, you assholes, Paul roared as he ran ahead, and Kitty had to focus. It was time for a fight. The sniper had to die first, and thankfully Paul was charging at him. Disrupt the night mech so Paul could work. She charged forward, sword already glowing as the heat module activated. The night pilot was good. He reacted the moment Paul had shouted, trying to get in the small skirmisher's way from killing the sniper. Paul, of course, was more than capable of running around the lumbering mech, but not with the rifleman also circling and trying to get a shot. Which is when Kitty charged in, to distract, her blade pointed and her arm thrusters activated to boost her stab. The knight reacted, shifting, pushing his shield in her path. Which was fine. Because as long as he was focused on her, Paul could move faster. She was actually a bit surprised at how well her blade felt as she slammed into the knight's shield. It was no massive clash, her saber didn't have the weight for that, but the thrust was powerful, and instantly she noticed the sword start punching through the shield, the heat module working as intended. Then the knight threw his shield to the side, almost tearing her sword from her grasp. Only a swift spin to let the sword get pulled out of the shield kept it in her hands, and the knight chopped down. The blow slammed down into her. Night mechs weren't swordsmen, but the one thing they did have was weight and often powerful arms to move heavy shields around. Saber was pushed down, and she had to fall to a knee just to keep from overloading and falling backwards. It was too strong. The knight wasn't even trying to protect his friend anymore. His other hand came down and pushed down on the blade. He wanted to cut her in half. Kitty struggled. Saber was strong, but no, she could do this. She felt it. There was no quiver in her belly out of fear, or the feeling of her confidence disappearing. She could do this. Because she could do this. There was no other thing to say. Her arm thrusters wiggled instinctively. She hadn't even thought of them. The fact they weren't stuck in one direction anymore. Moving them must have been instinct, a reminder her own brain couldn't think of. But now she was thinking about it. The thrusters in her gauntlets shifted, pointing down, and she activated them. And all that force of the night mech trying to crush her lightened lightly, and then more as the thrusters built up. She pushed, her legs groaning, her mechs making a quiet noise, but not of protest. It was the groan of someone refusing to lose, and the night mech was pushed backwards, slowly forced back as Kitty rose back to her feet. And then Valerie was there, leaping out of the smoke above. When had it gotten so smoky, she hadn't even noticed. And Valerie landed on the knight's back a few moments later, and her blades were chewing through the mech. And that was that. Kitty felt her breath coming out in quiet little gasps as she looked around. Paul had gotten the rifleman, but his mech had a big hole in it. No wonder he hadn't managed to do much. Here, Kitty flinched, nearly jumping as Linda was suddenly there, her lance smashing into the already dead night mech and sending Valerie flying off the back with a squeal of outrage. Oh no, Linda was going to get an earful after this match. But not long after, the match ended. They won. Chapter 37. A few days of lazing around after finally finished was about all I could stand. Of course, everyone wanted to hear about my new mechs, seeing that I was done, but I just told them the custom mechs would be unveiled by the pilots when they were ready. And then, well, I got bored fairly quickly and pulled up Archer, the two variants of Archer, a long-ranged sniper and a close-ranged skirmisher. They were both awful, easily some of the worst designs I'd done. And I'd put one of them up for sale. Ugh, at least almost no one had been stupid enough to buy them. I should have just kept them off the market entirely, since they were experiments. Oh well, sometimes I guess I just did stupid things just like anyone. So as I stared at Archer, I slowly started thinking about options. I had some DP, not enough to get much, but I could get a few minor sub-skills. But I really wanted to save up to increase my assembly skill, and I could probably do that. Was it right to once more treat Archer more as a DP grind rather than a sellable mech? It certainly didn't feel right. Archer had so few pilots, it was honestly a drain on the entire throne of heroes. So yeah, Archer needed an upgrade. The problem was, I designed Archer and bought licenses for ballistic weaponry, and to buy a sub-skill, Ballistic Weapon Optimization 1, 500 DP. That was basically all of my DP for a sub-skill I wasn't planning on using much. It would be useful at some point, sure, but I already had melee and lasers, and I knew lasers were the next gen anyways. So do I just write off the licenses I'd purchased before and start with a laser for the new Archer? It would let me use the DP on something better in turn. I sighed as I looked him over. What noble phantasm would you want? The quest didn't go into just nothing. Archer might be draining power constantly, but that was kind of the whole point of the throne, to balance out the growth of my spirits so all of them would grow. With so few pilots, he got less feedback than others. But, as long as he could shoot. That was the feeling I felt. Okay, let's make a new noble phantasm for you. And I had some ideas in mind. I was still working when I got a chirp from my comm. I paused the work and checked it out. Oh, Sam was sending another file. I'd gotten to watch my mechs battle in a 5 versus 5 test match with another team, and it had been amazing. Oh, what the heck. Sam, this is a full tournament file. I absolutely had to watch this. I looked around. I didn't have a monitor like that in my room, just using my comm for everything, but this seemed like something that needed. Rising up, I picked up Corey and headed out of my room, walking into the living room where the kids were already hanging out, watching something or another. Was it a drama? It seemed like some teen drama show. Hey, who has the remote? Me, Alicia Larkinson called out, one of Uncle Ark's older daughters, as she looked up, obviously ready to fight for TV time. I just got a file for an Iron Spirit tournament, one where my mechs took part. Was wondering if we could watch it? I asked, not demanded. It was her time to watch what she wanted after all. Everything was quiet for a moment, and then everyone exploded yelling at Alicia to switch over. She pouted for a moment, obviously wanting to watch her show, but she was a Larkinson too. She wanted to see a mech tournament. Fine, but you owe me one. I don't really use my TV time. I'll cover for you so you can catch up on your show. Oh, perfect, she said, smirking as some of the others, mostly the younger boys, groaned. I laughed at her perky response as I walked over to the monitor and switched it from broadcast to accepting the data Sam had sent over. And then we all settled in to watch. It started fairly slowly with Team Cloud Step not getting a match, but they weren't usually very long, so we ended up going through the other teams as well. The kids loved it anyways, even if half of them could go participate in a tournament right now if they wanted. And then the first match of Team Cloud Step. I leaned in as the kids instantly started chattering as the screen shifted to the mechs on the team. There was a commentator, and quite a bit of the commentary was about the 3 weird mechs on the team. Of course, we've seen the Fantasia Saber on this team before, but this is definitely a completely different version. Sure, but it's still obvious what it is, and it's confirmed to be a Lark Industries work. So the designer is making custom mechs, but the Lancer is really what is catching my eye. The Lancer Artoria according to the Iron Spirit account, and more interestingly, there is no purchase option either. I think all 3 of these variants really are custom. A team getting 3 custom mechs for 1-star matches. I'd almost call it unfair. But that's honestly just my jealousy talking. Tell me about it. The 2 older teenagers commentating which. Were those some of the boys from school? I think they were. Was this something Sam had set up, or were they just doing the commentator thing on their own? Either way, that was cool. Good for them. Right, so I think we're going to see some interesting stuff here. Even the Fantasia Assassin, which I've seen do some hilarious kills, has an upgrade. The opponents for the first few matches are going to be in trouble. If they did any research into the enemy teams, they are going to be completely blindsided here. And that's the start of the match. The dong rang out and all of the kids quieted down as we watched a zoom out and the 2 teams started dispersing. Then, just as the commentators were trying to start describing what was happening, an explosion echoed out. 2 solid fuel boosters activating and Lancer Artoria launched into the sky. The forest terrain with buildings making up a fair balanced side for both teams was completely ignored as Linda shot into the sky. I guess we know what those giant rockets are for. Look at the Lancer go. That's really fast. Can the mech even stand up to that much G-forces? The pilot won't have to worry, but mechs react to G-forces realistically in Iron Spirit. The kids all looked at me and I scoffed. Artoria is fine. She won't come apart because of a little G-force. I waved them all off and the match continued. Linda exploded into smoke, although this time the cleaner sightlines meant some of the opponents reacted as she flew over their heads free of the rocket boosters. They had enough ranged forces that could be bad for her. Either way, it split the team into another side as their battle plan was completely upended, and Saber and Assassin were both charging forward, using the smoke cover now landing across the forest to move up. Paul and John were hugging left, avoiding the smoke to advance together. Makes sense. The team was basically 2 teams. The older mechs had some crazy specs. The Star E was still incredibly fast, for instance, and my mechs which were all specialized to sync together. Hopefully it will be enough. Linda charged in, but despite her best efforts, the enemy team was... No, I realized they hadn't just been lucky. That was a planned motion. 2 riflemen stayed in the back line with a night mech, and all 3 of them were pointed behind them where Linda landed and started her charge. Artoria instantly started taking damage, and I could only guess what was going through Linda's thoughts. Either way, she charged into the attacks, and while the hosts commented on the battle, zooming in and swirling around the digital existence, meaning they had complete control of the recording, Artoria charged into fire, and her armor bubbled and burned. Chunks were torn out of her as she charged forward, right for the night mech. And then right as she was getting close, as he braced his shield, she shifted, her lance aiming upward, and she sort of threw Artoria on her side. The thrusters activated, and instead of slamming into the knight ready to take the impact, She did a diving burst to alter her trajectory at the last second, flying around the shield, skidding along the ground, the legs of Artoria screaming in protest from the motion. But a second later, the rifleman, jolting in shock, started firing, but a moment too slow. She crashed into one of them, her lance rather weakly for a lancer smashing into its chest, but all her thrusters activated to topple her right into her enemy, and they both went flying backwards. A few moments later, both mechs were down as the second rifleman shot into Artoria's thrusters, ending Linda's charge. That was a shame. The enemy knew what was coming in advance. Had the team already revealed their mechs before the tournament? Oh well. I sighed at the loss, but everyone else was shrieking at how awesome it was, so I guess that was okay. And that would have been quite a surprise for any team. A lancer appearing so quickly from the rear is a serious threat, but the Helios Titans certainly handled this with professional tactics. Indeed, and here we see the rest of the battle start. Team Cloud's left side, the team leader and skirmisher pilot are running right into the... I nodded as the battle continued. John and Paul fought with the confidence of long-time friends and were well used to each other. The camera, though, was every once in a while shifting to Saber and Assassin in the smoke as the rest of the enemy team were doing their best to try and avoid the smoke. It seems Team Cloud Step wouldn't have an easy first match. The 2-on-2 battle ended with mostly a tie, Paul having to retreat with damage, while John was out but he'd taken out his enemy, and the enemy's remaining mech limped back towards his team, heavy rifle firing at Paul to keep him away. Which would have worked if Valerie wasn't there. She'd managed to half climb up into a tree, giving her a good view of the two sides of the battle while remaining completely hidden in smoke. And the rifleman mech walked into the smoke. Assassin came up behind him and almost casually dismembered the rifleman. A knife into the knee joint of its remaining good leg, and then her other blade slicing up into the armpit of the right arm, causing the entire mech to jolt and just fall over as it no longer had a weapon or legs. Then she stabbed it a few more times as she dropped him down. Gnarly. Cool. I nodded. Ripper was cool, but Kitty had found the enemy, the knight and rifleman, staying back among the enemy's base area, staying out of the smoke to keep their sightlines open. They were moving together, keeping the knight in between the smoke and the rifleman. It was a smart battle plan. They knew the smoke meant danger. But Kitty was watching and waiting, hiding among the smoke, just tracking the two for now. And the commentators talked about it. A patient pilot, that one. Although from the document we have of this mech, it looks like it has special optics that let it see through the smoke. She really is just hunting them. That's a neat trick, although only 3 of the team can do that. Bit of a miss, that. Well, all 3 variants are made by the same designer, so it makes sense that not all of them have the upgrade. Maybe the remaining 2 members of Cloud Step will change their mech types after this. Perhaps, but they certainly aren't out of the tournament yet. Look, the swordsman mech is making her move. Saber had charged. I was wondering why until I noticed. She'd activated invisible air. All of the smoke grenades attached to her skirt were pumping out even more smoke, and as she charged out, she started fighting the night mech, using its bulk to hide from the rifleman. Between the smoke and the bulk, the rifleman didn't have a target, and Saber was quick. Dashing in and out, swiping in massive sweeps, each attack searing a line in the knight's massive tower shield. But as awesome as Kitty was here, I was looking at the other pilot, Valerie. That's what had set Kitty off. She'd waited until Valerie was there to help. The assassin was watching, and as I did, she laid down her lantern and activated it. I grinned as she started tossing grenades behind the rifleman. Kitty was distracting the mech so much it wasn't even noticing the spreading fog. Come on, Valerie, you can do this. The lantern's fog bank started expanding as well, and soon the rifleman was entirely trapped by different smoke clouds combining together. He noticed too late, jerking around, and then realizing he was in the fog, rushing forward to get closer to the knight. But that brought him closer to the smoke Saber was releasing. Looks like Helios is in some trouble here. What? What the hey beep? The screaming started, audible even through the screen, and the laughter, all of it echoed out, covering up the sound of mechs clashing as it seemed to rebound through the smoke. Of course, we were watching a recording, so the commentators were able to look around and adjust to figure out what was going on. But the pilots? The rifleman jerked, spinning this way and that, and to my surprise started shooting into the smoke, the laser rifle leaving lines in the smoke but hitting nothing. Huh. Then to my surprise, it was over. Valerie leapt over the rifleman and landed on the knight's shoulders, stabbing down with both daggers into the chest and activating her dagger's stun function. The knight crumpled, and Kitty charged around the knight and with a few flashing swings cut down the rifleman that was freaking out. Poor Paul was still stumbling around in the smoke, but hey, victory. Cool! That was us. Did you hear? That was us. I grinned as the kids all exploded into mimicking the screams. Oh man, I was in so much trouble. I crashed into my bed later and groaned as I laid back and just absorbed what I'd seen. Team Cloud Step had won. That was good. This wasn't a big tournament, just a small-time game shop one, but competition would still be fierce, and they'd overcome the enemy. Linda's charges were devastating, which was fitting for a Lancer. But the enemy teams had definitely known what to expect. Each of them had a secure backline. In the end, she'd actually altered her initial charge on the last match to fight more in the smoke and try to avoid getting blasted down. It was inspiring for sure, seeing my mechs all being used by pilots and winning. No better feeling in the world. That was what it was all about. Mechs weren't showpieces and pilots weren't soldiers. They were pilots. They both needed each other, and a good mech with a strong weapon, with the right pilot can and would shift a battle. I sighed. I should post them. The tournament had been the agreement. They'd have them in secret until their first tournament, and then I could sell them to try and drum up interest with their win. It would probably be better for the team to not post them, to keep them as custom Cloud Step mechs, but Sam and the others had been happy for me to do so. Still, it was hard to want to release them. Those mechs had been made for those pilots. But the more pilots they got, the more experience the spirits would get, and the more powerful they would all become. Let's grab some of the best battle scenes and post it to the store page and get them released. What does a rifleman really mean? The argument was basically the main crux of the different rifleman types. All of them agreed to attack from range, but what that appeared as changed from person to person. Some said the enemy should be taken out before they could ever react. Snipers. Some said a constant barrage or pressure of shots, usually focusing on pinpoint accuracy to damage weak points. Some said accuracy was unimportant, just fire so much the enemy couldn't survive. Normally, I would say all of them were correct, but for one-star mechs, the real answer was whatever gave the best training, something I'd forgotten when I made my initial archers. One had been a DMR, a ranged rifle that was mostly the second type, but with a 3-round burst to add a bit of firepower. The other had been like a skirmisher, 2 SMGs firing incredibly fast to overwhelm. Both were wrong, a single accurate shot, but not a sniper. An archer of this tier needed to teach proper skills. You can't cheat and rely on firing more to make up for lost accuracy, and a sniper was too slow, so it taught the wrong lessons as well. Mobile, consistent, accurate shots were what a one-star archer needed to do. A rifle that could put out the damage to be meaningful like that, and accurate enough that a proper pilot could do something with it. Moving away from ballistics, that meant a laser rifle. Something I already had experience designing, so I had the base idea. What to call it? What noble phantasm was it meant to be? Not Kansho and Bakuya, that wasn't it. It wasn't Khaled Bolg II. This wasn't a super missile or something. No, something that doesn't miss. I grinned as I considered it. That would work. An arrow that never missed, a gun that guided its user into single accurate shots. Runting, the sword of Beowulf, and now the attack that never misses. The idea locked, and I started to work. Taking the Fantasia's base rifle and breaking it down, I needed something more powerful though, and more importantly, more accurate. I'd used 6 propagators for the Mountain Breaker, but what about just 2, maybe 3, while focusing on powering them up instead of leaving them as they are? I'd need to adjust my previous crystal dynamics to adjust for it, and then a longer barrel, but not too long. Not a sniper, a rifle still capable of being held by a mech on the move. I couldn't put the propagators side to side, up and down. I could have the top and lower laser systems in place of a scope and magazine while keeping the look. That could work. A strong front grip, a stock designed specifically for the Archer, which would need to be modified once I finished the update, and enough power to be noticed. I settled in to get started. Chapter 38. Runting. The rifle was done, the internals were set, and I was fairly satisfied with the design. While not the most powerful rifle in the one-star category, it was good enough. And again, accuracy was more important. Accuracy and good training. Which is why I was waffling as I looked over the gun. Most of my mechs so far were now getting 2 noble phantasms, but I couldn't figure out what I wanted for Archer. The problem was, I didn't want to skew away from the original concept of just a solid training rifleman. Sure, I was planning on adding some smoke grenades and the chaff-resistant optics, 'cause why not? Yet the idea of a second noble phantasm ate at me. While not necessary to get to B-rank X Factor, it would be extra DP, and I had left Archer a bit behind last time. I felt right to properly smarten him up. I considered adding something like a large rocket as a one-use weapon. But I didn't really have much explosive licenses to work with, and again it kinda went against the idea of a trooper mech. I considered a shield. Row eyes would be useful, but I didn't want the pilot to feel like they should hunker down. Mobile warfare was what Archer was meant to train. Adding in a melee weapon would also disrupt the basic concept. A larger one use laser cannon would also not fit. I considered grenades and components, but those weren't noble phantasms. No. It just didn't fit. Archer was going to be more of a budget one-star mech, something made cheaply but capable of putting up a fight, and built to train new rifleman pilots. So in the end, there would only be one noble phantasm on the mech. Runting took a week of design work, but it was just kinda a generic laser rifle, capable of punching through armor or at least slagging chunks of the normal armors of the tier. And Archer would just be that. It rankled me, the desire to make something perfect, amazing, expensive. But I had to pull the reins on that thought and accept that to best represent Archer's purpose was to simplify what he could do and lower the price. I suppose, if nothing else, it would come standard with the chaff optics, so it'd be a great counterpick against my other mechs like the Assassin and Lancer. With that, I solidified Hrunting. Tell me what you think, I whispered while imagining that moat that represented Hrunting idling next to Emiya. I hope you like it, pal. Please guide their shots and teach them how to survive. Design evaluation, Hrunting laser rifle component. Component type, mech laser. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, ancient mech rifle. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B-. Endurance, C. Firepower, C+. Flexibility, D. Integrity, C. X Factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation. A laser rifle designed for ancient battlegrounds, a threefold laser system is certainly a decision. The rifle is capable of hitting its target, probably. A pure thread of X Factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X Factor. I nodded, reading over the stat page, about what I expected, but hopefully the solid integrity for the rifle would be good. I'd gone super into making sure the internals were solid, and then I looked over at the Archer. Or what I would call a complete disaster. It's fine. You made it in a rush. Learn from it. I whispered to myself, looking it over. Ugh. You know your break is coming up, Benjamin said to me the next day. I looked up from working on Archer and stilled. School break? I asked excitedly, and he sent me a half-amused, half-scolding look. Yes, I've been getting some interesting notes from your teachers. I've been doing classwork, and I only skipped those few days to finish Artoria. I swear. You have completed your math requirement for the entire rest of your schooling. He countered, and I relaxed. I thought he meant something bad. Oh yeah, I was thinking if I got all the math work done, I might learn something useful for mechs. Oh? I didn't, I admitted shamelessly. It was a complete waste of time, but, well, I'll have projects in the future I won't want to do, but still need to finish, so I guess it was valuable in its own way. Yes, believe me, son, that is the absolute truth. Being president of the DoD isn't all it's cracked up to be. No, but it's a job someone has to do, and more importantly, someone that will care about our defense. Anyway, before we get any further distracted, son, I've been considering you, Ves. You've impressed us all, and I've been thinking of what we can do to really help you. Oh? Well, you still have Marcus Grind's application for an internship. Since you haven't finished it, I was thinking why not at least have a visit? During your break. I could finish it, I said, suddenly realizing that I really had forgotten that thing a few times. I mean, I'm pretty sure I can. I was just focused on my designs. I need to finish up one last design to bring my archer up to snuff, and then I could do his little test. You haven't done it yet? Well, I looked at it a bunch when I first got it, and I wasn't sure I was ready then. I'm ready now. He looked at me for a long moment before nodding. You have a few weeks before your break. I'd like you to at least try. Either way, he agreed to let me bring you around for a tour. That'd be cool. I've never actually been inside a real mech workshop. Benjamin's lips twitched at me, seemingly amused by something I'd said. Let me know if you finish it, and Ves. Either way, I'm proud of the effort you've put in and what you've accomplished. I saw a rerun of that tournament your mechs were in, at least parts of it. Very impressive work, son. It's the pilots that are doing all the work. I demurred and chuckled at my response before rising up and leaving. Marcus Grind, huh? I nodded. Okay, let's finish up Archer and see that test he left me. I'd been thinking of ways to get some practical time behind a real 3D printer anyways, and that was certainly an option. Archer at its core was a rifleman, and just that. A plain platform made to practice the fundamentals, but it meant that the base performance was important. It needed to be mobile, accurate, and be worth the basic low asking price. Cheap armor that would do the job, since if a rifleman was getting hit, it was likely already over. Arms as complex as I could make them, but still using basic components. And a fine gun. The only real special component was the eyes, which were easily hooked into the system. Molding the armor, shifting the internals to maximize the integrity and motive systems. Working the arms to be able to do both twitch firing and smooth accurate platforms for each shot. As I worked, I did feel some continued sympathy that Archer kept seeming to get less than some of the other spirits. But at the same time, only having one noble phantasm meant it would need less power itself, and could share more, and being so cheap, it was possible it would be the most used one-star mech. So in some ways, considering just who Emiya was, he was going to fulfill his role just fine. Then, with a final simulation, I looked at the mech. No crazy thrusters, no complex systems, nothing but a mech, a gun, and 2 smoke grenades. I'd crumbled and added the cheap standard smoke grenades into his kit. I figure if nothing else, learning to use cover would be a useful skill for young pilots as well. Okay, hit me system. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Fantasia 2R Archer, Mark II. Design evaluation, Fantasia 2R Archer, Mark II. Variant name, Fantasia 2R Archer, Mark II. Base model, Fantasia 2R. Original manufacturer, Kezia Armaments. Weight classification, medium light. Recommended role, frontline rifleman. Performance metrics, aesthetics, B plus equals B. Armor, E minus equals C. Carrying capacity, F to C. Endurance, E implies B. Energy efficiency, D implies C. Firepower, C to C plus. Flexibility, E to C. Integrity, E plus implies B. Mobility, C equals C. Spotting, B becomes B plus. X factor, C minus to B minus. Result, deviance 24.67%. Performance improvement 34.89%. Evaluation, a rifleman designed for an ancient battlefield. A cost-saving mech designed with less is more in mind. A pure thread of X factor runs through this mech. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a 10% performance improvement. You have received 1,000 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X factor. It was a good design, simple but cheap. Sorry, Emiya, I just see a rifleman as being perfect for this sort of thing. Almost everyone starts with a rifleman to practice with. I promise someday you'll get a mech added to your role that will truly exemplify your strength. Until then, let's guide some young pilots. I would have to build him and then sell him, of course. But with that build complete, I had a lot of points to play with. Obviously, the choice was some journeyman skill since I'd already gotten structural pathway configuration. I should get electrical engineering up, considering the Caesars system, but assembly was right there. If I was going to tour a real mech workshop, and if I passed the test, maybe work there, then that was the most important skill, and it could use a boost. I wanted to build a real mech, a real one, physically getting my hands in the internals and putting together a weapon of war. I guess it depends. What was more important right now, the skill to build a mech or to design one? Ugh, I cringed and realized. Assembly just wasn't the priority. Hopefully when I next made some DP, it would go towards assembly. As the skill was super important, how could I build a masterwork mech if I was terrible at assembling them? That's right. I had a sudden brainwave, sitting up in my bed and actually starting to pace around. The spiritual and physical masterwork theory that Gloriana had. There were two ways, potentially, at least as far as her theory went, to make a masterwork. Physically assembling a mech of such perfection it surpassed the standard, thus evolving into a masterwork. Or adding so much to the spiritual side of a mech it did the same. Ves made a spiritual masterwork after, well, doing some sketchy shit, as was his standard, and so confirmed spiritual masterworks were a thing as well. Anyway, the point was, building the mech. From my own understanding, it didn't matter whether the mech itself was designed perfectly. A masterwork was about the build, more than the design. To build the mech in a way it surpassed the potential of the design itself. If I leveled assembly high enough, if I absolutely maxed out 3D printer and assembler proficiency, could I make masterworks easier? Original Ves had stopped upgrading his skills so early it was impossible to tell. If I got to senior assembly with the sub-skills maxed out, would I build mechs closer to becoming a masterwork? It was at least 100,000 DP to level up to senior. That was more DP than I'd ever earned at this point by a massive margin, so that was out. But Ves had gotten masterworks at Journeyman, sure he had to go all out and use every trick he could, including gems from his lucky. I shook it off, letting the hype slowly fade away. It was nice to try and plan for something like that, but I was still a baby apprentice designer. No point in freaking out about it now. But assembly was important. Still, I sighed and picked electrical engineering. 2000 DP, electrical engineering journeyman. And there went all my... I wavered a bit before stumbling back to my bed and flopping. Oh, that was a lot. I forgot how dense journeyman skills were. I laid there in a daze for a long while as I absorbed what I had just learned. With the Archer built and put up for sale, I finally cleared the backlog of work I had basically planned out. Honestly, Corey, I feel a bit bored right now, I told her as I pet her, sitting out on the swinging porch and looking at the test for the Grind Mech works. It was actually not that bad. The test had plenty of different elements to it, yet because of my skills, I had a fairly good feel for what he was looking for. Plenty of mech designers finished university with the skills to do the basics and nothing more, and without any hope of building their own workshop. So Marcus here was picking them up. Could they run a 3D printer? Could they do repairs? Did they know the basic crap to not screw everything up and cost him thousands or millions of credits? I was passing this test almost easily. The only struggle was some of the most difficult assembly questions, things that even with my skills I just didn't know. The repair questions were easy though. Journeyman mechanics meant I had no problems, and if there was an electrical problem involved in the repair, forget about it. So I finished the test. Shrugging, I sent it back to Marcus through the comm he had originally sent it to me from, and then just rested back. My mind felt a bit empty at the moment. I wasn't forming new spirits or imagining the mech coming next. I was just relaxing. I'd taken a few breaks after designing my mechs, sure, but this was the first time where I wasn't also preparing for what comes next. Sure, I knew the Caesar Augustus was coming, but that was different. Instead, I was just being lazy. I'd worked hard for months, so hard that taking a day off felt almost boring, unnatural, stressful. I guess I was a workaholic, but only about mechs. Huh. As I sat there, I almost instinctively reached for my comm and was staring at a design page before I realized it. No, not today, I decided and closed the page back down. Muscle memory was a bitch, like sitting at a computer and opening the internet before remembering your internet was down. Hopefully I got a response from Marcus soon. Interning at a mech workshop could be really helpful. Sure, I'd probably only be helping with his own builds, but still. Unless I could convince him to build a CA1. I snorted. Sure, the thing was an expensive mech and would absolutely sell. Even if it was a bit of a white whale, a Hanger Queen, it was still a powerful mech with incredible armor and some top-end components, and it would sell for millions. Sure, the only thing I would spend credits on was more mech stuff, but I needed a 3D printer of my own. And those things were 30 million on the low end. I shook off the daydreaming and sent a comm to Grandpa Benjamin, letting him know I completed the test and submitted it. That would make him happy. Brian Teller. I need to buy my first mech. Which one? Dad said I should get a rifleman. The boy looked through the listings, unsure. He'd heard lots of opinions while at school. This mech was better, this mech was the best in the tier, this one was the best to train on. He just wasn't sure. Everyone had their own opinion. But he just wanted something he could actually afford. Dad was trying his best, but paying for all of the kids while with the mech corps meant money was tight sometimes. He switched to newest on the store page. If it was new, that meant better, right? Since these were all old mechs, and right there was a mech. Half off. A rifleman? Dad said he should start with a rifleman, and he wanted to pilot a rifleman mech like Dad's space rifleman. He purchased the yellow-eyed mech. Its red clothing gave it an odd look, but it had a laser rifle, and those were best for space combat. Even if it was a land-bound mech in the first tier. There, he'd done it, his first mech. I was being incredibly busy as I lazed on the porch swing, definitely babysitting and not just hanging around in case someone stabbed someone else. When my comm ringed, the name made me sit up. This is Ves Larkinson. Ves, Marcus Grine, I just got your test. I know the test has a biometric and it says it was you. But you did this right? I did. The whole thing. The man on the other side of the vidcom stared at me for a while before snorting to himself. Listen, Benjamin has been bugging me to take you through on a tour at least. I'd like you to come in, and I want to see what you can do with my own eyes. If this is real, you have some talent, and I want to see it. I'll be there. Good. I'll send over another test. Call it a bonus question. Finish it before you come over. Benjamin has it set for Friday. I'll see you then. I look forward to it. Thank you. Sure, kid. The man ended the comm and I grinned. Just a few days then. Assorted potentates. What do you think? It's just a rifleman. It has those optics that let you see through the smoke. Remember that creepy mech that Diana bought? Yeah? Well, don't you want to get her back? Yeah. Then buy it. It's cheap anyways. Fine. Okay, fine. So Lark Industries put out a mech to counter his other mechs. Seems that way. Pfft. Whatever, I'll pick it up. If someone uses that saber mech like Carl likes, I'll counter his stupid smoke. Yeah, fighting him without being able to see his blade is so annoying. Did you hear? A new mech that lets you see through all the smoke that's been everywhere recently came out. It's cheap. Nice. Chapter 39. Marcus Grine, a journeyman with a shop here on Rittersberg, a family friend of sorts. When Uncle Ark had been younger, Grine had been one of the mech designers that created the mech he eventually used to become an expert candidate, and then an expert pilot. Normally, Marcus would have just been one of many, but Uncle Ark and him had gotten along well, and Ark had given Grine's work as credit to what helped him break through. Something like that was often all that was needed for a mech designer to get some real interest, and Marcus had benefited massively from Ark's recommendation. According to what I looked up while preparing for the visit, he focused on melee mechs, spearmen mostly. Although I wasn't sure if that meant his design philosophy was spearmen or something with the weapon or something else entirely. He had put out 2 mechs built from his own workshop. His most recent mech, the one currently able to be ordered, was the Spear Guard, a spearmen mech that had adequate reviews. I hadn't had a chance to look at the actual design or anything, but the reviews for it were enough that it was selling, but I'd never really heard of it before. It made sense, though. Uncle Ark was a hybrid mech pilot, not something very common, but he was a bit of a weirdo. Sword and spear. He used both, often charging in with the spear in one hand and using the other to cut down his enemies. I think he used to only pilot a spearman mech up until he became an expert, but honestly I don't remember what Ark piloted before. Next time I see him, maybe I'll pick his brain about it. Either way, it was time. Grandpa Benjamin and I had slipped into his hovercar and we headed across the city towards the grain workshop. I was honestly just excited to see mechs in person. Try to calm down. I will, I promised, turning to Benjamin and grinning brightly. I'll be calm and polite when I get there. Doesn't change the fact I'm excited. If I had known you would be this excited, I would have tried to set this up sooner. I think I'll always be excited to go see some mechs, I admitted, and he chuffed out a little laugh. Then he turned serious. Ves, I'd like you to be serious about the internship. It could be really hard, completely different from your school, but if you can get in, it'll be a big thing for you. I blinked, surprised at the sudden topic change, before realizing, right. Benjamin was still just seeing his mech-obsessed grandson, perhaps a young genius, but still just 14. Setting up a summer job for him could seriously boost his future. If Mr. Grine accepts me, I promise I'll be the hardest worker he's ever seen. But will he? And what will it cost me? It's an internship, Ves. A bit of a sardonic reply, and not what I meant. If I work for him, he'll be working on projects I'll potentially see. Will he ask me to sign a non-compete or something? Is that a thing? It is, Benjamin said, fighting off a smile. But nothing you have to worry about. We'll likely go over it if he decides to bring you on, but just be smart, don't share what you see there. Corporate espionage can be serious. Yes, sir. Good lad. He grumbled happily as we came in to land. The workshop wasn't what I would expect. It wasn't like a large industrial block with a large parking area and tons of people or anything like that. It was set in the middle of a shopping district, like a strip mall. The 2 or 3 story buildings shadowed the street, and we parked in a ground parking spot along the road before stepping out. And there, in bold letters, was Grine Mech Works. It was more like a weird upscale parlor than a mech shop. Benjamin moved in, and I quickly followed inside. Good morning. Welcome to Grine's Mechs, home of the Spear Guard. How can I help you? A secretary wearing elegant clothes stood up to greet us both, looking us over, with eyes no doubt set on a sale. We have a meeting with Marcus, Larkinson's, Benjamin offered, and while the smile didn't drop, I could see it took the wind out of the woman. Of course, please follow me. You are right on time. She guided us through a side hallway and then into an elevator, and up we went to the 3rd floor. And then I realized something awesome. Oh, the interior is a mech hangar, I whispered. As soon as you stepped out of the elevator was a hallway and long windows showing off the floor inside. A full-on mech workshop, with a few spear guards already finished or just about standing menacingly in their bays. Although I noticed, while it was meant to show off the nearly completed mechs, quite a bit of the work was probably done in the building just below that I could see through, so it showed off the final products. Smart. We entered into an office. Mr. Grine, Benjamin and Ves Larkinson, here to see you. She greeted as she opened large glass doors, and there behind a desk was Marcus Grine. The man was in his 40s, also with slightly greying hair, but the sort of energy of a salesman or a CEO as he rose up and crossed the room. Benjamin, good to see you again, sir. I hope everything goes well in the world of the DoD. As quiet as it ever gets. My grandons. Ves, a pleasure to see you in person. He offered me a handshake, which I took, and his grip was firm and strong. Come and sit, and we can chat a bit. I know you're both excited to get shown the mechs, but we do have requirements. The paperwork? He asked his secretary, who walked over to a side desk and computer station. A moment later, two comms beeped. Just a bit of NDA, standard wording. He explained to Benjamin, who nodded, and brought it up. After a little looking at it, he nodded and signed, so I did the same. Excellent. So let's be clear about what is going on. Ves, a future peer, is here for a tour, and if he chooses a test, I'm definitely curious about your skill, young man. Those answers on your test shocked me. I couldn't have answered those at your age, that's for sure. Thanks, I just like mechs. Ha, that's an overstatement. Marcus laughed and then looked at Benjamin. I would normally never take on an intern or worker at his age, but this is a request from the Larkinson family, and I remember what I owe. But more than that, he's proven this isn't just blatant nepotism. So I figure we see what the young man can do, and maybe he can work here every few days, and we both benefit. That would suit us perfectly. Excellent, then why not get started? Come on, I'll show you the real stuff, not just the good view. He laughed as he led us into another set of elevators outside his office, which stopped on the second floor, and into his production house. Instantly, the place smelled like worked metal, oil, and mechanical wonders. In other words, it smelled like mechs. And there it was. In a room that already had a few mech techs, actively squeezing out parts, was a 3D printer. I could feel myself almost drooling as I looked at it. A Hemel Quattro. Good piece of equipment, that. He explained, smiling proudly. It's a midline model for the Republic, but for the midline models, it has the best quality of all of them. That's amazing, I whispered. And I didn't want to admit the large machine was probably something close to 500 million bright credits. More money than I had any hope of making right now. Let me show you some of the real treasures before we get distracted with it. He laughed, and I followed him as we hit his armory, where the spears of the spear guard were stored. I knew instantly I was right. Your design philosophy has to do with the spears, doesn't it? Ha! Good eye. It does indeed, although not how you expect. He offered, stopping at one of the spears hanging from the wall in a massive machine. The weapon was huge, but he reached up a hand and pressed his palm against the shaft without hesitation. For me, a weapon isn't just about being sharp, or strong, or tough. It's about adding something. A human alone isn't much, but you give him a spear, and suddenly he's a real threat to other people. Anyone can just make a spear, but what I do is make tools. You've gotten better. I remember when you did this speech with Ark. You'll forgive the younger, less seasoned man that I was then. I do remember stuttering up a storm then. He said, laughing with Benjamin before turning to me. My weapons are made to be the most functional in a mech's grip. Not just the weapon, but the mech's hands are part of my interests. See, I make weapons that are designed to increase the control a pilot has over them. A spear is just a sharp stick if you can only poke with it, but if your mech can move. He surprised me by stepping back and holding his arms like he was holding a spear, and then he thrust and shifted, his hands working in tandem. Ah, you focus on melee weapons control, faster responses, better maneuverability. Rather than just stronger weapons, it's about versatility. Ha, that's about right, he agreed, stopping his little miming. And it was because of the work I did on Ark's mech that allowed him the control he needed over his spear to use it one-handed, pick up an enemy's sword, and then become the expert pilot he was meant to be. The man said proudly. Although I doubt it was actually that big a deal, I could respect that he helped, and Uncle Ark had acknowledged the man. Frankly, it was a good philosophy. Not sharper weapons or harder hitting, but a mech better able to control their weapon, thus bring out more skill expression. It's a good philosophy, Mr. Grine. Thank you for explaining it. Ha, well, don't fall too in love with it. I won't be sharing that one, he said with a wink. Then he led us on. We walked through the entire workshop, and to my delight he even walked us up the gangway to the mech bays, and I was able to climb into the spear guard that was nearly finished. The sweet smell of new mech. I wouldn't be able to pilot her. Even if I tried, this mech would never move for me. I sighed but shook off the light melancholy. Mechs were amazing even from the outside. Besides, a mech pilot would never know the wonders of building a mech with their own hands or designing something amazing. Thank you, Mr. Grine. It's amazing. Well, Ves, I'm happy to hear you're impressed with my mech. We've been going up in sales the last quarter, so I can assure you I'm very proud of her. Of course, with that, our little tour is mostly over, but let's see about that test. Yes, please. It was in a back room. I was led into it, the lights turned on, and it was an older workshop with its own 3D printer. But this wasn't the sterling clean model we'd passed so far. Welcome to the old girl. We keep her around in case of any breakdowns and the like, but she's finicky, so I don't use her much. When you start off, you'll probably end up with a printer like this. She'll give you endless trouble, but if you're like me, you'll probably hang on to her long after you need to. He offered a bit of nostalgia in his tone. She's awesome, I said, repeating myself, and he just laughed. Well, you'll be using her today. Potentially. Here's the test, Ves. I want you to print out a part for the spear guard. If you can do it to my satisfaction, I'll take you on as an intern, and I promise you'll get some more experience making real parts. Okay, I am very into this. What part? I asked, and he grinned. I'll give you a bit of a heads up. First step isn't going to be figuring out the part or anything like that. He waved at the 3D printer. Check and clean the printer, I said confidently, and the man's smile sharpened just a little. That's right. Now this is still a printer despite her quality, so no messing around until I say okay. This is how I want you to do this. You explain what you are going to do, and then I okay it, and we go from there, slowly step by step. I nodded as I looked at the printer. I knew this. While I wasn't the absolute best at this sort of thing, I'd used printers in Iron Spirit and I'd leveled my sub-skills. Okay, first step is to check the alert feeds for any immediate reports. If there is a report, something is very wrong, and that needs to be fixed first. All right, show me how to do that. I walked over and got to work. Report feeds, intake feeds, outtake feeds. Very carefully run some cleaning solution through the printer output to ensure nothing is gumming them up, as that could cause some serious damage. Each output was clean, no issues. Double check that the cleaning solution has been cycled through with the air pressure system. I went down the list in my head of what I needed to do, the tasks an apprentice might do in a shop just like this, and all the while Grandpa Benjamin watched on, and Marcus confirmed steps. Then I looked at him. Unless I'm missing something. Time to check the blueprint. He watched me for a moment. Did you forget something? Not unless this model of 3D printer has some extra step I just don't know about. No. Then you are ready for the blueprint, he confirmed again, smiling as I answered right. It was part of the spear guard's ankle. I recognized it instantly, and it was a fairly simple part, but still something that needed to be accurate. I uploaded the file and started checking the software, ensuring the onboard system was filling out the checklist correctly. I did have to make an alteration, as the computer compiled a few steps wrong, confirming it with Marcus before I made the changes, and then at his confirmation we got to work. Printing a part was a bit of a chore, checking the feeds, ensuring everything was coming out currently, setting up the dolly to have the part land. I did it all under his eyes and his instructions. And then when the printer finally stopped, there was the part, a real part, one I made. That was going into a mech. I had to really stamp down on the giggles rising up inside me. Mechs. All right, I would be an absolute moron not to invite you here. If you can keep up that level of discipline, you belong on the floor. He looked at Benjamin, who nodded. My grandfather looked very pleased and proud of my little performance. All right, let's set up a time and I'll introduce you to Joe, my floor head. He'll be giving you the tasks for the day. He probably won't like having a kid under him, but if you keep performing like that, you'll earn his respect. Awesome. I arrived the next day at the Grain Mech workshop, dropped off by Auntie Loria as Grandpa Benjamin couldn't exactly drive me every day, and walked into the rear entrance where I'd been told to report to. There, I nearly instantly had the eyes of a man not happy I was here on me as I approached. Good morning. The fuck it is, he grunted with the sort of growl I expected him to be chewing on a cigar. The much older man, his face wrinkled like stone and only hair on his head white, glared at me for a long moment. No one works on this floor without me accepting them, intern or not. You'll shadow line too and assist whenever they need. If I hear you cause any problems, you're out. Understood, I said, and he looked me over. I was wearing workers' clothes, tougher denim like jeans and boots that Grandpa Benjamin had stopped the afternoon before to help me pick out. Joe, though, just grunted and turned away. So I got to work. Line 2 was currently processing, the materials were completed from the 3D printer, but while the machine cycled for the next part, everything needed to be cleared out and installed. I hurried to help, my own knowledge of a printer line telling me what was needed with just a glance. I moved up a loader, basically a lift that would move the part, while the two men already working cleaned the part from the printer and made to move it. They noticed my work, and after a tableau moment they nodded, and with the loader lifting the part up, they moved it on. Nothing more needed to be said. I knew what to do, and I was here to prove that. Honestly. This was all mostly unnecessary, but I wiped the grin off my face before Joe could see it. Making parts for a mech was fun. I don't care if mech tech work like this was considered the bottom of the barrel. I'd always want to build my own mechs. I'd always want to craft the parts myself when possible and put some great machine together. The idea I'd ever feel like this part of the process was below me was silly. This was where the fun part was. So I got stuck in, eventually getting my co-workers' names as I went. Bart and Matt. Both men were definitely a bit off-put about my age, but I worked and they ended up not seeming to care. I didn't cause them any trouble as we went down the part list for the day. It wasn't like we were printing out a single mech from the printer. Instead, we were printing a select set of parts, while the other printers did the others. A long part in a printer, like say a leg strut, would require a certain setup for the printers, for instance, and switching from setup to setup would take too long. So I completed my first day with few conversations done until it was time for a new shift, and I was told to go home by the gruff floor manager. "So it's Ves, right?" "That's right," I offered, biting into my sandwich, the lunch I packed for today. I was Ves, working man. I smirked at the feeling it gave, as despite not actually getting paid for this, it was useful. I was learning a lot. The system gave me a lot of the information, even some muscle memory in a way. But it didn't, for instance, tell me what it was like working with two other men on a printer line. Or the problems that could pop up between people, like how Joe still glared at me. The man asking me continued to stare at me for a while, seemingly deciding to talk. "You aren't like the boss's kid or something, right?" Pfft. I instantly started laughing at the idea, shaking my head. No, nothing like that. My uncle and Mr. Grine are friends of sorts. Uncle Ark was piloting a mech that Mr. Grine worked on when he became an expert pilot. Damn. Wait, Ark, Larkinson? Yep, I'm Ves Larkinson. Huh, I'll be damned. I worked on a mech during the last war for a Larkinson. Henry? Uncle Henry, he's a cousin technically, but we're a close family. He's doing well. Should I tell him you said hello? He's at the compound. Huh, I doubt he'd remember me. Hell, I only do because we were stuck with each other for a few months. Well, I can't pilot like most of my family, so I decided to be a mech designer. Which is why you're here. Makes sense now. You work like you've done this before. Not exactly. I did a lot of self-study on printer lines, and I used virtual ones on Iron Spirit. The game? Huh? They have printer lines. Well, virtual printers, it's different, but not that different, you know? He offered, taking a bite into his own meal, and the conversation went silent for a while. So that why you're here? Want to be Mr. Grine's apprentice? Nope. This is just an internship. I'm going to make my own mech workshop someday. And well, Mr. Grine is a family friend of sorts. He agreed to let me get some experience here. Never heard of a teenager working in a mech shop like this before. Usually you'd have to finish college first. Well, Mr. Grine gave me a test, and I already passed it, so it seems he thinks I can do it. The man looked to the other workers, sharing the workshop's break room, and shrugged. None of them seemed to be confident about the situation, even with my explanation, but none of them seemed to want to argue. Well, good luck, kid. Being a mech designer is harder than it looks. He finally offered, and I looked at him. Mid-30s, give or take, well-used work clothes. Definitely a failed mech designer. A mech tech working on some production line or fixing broken mechs was basically the best someone that wasn't lucky enough to get a business started or just found their skills plateauing. It sucked. I know it's hard. I just, I have to do it. I decided, and it was true. Not because of the future or anything, but if I had a chance to make a mech, I had to grasp it with both hands and never let it go. I would become a great mech designer. The system thankfully practically guaranteed it, but more than that, I just really wanted it. Chapter 40. I got it, I confirmed as I lifted the part with the assembly system and brought it over. Easy, kid, nice and slow, scuff this and it'll be my hide. Matt grunted, but he didn't stop me as I brought it in. It had been 2 weeks of work, and while it wasn't every day, the days I showed up I worked hard, learned a lot, and more importantly proved I knew what I was doing. At least enough. The part was in place, and we all moved around, locking it in, checking connections, and then running cables from the system. Which was kinda the problem. As I worked, "This isn't right," I muttered, looking at the mess of cables. Marcus Grine. His cable management was a bit spaghetti. Sure, we tightened everything down, fastening it correctly, but the cables still ran through the mech in a mess of wiring that frankly needed to be cleaned up. "What's that, Ves?" "This cable. Why is it running through the left port? It should be on the upper port to reach the reactor. Going this way will cause it to catch on the left pectoral." I pointed out, and Matt and Bart both looked at me like I was an idiot. "Kid, we aren't designing the damn thing, just building it." "But it's wrong, and honestly an easy fix. The upper port through the chest is right there." "Leave it, kid," Bart demanded simply, and then got back to work. Frowning because that wasn't the only cable issue I'd spotted, and it was like nails on a chalkboard. Marcus was a solid journeyman, and probably better than me in some skills, but electrical engineering wasn't one of them. Or maybe just my structural pathway management too was better. Either way, I finished the setup. I wouldn't just leave the guys hanging, as I could do the cabling a lot faster than either of them. We finished the part of the mech in a flash, and then it was off to grab the next printed part. Looked over by Joe while we worked. I stopped in front of Joe, knowing this was a bit of a mistake. "What do we do if there is a design problem we spot?" I asked the large, grumpy man. There was a moment like he was going to ignore me, then his massive neck shifted, and it was like I could hear rocks grinding as he looked down at me. "There are no design problems." "Yeah, except the ones that exist," I pointed out, and Joe's eyes narrowed like he was going to do something. "Get back to work." "Fine," I agreed. Nothing else I could do, then nothing else I could do. I got back in time to help them push the next part in, and we got to work cabling it in and securing the part correctly. It just felt wrong to leave such an easy fix laying there. "Kid, with me," Joe called out as the shift ended and we were all on our way to the lunchroom. A bit startled, I stalled and then turned. I could really use the sandwich, juice box and cookies that Auntie Carla had made yesterday, but all right. I followed Joe without a word as he led me into the office side of the building and up a set of stairs. "No elevator, huh?" We hit the 3rd floor and then Joe knocked on the boss's office. "Enter," Marcus called out instantly, and so we walked in. He was behind his desk, fancy clothes and charming smile in place as always. "Joe? Oh, and Mr. Larkinson, I hope everything is all right." "Humph. The boy says there is a design problem," Joe stated bluntly, and then looked at me. "Ah, put up or shut up, huh? Fair enough." "Is that so?" "It is an electrical issue I noticed while putting together the spear guard today. I, reported it?" "Well, I guess this is my own fault. I did ask Joe to report to me about anything you did." "All right, Ves." Marcus got up, still smiling, although there was a bit of an air about him, like he was amused more than interested in what I had to say. "Walk me through it." "Sure, the central electrical conduit in the diaphragm, the cable that you have going up to the head electronics, the cable winds through the left side of the mech instead of going up the upper port." I'm aware. The choice was for the best. "But the cable, because of how it winds through the mech, will catch on the left pectoral. You've probably gotten reports of the optics being on the fritz, right?" For a moment Marcus looked at me with the same amused look, but then his eyes lowered just a little bit. "You're right," he said with an exaggerated sigh. "Unfortunately, due to the position of the reactor and the central electrical conduit, the cable output sits better in the left port." I felt like buzzing. I didn't want to just say, but, "You think I'm wrong? I can show you how to fix it," I said instantly, practically buzzing. I've had to deal with some real mess of cable management before, and I learned a bunch. I studied a bunch of electrical engineering recently for my mechs, if you want anyway. All right, Ves. He waved me over, and then with a tap, one of the walls beside his desk shifted, revealing a full holographic diagram. With a wave, the spear guard appeared. The actual blueprint. "Show me," he said, pulling us in close to the central electrical conduit, and I was kinda jealous. Sure, I loved my system designer, but I wanted to wave my hand and Tony Stark a mech together too. Unfortunately, I had no idea how this system worked. "How do I shape a part?" I asked, instantly as I moved forward, and he tapped a few windows, so I got to work. First, alter the exit of the conduit. Just the exit port, not the component itself that would be a pain, but basically just an adapter to the conduit, letting the cable exit in a different direction. Bring the cable up into the central port. Wind it through, which was fairly easy on the design system he was using, but I could see his confident smirk appear as the problems began. One, sending the cable straight upwards put a lot of weight on it if you weren't careful, and the diaphragm had a lot of movement. Put too little length in the cord and it will snap. Too much and you have too much internal movement causing issues. But it's fine, I'd already literally run cables through the entire mech by hand already. I quickly altered the cable path, set up the connection points, followed what I learned with structural pathway management too, to properly secure cable in tight paths. Certain types of tighteners and fasteners to lighten the cable's chance of catching or shifting, or worse, whipping around during high G maneuvers and tearing itself apart. Or even worse, hitting something like a whip and destroying internals. Then I stepped back. "Like that," I offered. The change honestly didn't need any further redesign, just a few more alternate fasteners and the cable fit through the upper port without any issue. It's what the upper port on that component of the mech was for to begin with, but the spear guard had a really advanced upper body to better handle the spear, and so he'd cut himself off. Or at least he thought he had. Marcus was quiet for a long while, staring at what I did. He was working through the problem. He even hit a few buttons and ran a simulation of the spear guard walking, then running, then thrusting its spear, and the cable stayed in place. More importantly, it wouldn't get stuck and cause electrical blackouts. Sure, the cable wasn't the only source of power to the electronics in the mech's head, but having power shift from main to backup constantly as the cable got caught and was nearly pulled out, or was pulled out. Yeah, I bet customers would be annoyed. "It'll cost more," he said after a while. "Oh, will it?" He snorted. "Barely. You know I've been trying to solve that problem without interfering with the upper body for months." His question was pointed and he sighed. "Well, congratulations, Mr. Larkinson. That is in fact a better solution than my own. You ever write up a design alteration document for a mech before?" "No? Well, then your internship won't be wasted. Joe, I'll keep Mr. Larkinson for the rest of the day. Let me get what I'll need," he offered, walking back to his desk. I could tell he wasn't exactly pleased. He had a half grimace on his face, but I think he'd rather have the solution than not. So he was tamping down on his dislike. "Come over here, Mr. Larkinson. I'll want you to write up exact instructions on how to alter a standard spear guard. With this fix, all the pieces, all the changes, from start to finish. You're going to create the steps. It'll be good because someday when one of your workers shows you a problem with your mech, you'll have to do the same thing." He explained a bit bitterly. He hadn't entirely lost the charming energy of an energetic CEO he tried to put on, but he was definitely a bit irritated. "Yes, sir." No, don't take my irritation as pointed at you. You did me a favor here, and what kind of man would I be to get angry at someone I'm offering an internship to for pointing out an issue? Hell, if this is what getting an intern does, I should get more, he joked. "Thank you, Mr. Grine. I just wanted to help." "I appreciate that, Ves. I do. Even if it irritates me that I hadn't come up with the solution myself. Take it as a good lesson. Mech designers have large egos, and rarely will they react well to being proven wrong." He laughed, trying to show he wasn't one of them. "Sorry." He waved me off and then sent me a file. "Fill that out like I said, and send it over. I'll look it over and then send it to the girls to have the instructions sent off." He explained, and I nodded quickly, starting to write down the steps to fix the cable issue. Should I mention a few other electrical issues I noticed? I asked quietly, as the man stilled and then looked at me. Then he sighed. Yes, I suppose you should. I think he kinda hates me, to be honest. I explained to Melkor the next day. What, why? I mean, I was able to fix issues on his mech that he didn't even know were there. Does he need any other reason? Ah, gotcha, ego issue. Yeah, I feel kinda bad. He was a bit red in the face at points, but when I go in, I'll be doing more write-ups and stuff instead of working the line. Actual design work, isn't it? Kinda. I admitted, then just kicked my feet on the porch swing. It had sort of become my spot over the last months. It was interesting to see what he had done and the choices he made, but he's not great with electrical systems. He seems more of a mechanical work kinda guy. Well, if it makes his mechs better, he should swallow it down. It's impressive you're able to critique a journeyman's work. Even a journeyman is still learning. If he focused all his time on his design philosophy, the rest of his mech skills suffered. Well, it's just an internship. If he ends up making it miserable, just quit. I hope it doesn't come to that, but I imagine tomorrow will be interesting. You been doing any work on new mechs? No, not really, I admitted, swinging my feet. I didn't want to design a spirit and then have it not gain power right now since I didn't have time to really dig through a new mech. Instead, I was kinda just letting the points build up, learning on the job, and when I was home, I was mostly looking into other things. Popular mechs of the Bright Republic, those made by Brighters or not, how many sales they get, and what causes a mech to get popular. Considering it was literally what every mech company wanted to know, the information was inconclusive. But it did give me some details. AMS, or anti-missile systems, or targeting software was important, especially if you wanted to sell to the military. The Vesian missiles were a constant problem. It was more interesting info to look at than all that useful since I was just going to make the mechs that inspired me and hoped they sold. I just needed to keep raising my skills. Speaking of, I'll talk to you later, Melkor. See ya, Ves, he called back as I rose up and whistled for Corey, who had been laying out in the grass getting some sun. She tromped up to me, and we both headed inside. Corey wiggling around my feet as I reached my bedroom, and I laughed as she meowed at me to open the door. Once inside, I wandered to my bed and took a seat, just as Corey jumped up into my lap. Hi, Corey. Yes, I see you on yelped as I took my hand off her. Hot, hot, hot. I grabbed a blanket and lifted her off me. I could feel the heat on her metallic skin. Meow. Are you okay? You're very hot right now, Corey. Meow. Okay, fine, but go cool off, or I'll go put you in a sink or something. Meow! She wiggled in my grip until I let her go, where she ran off to the head of the bed to glare at me. I'm not saying I'm going to do it, but I don't want to get burned by touching you. You warmed up too much, silly kitty. Meow. Shaking it off, I pulled up my comm and looked at the system. Mech designer status. Name, Ves Larkinson. Profession, novice mech designer. Specializations, none. Attributes, strength, 0.3. Dexterity, 0.4. Endurance, 0.3. Intelligence, 1.1. Creativity, 0.5. Concentration, 1.1. Neural aptitude, F. Skills. Assembly, apprentice. 3D printer proficiency 1. Assembler proficiency 2. Business, incompetent. Computer science, novice. Electrical engineering, journeyman. Structural pathway configuration 2. Mathematics, novice. Mechanics, journeyman. Speed tuning 1. Jury rigging 1. Metallurgy, apprentice. Metaphysics, incompetent. Spiritual weapon creation. Physics, apprentice. Impact mitigation 1. Lightweight armor optimization 1. Directed energy weapon optimization 1. Melee weapon optimization 1. Medium weight armor optimization 1. Propulsion, apprentice. All of my skills. I couldn't wait for one day where it'll be absolutely packed full of random knowledge. But for now, that was what I had. Looking it over, I really wanted to buy 3D printer proficiency 2 at 400 DP. It wasn't too bad, but if I could save up a bit longer and get assembly journeyman, I needed it all. In the end, I held off for now. I could always buy the subskill later. To my surprise, the next day, my interaction with Marcus was different. Ves, come on, my boy, come on. I want you to look at something for me. He called out happily, and I stopped my path towards the printer line I was going to work on to head towards him. He brought me up to the office and once more pulled out the blueprints for the spear guard. Now, Ves, when you look at the spear guard, what do you see? Now come on, be honest. A flexible spearman, probably the best control scheme for the spear I've ever seen. The upper body muscle systems are fantastic, and because of the main weapon being a spear, you can do away with a lot of the cooling systems, giving it plenty of power. Good answer. But what else? More in depth. Problems, good things. You obviously have a mech designer's eyes, so let me know. Well, the cable and electrical systems are a bit messy. It's obvious you know what to do, but it's not your specialty. It was my worst class in Ansel. Go on. Okay, the armor system can use a few tweaks. What makes you say that? What do you see? Well, you're really good with armor. Definitely better than me. I told him instantly the armor over the spear guard was really solid. The plates, especially around the arms, were absolutely perfectly placed, the sort of thing that I was going to take inspiration from. But the rest? If it wasn't the flexible parts of the armor made to assist with moving the spear, it was mostly just solid plates. You use up too much material at certain points of the armor. If you drop the thickness of the armor, here for instance. I pointed at part of the armor on the legs. The armored knee was two thick plates overlapping, and honestly it meant for that one location it had twice as much armor as most places. It sounded good, more armor was better, until you took into account the leg had to be flexible and fast enough for movement, with basically extra weight all around the joints. You're right, I hyper-focus on the arms and forget to adjust some of the other armored plates. He muttered, looking it over. I brought up the systems and made a few basic adjustments, thinning both plates as they met at the knee, which would give the same protection as just the one plate. Half the weight on that point, which ends up being. I pointed at the system description, at the tonnage saved just from one of the legs being altered. You know, I've been told for a while that I needed to hire more designers, that having another mech designer to work with paid dividends in its own way. You have a way with electrical systems and with armor. What else can you do? He asked me, and I sort of shrugged. I pick up things fast when I focus on them. Mechanics and electrical engineering are my best skills. But with my mechs, I had to try new things and learn from them. I saw your mechs, the online ones, I mean. I was impressed, honestly. Oh, thank you. Ves, I'd like for the two of us to work together for the next few days. I want to see what you can add to the spear guard, top to bottom. Really? Really? I'd love that. I thought you might. Now come take a look at the cabling. I'm very pleased with the changes so far, but it's obvious you have a knack for it. Help me get her properly sorted out. Yes, sir. Chapter 41. Every day the next week was spent heading to Grind Mech Works and working with Marcus on the spear guard's internals. The familiar process was kinda funny, but it wasn't quite as in-depth as I'd do on my own. There were changes I couldn't make after all. No, we can't have anything passing through that part of the mech. He argued instantly and vehemently, and just from how strongly he felt, I knew instantly what it was about. Got it? Then otherwise? We can maneuver it through here. Let's simulate it. He offered and I nodded, locking in the changes as his computer started simulating the next round of alterations. Nothing we'd do would be considered a variant, or a Mark II or anything. This was just updates on a design. Well, you've cost me a little more than I'd hoped for, he commented as he leaned back, crossing his bare arms. He'd rolled up the sleeves of his shirt and thrown his jacket away while working something he'd done each time we got into designing. Sorry. No, don't be. The changes will decrease the electrical problems I'd been getting reports for. Hopefully the update package will turn those middling reviews around. I think they will. It's a good mech. Damn right it is, he said proudly, but he liked when I spoke well of his machine. We'll call it here for the updates. I understand. Anything further would need actually changing the internal layout. Exactly. An update package is one thing. Paying for it out of my pocket is annoying, but it's a pittance compared to the goodwill. Keep that in mind, Ves. Always try to save money when you can, but not when it comes to your reputation. That needs to be sterling. Yes, sir. Good. Well, I suppose I owe you now for your work. It's been fun, and I'm learning a lot. That's a good statement, and if you were a normal intern working in the printer lines, I'd accept it. But you did real design work here. I can't put you on as a guest designer. I'd need to put out a full variant or update for that. That's okay. Like I said, I learned a lot. The spear guard is interesting. Yeah, but I'm not the type to leave a favor like this in the air. Besides, in a decade or two when you become famous in the Republic, or beyond, I expect you to remember your old boss. He laughed, but I got the feeling he was being fairly serious about that last part. Anyway, I'm going to do what I can for you. I'm putting out the word to some of the other alumni from Ansel. I know it's on Bentheim, but believe me, you'll get in without any trouble. Oh, thank you. I don't really know if I'm going to a university, though. I kinda just wanted to start making mechs. Okay, let me stop you there, kid. Whether you have the potential to start designing right now or not, that's not the benefit that I'm offering. Listen, you can talk to the deans at Ansel, and they can slap a diploma in your hand just to milk your future reputation if that's what you want. But the Ansel network is the only thing like it in the Republic. You think the fools that go to the other universities get the benefit of a network of mech designers all through the Republic? No, I know they don't. Exactly. I'll call up Professor MacDonald, Senior MacDonald. He is famous for his propulsion systems, but he also is one of the heads of the Ansel Alumni Association. He can make sure you are taken care of. Thank you. I don't think I can properly understand what you are offering, but it sounds like a lot. It is. It'll put you in contact with the most powerful mech designers in the Republic. Then he looked at me, really looked at me, for a long time silently, and I wasn't sure what he was thinking. Well, other than that, I made a promise with your grandfather when this all started. If I was pleased with your work, I'd offer to talk to you about your own designs and works. So, what are you thinking about working on next, Ves? I looked over all your Iron Spirit mechs. Have to admit, for what it is, that Mordred of yours impressed me. I know I couldn't have hoped to design something like that at your age. Ah, well, I just got lucky and had a very supportive father. I'm sure if you had started doing the same things I had, you'd be just as good. Empty flattery. Go on, tell me about what you were going to do next. Oh, well, I was actually going to work on the Caesar Augustus. It'll be my first more modern mech. Caesar, that one the National Aeromotives mech? He asked, surprised, and I nodded. And then he just laughed. Kid, the license for that thing would be… I already have one, I said, and whatever he was about to say died in his throat. I took a breath a bit awkwardly. Yeah. The Caesar Augustus license, that thing was worth like 1 billion bright credits. I completely understand why he's staring at me like he doesn't understand. It was the reward for the contest I won. I was given the Fantasia license at the start, and well, I guess I made the best variants. I got the CA1 license, and I've been trying to figure out what to do with it. You have the digital license? That's a fairly expensive reward. It's not a digital license. 10 years open, I explained, and he continued to look at me like I was insane. Nen, what, show me? He demanded, and so I did, pulling up my comm and flipping to my license. The system was held by the MTA, so when I flipped it around and showed the bright and shiny 10-year open CA1 license, Marcus just stared at it for a while. What can you even do with that? Not much, really. I was going to try and make some variants in Iron Spirit. I don't have the funds to make a real one even with the license. Marcus stood up and then started pacing, and I was a bit intimidated, as he seemed actively worked up, mumbling and pacing. Ves, no, you're too young. I need to talk to your grandfather. He decided and then hesitated again, despite coming to the conclusion. How would you like to actually build a CA1? I'd love it. It's an open license, which means as long as you are working for the company, you can lease it out, which means I can build one. Here, interested? Yes. Good. I'll bring your grandfather in, and we'll hash out an agreement. He said then finally his back and forth with himself ended as he started making a call. I'd kinda hoped I'd have some chance to build one at some point. Seems it was coming sooner than I expected. Crap. I needed better assembly skills if I was going to actively make a CA1. I don't see any issue with this agreement, Benjamin offered. As much as Marcus and I both wanted to handle this instantly, it took a few tense days with me interning back on the printer lines instead of working in the offices as Benjamin was the president of the Department of Defense. He couldn't just call off a day whenever he wanted. But then we were here. 4 people in an office, which was a bit uncomfortable. Benjamin and I, and then Marcus and a pretty and stern woman that was his lawyer. It made me a bit uncomfortable, and I even mentioned it to my grandfather when we had a break, but he just smirked at me. Ves, it's entirely possible that Marcus could try and pull a fast one on us, yes. But remember, he's a friend of your uncle, and more importantly, I'm sitting across from him. Pulling a fast one on the president of the Department of Defense? Only a fool would try. I'd ensure none of his mechs were ever purchased by the Mech Corps again. Or worse. I huffed a slight laugh and did feel better, but I think I'd be better with a lawyer reading over the deal we'd hammered out more. Thankfully, there wasn't a lot of little tricky wording. Our deal seemed to be fairly straightforward. I hoped. Basically, Marcus could use my license to create CA1s and sell them, and I'd get a percentage of the profit. It was a good chunk, enough to leave my eyes widening as we were talking millions, with an M. On the other hand, I couldn't have anyone else use my license while it was used by Mech Works. That was to stop me from selling the access to other companies, and I couldn't revoke the license instantly. Marcus would access the license in batches, and he'd have access until those batches were complete. That way, as it was explained, he wouldn't buy a bunch of materials only for me to pull the license, leaving him with stuff he couldn't use. It seemed fair. I didn't see any issues with it. So yay me? But as we had come to the end, I'd demanded one additional thing. I want the right to work on the mechs, I asked, and all 3 adults looked at me, and then everyone looked at Marcus. I don't believe that will be a problem. Your work as an intern has impressed me. Everyone looked at the lawyers, but Grandpa Benjamin spoke up. If that is the case, I'd like one thing to be clear. Ves wouldn't be working as an intern, but an actual worker. I believe we've gone past the remit of an internship. Is that acceptable? I think I can handle another mech tech on the payroll. Marcus agreed instantly, and I noticed it was mech tech and not mech designer. Very different pay scales, but I was already going to be making millions for every sold mech. I would like that, I said, and Benjamin nodded, looking pleased. I smiled at Marcus, and no doubt the greedy look in his eye and smile was because he was imagining the amount of millions he was going to be making himself soon. All right, move that assembler. I don't want any issues as we reorganize, Marcus yelled out. It took a few days for everything to be finalized after that, and today I was at work for the first day, not as an intern, but an actual mech tech working at Mech Works. Joe had even dropped a worker's jacket on me as I entered and told me he expected me to be in uniform from now on, which was kinda cool. He'd actually used my name and hadn't just glared and grunted at me. But now it was time. Mech Works had 2 normal printer lines, both for the Spear Guard, and then the more grumpy printer that we were preparing right now. I didn't know if he was going to switch one of the main printers for the CA1 or try the less accurate printer. Either way, it wasn't my concern. Frankly, my deal with him was already locked in. He was going to make 10 CA1s to sell over the course of the next year or 2, depending on production speed. He was very confident he could sell them, even with their reputation. I guess the fact they were a bit of a white whale mattered less than the fact the mechs were extremely powerful as long as their armor held. So I was clearing out the 3rd lane, ensuring everything was ready for a 3rd printer to be running, which meant slightly splitting the normal 2 or 3 man means. Matt had been chosen to switch over to the CA1, and I was helping him, leaving poor Bart alone to handle the previous work. So that afternoon, with Marcus himself watching over us, we ran the old printer, printing out some of the easier parts for the CA1. With me right beside Marcus and Matt as we all worked to get the printer to cooperate. The answer was both printers, but we'd do as much as we can on the old printer before switching over. It was, in a single word, mesmerizing. Even with the old printer mulching apart while we worked, it was still amazing to be making parts for a mech. It felt different, despite the fact it wasn't any different from making a spear guard. Maybe because I knew I would be making money when it was done. I hardly wanted to leave when the end of the shift came, but I did, leaving the pieces of the mech behind, but soon we'd start putting it together. I learned a lot from that first day, enough that I knew I was going to need to be even better, which is why the next day I showed up with a secret weapon. 400 DP, 3D printer proficiency too. If I could get even a little more out of the old printer, then it would be worth it, and it was honestly a skill I needed anyways. That morning, as everyone was shuffling in, I headed straight for the old printer, but not to get started. Instead, I started going over it with a fine tooth comb. The old girl had some grumpiness to her, but I bet I could at least calm her a little. So I pulled up the console on the printer and started searching. I didn't make any changes, just going through the standard menus trying to find out why it was giving us so many problems. Ves, Mr. Grine, good morning. I greeted him only half looking up. I was looking over the pressure information. It read as everything was correct. But that wasn't possible because the part problem was too much material coming out, almost like it was clogged. But we cleaned and checked the feeders, so that didn't make sense. What are you doing, Mr. Larkinson? I jolted a bit and turned around. Right. Sorry, boss. I did some research on printers, and I think I tracked down part of the problem on the old girl. Oh? It reads pressure as green for all outputs, but we've seen that isn't right. That doesn't mean it is a pressure issue. Could be a problem with the material, or the insertion hopper, or a dozen things. Right, but I figure if nothing else we can check this, I asked, and he looked at me before shrugging. You got 15 before we get started. Don't break it. Never. I'm just going to pop the side panel and check the sensors. We'll get to it, Mr. Larkinson. Yes, sir. I did just that, wandering to the side of the large machine and popping it open. Okay, sensor. Sensor. It had to be here. There, the sensor access, and again it read everything as green, but according to what I had learned, although I didn't know this exact model, if the printer was faulty, then… I carefully pulled one of the sensor modules, looking it over. All the lights over it were green, and with an amp tester I ran through everything. It was working. Then the next. Same. The third. All green. Ves, pack it up. Yes, sir, I grumbled. I really wanted that to have worked. I carefully reinserted the sensor module. Maybe she was just haunted. Making a mech from scratch wasn't the fastest process, especially not with an old grumpy printer as our main resource, but work we did. Marcus eventually, satisfied we were doing it right, stopped hanging around, and so Matt and I, under Joe's watchful eye, made part after part. With 3 forming mechs in the hangar, it was getting a bit tight at times, but in the end, after switching with Bart, making the poor guy deal with the grumpy printer and leaving us to work on the new ones, to make the much more complex and expensive parts. Over a few weeks, we completed basically the entire mech except for one thing. All right, boys, step aside, Marcus declared after going over our entire part list, satisfied we had done everything else. There was one part of the mech that we simply couldn't do. Truthfully, I could have with a bit of skill buying, but that wasn't the point. Marcus had an armor compressor. The machine was, as he mentioned to me, as he described how it worked. Probably his most valuable machine. It did exactly what it sounds like, takes an armor plate and compresses it to be just as strong, but thinner. Apparently he used it mostly for his spear guard spears, and part of their hand armor to make sure the armor was thin enough to get the most control out of the mech. But it was a difficult process, and you had to have an armor compressor to make new plates, so his spear guard couldn't be easily repaired in the field. I guess that's why his mechs were mostly sold to arena fighters, the sort of place where they didn't need to rush to get the mech back in the field. Either way, I watched as he crafted plate after plate of armor. Matt and I took each one and carefully hauled it away with the equipment so he could focus. Thankfully, even with the compressor, armor plates were often some of the simplest constructions. That afternoon, he finished, and we started putting the armor on the machine. The first Caesar Augustus was complete. I kicked my legs as I sat overlooking the hangar. I was up on one of the catwalks across from the mech bay and just staring. The CA1 was complete. 3 weeks of constant work and, well, I was soon to be a couple $1 million richer. The idea kinda scared me, honestly. It was a drop in the bucket in truth, and yet, there it was, millions just going into my pocket. There you are. I looked up to see Marcus walking towards me. Having a moment? Something like that. Just, it's a lot. We made that, and you'll sell it, and we'll make millions. That we will. He groaned as he bent down and soon joined me, the two of us just sort of letting our feet dangle as we looked on at what we had created. She isn't the best build of the CA1, but frankly, she's better than I expected. You did great work on the old girl, keeping her going. Thank you. If you were 10 years older and with a future half as bright, I'd be giving you a raise and figuring out how to never let you leave. Huh, thanks. Yeah, well, take it from me, Ves, a good mech tech. Someone that can keep a line going without you watching every second of every day. That's a damn rare thing. Joe is like that. It's why he makes the big bucks, he said, and I looked over at the man. I'd only seen him get down into the line to help print once, and he'd fixed the problem that had cropped up almost instantly. Yeah, finding people is going to be hard, especially with my design philosophy. I wasn't sure just how muddied the spirits would get made by someone else, or if I could even convey the X factor with a real mech. It was going to be interesting to do some testing. Have you given any thought to what you're going to spend your credits on? If I say 3D printer, will you laugh? Yes, he replied instantly, and then with a completely straight face for a second, it shifted into a fake laugh. I know, it's hundreds of millions for a good printer. It is. But you'll have some credits coming through now. I did confirm a buyer for the first 10 CA1s. Really? Already? Already. It's a rare license, and there are collectors out there that like this sort of thing. And with my Ansel connections, I was able to find buyers without problem. I got the point he was making. Ansel, huh? Ansel, he confirmed with a smug smile. So how much are you getting for pushing me towards Ansel? Oh, nothing in currency, but we alumni trade in favors and the like. You, Mr. Larkinson, have the attention of many people that you have never met. I frowned and looked away. I haven't done anything for that yet. I'm just a kid. It's because you're a kid that there is attention on you. Ansel wants you because if you end up famous, they want you to say, I owe it all to my alma mater. Ansel, he said in a fake tone, and I laughed. They make you say that? They do, actually. It's literally a requirement for the alumni. Don't worry, right now everyone just wants to see if you're actually special, or just lucky. Yeah, I muttered as I looked at the CA1. It was a beautiful mech. Pale white armor, a fine helmet giving it a heroic mane. It was cool. Too bad I'd seen the internals. It was a complete mess. I want to make a variant of the Caesar Augustus. Do you now? He asked without any real emotion. Yeah, try to clear out the internal clutter at least. I was thinking of making it more of a brute. Use all those National Aeromotives components to focus on more powerful strikes, but you inspired me too. Maybe I'll try a spear mech instead. Tell you what, Ves, you create a variant, and I'll spend, say, 10 minutes per shift you work, looking it over up until an hour or so. I am a busy man. I'd really like that, thank you, Mr. Grine. Just call me Marcus when you aren't working, Ves. Besides, we're partners in business. Thanks, Marcus. He left not long after leaving me to stare at the CA1. Chapter 42. That's a lot of zeros, I whispered to myself, looking at my bank account. Well, Rincole wouldn't need to send me an allowance anymore. I had that on lock. It's amazing what a couple million bright credits can do for you. I couldn't even imagine spending so much. And yet, I turned away from the money. I'd spoken with Grandpa Benjamin privately about it, and his response had been simple. Money like that might only come once in your life, despite what you think the future brings. Spend it only on what you need for your goals, leave the rest to me, and before any purchases speak to an adult. He'd been fairly firm on that last bit, even setting it up to where I needed his permission to spend more than a few thousand at a time. I agreed to it instantly. Not that I had any worry about overspending. What would I even spend it on besides some exotics for Corey? No, but it did make him feel much better about a teenager with millions of dollars in their pocket. I completely understood the problem from his perspective, and honestly, it was fine. Maybe some new licenses were an option, but I'd rather save the money to get what I really need. A 3D printer. Even if the things cost hundreds of millions, having a few million to use as proof I was equitable, or whatever economy word to the banks, or to just get whatever else I needed. A 3D printer without materials was as useless as a 3D printer parked in my room, or more likely the compound's garage. I'd need a building as well. Shaking off all of those problems, I instead turned towards the system. I actually got a little chunk of DP from selling the first Caesar Augustus. Sure, it wasn't much, but 60 DP was 60 DP. If my math on that was correct, that meant it had sold for 60 million bright credits. That was a nice little paycheck. I'd get 1 DP for each million worth of a mech, so I was going to take that and run. And that was going to keep coming in, because we had 9 more of them. 540 DP over the next couple months, just from the first 10 sales, wasn't something to scoff at. And more importantly, I was earning it basically by doing nothing. Sure, I wasn't rolling in bright credits for each one. Marcus was earning the majority of the profit, but a couple million each is nothing for me to scoff at. Either way, I was making DP, but not enough. Never enough. So it was time to look at the Caesar Augustus and see what I could do. Honestly, I had a base idea for what I wanted. Before I started trying to make major variants of the mech, first I just wanted to make a Mark II of the original design in my image. I wasn't going to give it a spirit yet. I wasn't going to try and push for X Factor. Instead, I was going to take the original and clean it up as a simpler version to start making variants from. Basically untangle the internals and set up a few changes that I could then work with. For instance, the mech didn't need the CA1's stupid wrist blaster. It caused so many heat issues, and it only worked because the armor system the mech used was actually fairly good at dispersing that heat. But if I removed both lasers from the arms, I could then buff the arm for melee, or ranged, or insert them later if I decided I wanted them back for a different variant. I could remove the shoulder missiles. I love missiles, but they massively added more cable issues into the arms of the mech, as all the cables meant to power the strong limbs and weapon systems were tangling together for space in the shoulders. If I simply removed all the extra systems and cleared everything to get a better, more efficient baseline mech, well, I'd have a much easier design to tinker with in the future. And more importantly, I was going to test out a new X-Factor theory. The Fantasia had its own X-Factor. Even if it was a straight-up FX factor, all mechs did, taking on the image from their creator. I knew that image would smudge the X-Factor I used when forming the mech, even if the throne powering the spirits seemed to help mitigate that quite a bit, and even kept me from getting tired while trying to implant them into the mech. But what if I had an already smudged baseline? Sure, I wasn't going to be able to remove the mech's original X-Factor, but if I started with an already smudged version that was already receptive to the idea, maybe I could boost the X-Factor and start hitting B without a noble phantasm, or reach B+ with 2. It was in the end worth attempting, and if it didn't work, at least all the variants of the mech I had in mind for the future wouldn't require me to completely rewire it every time. So I settled in on a Friday night. I'd gotten home from working at the mech shop, so I had the weekend to tinker. Taking a moment to prepare myself, I imagined what I wanted. Not a class like the others, no. Instead, it was an attachment to the throne itself. A card. The Caesar Augustus Mark II would be a class card, an empty body just waiting for the class to fill it. The idea was it would muddy the original X-Factor, clearing out more of it and sort of using a layer of primer on a model before painting it, covering up the original color to make the new color stick out. The card class, since it wasn't really a spirit, should be relatively cheap to install on a mech. I just had to keep the idea laid on and make a blank slate mech. Thinking it was about right, I opened my eyes and got to work. First, I cleared all the extra systems. Then I simply removed all the mech's cabling in the design tool. A complete spaghetti monster turned into a massively empty mech, which was kinda the problem. The CA1 had so much internal space to fit all the cabling and internal systems, the moron had basically zero damage control. An explosion reaching past the armor means the entire mech was going to be feeling it instead of just one piece. Well, before I got to that, I had to start laying out the cabling, slowly growing from the reactor to the engine to the system's a circulatory system. Veins and arteries. Jason Kozlowski, the original designer, had gone for the best of the best components. One of the reasons even now, as a last-gen mech or not, it was still worth a pretty penny. Yet those components each needed power, and while the mech could supply it, the problems stemmed from that. Many of the components were made to draw a large amount of power from the reactor or engine, and so they had a lot of connections. If the arm needed a cable to the shoulder, bicep, and wrist to power the actuators in each joint, that was 2 more cables than most mechs. The CA1 needed more than 3 cables. But that was why I removed the powerful but power-hungry wrist laser. I did as much as I could for the night until Corey meowed at me to go to sleep. It felt weird. I woke up, headed out, ate breakfast, and people treated me the same, despite the fact I was now rich. Sure, almost no one knew that, but there was still a sense that being rich would change things, and yet it didn't. I ate the same food and put on the same clothes, and nothing had changed. There was something comforting in that in a way, knowing that millions or not, who I was wouldn't just shift. Well, maybe it would, but I'd try not to let it. I liked who I was. Either way, my day started like any normal day when I didn't have a few million in my pocket. After breakfast, I headed back out onto the porch and settled in for some work. The CA1, no, the CA2. I mean, there probably was a CA2 out there already, but I could call it whatever I wanted for now, not like this was going to be released. The CA2 was still looking bare, slowly worming through its hide as I connected system after system, swinging my feet, even with Corey being lazy crawling onto the top of my feet, so I swung my feet, I swung her lazy bulk around. Once done with the cabling, I looked at the internals and just stared at all the empty space. So I got to work. This was much more complicated than before, for multiple reasons. Unlike ancient one-star mechs, the CA1 was full of modern exotic usage, which meant every piece of it was some exotic enhanced component. The frame, the cabling, the muscular connections, the armor. The thing about exotics wasn't just that they altered things in some way. For instance, the modern cable the CA1 used had an exotic wiring, which kept it cooler than just copper or whatever else you wanted to make the cabling out of. This meant you retained more energy from your reactor. This was a common junk exotic. Every modern mech basically used the same. But this exotic didn't get along with some of the exotics in part of the muscle connection points. So if cables were too close to the muscles, instead of cooling off the wiring, it would cause the muscles to burst into flames. For goofy space magic reasons. The original had gotten away with this because it had tons of internal space. But if I wanted to harden the internals, that meant blocking off a lot of that space with more frames, which meant that the frame's exotics were coming into contact with exotics through the rest of the mech. And on and on. There was some benefits with the CA1. As the first mech from a man just out of college, despite the high-end components, the rest of the mech was fairly simple in the exotic cross-contamination. Most of the exotics played nice with each other, even if they were a bit pricier in the Bright Republic than they would be in Rubath. But I wasn't here to completely replace the exotics in the mech yet. I just wanted the mech to be functional for whatever variants I wanted in the future. I could do that for later variants. And so I started adding in damage control sections of the frame, each one making the internals a bit heavier. A problem I would have to deal with. While the mech was undoubtedly powerful, a lot of that power was also from a relatively light frame compared to most mechs in its size class. It was bulky with large amounts of muscle, but that was the trade-off for having almost nothing armoring its internals. Hopefully the additional weight would actually balance out the engine's power requirements for moving a heavier mech. Ves Line 3. You got it, Joe, I called out, heading for the CA1 line at the mech works. I'd worked on CA2 all weekend, but properly ensuring the internals were guarded would take more than a few days. Probably why Jason, the original designer, had left it alone considering he was on a time limit. Forgetting about that as much as I wanted to just break out my comm and get back to designing, I got ready for work. It was actually refreshing to compare my own CA2 to what I was building as I did it throughout the day, slowly recognizing sections of the mech I had already altered and why. Getting a direct feel for what it meant before the changes. I had to stop a few times and make a few notes because I noticed that some changes might be fairly annoying to build out in the future. The realization that despite all the experience the system gave me, there was still more to learn was a pleasant discovery. I worked all morning just building the mech, but after lunch I was called up to the boss's office. "You wanted to see me, Mr. Grine?" I asked, specifically because as I entered, he wasn't alone. "Ves, come in, Albert. Meet Ves Larkinson. Ves, this is Albert Miller, who you might recognize as the grandson of Senior Ivy Miller." I noticed the way Marcus mentioned Albert's relation instantly, and the irritated look Albert sent him. "Yes, everyone knows who I'm related to. You don't have to throw it at everyone." Just making sure we're all on the same page. Albert is another Ansel alumni. Since he was here, I figured you should meet. "Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Miller. Just call me Albert Kid. Mr. Miller is my grandfather." "So you're the little prodigy. I'll admit I didn't believe it at first. Looked into those little game mechs you built. Interesting toys, but hardly real design." Marcus thankfully rolled his eyes for me, so I kept my face blank at the comments. "Yes, Albert, you've denigrated the teenager. Feel better," Marcus offered, and the two men sent each other looks. "But," Albert added, still glaring at Marcus, "I can't deny that you have done something impressive. I come not just as an Ansel alumni, but as a second verification of your skills," he said, turning to look at me and trying to uphold dignity despite the fact he just got into a bitch fit with Marcus. "Oh, so, what does Ansel expect from me?" "Nothing so crass. You've already completed Marcus's test, which gave us an idea of your technical knowledge. We're simply looking for a second pair of eyes on what kind of man you are. Ves Larkinson." "Oh, okay. It's a test of another sort, Ves. Albert here has a mech design he wants you to go over. Basically, you do as much to upgrade the design as you can in an hour. I'll cover it as part of work," he offered with a wink. "And then that will give evidence to Ansel of just what kind of potential you are. I promised you access to Ansel. This is it. Do well, and you'll have an invitation in your hand tomorrow." "A bit longer than that," Albert argued, and both men shot each other looks. "Okay, where is the design? Anything in particular you want me to focus on?" "Whatever you want, for an hour. Don't worry overly about completing whatever you are working on, just show us what you can do." I nodded, more confident. I could do that. So Albert looked over at the mech design system Marcus set up, and there a new mech appeared. Not one I recognized, but it was definitely a modern design. It was rough. I could tell just from a glance. Was it an apprentice's work? I walked over, not bothering to wait for some timer to start. It probably already had and went to work. The mech was an in-atmosphere flying rifleman. Even before I thought about what I would want to do with it, I just started fixing. Cabling was terrible, it had too many weapon systems. So I stripped out the machine gun with frankly way too much ammo, and the laser in the other. An aerial mech was either a scout or a harasser. There was no easy way to keep your thrusters protected while flying close enough to attack after all. So hit and run was the name of the game, not stand still in the air and shoot at your enemies for 10 minutes. You would just get blown out of the sky. Removing those systems left a massive weight reduction and unfortunately a bit of an unbalanced flight system. First, I focused on clearing up the power systems. It had terrible integrity, but as a flight mech it was probably fucked if it got hit in the air anyways. Instead, I took the missile systems that were installed, high-power, fast-firing launcher already placed on its back. I copied the component and just started filling in the missing weapon system with more. Once that was installed, I just spent the rest of the time, about 10 minutes or so, just clearing up issues, re-armoring it, and making it less likely to get blown out of the sky in one shot. Without all the ammo for the machine gun, even with the extra missile racks, the mech was lighter, should go faster, on less fuel, as the reactor was a fuel system, and should be a bit more durable. "Time," Albert called out, and I jolted a bit. Turning around, both men were standing behind me, watching. I'd kind of forgotten they were even there. Albert looked at the design for some time before speaking. "Why remove the weapons?" "Well, as a flying mech, it's not going to survive facing an enemy long-term in combat. Better to hit and run. A mech that has to re-arm after every use is terrible on logistics," he commented pointedly, and I nodded. True, I wouldn't approve of the design as it is, but it's only been an hour. And I think losing your flying mechs in every battle is worse for logistics. Marcus was pointedly not saying anything, but he was smirking at Albert. Albert ignored him and then asked me a dozen more questions. Why this? Why that? What were you intending here? What knock-on effect did this change have? It went on for a bit, before finally he nodded. Senior Miller will review this when she has a moment. You still calling the professor like that? Not Grandma? No, he said pointedly at Marcus with a glare. Then he turned to me. It's premature, but personally I am impressed with what I saw today, Mr. Larkinson. Marcus has mentioned how you'd prefer to simply start working as a mech designer. I understand your urge, but I think even so Ansel would have many classes you could benefit from. If we accept your application, you may wish to look into our remote classes. Good day. Thank you for your time, I asked, a bit awkwardly, then looked at Marcus. Application? What did you think this was? Do you normally get asked to look at mech designs, have an hour to alter them, and then have a question and answer session? Maybe, I said, then realized it just made me sound petulant. No, but if someone puts a mech problem in front of me, I want to work on it. That was interesting. The design was an apprentice's work, right? Marcus slowly smirked as if enjoying the question before finally speaking. No, Ves, that was the work of one of the graduating students this year. Marcus replied with a look of schadenfreude, one of the highest scorers, in fact. Oh, that could be bad. I hope I didn't just unknowingly make an enemy somehow. You did fine. He waved off my sudden concern instead, just grinning as if the whole thing was hilarious. Work continued. CA1 at the workshop and CA2 at home during any free time I had. Even if working was tiring, unfortunately it would be coming to an end soon. Break was almost over, and I'd be thrust back into normal school, taking up my entire week, which meant no more days at Grind's Mech Works. I was doing my best to ignore that fact, and instead just working as much as I could. Every day I entered the Mech Works, and it was still as fresh and exciting as the last. Mechs, surrounded by half-constructed Spearguard and half-constructed Caesar Augustus, was thrilling. Standing at the foot of the Titans slowly coming together. And then at home, I designed. The CA2 was coming together, so far without drastically altering the armor or height and looks. I'd managed to fill the inside with a clean electrical system, and every section of the mech now had damage control. No more losing all systems if something managed to get through the powerful compressed armor. And more importantly, my work cleaning up the energy systems meant the mech wasn't such a power guzzler. Removing the lasers and the missiles and just straightening everything out meant power was going where it needed and wasn't forced to route through more of the mech than it needed. Weeks of work just to fix the bare bones issues of the mech, and I was still running simulations to find any problems with my internal alterations. But she could move in simulations without any issues. Of course, wear and tear and other issues were something I would want to really clean up. But for now... Okay, system. Tell me how I did so far. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design Caesar Augustus CA2? Design evaluation, Caesar Augustus CA2. Variant name, Caesar Augustus CA2. Base model, Caesar Augustus CA1. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium-heavy. Recommended role, doorstop. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, B. Armor. A. Carrying capacity. C. Endurance. B. Energy efficiency. B. Firepower. F. Flexibility. F. Integrity. B. Mobility. C+. Spotting, C-. X factor, F-. Result. Deviance, 19.8%. Performance improvement, -80%. Evaluation. A mech without weapon systems, nor intention to wield them. Yet it is a cleaned-up making of the original version, and there is an odd overlaying of the X factor. You have received 1 design point for completing an original design. Yeah, love you too. I sighed, not sure if the FX factor was a good sign or not. Either way, Now I could really get started. Nothing could stop me from making a real variant of the CA2. Would I make a saber first, or a berserker? Well, I have to do the Lancer since I told Marcus that. Well, Fate Lancer and not Mech Lancer. A spearman mech. Well, I'd have to come up with a noble phantasm or two, and then spend some time altering the mech for... I looked over, my alarm. I had work in the morning. I wanted to cry as I crawled into bed to sleep. Corey curling close and purring for me, at least to help me sleep. Chapter 43. Happy birthday. The family cheered for me as I stumbled into the dining room for breakfast, and it took a second for me to realize they weren't cheering for one of the other kids, or something. But for me. "Oh, that is today, isn't it?" I muttered, and got plenty of laughter from everyone at my completely serious revelation. 15. One step closer to the time where stuff really hit the fan, but also a little older, and soon I'd be a real adult and able to do the things that an adult could actually do. I waved at everyone as I walked over to my spot, and soon some cake was laid out, despite it being breakfast. This was the only time almost all of the family was together after all, and a few presents were delivered. New clothes, which I noticed were noticeably more fancy than my usual daily wear. A few random things. A vid for a mech TV series that was mostly about a mech designer, which was cool, and about a dozen pictures from my younger nieces and nephews showing mechs, some of which were mine. Probably. I laughed, delighted in them all the same. Then Grandpa Benjamin was there, smiling down at me proudly. "I have something for you," he said, then winked at me as he handed over a comm chit. Looking it over, I quickly realized what it is. Isn't that illegal? I personally went through it and made sure there wasn't anything that would cause any problems. Rincol was very happy to be able to wish you a happy birthday, even through a message. He replied, and I looked at the Mech Corps issued chit that was used to convey letters and messages back home, although only at certain points. The Mech Corps were very worried about information security, and Dad, Rincol, was on border patrol, which meant nothing got out that could tell the Visians where or when the patrol had been through, either way. "Thank you, Grandpa. This must have been a pain to set up." He just smiled. "There are some benefits for taking on the position," he said, very pleased with himself. Then, soon after some cake and the presents, it was basically over. Such were birthdays on the weekdays when everyone has school or work. Not long after putting everything away, I crawled into Auntie Lauria's car and headed for the Grindmech Works. It might be my birthday, but there was no greater thing I wanted than to go build a mech. The noble phantasm of the first CA2 was well on its way. I wouldn't say I was entirely satisfied with it, but I did have some skills bumping up the weapon. A spear, something I was also getting some experience with at Marcus's shop. Not that I was helping him design his spear guard's weapon or anything, but I'd seen the design for his mech a few times and even helped put some of them together, so I think I was doing some work adjusting some of the ideas he was using to upgrade the weapon. It was... okay. I considered trying to buy the license for a spear, but that wouldn't have my own design philosophy attached to it then. Either way. "Gabolg," I whispered, staring at the red spear that was coming together. Slim, with a serrated bladed edge. It was an interesting build, a patterned haft with smoother portions near the end and tip. It probably wasn't a perfect recreation, but it would do for now. Enough to convey the bloodlust of the spear. Always seeking the enemy's heart. Thankfully, while it was draining power from the throne at its creation, it wasn't like the weapon was suddenly more powerful just because it was a modern piece. The spirit stayed the same, regardless of the quality of the components. Q Chulin would be a perfect spirit for the first CA2 build. A spearman of monstrous strength and skill. Well, the CA2 would be a powerful platform, with incredible armor, and without all the other weapon systems. All the power of the CA1's engine and reactor would be for movement. I think it would do the job, or at least do enough. After all, I was once more on the grind for increasing my skills. I shook it off and once more focused on the spear. It was made of the same material the CA1's sword had been made of, just longer instead of shaped like a sword. The material was strong and sharp, also expensive, which was just to be expected, considering how Jason had designed the original CA1 to have all the most expensive junk he could throw into it. But it was also just a spear, Shape, color, and form. No need to complicate things, except I didn't like just leaving it as is. It was almost too simple. At the least, it should have a heat module. I ran a hand across my face. We weren't dealing with the old equipment anymore. The material the spear was made of was incredibly heat-resistant, which meant any heat module concept wouldn't work, if there was even a component. I'd have to check the actual modern MTA records to see if there was a license for one. Staring at the spear, it wasn't done. I wasn't satisfied. A solid spear was good, but this wasn't enough for me. I wanted at least something to draw interest. Pushing the design to the side, I went searching through the MTA records. Modern licenses were obviously everywhere. If I thought one-star mechs in the Iron Spirit game had a lot of licenses to choose from, the modern MTA had a million more. So I started looking. Obviously, I went searching for heat modules. I had a lot of experience with them, and I liked the concept. While they did exist, expensive, I muttered, and most of them weren't even that good. Heat as a concept was always a problem for mechs of any age. It was one of the byproducts of the reactor and weapon systems. If your mech couldn't disperse the heat well, it was a dead mech. So obviously heat was a well-used weapon. Flamethrowers and the like were a major concept. Striker mechs, for instance, were famous for some using them, that or shotguns, or basically any area denial weapons. Unfortunately, the concept of the heat module had shifted at some point. Mech's armor became more resistant to melting, probably at some point in the mech generations that heat control had gotten a major upgrade. You still could, of course, but a single strike of a heated weapon had become less efficient, so it was no longer as useful for melting through armor. Ugh! I groaned as I flopped back and rolled around on my bed, disturbing Corey, who meowed at me a bit before wandering over and whacking at my head for doing something so silly. I just can't think of this right now. I don't want to install a heat module that's basically useless. It has to be more than just that, but does something like that even fit Kuchulin? No, not really. Ves, Grandpa Benjamin called out to me, and I stalled. Yes, Grandpa. Come with me, he said, but he was smiling, so I followed. We headed into his own set of rooms, which as basically the patriarch of the family were very nice, and then into an office. Grab that chair and bring it over. I've been in contact with Ansel University administration recently. Oh, they contacted you? They did. As you are underage, and I'm your current guardian, you did well on that test they gave you. Yeah, Marcus mentioned that. I hadn't heard from them. It's been a few weeks. I figured they just... I sort of waved my hand. Forgot? Didn't care? Weren't sure what to do with me? Nothing of the sort. I've been speaking to them about options, and also what you wanted. I took a seat, and he did the same. They sent me a few options, but they do want you to attend Ansel University. They are offering a full scholarship. Whoa. Yes, I was very surprised when I saw that. I have a few theories about why, but they are all positive for you, so it's nothing to be overly concerned with. So they want me to go to Bentheim. They do, but more important to them is they want you to be a student at Ansel. I've discussed it with them, and they are opening their remote learning courses to you, the university library, and assigning you a faculty correspondent. That sounds like a lot. That's because it is. That test they had you do must have impressed them. I've mostly agreed on your behalf, but I wanted to discuss it with you first. They do have a few ideas for how they want this to work. Considering your age and circumstances, they are being extremely flexible. But more importantly, Ves, I think this will be good for you. It's not the classes you've been taking up until now, but actual real learning towards your goals. What about my classes? I haven't finished them? You'll be taking university classes, the others don't matter. He waved it off, and I did kinda relax. That sounded a whole lot better than trying to play catch-up with the rest of my schooling. So I do Ansel courses instead of my normal school. Until you graduate. What about, I was kinda wanting to start opening my own business at some point. With the CA1 sales, I'm making some startup capital. Ves, Ansel will open doors, and if you can graduate and prove you are on your way, I promise the family won't leave you grasping for nothing, he said, and I smiled at his offer. Thank you, Grandpa. I'll do it. Take the classes they think I need. And if I surpass the class, then I'll talk to this faculty correspondent and try to finish them early. Hey, at least with a Mech university course, I'll have more excuses to take breaks and work on my own designs. I'll take it. All right, here they sent over some paperwork to get you admitted, so we'll go over that now, and then we'll take a call from your correspondent. He explained, and we did just that. Signed a bunch of paperwork to enroll, and then he sent it off and made a second call. The comm message window opened up. Much higher quality than my wrist comm, this was a full device issued by the Bright government for Benjamin to take important calls. The quality on the other side was just as good. Good evening, gentlemen. Although it is morning your time, is it not? It is, Grandpa offered kindly, Benjamin and Ves Larkinson. He offered, gesturing to me, and there is the man that everyone has been talking about. I saw your modifications to Ian's design. Excellently done. Far too few students keep in mind that there is more to a mech than just firepower. You certainly have an eye for internal systems. The man offered and then blinked. But forgive me, I often get distracted with mechs. My name is Maximilian Liu. Please call me Max, and I am one of the instructors at Ansel. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you as well. Good. So the paperwork is signed, and I'll be your contact at the university since you are off-world. Let me break down what I can do for you, what the university can do for you, and of course what we expect from our students. Not that you have much to worry there, he said with a laugh, and I just smiled at his compliment. He was laying it on a bit thick, but that's okay. I'll just try not to get a big head. From then on, my schedule changed. With my breakover, I had new classes at Ansel. I would connect to their server and watch either recordings or live broadcast of the classes. The benefits I got were basically I could do that whenever I wanted, which was kinda cool. I also had access to the Ansel design suites and programs, their own internal component library, although those were all student or gifted to the school. It wasn't something I think I would use much, but I wouldn't have to pay for them since I was a student. It was supposed to be part of my entrance fee that would go to paying for them, but well, not an issue for me. I also got the library, which meant all the Ansel Mech designer course books were able to be pulled and looked over, including quite a few treatises from the seniors that basically ran the school. They were basically the only seniors in the Bright Republic. The rest had gone to the Friday men, so that spoke many things about them. Either they were very loyal, or just not confident in their skills, or, well, something else. I was going to go with loyal, or just not interested in dealing with the second-raters. Still, it was a massive repository of knowledge and access I now had. Basically for nothing. They thought I had enough potential. They were attaching their name to mine and hoping in the future everyone would know I came from Ansel. It was fine. They were the better university in the Bright Republic, so it didn't really hurt anything. Either way, it took a week of messing with the classes they had assigned me, going through the library and just getting used to it all between working at the workshop for things to finally settle down. I had to take courses, but anything I could prove, I knew, I could simply test out of. And honestly, the amount of courses I'd already tested out of before even trying was a lot. I guess updating that flying skirmisher had proven my credentials. Still, the access gave me a lot of excuses. I was randomly grabbing different books and things from the library to my new full-sized computer in my room. That had been purchased for my classes. I'd happily look through them too, but the fact I was devouring them was the most important part. It was a partial paper trail to help explain any advances I make. I walked into my room and flopped on the bed. "Corey, I'm tired," I grumbled, and she meowed at me for a moment before maneuvering up my body and onto my back, before sinking in and starting to purr. That was kinda nice. "Thanks, Corey," I mumbled and just lay there for a bit. Making a mech was hard work, even if I was getting more and more used to it. But that didn't mean a full day at the shop wasn't tiring, especially since it had been classwork trying to complete that to get it out of the way, or shop work every day. I still went to the shop every other day, but that meant the days between were class days. I should probably reduce that even more. I needed time to work on my own designs. Not that I had gotten any ideas for Gay Bolg. It was just sitting there. I'd tinkered with it a few times, but each one I'd just deleted the changes. Nothing had quite fit what I was looking for. looking into the Ansel library for ideas, and the component list hadn't given me any hits either. Yet, as I was laying there, I did have one thing. Between selling the CA ones and the one-star mechs, I was gaining DP slowly. I could buy a new skill. It wasn't enough to get melee weapon optimization 2, which was 1000 DP. I could get medium armor optimization 2, that was 600, which would be nice when trying to work with the CA2 to alter its armor profile, but it wasn't really solving the issue. Although I probably needed alloy compression 1, but that was 1000 as well. Did I need to buy something now? No. Did I want to? Yes. Yes, I did. Looking through the options, the hundreds of options in fact, I started hemming and hawing at every option. Most of them would be good. No, to be more accurate. All of them would be good for some things. Were each of these some design philosophy someone had dedicated themselves to? Were some of them failed ideas? Designers that hadn't made it to master? Or were all of them only masters? The truth was, I didn't know. But I wanted a better spear. I was already working with Marcus, and he was focused on ensuring the mech and weapon were perfectly in tune, creating weapons that were more flexible for better skill expression, but I liked melee weapons, and honestly, sometimes you just needed a sharper blade. Not to step on Katis's toes, who I would likely never meet in this life, but there was something simple in the idea. Melee weapon honing 1, 200 DP. I purchased it and simply let the knowledge flow in. There was a lot there, but it was focused. To make a melee weapon sharper was at the same time complex and simple. The thinner the edge, the easier to cut through things, and yet, it wasn't so simple. I could definitely improve Gay Bolg, though. The strong material that the CA1's original sword was made out of. Jason hadn't been much of a melee weapon aficionado. He'd just let the 3D printer release a sharp weapon and moved on. I could do more now, especially with melee weapon optimization. There was a strong synergy there. The spirit of Gay Bolg would be happy, I knew. I still wanted more. I'd focused so much on getting what I needed to work the CA1 that I hadn't really explored. The original Ves had his way of making mechs, which was obviously wrong, and I had mine, which was correct and superior. I wasn't going to have Gloriana to hand a design over to once the spirit stuff was done. I'd have to actually design and build my own mechs, which was the right way to do it. Collaboration was good as long as it didn't make you stop refining your own mech to let someone else do it. So I started thinking about what I would want from Q. A mech that moved faster than expected, powerful blows, and a flexible body. I'd come across a sub-skill before that was on my mind. Why not? Why shouldn't I buy it? 200 DP, Artificial Muscle Enhancement 1. Sure, it was 200 DP, but it was only 200 DP, and I'd still have 200 more. I hesitated. I had so much to buy, but I liked this. I was already fairly focused on the internals of a mech, making it sturdy and tough. Now I want to make it strong too. I purchased the skill and grinned as the knowledge flowed in. Laughing to myself, I might have to make a slight update to the CA2 at this rate. All right, with that I felt better. Or maybe it was just Corey purring up a storm on my back. Her little kitty body felt nice and warm. She'd probably been sunbathing again. The problem of the noble phantasm remained, though. I could make it better now, which was at least a little satisfying, but I felt like it was still too generic. The spear, full of such bloodlust, deserved to be better than just a little sharper. Yet that might just be my limit for now. It wasn't like I could just come up with a way to mimic the actual effect of Gay Bolg. The red nails that would shoot out worming through the body of its enemies and ensuring they would die. Holy fuck, I yelped as I rose up, jolting upwards. I couldn't copy it perfectly, but meow, meow, meow. Corey had been flung off mid-nap and was now jumping back on my lap and bapping me on the nose. Sorry. I whispered apologetically. I'd gotten so excited, though. I could totally do that. In fact, I could satisfy my inner pyromania as well. What was a spear besides a massive needle? I could inject something with the spear into the enemy mech, even if the first strike failed to kill. I had a mental image for another TV show that had nothing to do with mechs, although it could have. Game of Thrones with mechs would have been, well, Battletech, and I loved that. Anyways, the Viper versus the Mountain, a fight no one expected to go the way it did. A spearman absolutely demolishing a massive armored knight, except his confidence killed him. Wow, that was kinda Q in a nutshell too, wasn't it? Anyways, the movements, the strike. A sort of poison, but not. The movements of an untouchable spearman flowed through me, and I knew I could do something to help that. Nails of fire injected into a mech. There wouldn't be a component for that. Although maybe something close. I'll have to design it from scratch, but I could do that. I had the knowledge, and if I didn't, well, I had an entire university library to help. Chapter 44. Following the inspiration, I started working. Over the course of a few days, mostly in the evenings, I researched and developed an entirely new component module for Gay Bolg. Of course, it was much more complicated than that. I took the spear itself and started outlining what I could install and where, and what it could even do. The starting idea of a delivery system didn't work. Any kind of hole along the tip of the spear was very likely to either deform or fill with detritus when stabbed through mech-grade armor. Plus, it fucked with the weapon honing I'd just bought. No, the spray would have to come out from another part of the spear, which added some issues. Second was, of course, figuring out what I was going to spray and how. It was one thing to come up with the idea, and entirely another to actually use it. So I researched weapon systems that did similar things. It took me days to even find a basic idea. The Kemmler 4 Spitfire ATS, a mech weapon that sprayed darts into an enemy's mech. The incredibly sharp weapons would then release whatever system the designer had wanted. I wasn't going to buy the license itself, it wasn't what I wanted, but I could absolutely crib some notes here. There were 3 standard rounds, a chemical, an exotic, and a thermal chemical. To dumb it down to game terms, acid to melt things, exotics to disrupt flow of the mech, or hot melty stuff to cause heat issues. The hot melty junk was my main interest, and so while I wasn't able to take the exact compound, obviously, that was part of the license. He had already done most of the research for me. I mean, I wasn't going to spend over 1,000,000 credits on a weapon system I wasn't going to use. Either way, it confirmed it was possible, and certain materials would work as a weapon system. So I went to the Ansel library and started searching. Nothing so simple as thermite would do it. It had to be capable of bypassing the many defenses current gen mechs had as standard. In the end, I was actually still struggling coming up with the right thing. Chemistry wasn't exactly my focus here, so I decided to rely on some of the assistance offered to me. A comm message to Max Liu, who had assured me he was okay with mech design questions. The man was a journeyman himself, although he'd never managed to build up his own workshop and instead taught at Ansel. With that, I went back to working on the injection system. Gay Bolg was a very stylized weapon, and I had tried to mimic it to an extent. The longer spear tip was good, a solid weapon, but 2 small indents on the left and right side of the blades with a mechanical trigger. That was what I had eventually settled on. Less said about the electronic trigger that I'd thought of, the better. Turns out when stabbing a mech, you only had a split second or so most of the time before your spear was pulled out, and trying to set it up so the pilot would be able to pull the trigger in time with human reflexes. Well, it didn't work. I thought of using sensors, but in the end realized a mechanical answer was best. When stabbing through, the ridges would be pressed as the spear sliced through, and it should automatically activate the system. Of course, adding the rest of it into the spear would require knowledge of what to actually inject. "This one's done," I called out, having just fitted the last of the armor onto the CA1. Marcus had made the armor, but he was still busy and didn't want to do it all himself. So he had brought Matt and I on to fit the armor. Working with the advanced CA1's armor had been a great learning experience, and just watching Marcus have issues printing the armor or the slight tricks to fitting it had taught me a lot. "Then that's it," Matt called back, and I climbed down, checking the safety line as I climbed down until I was on my feet along the catwalk. Looking over, the CA1 shone, brand new and beautiful. Another couple of million credits in my pocket too. "Come on, let's let Joe know and take a break," Matt offered, throwing an arm over my shoulder. "Sure," I agreed, laughing as we walked away. Matt was an older guy, but we'd made friends with each other. Kinda hard not to when you are working on something like mechs. Larkinson, Joe's voice called out, and I stalled. You go on without me. Sure, kid, don't let him push you around. Matt called out, half laughing. Terrible advice. Joe was absolutely capable of pushing me around in either respect, and trying to argue would likely get my head ripped off. Yes, sir? Boss wants to see you. He grunted, but he was looking at the CA1 and nodded. As close to a good job as Joe ever gave. And I hurried away, heading up to the office, through the stairs, and up to the office doors before knocking. Enter. Marcus was standing in front of the design hologram, and as I entered, he waved for me to walk over. You wanted to see me, Marcus? I did. Mech finished? It is. Good. Down to 2.5 weeks this time. Good work. She's a beast to put together, though. Yeah, I confirmed. I was still in love with putting mechs together, but honestly, I'd prefer a mech that wasn't quite as much of a pain in the ass as the CA one. Something to keep in mind for the CA2HSLCU, or whatever I called him. Wanted you to look at something. He waved at the screen and... That wasn't the spear guard. It was a melee mech, but this one used a sword and shield. A knight mech? No, it was an offensive knight, meant to charge in behind the shield and still be capable of battering other mechs away. But it was also... It needs some work, sir, I said bluntly, but only because I could tell this wasn't one of Marcus's works. It didn't have his design philosophy at all. You think so, and unfortunately, I agreed to look it over. He offered, and I winced. Who made it? A student at Ansel, the child of one of my mentors from the time. I'm repaying a favor. They once looked over my own design for me, and now I'm paying them back. I have to try and offer something. They don't want you to update the design, I asked, and he laughed. No, nothing like that. I'm meant to look at this and just offer advice on what needs work. Think more instructor than collaborator. Then, will they accept if you just say everything, I joked, and he chuckled darkly. Oh, if only I could. Then, I'd say focus on something they could actually fix at their level, but add they have many more issues. Just pick one then. Not a terrible offer. He grumbled, and I felt a bit confused on why he wanted me up here. He was a journeyman. He should know all this. Ah, never mind. Sorry I was distracted with this. With you in Ansel, and since we are working together, I wanted to ask if you wanted to come to an alumni meeting this weekend. Oh, sure. Good lad, it's a meet-up for some of us Rittersbergers to talk shop. Don't worry about not having graduated, they'll be happy to grill you. Oh, I said. I didn't like the sound of that. Relax, Ves, it'll be about mechs. Oh, that'll be fine then. There you go. Besides, it's a mech reveal party. Whoa, okay, I definitely want to come. He gave me a smile and a nod, like he already knew I would accept. The benefits of being an Ansel graduate Ves, we get to see the pre-release parties. I told you, Ansel will have many benefits for you. Thank you, Marcus, for helping set that up. Don't worry about it. Just remember you owe me one. All right, well, with the CA1 finished, that's it for the day. Thanks. Hey, Marcus, if you wanted to melt a mech from the inside, what would you use? I asked him, and he stopped and turned towards me. Why? I'm trying to come up with a new weapon system for my next mech. I see, then I'd suggest you look into flamethrowers, he said a little dryly, and I blinked. That could actually work. Thanks, Marcus. Sure, kid. All right now, unless you want to help me write this up, go on. In this case, my research led me down another path, a tool in my research kit that I hadn't even considered. How to burn a mech from the inside, like what fuel a flamethrower uses. The question repeated back to me had me smiling as I nodded. Ah well, I piloted a flamethrower striker mech Ves, but I don't build the things. I just point the flamethrower and shoot. Of course, someone in the Larkinson family had piloted a mech that used a flamethrower, so I'd asked them. You don't know anything about the fuel? Nope. In the core, you use what you have, so I didn't ask questions. Sometimes during resupply, my flamethrower would be stronger, and sometimes it would be weaker. Crap, I whispered. I'd been kinda hoping for a more solid answer. Ha 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 ha. Well, you're the mech designer. This is what you do, right? Sure, but I just don't really know much about flamethrower mechs. I admitted, then firmed my resolve. But I'll learn. Thanks, Uncle T. Mm-hmm. He grunted, going back to ignoring the kids running around and watching some shows on his comm. Well, instead of trying to make some new chemical, a common fuel should work fairly well. It's not like space strikers could use a pilot light for their flamer. So there had to be some fuel that ignited on use or something. I'll find out. To the library, which meant just meandering through the compound, getting distracted, helping one of my aunts clean up a kid that decided to track mud from digging a pit in the yard. They were going to be in so much trouble for that. And then I finally made it to my room and collapsed into my new chair and opened up my new computer and accessed the Ansel library. Oh, Max got back to me. I popped open the email that was through the school system and not straight to my comm, which was kinda weird until I opened it. Oh, Max really got back to me, I whispered. In the email was a few links to the library about some books about flammable materials in mech warfare. I guess I found the sources I need. Neat. And now I wouldn't have to burn some DP on buying, like, flamethrower optimization or something. So the answer was X-03T12, which was a long-winded way of saying there was a junk exotic that, when added to a very common fuel used in the Republic, would create a very caustic fire capable of causing trouble even for modern mechs. Future napalm. It was exactly what I needed. Cheap enough, effective enough, and everywhere. The problem? It was licensed, not the exotic itself, but the fuel recipe. It wasn't incredibly expensive or anything, and it had been around long enough there was no point in trying to hide the recipe from like the Vesians. But I would have to buy a license if I wanted to use it. And the license was 250,000 bright credits. For Q, it's tempting, but this is the first variant. I'll come back to it eventually and massively modify the mech, and I'm not sure if it's worth it. I whispered to myself, staring at the cost on the screen. Could I afford it? Obviously. But that was a lot for something that was just a gimmick weapon. I could make my own, but what was I looking to get out of this? I wanted a noble phantasm, but more than that. Q wasn't going to get physically made anytime soon. I didn't have a 3D printer, and even if I did build one, selling it would be another story. The high-end compressed armor, but designed by an apprentice. Ugh, I rubbed my eyes. Do I just go without? Maybe update later, I asked Corey, and she looked at me, tilting her head. Meow. Yeah, I whispered, reaching over and scratching at her chin. So the options came down to a few things. I could make something myself, probably needing to burn some more DP to even hope to learn it, or buy something very expensive. I'll sleep on it, I decided, groaning at just how irritating it felt. Someday I'd have the money to really not care when I had my own printer and company making mechs. But for now, I just didn't have that. So, I'll worry about it tomorrow. I hope everyone has enjoyed the exhibit of the Flame Tiger Mark IV. The host of the event offered out, and everyone clapped. Although mostly it was dainty, elegant claps with hands full of champagne flutes. When Marcus had invited me and mentioned it was going to be a reveal party, I expected more. Mech enthusiasts instead of debutantes and government officials. I was thankfully escorted around by Marcus, although maybe it would have been better not to be. Ah yes, and you know the Larkinson family. Ves Larkinson is their first mech designer. Lad has a bright future ahead of him, a full ride scholarship to Ansel. The deans were incredibly eager to snatch him up. Wasn't your son a student there? The older man, with a wide waist, looked uncomfortable at the question. Some years ago. Yes. That's right. What's he doing now? I don't believe I've heard of his products. The man's face turned red, and then his wife, or escort, I'm not sure which, intruded. Excuse us, Mr. Grine, we would love to keep talking, but I absolutely must speak to someone. Of course, don't let me hold you. Do tell your son I was thinking about him. Looking forward to that component he was working on from so many years ago. I'm absolutely shivering in expectation. The two hurried away, and I shot Marcus a look. His son was the most pretentious Nimrod I ever had the displeasure of sharing a university with. He graduated, but only because his father ensured it. He hasn't put out a single thing in a decade. Last I heard, the guy is working as a mech tech in secret, just to pay his bills. Rough. Well, I would care more if he hadn't been such a pain in school. I am simply enjoying his suffering. Come on, Ves. With that final declaration, all the mech designers will be crowding around, and maybe you can hear something interesting. I think it was more likely Marcus just wanted to brag to the other designers, as he had kinda done so far, but also, while wearing fancy clothes and surrounded by the rich and sort of famous, I didn't want to go off alone and have to deal with them myself. So I followed, into the crowd surrounding the man of the hour, Isaac Henderson, journeyman and mech designer, and his mech, the Flame Tiger 4, an update to the design that has been in service for a while. Isaac was older, at least 60, but still seemed quite jovial and proud of his design. It was a mech used mostly in the mech core, so he should be. He probably sold thousands of them each update. "Isaac, good to see you," Marcus called out as we slipped into the small crowd surrounding the man. "Ah, Marcus Grine, good to see you as well. I've been hearing odd rumors coming your way." "If you mean am I selling an odd duck mech? They are true. Have you heard of Ves Larkinson yet? Ves, come here, lad. Let me introduce you. Ves here is an up-and-coming apprentice." The man looked me over and then looked surprised. He's hardly a teenager. 15 and already a full-ride scholarship to Ansel. You'll be hearing his name everywhere in a decade, mark my words, Marcus said, laughing and loud enough. I noticed the other mech designers heard, and many of them shot me looks. Different ones, and I didn't have time to categorize them all, but a few looked impressed, sending me nods. Others just looked surprised, and some looked irritated. "Is that so? A truly bright spark here in the Republic. Good to meet you, lad. Isaac Henderson of Henderson Flameworks." "Nice to meet you, sir. I like your mech," I said, the only thing that was really coming to mind. "Ha! You like it? Good, I'm happy to hear that. You have interest in flame technology, lad?" "Hey now, Isaac, no poaching." Marcus tried to intervene, but I could hear how he was joking. "Bah! If the boy understands the wonders of flamethrowers, then he should speak to me. I'm working on a mech that uses a heat weapon right now, actually," I admitted, and while I got a look from Marcus to shut up, Isaac looked delighted. "Are you now? Well, come over and let's hear all about it. Far more interesting than just talking about my mech, which is already done, and everyone can see the performance statistics themselves," he said pointedly, glaring at another man in the crowd specifically, who looked a little embarrassed. "Well, I'm not working on a flamethrower, and the mech is still in development. But I'm making a spear." "A spear?" Marcus asked, interested, as he went from wanting me to stop talking to suddenly listening. "A spear?" "The idea is the mech will stab into the enemy, and the tip of the spear will inject something into the enemy mech. I was thinking of using some sort of nails, made of some thermal reactive compound, but I couldn't quite figure it out, so I looked into flamethrowers in general, and well, X3T made perfect sense, considering how easy it is to get," I said, using the shorthand for the exotic flamer fuel. "Ah, X3T, I truly love the stuff," Isaac offered with the sort of sigh only a man in love made. Injection, on a spear. You're going to throw off the balance of the weapon." Marcus intruded, not sounding happy. "I know, it won't leave the spear as solid as it could be, but giving every successful thrust a bit more oomph sounded like a good trade-off. Besides, I like spears too, but they are one of the mech weapons that need the most amount of hits to take down another mech. After all, compared to a sword cutting through a chunk of the mech, or a hammer battering, a spear was really only good for stabbing, and that meant you were only hitting so many components at once. I suppose." He grumbled, and I smiled at him. "You still owe me an hour to go over my design, remember? So I'll be asking you to look at it," I said cheekily, and my comment surprised Marcus as he grimaced. "Ugh," he winced, holding a hand to his heart. "You wound me." "Ha ha ha. A favor from Marcus in regards to any melee weapon on a mech is a good favor to have, my boy. But what's this about X3T? Well, the license is a bit expensive for me, so I'll probably have to hold off on that part of the design until later." "What?" Isaac offered, and he shook his head. "You're an Ansel student, aren't you?" "Yes." "Ha. Then you have access to the license through the school, don't you?" Isaac looked to Marcus, who seemed hesitant but nodded. "I'm fairly certain that's an Ansel license. It was Professor Quanner that developed it, wasn't it?" "It was, and she was a teacher." I felt my mouth drop open. I didn't have Corey with me to do it for me, so, eh. My hand slapped over my face and dragged down. I'm such an idiot. Max had even sent me the list of options. Of course, it would be a license from the school. I didn't even check. Ha 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 ha. Isaac burst into laughter, and some of the others around were chuckling too. Well, young man, since you are stepping into the wonders of X3, let me give you some advice. There is another exotic, very cheap, that when introduced to X3T will ignite fiercely. If your little nails idea is still something you wish, that might just work. My jaw closed with a click, and I stood up straight. Mr. Henderson, that would be amazing. I don't know how to thank you. Ha ha ha, it's nothing for a budding pyromaniac. Just come find me once you graduate if you wish to study further into the wonders of flames and heat. I could always use a skilled apprentice. Seriously, Isaac, stop trying to poach the kid. Marcus grumbled, but I was smiling. This was awesome. Hanging out with mech designers was the best thing ever. Everyone was obsessed with their own way to do things and would happily talk about it. And more importantly, it was fun to talk about mechs. Mano G. Ves must have really been a party pooper if all of his interactions with mech designers had been so stilted. Chapter 45. When I got home from the party, I instantly pulled up the licenses I received from Ansel, and there it was. X-03T12, the common flamer fuel used by the Bright Republic, a perfect component as it's cheap and would be everywhere. I quickly confirmed the license to my account and pulled up Gay Bolg. It was already getting late, but no way was I going to put this off. I checked my comm, and the exotic that Isaac confirmed would basically turn into exotic thermite when exposed to burning X3T was added into the design system, and I got to work. Now that I had the actual ingredients, creating a system to expel the flaming nails into an enemy mech was actually the easy part. X3T was liquid, so a small pressure system, right behind the nails which would slide down from an internal magazine, and then a reload function. Well, that could be difficult. Something easy to do in the middle of battle is the most important part. A single cartridge? Could I fit the nails and fuel into a single cartridge that could be installed into the head of the spear? Yes. Yes, I could. In fact, I could use the flat of the spear to have a similar loading port as a shotgun. Just gotta make sure it wouldn't pop open when stabbing into a mech, or it might get stuck. And there. I went to work altering and shifting the internals of Gay Bolg, focusing on adding the module before worrying about the spear's integrity. Make sure it works first. The square cartridge would be 2 parts. The top hollow section that would hold the nails of the exotic, or Z03YK331, or Z03, would then be pulled into the internal magazine, which would shift the nails into the receiver, which would trigger when the outer side of the spear was compressed, igniting the reservoir of X3T, igniting the nails and shooting them out into the enemy mech. Hopefully. That was the plan anyways. Meow. I looked up. I'd been sitting over the edge of my bed working, and Corey had climbed up onto my shoulder and was batting at my face from above. Did the alarm already go off? I asked her, and she continued to bap at me until I closed the design system and turned off the lights. Only then did she relax and stop attacking me. Linda caught. Ugh, another group of spotters, she called out over her comms as she shot into the sky and looked over the enemy team. This was just a practice match, and it had started getting annoying. Everyone that came to the game store started using some of Vez's mechs. Some because they liked the idea of a mech designer their age, some because they thought they could battle well with them, some because of how well Cloudstep had been doing. They'd won the last 3 tournaments, got second in one before that, and first in a few before that, which meant people were developing more and more counters. She juked to the side, lasers already filling the sky trying to pin her down while she was in the air. If they could clip her a few times, they might cause her to crash before even getting a charge off, which would offset the teams in their favor. But she was used to this, and they weren't that good at shooting. She activated her thrusters and juked sideways. She'd have to come down on the far left side of the swampy map to find a safe landing spot before they could try and chase her down. Stupid spotters, that Archer mech was super duper annoying. They could also see them even with the smoke. That was supposed to be their trick? It was fine though, even if more and more of the kids that went to the game store used his mechs, even as it was spreading to other game stores and other tournaments, which Cloud Step would win. It didn't matter because she was the pilot of Lancer Artoria, and her team was never going to lose. Smoke filled the entire battleground as she landed and repositioned herself. The two archers in the enemy's backline had already started popping off smoke, and she hadn't seen what else the team had. Either way, she would charge it down. She started moving, short bursts of thrust, to reserve as much power as she could, but still moving quickly, skipping along in a sort of gallop to maintain her momentum. The smoke was getting thick. She jolted, activating her thrusters and gunning it forward. The smoke had started screaming at her. Her heart was picking up, but she knew what this meant. Assassin. Ha, you think that'll work? I practice against Valerie. She just had to find the assassin, so she spun around and activated her throttle, zooming through the smoke like this burned power, but she turned, skidding in the mud for a moment. There, the smoke was flowing from a specific direction. That's how you could find it. Thankfully, no matter how loud the assassin tried to get with her, those sonic grenades wouldn't work. She was used to the screaming, creepy child laughter. She gunned it again, and as she ran, her eyes were open. She could see through the smoke, but when Assassin jumped, she'd only have a moment. There. The assassin came down, but even over the screaming laughter, she'd been listening for the sound. She was very familiar with it, since Valerie was always doing it. She turned and her lance pointed. Hyah! She roared, her lance thrusters activating, and the assassin jolted, just barely boosting to the side to avoid the lance. But Linda wasn't done. She brought the lance down and just slammed it into the top of the assassin as it tried to awkwardly land. Mech slammed face first into the mud. Gotcha! A quick burst of power and she landed feet first onto the assassin, the smaller mech completely pinned beneath her bulk. Mwahaha! She laughed evilly as the mech kept trying to push itself out of the muddy, swampy ground, but Artoria was much heavier than the smaller and lighter assassin. Reaching down, she grabbed one of the assassin's blades. It was a bit awkward, but she pointed it down and started stabbing. Leaving the assassin behind, she grinned at the fallen mech. Now hopefully, she could find some enemies to charge into, even if it was getting annoying running into so many copies of her team's mechs. They were practicing for a big multi-store tournament this weekend, and John was super hyped up for it, as it had a big prize pot if they won. The best of the best, if not of all of Cloudy Curtain, then a big chunk of it. She'd be ready. It's ready, I whispered, looking over the bloody nail system. It worked in the simulators, and it should be a nasty surprise for any mech. A single stab would start causing serious damage. It wasn't an instant kill weapon, but spears weren't often that anyways. No spears were good for longer battles, keeping your enemy far enough away to slowly wear them down. Of course, adding this system in completely fucked Gaybolg's integrity. I was going to have to completely redesign the head and shaft to handle the empty spaces and weight difference. But that was fine. Using the advanced composite material the CA1's sword was made out of would already put the spear well beyond the normal durability of a mech weapon. The fact was, weapons broke in combat. It just happened. If your sword got hit by a laser, it wasn't just going to ignore it. So I went through the weapon using everything that I knew from metallurgy and melee weapon optimization to try and ensure the stronger spear I could make. Only testing would tell me if I was right or wrong, but it would be a constant process regardless. But I couldn't just work through the days. I had work and school. Glancing away from my design, I looked at the desk. I should get my schoolwork done. Sure, it wasn't too bad, mostly focusing on mech design, and with my system-backed skills, I was already zooming through the classes, but there were things I didn't know that a real class did help with. License information that would probably save me millions in the long run. Common bright exotics that you could use to replace more expensive things and reduce your overhead. Things that just knowing how to make a mech didn't cover. It was frustrating to admit, but I needed the university classes. Could I have handled opening a business without them? I think so, but this was going to save me a lot of heartache in the long run. I really did owe Marcus for his help setting it up, which I expected was what he had in mind from the start. Oh well, quid pro quo, I guess. Either way, sitting in on the classes was fairly fun in an odd way. I didn't really like school, but I mean, mech classes. If someone taught mecha lore in school, I'd have been happy to take that class too, back on Earth. But even with classes and work, I finished altering the spear again, changing the process the 3D printer would use to craft the sharp spear tip, getting at least 10% sharper and harder edge according to the stats. That was pretty good. Okay, system, let's verify gay bulg now. Design evaluation, gay bulg spear component. Component type, mech spear. Original manufacturer, Ves Larkinson. Classification, mech spear. Performance metrics, aesthetics, A. Endurance, C+. Firepower, B+. Flexibility, C+. Integrity, C. X factor, C. Status. Project involvement, 100%. Evaluation, a mech spear with a touch of something more. Actually a weapon with a potential use on the modern battlefield for once. A reloading internal flaming weapon gives the spear a bit more punch than a bare weapon. A pure thread of X factor runs through this component. Interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original component design. You have received 500 design points for designing a component with a moderate presence of X factor. I breathed out. It had turned out as a solid weapon. Even if the integrity could go a bit higher, I'd still have Marcus look it over after, but I wanted both mech and spear to be done first. His philosophy did extend to both after all. I looked at my DP and shook my head. Getting close to 1,000, but I really wanted to try and jump up some more of my skills to journeyman. That would be my next goal. I think Q would be a good test to see how far my skills go in last-gen mechs anyways. Speaking of, I opened up a design document. Okay, Q Chullen, let's see how you fit into this. I brought up the basic CA2 and, actually it was a good thing I hadn't instantly tried to upgrade the base model muscles after learning Artificial Muscle Enhancement 1, because every mech would need power for different things. A swordsman mech would need an entirely different setup from a spearman, so it was fine. First step, what did a spearman's power need to come from? I thought back to the spear guard, to the parts of the mech Marcus had focused on the most. It wasn't a perfect comparison, but it could give me some hints on where the strength needed to come from, and more importantly, the flexibility. I set to work, first doing a few changes, setting the muscles to have a longer compression. It would mean the mech could move its arms in a longer range of motion, and also doubling up a few smaller muscles, connecting to the joints to give it the sort of speed a spearman would need. I would never have managed to integrate both into a single cohesive whole without the subskill, which meant it was useful. All the subskills tended to be useful in some way. After all, how could a heroic spirit fit a weak body? I needed to make the best avatars for the spirits I could, and the best mech for the pilot. All of it needed to come together. Marcus Grine has reached out to extend the contract for the CA1. Benjamin informed me one morning, as I look up. He was obviously on his way out, busy as he almost always was. Oh, that's good then. It is, I agreed, but we will need your signature for the paperwork. It looks like he expects another 10 sales. That's really good, I whispered, putting my comm down for a moment. I'm kinda surprised. So many people want one. Then again, I guess he is in contact with a huge amount of people thanks to the Ansel alumni network. Indeed, I was surprised as well at just how far the alumni's connections seemed to go. There was discussion at my office before you confirmed your application if you would go. One of my subordinates was asking me, "Whoa." Indeed, something to keep in mind, that network seems to have a far reach, and you'll have them on your side in the future. I suppose so. I just want to build mechs, though. I told him honestly, and he chuffed out a quiet chuckle. And I just wanted to pilot a mech. Sometimes that extends beyond what we are prepared for. I bit my tongue not to speak, as I wanted to say something, do something. Benjamin was an expert pilot, but because of some stupid fucking battle damage, he couldn't connect to a neural interface, and couldn't pilot a mech. His achievement gave him a lot of respect, even if he could no longer pilot, hence why he was the president of the Department of Defense. I just wish I could cure him. His willpower would be constantly draining, slowly draining his life away with it. He had what? 2 decades before would be completely bedridden. Less. I don't really remember how long it was before Ves Benjamin had made a return to the story. But Benjamin wasn't just some old man, he was my grandfather and nice to me. I couldn't solve Ves's Carmine system because it was honestly kinda stupid to me. But maybe I could find something else. I knew the MTA had some way for mech designers to pilot without a neural interface. Benjamin needed something that could help him regain his willpower, or maybe I just needed enough MTA credits to force them to do something about it. I highly doubt they couldn't. Or I also had the system. Maybe the metal scroll could deliver something for 1 billion DP. Either way, I wanted to do something. Don't get such a serious face. Keep studying hard, Ves. I will, Grandpa, I responded as he walked on. More money was good, but only DP would truly bring me to another level. I buckled down to finish this class and do more work on CU. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I ran dozens of simulations altering the muscle structure and the attachment points, altering the density of the inner myoma and more. Fortunately, Jason had gone above and beyond. Nothing in the CA1 was just standard, it was all high-level pieces. So I was able to get a lot out of the components. Hopefully it will be enough. If nothing else, I was absolutely going full out with the mech's flexibility and strength. Without any further systems like the original CA1, I could use every inch of its internal space for maximizing muscle power. That, and it gave a secondary benefit. Even if you poke some holes in it and damage the internals, it'll still be able to fight. With damage control sections throughout, despite the added muscles, and with double or sometimes triple strands. Q would be an incredibly tough mech, one that could take damage and still perform. At least that was the intention. The only truth of whether it would work would be on the battlefield. Of course, once I was fairly satisfied with the muscles, I had to go back through and alter them again, slightly weakening the power in places to make repairs and construction easier. I didn't want to fall into the same problems of the original, even if this mech might not get a real-life construction. I was going to treat it like a real mech, and not just another Iron Spirit digital copy. Then once I went over the entire muscle system again, I had to alter the damage control compartments, then the cabling for the systems, then the armor to ensure it wasn't impacted by the internal changes. A week passed, then 2. Despite the time, I was making slow progress just due to how much I had on my plate. Someday I was going to be done with school, and the only job I would have is at my own workshop making my own mechs, and I could spend all day and all night building. But not today. Marcus? I asked after being called into his office. He was as usual standing looking over his design-making changes, updating, or just trying to simulate minor changes for that 0.0004% extra effectiveness. Such was the life of a mech designer with a good product. Ves, my boy, come in. You asked for a meeting. I did. You have a minute? I wouldn't have sent for you if I didn't. Come on, lad. Relax. What's on your mind? I think I've mostly finished my Spearman mech, based on the Caesar Augustus. I was wondering if I could cash in that hour. Marcus's face shifted lightly, but there was definitely a spark of interest as he waved me over. Throw it up on the screen. Let's take a look. Yes, sir. I thankfully had prepared for this. While I used the system design program for everything, it wasn't exactly something I wanted anyone questioning. I'd converted Q over to the Ansel's design program the night before, something I'd done grudgingly, as I wasn't very fond of the slightly clunkier program than what I normally used. I sent the file to the hologram, and after a few moments it confirmed if the file wanted to be played, and then it was brought up. Q Chulin, the Irish Hercules, in the armored plates. I had gone ahead and given him a blue and silver color scheme to stand apart from the blood-red spear. Marcus looked at my work for a long moment, just staring at it, his eyes no doubt going over the whole before digging into the internals. So I waited and waited. He shifted the mech here and there but didn't speak a word, just looking over what I had done so far. Then he opened up the mech and started looking through the internals. Like I expected, he stopped over the arms and muscular system, going through and probably just calculating in his head the sort of flexibility to power it was pulling off. Then he pulled up the spear, and while his face never changed, he was definitely judging, going over it, checking the tensile strength. He even stopped and ran Ku through a simulator, a similar path that he used on his own mechs, charging forward, spinning the spear around, and then stabbing it into a dummy mech. The system he had was fairly powerful, so after a few minutes it finished and spat out information. But he didn't say a word, just going over it, and then finally he stepped back. Your work is passable, although rough. I can't deny that you have a talent, but this mech is an overly expensive toy. I've heard worse, I admitted slowly, and he looked from me to the display again. I'll follow through. I'll give you my own adjustments tomorrow. Go on, Ves, he said, and I noticed he was definitely sort of holding something back. Either way. Thank you, Marcus. Have a nice night. I headed out. Tomorrow I would check what Marcus did and submit Q. Chapter 46. Marcus Grind Journeyman Mech Designer. The boy left, and Marcus turned away from the design, heading for his desk. Behind it, in a cabinet, he kept a few bottles. It was always wise to have drinks suitable for a guest, especially when trying to make sales. He took his own, a particularly harsh brandy made here in the Republic. It wasn't good, but he always had a bottle for events like this. The taste kept him from overindulging, but sometimes he just needed a bit of fire in his belly. With a harsh draw, his belly now full of fire, he felt more capable of turning around. Marcus remembered what he was like at 15. He'd been studious, but a bit of a rebel. Wealthy enough thanks to his father, he could play around. That was decades ago now. Instead, he was the breadwinner of the family, and his mother often called him for money that his father still spent like he could just buy his way back into the government. He shook it off and focused. If someone had asked him to design a mech at 15, he knew what he would have made. The same thing he submitted to Ansel 4 years later that had him laughed at by Professor MacDonald. The senior was a good educator, one of the friendliest of the seniors that worked with Ansel, and he'd still crushed his design by simply laughing at it. He was right too. He still had the file saved. He couldn't delete it. Ansel University kept a record of all students' submissions, so it would always be there haunting him. It was fine. It was a good reminder of how far he'd come. And now, it would be satisfying, he thought, to throw the tumbler into the hologram and shatter it all. A 15-year-old was able to design this. It was rough. That was obvious, but it would work. It would fight. Marcus wasn't even sure if the spear guard could beat it. That compressed armor, something he obviously had decided against using all over the spear guard to reduce cost. The armor would turn away much of the spear guard's power, and his own mech's armor, even compressed, would be tinfoil in comparison. It wasn't the boy's fault. If he used lesser licenses, it would be an adequate mech. It might even potentially sell. But right now, 40 million? About that just to build one. Absolutely obscene, but the part that rankled him the most was the sheer potential of the mech. Some of the muscle work he looked at made him know he was going to be looking at the spear guard's internals again. He'd just created the spear guard, and already his mistakes had come to life. At first, the poor reviews on the electrical systems, then a boy being able to solve those problems, and now this. He could see the lines of the original CA1 in the mech, but the internals were busy, packed, but not the utter mess of the original. They were all clean, well-formed, and put together. He had spotted a few problems. The boy obviously missed a few things despite his efforts. And yet, Ves Larkinson was 15. Marcus was nearly 40. He'd only managed to become a journeyman late, and despite 20 years of work making mechs and designing, a random teenager comes in and makes him feel like this. And yet he owed Ves. The CA1 was putting the company well into the green. Each sale was making Marcus enough to cover for any issues with the spear guard. Mech design was lucrative. Mech design was bankrupting. The common saying bouncing around his head. How many fools had run their company into the ground, desperate to prove their designs worked? He took another sip, a smaller swallow of the brandy, as he looked at the design hovering there. Marcus had somehow lucked into being the boy's mentor, despite how much it rankled his own inadequacy. Someday, likely in the next few years, the boy might actually surpass his ability, before even reaching journeyman. And yet, it made no sense. The reality was staring him in the face, and yet he knew it was nonsense. You couldn't just be good at mech design. It took study, hard, rigorous study. Ves Larkinson, you are an utter bastard. He whispered, staring at the design. He could recognize a few traces of his spear guard. The boy had learned from his style. Perhaps his philosophy would even infect him completely. Isaac had been interested in offering that, but Marcus had fended that off. But Marcus wasn't sure he could handle someone more talented than him working his own philosophy. He looked at the mech. A spear and a mech. Nothing more. Sure, the spear had a gimmick, and Marcus was tempted to warn him off from doing such things in the future. Rarely did a small merc group or the army desire to add more to their logistics. Simple was often better, and yet, besides the spear, he had done just that. All the power of the Caesar Augustus, all energy, the powerful engine, tuned entirely towards just boosting the mech's speed and strength. It was a lot. It had been designed by a first-rater for a third-rate state, and that definitely showed. The idea of just throwing all the most expensive things in, but Ves had refined that, taken that power and honed it towards one thing. He would have extreme trouble selling it, but if he did, if a merc group used it, they'd find an explosively powerful if extremely overpriced mech on their hands. It would sell incredibly well as a commander mech, something only used when in the worst of trouble to come out and turn the tide. Yet, its mimicry of his design was rough. It would have power and speed, but the musculature setup would heavily reduce any skill expression. It'd be forced to use only particular motions, something that if an enemy lived long enough to notice would be the end of the mech. He drank the last of the brandy and slammed it on the table. The boy was owed an hour. Fine, never let it be said that Marcus Grine wasn't a man of his word. Besides, if nothing else, as grating as it was, as humiliating, better to attach himself to a rising star than just be left behind in the mud far below, for however long Ves would stay in the Republic before moving on to the Friday Men. Because at this rate, it wouldn't be long before someone from the second-rate state noticed him. A prodigy of this talent wouldn't be ignored. But that was Ves's problem. Marcus's was an annoying child who he needed to show how to actually form a spearman's muscles for flexible power. Honestly. So I altered the chest and arm myoma as needed. You'll need to go back over it. For your internals, I wasn't kind to your damage control, but I had to do something. Thank you. Don't thank me, I left you plenty of work. Marcus grumbled at me, but I smiled. I knew enough about how long working on a design would take. He'd given me more than an hour. And however long he'd gone over it, he'd done a lot of changes. Only to the gay bulg and Ku's chest, though. Apparently he liked the triple myoma addition I'd done, but he'd shifted the placements, and to my eyes it just seemed like he'd made the arms weaker. I would trust him in this. He was right, though. He hadn't bothered with the damage control sections at all, just tearing through them when needed. It was fine. I could remake the adjustments on it. And then gay bulg. The changes were light there, altered the shaft slightly and the texture. He'd even worked on Ku's palms, altering their grip. It was wonderful. So many minor changes that hopefully would boost the quality of the mech. Plus, this was my first collaboration. It would be an excellent test to see just how much having someone help would alter the mech. Would the X factor be smudged, weakening it? And by how much? Was it still B, or had it dropped to C? I would definitely find out. Going back over CU, altering the internals, adjusting the mech to adapt to the changes that Marcus made. Doing my best not to interfere in the alterations he did. And after a few more rounds, "All right, let me hear what you think," I said, watching as the system took over and started processing. Scanning design, simulating performance, completed. Do you wish to name your design? Design evaluation, Caesar Augustus, C-A-2 HSL Kuchulan. Variant name, Caesar Augustus, C-A-2 HSL Kuchulan. Base model, Caesar Augustus, CA1. Original manufacturer, National Aeromotives. Weight classification, medium-heavy. Recommended role, spearman. Performance metrics. Aesthetics, B implies A. Armor, A. Carrying capacity, C. Endurance, B. Energy efficiency, B. Firepower, F implies B. Flexibility, F implies C. Integrity, B implies B-. Mobility, C+. Spotting, C-. X factor, F- equals B-. Result. Project involvement, 95%. Deviance, 14.58%. Performance. Improvement, 97.63%. Evaluation. A last-gen land-bound spearman, top-of-the-line armor and an adequate weapon. This mech was designed with performance in mind, tuning all of the components towards explosive speed and strength. Although its construction leaves a lot to be desired, a pure thread of X Factor runs through this mech, interesting as it originated from a childhood cartoon. You have received 50 design points for completing an original design with a 10% performance improvement. You have received 1,000 design points for designing a mech with a moderate presence of X Factor. I breathed out. That, considering it went from a negative 80% performance to a positive 97. So did that mean the system thought my variant was better than the original? I mean, it wasn't as powerful exactly, but the flexible performance should be very useful to any pilot. Either way, it was done. The design was completed. Somehow it had still managed to hit BX factor, which was a relief. If it hadn't, I'd have been forced to figure out a second noble phantasm just to get it over the finish line. I was satisfied with a B, though, especially since it was an absolute beast of a project. The first CA2 mech was complete. Now I just needed to figure out what to do with it. I suppose I had to submit it to the MTA, and then, well, as much as I wanted to build the thing, I had no idea how to properly determine the cost of the materials. Prices fluctuated, and it wasn't like I just had deals already there. I would have to gather the resources, and I didn't even have a 3D printer. No, best get my head out of that idea. But I could definitely afford to put it into Iron Spirit, the first 5-star mech for Lark Industries. I could probably afford the materials in Iron Spirit, but it would probably drain all the spirit credits I had. Whatever, better than real money. But first, I had to send it into the MTA. Hopefully they'd just accept it as is. They never had a problem before, but this is an actual last-gen mech and not a 400-year-old ancient war machine. Even the system agreed. This was a weapon designed for modern battlefields. And with that, another project done. I looked at my system. The temptation was there, to wait, to hold on to the points, or spend them on metallurgy or physics, but I was actively doing something that I could truly use the improvement on. 2000 DP, Assembly Journeyman. I took a breath. I was just over the number, so I hit the button, watching my DP drain away as my mind was flooded with another journeyman skill. And as I let that soak into my mind, I just laid back on my bed and took a nap. I didn't get any response from the MTA when I woke up the next morning, so I stretched, pulled Corey, who was limp and sleepy, over my shoulders as I headed out of my room. It was thankfully the weekend, which meant no work and no school. Although Grind did open the workshop on the weekends, he apparently had a few guys come in on weekends to keep building going. I stepped through the hall towards noise as the living room, a large play area for children, was packed. The TV, or rather the large comm screen, was playing some cartoon the kids wanted to watch. I yawned as I walked through and out into the morning air. The porch had definitely become unofficially my place in the compound. The weather on Rittersberg was perfectly controlled, so it wasn't too hot, making it a pleasant world to sit outside. Another day on a weird planet that wasn't Earth, but this life, I liked it. It had its issues, and I was sure it would be dangerous at points, but I couldn't deny that I liked it. Born too early to build mechs, reborn just in time to build mechs. Worth it. I checked my comm once again, nothing from the MTA yet, which was a bit of a surprise. They were usually fairly quick in responding, but it was fine. I shrugged and looked up. My hands itched. Journeyman Assembly put me beyond just a school-educated man. I had years of experience behind them now, and an urge to get stuck into a mech and build it up. I was kinda tempted to go into work. No, best to squash that urge. I'd been busy the last while. School, work, design stuff. It was okay to just sit back and take a break sometimes. Q was approved. The message from the MTA was different than the ones before, but they confirmed the mech would be added into Iron Spirit, but that this was not full approval for the mech. A real version would need to be handed over to the MTA for inspection before they would approve it. Either way, it was done. I slipped into Iron Spirit, and after buying all the resources and wincing as my Iron Spirit wallet disappeared, I started slowly putting together Q. It wasn't a perfect representation, but it was still the slow process of creating the parts and putting them together to then put them into the mech, and it let me process the step-by-step flow of making a CA2CU. As I worked, my new skill with assembly did its job. I carefully crafted the mech piece by piece and picked up on multiple changes I should make for any real version of the mech that would be produced to make things easier. But over the course of the rest of the weekend, and on into Monday, skipping some of the early morning classes I would normally take, the mech was complete. It really was a pain between the tighter tolerances for everything inside, to the armor which was finicky even digital as it was. Marcus's additions were extremely tetchy as well to install, but when finished the mech stood there, ready for battle. I took a breath. Thankfully, I didn't need to fill out much on the paperwork this time. I didn't need to explain how to activate the capacitor or something. Just a quick explanation about the spear loading system and the cartridges that could be found in a few sneaky locations around the mech's hip. Then I posted it. For far more than I ever had before, the numbers of 5-star mechs was kinda obscene. But I guess it was supposed to work out, and I knew Iron Spirit often did deals or special releases. Even if the mechs were expensive, the game wanted people to play at the top tier, and the best way to do that was to entice them in with new mechs. And with that, I was finally done. I rested back, kicking my feet on the porch swing and just letting myself decompress from all the work. My brain needed a rest. Instantly my comm chirped in a phone call. I sighed. "Hello? Ves, you made a new mech," Melinda called out, and I relaxed. "Hey Melinda, nice to see you. How are you? Doing well?" "Oh, knock it off, you know this is big. A real 5-star mech. A Caesar Augustus variant, huh? Interesting choice." "It's what I had. Turning it into a spearman is a bit weird, but forget it." She rummaged around a bit before grinning at me through the comm. "Bought." "You didn't have to do that, Mel." "Pfft, I had to. No way I wasn't going to buy my baby cousin's first real mech." "The other mechs were real too," I grumbled. "Trust me, I had spent a lot of time inside the damn things." "Not in the same way, and you know it." "Okay, I just wanted to scream at you. I'll try to play tonight when I'm off duty." "They still have you working hard?" "Ha, it might only be a junior division for pilots, but I want to be the best, and guard work is important." "It is." I agreed without hesitation, and she sent me a big smile as she waved goodbye and hung up. So Melinda would pilot Q. That could be an interesting matchup. Melinda Larkinson. Well, that was an impulse purchase. She looked at the new mech on her Iron Spirit hanger. It certainly looked like a mech. Sure, she'd been supportive of her favorite baby cousin, but, well, you got yourself into this, Mel, so let's how it goes. She decided. At 18, she had fought hard to earn her platinum rank in Iron Spirit. Unlike many of the kids that played, she used the sim how it was supposed to try and gain real pilot skills. Not saying she didn't have fun, of course. But as a member of the junior Bentheim Guard, which meant she wasn't really a guard yet, but was training with them, she had a bit more real training than most kids. Not that there weren't extremely skilled pilots anyways. Mercs, mech athletes, and real pilots all still used the game sometimes. Smiling at the thought of challenging someone, she got up from her bunk. She had pod training today, so she already had the pod time she needed. Heading into the headquarters sim pod room, she reserved one and slipped inside. The best part of guard training, all the free pod time she could ever want, as long as you were actually doing it and not messing around. She loaded up and spawned in the Q Chulin. Not a name she was familiar with, but she dropped into practice. Melinda was well used to 5-star mechs. She'd piloted 2 before this and fought in Platinum tier for a while. So instantly she started doing the basics. Getting a feel for the mech's controls and flexibility, the spear was grabbed and checked out. Yep, that was a spear. At least it had a certain threat to it, a spear that promised some damage if it hit. Little Ves had at least designed a nice-looking weapon. She gave it a few motions, standard spear stance and thrusts. It felt strong. The mech certainly had a fast response time. She checked out the pilot guide after a few more tests and learned about the weapon systems. A few quick checks and she found the cartridges. Walking up to a wandering practice mech, she stabbed in and out, and she could feel it. When her spear had pierced the enemy, it rumbled lightly, and as she pulled away, she could see two bright fires burning deep into the mech's internals. Huh, interesting idea. Well, there was only one thing left to do. She threw herself into a standard platinum match, 50 versus 50.